Wen Yan perused a book wherein a character sharing her name was a mere cannon fodder, a false daughter of the illustrious Shen family, upon the rightful heiress's return. This character resorted to unscrupulous means to secure her position within the affluent household, even going so far as to drug the eldest son, transforming a mere dalliance into a consummate affair. Ultimately, she was met with disdain from the Shen family, resulting in her tragic demise by suicide. Upon reaching this disheartening conclusion, Wen Yan was incensed. How could one not survive outside the opulent world? Hadn't that very world bestowed upon her a luxurious residence and countless extravagant possessions? A mere sale could yield millions. Truly, it was akin to trying to uplift a stubborn weed. If she were the Wen Yan from the narrative, she would have graciously stepped aside, content to bask in leisure. To her astonishment, upon awakening, she found herself truly ensconced within the story. More specifically, she had arrived at the pivotal moment where she was to administer the drug to Shen Jingxiu, the eldest son. What on earth? Gazing at the drug-laced orange juice in her hand, Wen Yan resolved to alter the course of events. Yet, as she turned, a deep, indifferent male voice resonated from behind her. "Is there something you need?" Wen Yan resignedly pivoted, her gaze evasive as she dared not meet the man's eyes. "Good evening, brother. I was merely taking a stroll and happened to pass by your door. Are you heading out? My apologies for obstructing your way." With that, she stepped aside. Shen Jingxiu scrutinized her, his brow furrowing. Was she doing wandering to his door at such an hour? However, he and Wen Yan had never shared much interaction. As he descended the stairs, he uttered not another word. Once he had departed, Wen Yan exhaled in relief, inwardly reflecting, "Thank goodness Shen Jingxiu is as cold as ice." Shen Jingxiu. She had the audacity to speak ill of him while he was not yet out of earshot. With a frigid expression, he turned to confront her, only to be met with Wen Yan's ingratiating smile. Simultaneously, he heard her voice. Why did he suddenly turn around? That scared me to death. However, this time, Shen Jingxiu distinctly noted that her lips had not moved. She maintained her smiling facade. What he had heard felt more like her innermost thoughts, his brow knitted tighter. Could it be that his prolonged hours at work were causing him to hallucinate? Wen Yan, too apprehensive to look back, fled in the opposite direction, her mind preoccupied. In her distraction, she collided with an elegant woman clad in a qipao, exuding grace. Su Yong, after being jostled, slightly furrowed her beautiful brows. "Yan Yan, what were you thinking? How could you walk without looking ahead?" It was only then that Wen Yan regained her senses, realizing that the woman before her was none other than her adoptive mother, Su Yong. Wen Yan had been taken in by the Shen family at the age of 11 and had been their sole daughter until she turned 18, enjoying the affection of Su Yong. However, this exclusive favor was shattered on her birthday when the true daughter of the Shen family, long lost for a decade, returned. To compensate for their biological daughter, Shen Yuan and Su Yong showered her with love. This was only natural, yet Wen Yan's predecessor had been insatiable, vying for affection and ultimately leading to her own downfall. Now that Wen Yan had assumed the mantle of the original, she resolved not to repeat such folly. She promptly apologized to Su Yong. "I'm sorry, Mom. I had a couple of drinks at the banquet and became a bit hazy, so I came down to grab some juice." Though she called her Mom, she couldn't help but feel a pang of conflict. After all, she had a mother in another world. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her genuine admiration for Su Yong. Su looks truly stunning today. To say she appears to be in her 30s would not be an exaggeration. She is simply radiant. Su Yong frowned, thinking she might be imagining things. Had she truly heard Wen Yan praise her beauty, suggesting she looked merely in her 30s? In truth, she was 50. What was happening? Was she intoxicated, shaking her head? By the time she looked back at Wen Yan, that peculiar voice had vanished. Now she was convinced it had merely been a figment of her imagination. Today was her birthday, and at the banquet, she had indulged a bit too much. Moreover, why would Wen Yan refer to her as Miss Su? She had always addressed her as Mom. With her thoughts settled, Su Yong nodded. "If you've had too much to drink, it's best to return to your room and rest. Make sure to wake up early tomorrow and don't forget to accompany your father to the company." Wen Yan felt indifferent about working at the company. The original had clamored to join the Shen group upon the true heiress's arrival, but Su Yong appeared somewhat unwell, so Wen Yan decided against being bothersome. It could wait until everyone had rested well tomorrow. Upon returning to the original's room, Wen Yan immediately began packing her belongings. At 22, having graduated from university, she had every reason to vacate the Shen family's villa, no longer wishing to be an impediment to the reunion of the Shen parents. With their biological daughter, engrossed in organizing the electronic devices of her former self, the phone on the bed suddenly emitted 2 chimes. She picked it up and discovered a WeChat message from someone noted in her former identity's contacts as Qiao Kersen. From the depths of her former self's recollections, she recalled that Qiao Kersen was her sole companion within the opulent social circles and also her closest confidant. Upon unlocking the phone with her fingerprint, Wen Yan was greeted by the contents of Qiao Kersen's message. "How are you, Yen Yan? Have you managed to get close to Shin Jingxiu? Have you spent the night with him yet? Don't forget to capture plenty of photos, and a video would be splendid. Make sure to adopt a slightly suggestive angle." Chapter 2. The millionaire. These few WeChat messages swiftly triggered a fragment of memory within the original owner's mind. It turned out that the insidious idea to drug Shin Jingxiu originated from a certain Qiao Kersen. Tracing back through this memory, Wen Yan discovered that over the years, the various self-destructive actions of the original body were inextricably linked to the scheming of Qiao Kersen. Far from being a good friend, Qiao Kersen was merely a troublemaker, envious of the original owner. Sharing a similar background as the original owner, being a daughter of a wealthy family, her life was far from easy, which bred jealousy towards the original owner, who was favored by the Shen family. She persistently concocted schemes to see the original owner fall from grace. Regrettably, the original owner was oblivious to the truth, lacking other friends to offer caution, and ultimately fell victim to Qiao Kersen's machinations, leading to her own demise. However, now, Wen Yan smirked. She would not tidy up the mess. Leaning against the headboard, she sent a message to Qiao Kersen. "Are you serious, Kersen? That's my brother. How could I possibly drug him? Let us not bring this up again. It would not bode well for you if my family found out, understood?" Wen Yan refrained from harshly reprimanding Qiao Kersen and blocking her, as she discovered through the original owner's memories that Qiao Kersen had borrowed considerable sums of money from her, in addition to bags and jewelry, much of which remained unreturned. These debts were something she intended to reclaim at the right moment. Thus, she opted to temporarily maintain this superficial friendship. On the other end, Qiao Kersen was eagerly anticipating a spectacle, only to be taken aback by Wen Yan's sudden response. In her agitation, she immediately called. "Hello, Yen Yan. What's going on? Didn't we have everything planned? Why the sudden change of heart? Your mother's birthday banquet is a rare occasion, and your brother is home for the night. It won't be so easy to see him again. I'm doing this for your own good." Wen Yan chuckled lightly. "Kersen, let us be honest. Your stepfather's birthday is approaching as well, and your stepbrother will certainly return for the family gathering. Why not consider drugging him instead? I'm merely looking out for you." "What are you talking about?" There was a brief pause on the line. "Yen Yan, why the sudden no?" "My mother is calling for me." Wen Yan, uninterested in further conversation, swiftly concocted an excuse to end the call. Upon hearing that Su Yang was looking for Wen Yan, Qiao Kersen hesitated to call or message again. After all, Wen Yan had a point. If the Shen family discovered that Qiao Kersen had instigated Wen Yan to drug Shin Jingxiu, the consequences would surely be dire. After concluding the call, Wen Yan immediately perused the chat history between the original owner and Qiao Kersen, followed by a review of their transaction records, silently keeping tabs on Qiao Kersen's debts. Her gaze was soon captured by a string of numbers in the bank app's asset section. To her astonishment, she discovered a staggering balance of over 9 million, nearly 10 million. The original owner was indeed a millionaire. This wealth was primarily pocket money bestowed by her adoptive parents. With such a fortune, why would she contend with a true heiress? The thought of moving out of the Shen family home dissipated quickly. She had no intention of relying on her adoptive parents. There were still aspirations she wished to fulfill. Before transmigrating, Wen Yan had a passion for acting, but financial constraints and lack of resources had hindered her path. With a formal background, she had signed with an agency during her studies but refused to succumb to the industry's unspoken rules, leading to her being sidelined by the company before her debut due to offending the investors. After 5 long years, she finally achieved her contract termination, yet found herself forced to accept low-paying roles in mindless short dramas. Following the success of one, she became a minor internet celebrity, yet still lacked the privilege to choose her scripts. But now, she was affluent. With wealth, many obstacles could be surmounted, and she would no longer have to bow to financial constraints. Exiting the bank app, Wen Yan immediately began searching online for the entertainment industry in this world. She sought to uncover the prominent figures in the industry, reputable entertainment companies, and any productions that were openly casting actors. This search consumed her entire evening. Yet at the tender age of 22, she awoke the next day at 7, still brimming with energy. She even spent half an hour doing stretching yoga in bed. Breakfast at the Shen household was set for 8, a customary routine. The family consisted of 4 sons, 1 daughter, and an adopted daughter. Though both the original owner and the true heiress, Shenjiro, possessed their own properties, they primarily resided here after graduating from university. The 4 young masters were preoccupied with their respective careers and seldom returned home. Last night, only the eldest, Shinjingxiu, had stayed over. As Wen Yan descended the stairs, Shen Yuan, Su Yang, and Shinjingxiu were already seated at the dining table. However, the true heiress, Shenjiro, had yet to make an appearance. Years ago, the seat beside Su Yang had typically belonged to the original owner, but since Shenjiro's return, it had been claimed by her. Today, it was evident that Shenjiro was late. Had it been the original owner, she would have likely taken the seat next to Su Yang. Yet, Wen Yan showed no desire for favoritism. After greeting everyone, she silently pulled out the chair beside Shinjingxiu. Feeling a twinge of guilt for not having properly looked at Shinjingxiu the previous night, Wen Yan stole a glance at him from close range. She had to admit he looked exceedingly sleep-inducing. Given his striking appearance, it was no surprise that he shared the same exceptional genes as Shen Yuan and Su Yang. Shinjingxiu embodied all the virtues of his parents, boasting an impressive physique with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. The only flaw was his icy demeanor. As unyielding as a glacier. It was baffling how the original owner had the audacity to consider drugging him. Nonetheless, he was still her nominal brother. And Wen Yan harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards him. Just as she settled into her chair, her adoptive father, Shen Yuan, spoke up. Let us eat. After breakfast, Yan, you'll accompany me to the company. Are we starting already? Wen Yan was taken aback. But Dad, shouldn't we wait for Jiro? There's no need to wait for her, Su Yang interjected. Last night, Jiro's adoptive mother suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. She rushed to the hospital and hasn't returned yet. Oh, I see. Jiro must be having a tough time, Wen Yan remarked, unable to suppress her thoughts. Ms. Su's gentle demeanor is truly admirable. She is indeed a wonderful mother. But if I suddenly change my mind and say I don't wish to go to work at the company, would she think I'm being frivolous? After all, I was the one clamoring to join the company in the first place. However, seeing that Shen Yuan had already begun to eat, and even Shinjingxiu had quietly started on his porridge, Wen Yan hesitated to speak. The frigid aura emanating from the father and son felt akin to 2 chilling machines. She resolved to wait until after the meal to voice her thoughts. She lowered her head to sip her milk, completely oblivious to the incredulous expression on Su Yang's face, who was seated diagonally across from her. For Su Yang had just heard the sound of Wen Yan's voice again. Yet, she clearly saw that Wen Yan's lips had not moved at all. Chapter 3. How handsome Big Brother is. How could this be? Unable to restrain herself, Su Yang inquired of Wen Yan, what did you just say, Yan? I didn't quite catch that. The moment Su Yang spoke, the other 3 at the dining table paused their meal. Wen Yan blinked, momentarily bewildered. But I didn't say anything afterward, Mom. You must have misheard. Wen Yan too felt perplexed. It was indeed incorrect to say that Su Yang had misheard, for no one at the table had uttered a single word. Shen Yuan glanced at Su Yang with concern. Have you not rested well? Perhaps you should skip the studio today. Wen Yan secretly nodded, thinking to herself, Ms. Su must have had too much to drink last night. Well, it was her birthday. I would be happy too. Su Yang's eyes widened once more, but evidently, everyone present except her had not heard Wen Yan's words. It seemed even Wen Yan herself was unaware of what had transpired. What could this be? Her innermost thoughts? Why did her inner voice consistently refer to her as Ms. Su, and what did she mean by suggesting not going to the company? Throughout breakfast, Su Yang was distracted, as was Wen Yan. Finally, when Shen Yuan set down his utensils, Wen Yan took a deep breath. Dad, Mom, there's something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Shen Yuan set down the damp towel he had been using and turned his gaze toward Wen Yan. Wen Yan chuckled awkwardly, her tone turning earnest. Mom and Dad, I was immature before, always trying to compete with Jiro. So when I heard she was going to work at the company, I insisted on going too. But actually my major doesn't align with hers. She studied management while I majored in design, making it unsuitable for me. After some reflection, I've decided not to go to the company. I hope you can forgive my impulsive behavior. Wen Yan's heartfelt words garnered newfound respect from both Shen Yuan and Su Yang. Even Shinjingxiu, who usually had little interaction with her, cast a glance in her direction. Over the past few years, she and Shinjiro had been engaged in a subtle rivalry, yet no major commotion had arisen, leading Shen Yuan and Su Yang to turn a blind eye. However, they had privately agreed that should Wen Yan ever cross a line with Jiro, they would not show favoritism. They never anticipated that she would suddenly be so forthright today, as if transformed. It was for the best that she had come to this realization. If she continued to harbor a competitive spirit with Jiro at the company, it would yield no benefit to the workplace. Thus, Shen Yuan quickly nodded in agreement. Very well, you need not go to the company. Pursue what you truly enjoy. As long as it isn't too outrageous, your mother and I have no objections. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Haha, it seems Mr. Shen is not as cold as he appears. He truly is a good father, both to his biological children and to me, his adopted daughter. Shen Yuan slightly widened his eyes. Did he just hear what he thought he did? Was that really Wen Yan speaking? It couldn't he be. Yet, he distinctly heard the sound of her voice. He instinctively glanced at Su Yang, for Wen Yan had obviously not spoken. Yet Su Yang had asked her what she said in a peculiar manner. However, this time, Su Yang bore no unusual expression. It was clear she had heard nothing at all. At that moment, the butler arrived to inform them that the driver was ready. Shen Yuan then rose from the table, no longer dwelling on the strange sound. Su Yang promptly took Wen Yan and accompanied the father and son to the entrance of the villa. As Su Yang bid farewell to Shen Yuan, Shen Jingxiu stood nearby, fastening his cufflinks. His fingers were long and graceful, and as he lowered his head, his lengthy eyelashes cast shadows upon his eyelids like delicate brushes. This exquisite profile delivered a stunning visual impact of 1,000 points. Big Brother is incredibly handsome. He is wealthy and striking, making it difficult for other men to compete. Shen Jingxiu halted his movements with the cufflinks. Not again. This voice had returned. He squinted at Wen Yan, his gaze sharp as a blade. Wen Yan instinctively swallowed hard. Is something wrong, Big Brother? Hearing the commotion, Su Yang turned her attention toward them. She glanced at Shen Jingxiu but spoke to Wen Yan. Yan, your brother's tie is a bit crooked. Could you straighten it for him? Wen Yan's heart skipped a beat. Since being adopted, the original owner had likely never been in such close proximity to Shen Jingxiu. As she recalled, the Shen brothers had gone abroad for studies long ago, leaving the two daughters to continue their education in the country. Upon returning, Shen Jingxiu directly joined the Shen group, quickly rising to become a domineering CEO, making him difficult to approach. But now that Su Yang had given her the green light, when Yan found herself so near him, it would be unreasonable to decline such a trivial task, wouldn't it? If anything, she could treat this as an opportunity to hone her acting skills. After all, if her future co-star were a cool, aloof male god, would she refrain from performing just because he was hard to approach? Having built up her resolve, Wen Yan promptly approached Shen Jingxiu. She reached for his tie. And Shen Jingxiu showed no intention of stopping her, which relieved her. Simultaneously, her thoughts began to swirl. His Adam's apple is quite alluring. He looks extraordinarily handsome while adjusting his tie. Shen Jingxiu. Was that her inner monologue? What on earth was she thinking? Was this really what she could come up with? Suddenly, Shen Jingxiu grasped his tie, saying, "Let go. I'll do it myself." Oh. As soon as she felt his hand brush against hers, Wen Yan instinctively withdrew her hand as if shocked. The young master is indeed difficult to interact with. Thankfully, I won't have to deal with him often. Shen Jingxiu. One moment she praises him for being handsome. The next she curses him for being cold, and then she expresses relief at not having to interact with him. Are women truly this fickle? After watching the car carrying father and son drive away, Su Yang turned and took Wen Yan's hand. Yan, come. Accompany me for a stroll in the garden. All right. In the midst of their conversation, Wen Yan paused for a moment. Some thoughts could not be voiced and could only remain within her mind. If memory serves me correctly, Miss Su has not held this hand for a very long time. It feels quite unfamiliar. Su Yang was also taken aback. She had heard Wen Yan's inner voice again. Indeed, ever since Jiro returned, she had become considerably distant from Yan. Perhaps that was why Yan had been vying for Jiro's attention, seeking their parents' notice? Now that Yan had come to an understanding and did not intend to compete with Jiro at the company, perhaps it was time for her to be fairer to both children. It appeared that Yan no longer even referred to her as mom, but rather as Miss Su. Upon reflecting on this, Su Yang could not help but feel a pang of guilt, her tone softening considerably. Yan, since you have decided not to pursue a career at the company, what are your thoughts on your next steps? You studied design in university. Why not come to my studio? I can guide you personally. Su Yang's studio is renowned, with many designers striving to gain entry. Yet Wen Yan shook her head in refusal upon hearing this. She opted for honesty. Mom, I actually do not have a passion for design. Rather, my heart lies in acting. It may sound amusing, but I initially chose design to please you. At that time, when Jiro returned, I feared you might not want me anymore. Unfortunately, I did not excel, and my graduation project received the lowest score in class. I wasted precious time being stubborn. But now I have come to understand that I must pursue what I love, and I will no longer be a burden to Jiro or complicate matters for you and Dad. Chapter 4. Trying for Myself. Yen Yan, you have matured. After all, having been raised by her side since she was 11, Suyong had showered Wen Yan with love during the 7 years before Shen Jiro's return when she was 18. Wen Yan, akin to a small angel, had healed Su Yang's depression stemming from the loss of her biological daughter. However, after Jiro's return, the child had become somewhat incomprehensible. Yet today she seemed to have found clarity, which was a relief. Suyong even felt as if fate had orchestrated this moment for her to hear Wen Yan's true feelings, allowing for a mending of their mother-daughter bond. Suyong felt a genuine joy swell within her. She continued the earlier conversation. You mentioned your love for acting. Would you like me to enroll you in an acting class and help you find an agency, or perhaps we could even establish a studio ourselves, with your second brother guiding you? As an internationally acclaimed designer specializing in exquisite jewelry, Suyong had collaborated with numerous agents in the entertainment industry. If she chose to intervene, securing a reputable agent for Wen Yan would certainly be effortless. However, since they were not currently in need of financial assistance, Wen Yan preferred to forge her own path. Thank you, Mom, but there is no need. I wish to explore on my own merits first. If I find myself at a dead end later, I can always return home for your help. Is that so? It sounds as though you have a plan. Would you care to share it with your mother? Wen Yan nodded. I found online that a new director is casting for fresh talent, and I intend to audition. They primarily seek newcomers, which suits my lack of experience perfectly. Really? Which director is it? Please tell me, so I can ascertain if I have any connections. Mom, I understand you wish to pave the way for me, but the reason this director is seeking new talent is to avoid nepotism. He prioritizes the quality of the work. If his team consists of only privileged connections or big names, they might not heed his direction during performances, thus compromising the overall quality. Therefore, if I were to have you intervene, it might result in an adverse effect. Very well, Suyong affectionately stroked Wen Yan's head. Then you should pursue this endeavor with full confidence. Should you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to reach out to your father and me. All right. I will certainly do that. The registration ends tomorrow, so I must submit my audition materials today. My camera is at the apartment, and I plan to head over there, possibly staying the night. Are you planning to film the video yourself? Perhaps you should come to my studio and let our photographer assist you. There's no need, Mom. It's just basic footage. Having your studio's photographer involved would be excessive. Ah, how wonderful Suyong is. How could there be such a benevolent adoptive mother in this world? How can I ever repay her for the years of nurturing? Hearing Wen Yan's heartfelt sentiments, Suyong was momentarily taken aback, her concern for Wen Yan intensifying. Had it not been for this child during those harrowing years following the loss of her biological daughter, she might have succumbed to madness, becoming a mere shell of her former self. Silly child, your thoughtfulness is heartwarming. Your mother is willing to do anything for you. Thank you, Mom. But now that Jiro has returned, you and Dad have lost her for over a decade. You ought to make amends with her. And the same goes for my 4 brothers. You can treat all of us equally. Of course, you are all the apples of my eye. Well, it's getting late. You should head to the studio now. Yes, I ought to, Suyong began, but her sentence was cut short as her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and smiled at Wen Yan. It's Jiro calling. Let me take this. Wen Yan nodded. I will go upstairs to tidy up. When Wen Yan returned downstairs with a small suitcase, Suyong was still on the line with Shin Jiro. Not wishing to intrude, Wen Yan quietly bid her farewell and exited. Suyong, glancing at the suitcase in Wen Yan's hand, wanted to ask her a few questions. But Shin Jiro on the other end of the line offered no opportunity for that. Wen Yan wheeled her suitcase into the garage, gazing at the ostentatious Porsche before her, scratching her head. First, such a flashy vehicle was not her style. Second, she, being somewhat sheltered, found it uncomfortable for daily commuting. Perhaps it would be best to sell it and acquire a more understated Mercedes-Benz. After some effort, Wen Yan managed to drive the car away, garnering many curious stares along the way. Upon reaching her apartment in the city center, she barely took the time to familiarize herself with her surroundings before changing into form-fitting yoga attire and setting up her camera. Regarding the audition materials, the director required actors to appear without makeup, clearly showcasing their facial features, prohibiting colored contact lenses and high heels, while needing to present themselves from the front, side, and back. This was quite simple for the pre-book Wen Yan. For the present Wen Yan, it posed no challenge either. This body had an excellent posture, with height and weight conforming to the contemporary standards for actresses. Her appearance was also of high caliber, with a striking visage. Tying her hair into a ponytail and donning a white t-shirt exuded a pure yet alluring aura. Wen Yan quickly filmed the video, then opened her laptop to prepare her electronic resume, packaging it with the video and sending it to the production team's email. Just after sending the email, she received an automatic reply stating that if she passed the audition, they would respond within 10 days. Having completed everything, it was now noon, and Wen Yan let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa to order takeout. Before she could decide on a restaurant, her phone buzzed with another call from Xiao Kursen. The world is vast, but dining is paramount. Wen Yan ignored her, pressing mute until she finished her meal, then sent Xiao Kursen a message. "What's up? I was busy and missed your call. Please text me, as I am not in a position to take calls right now." The response came almost immediately. "Yen Yan, is something wrong? I heard Shinjiro has joined the Shen group today, but you were absent. Is that true? Didn't you say your parents agreed to let you join the company?" Chapter 5. Lessons on Entitlement. Huh. Wen Yan scoffed upon seeing Xiao Kursen's message, a cold smile escaping her lips. This Xiao Kursen truly could not resist stirring the pot, trying to incite a rivalry between her and the genuine heiress. Unfortunately for her, Wen Yan was no longer the original. She would not indulge in such self-destructive behavior again. With a languid flick of her fingers, Wen Yan replied to Xiao Kursen with a casual dismissal. "I don't want to go." A lengthy message was met with a tepid response of just 4 words, which exasperated Xiao Kursen. She immediately dialed Wen Yan's number. "Hello, Yen Yan, what has been going on with you these past couple of days? Shouldn't we meet up? I have so much to discuss with you." "Alright." Given that the results of the preliminary round wouldn't be announced for another 10 days and Wen Yan had no other plans, she decided to seize the opportunity to confront Xiao Kursen and reclaim all the money owed to her by her shameless counterpart. "Let us meet at our usual beauty salon. I remember my membership card is still with you. Don't forget to bring it along." Xiao Kursen, who often took advantage of the original owner, had previously borrowed her membership card without a second thought. Hearing Wen Yan's suggestion, she felt no suspicion. "Sure, Yen Yan, let us meet at 2 o'clock. We can start with a full-body spa, then enjoy dinner and a stroll around the mall. Does that schedule work for you?" Of course not. Not only did Wen Yan have no objections, but she even arrived at the beauty salon half an hour early. As a VVIP client, she was warmly welcomed upon her arrival. While reveling in the luxurious treatment afforded by wealth, she also took the time to inform the client manager of her intended services. At 2 o'clock, Xiao Kursen arrived punctually at the salon and was quickly ushered to the private room where Wen Yan awaited. "Yen Yan, when did you arrive? Why didn't you message me?" Wen Yan, engrossed in a magazine, turned to her upon hearing the voice. "Oh, I just got here. Kursen, come take a look at the services we can choose from today." Seeing Wen Yan's familiar warmth, Xiao Kursen settled beside her and eagerly took the tablet from the manager, confidently scrolling to a particular page. "Let us go with the same luxurious package as before. But I heard that the snail essence is quite the trend lately. Shall we give it a try today?" "Absolutely." Wen Yan smiled at Xiao Kursen, remarking on her keen eye for the most expensive option. Unfazed by the comment, Xiao Kursen, a seasoned freeloader, replied, "You get what you pay for. Wouldn't you dare apply the cheaper stuff on your face?" "That's true. Should we get a couple of bottles of that snail essence to take home, since we don't have the luxury of visiting every day?" "Sure." Xiao Kursen readily agreed, as it was Wen Yan's money being spent, causing her no concern whatsoever. "How many bottles do you plan to take home, Yen Yan?" "2, just to try out." "What about you?" "I'll take 2 as well, just like you." "Great. By the way, don't forget to return my membership card." "Now?" Xiao Kursen glanced at the attending manager, feeling a bit embarrassed. She hurriedly dismissed the manager, saying, "You can go prepare things for us now. We don't need you here." The manager, aware of who the true patron was, sought Wen Yan's approval. "Miss Shen, do you have any other requests?" "Not for now." "Very well, the beautician will be with you shortly. Please hold on." Once the manager left, Xiao Kursen brought up the card again. "Yen Yan, do you need the membership card lately?" "Indeed." Wen Yan replied with a knowing smile. "It is my card, after all. I didn't say it was unnecessary when I lent it to you." Wen Yan's words were refreshingly candid, causing Xiao Kursen's complexion to shift. "Yen Yan, have you been feeling down these past few days? Is it because of Shinjiro or someone else from the Shen family? You can confide in me. I can help you brainstorm." Wen Yan, however, had no desire for such counsel. Later, I came here to enjoy myself today. And I don't want to discuss any family troubles. As she spoke, Wen Yan extended her hand. The card, please. This was the third time Wen Yan had requested the card, and even Xiao Kersen, with her thick skin, could no longer pretend to be oblivious. Reluctantly, she retrieved the VVIP membership card and returned it to Wen Yan. Moments later, the beautician entered with her cart, and although Xiao Kersen wanted to inquire further, Wen Yan simply closed her eyes and fell silent. The entire spa treatment lasted 2 hours, and Wen Yan was gently roused by the client manager's soothing voice. By the time she got up, Xiao Kersen had already gone to change. Glancing at the closed door, Wen Yan smiled as she handed the membership card back to the manager. By the way, this time I'll be paying solely for myself. Please don't mix it up. The manager responded with a professional smile. Please rest assured, Miss Shen, we will not make any mistakes. Wen Yan soon changed and eagerly engaged with Xiao Kersen about the effects of the spa treatment, their laughter and chatter suggesting a close friendship. As they passed through the reception hall, the earlier manager awaited them, holding 2 exquisite paper bags. Miss Shen, here are the 2 bottles of essence you requested, along with your card. Would you prefer the card placed in the bag or? Just put it in the bag. Thank you. Not at all. Please take care. Thank you for your service, and we look forward to your next visit. Wen Yan nodded, smiling as she accepted the paper bags. The manager then handed another bag to Xiao Kersen. Miss Xiao, this is for you. Xiao Kersen nodded and, without a second thought, took the bag and walked away, feeling no sense of impropriety until she reached the door. Just as she was about to exit, the manager suddenly caught up with her. Miss Xiao, your bill hasn't been settled yet. What? Xiao Kersen's expression was one of utter shock. She turned to Wen Yan, disbelief etched on her face. Had she not picked up the tab for her? Wen Yan feigned an even greater surprise. What's wrong, Kersen? When you borrowed my card last time, didn't you say you'd renew it immediately? How come so much time has passed and you still haven't paid? In the midst of the crowd, in such an upscale venue, Xiao Kersen's face flushed with embarrassment. After a long moment, she finally regained her voice. Oh, right, it's been so long that I forgot. Wen Yan chimed in with a mock surprise, then you should go renew it right away. I'll be sitting on the sofa waiting for you. By the way, Manager Zhou, we're your regular customers, so you must recommend a good package for Kersen. This had been prearranged between Wen Yan and Manager Zhou, who promptly gestured for Xiao Kersen to follow. Miss Xiao, please come this way. Allow me to provide you with a detailed introduction. The salon indeed offered excellent services, but the prices were exorbitantly high. However, out of concern for her reputation, Xiao Kersen reluctantly followed Manager Zhou to the reception desk. Chapter 6. The best is yet to come. Miss Xiao, I would recommend a one-time recharge of 200,000 yuan. This way, you can enjoy a 70% discount on all projects and services, which is exceptionally advantageous given your current spending frequency. 200,000. How is that advantageous? She might as well rob a bank. Xiao Kersen's face turned a deep shade of green, and she yearned to turn on her heel and leave. Yet, fearing the disdain of those around her, she steeled herself and replied, Actually, I may not be in the country frequently, so I probably won't be coming here too often. Do you have other tiers you could recommend? Indeed, Manager Zhou promptly replied, there's a tier for 150,000 and another for 100,000. If you recharge 150,000 today, you will receive a 50% discount, while a 100,000 recharge grants a 30% discount. Which option would you prefer? Xiao Kersen swallowed hard. She wished to choose neither. She glanced at Wen Yan, only to find her engrossed in her tea, utterly oblivious to Xiao Kersen's gaze. Meanwhile, Manager Zhou and the other staff members continued to scrutinize her. Left with no choice, she finally weighed her options and, gritting her teeth, settled on recharging 150,000 yuan. As she swiped her card, Manager Zhou elaborated, By the way, Miss Xiao, this discount only applies to the projects and services. The 2 bottles of essence you are taking do not qualify for the discount. Therefore, you will need to pay an additional 18,000 yuan. Here is the receipt.
Kindly sign.
The last vestiges of color drained from Xiao Kersen's face, and her hand trembled as she signed. Observing her distress, Wen Yan could not suppress a smirk. When it came to spending someone else's money, Xiao Kersen showed no hesitation, yet when it was her own, she gritted her teeth in frustration. But this was merely the beginning. Wen Yan rose, smiling as she linked her arm with Xiao Kerson's, intentionally rubbing salt into her wounds. So, Kerson, isn't the membership at their establishment a fantastic deal? I find it quite suitable. We must return next time. Xiao Kerson's heart bled, silently gnashing her teeth. Yes. Quite good. I will definitely come again. After all, she had just recharged over 100,000 yuan. It would be odd if she didn't return. Alright. Let us plan for another visit soon. It's still early. Let us go shopping at the mall. I received a call from C's brand a few days ago about some new bags. Let us go take a look. In her stepfather's household, Xiao Kerson held little status, often relying on the original owner's membership to browse high-end stores, frequently borrowing points and money. Thus, when it came to trying on bags today, Wen Yan seized the opportunity. While trying on a bag, she remarked, I remember I still have 2 classic bags and a new model from this year with you. Not to mention a diamond necklace you borrowed during the family banquet. Shall we go get them later? Xiao Kerson's face fell. Are you in such a hurry? Yan, you want to go home to fetch them? Of course. Didn't you say I should compete with Shinjiro? Xiao Kerson choked a bit. Right. You must surpass her, but what does your urgency have to do with this? It matters greatly. Wen Yan widened her eyes, earnestly stating, you see, most of the items I lent you were gifts from my mother. In her quest for fairness, she made sure Shinjiro received the same items. However, she particularly dislikes others using the same possessions as her. So, I will make it a point to use the same items and outshine her. It's not frightening to have matching pieces. It's embarrassing if one is less appealing. Wouldn't you agree, Kerson? Yes, indeed. But aren't you planning not to go to the company anymore? How will you confront her? Are you foolish? I merely want to be working there. Who says I can't visit my father and elder brother at the company? The money I earn from working goes into my father's pocket, and he gives me an allowance every month. In essence, she is working for me. While she toils away, I'll be flaunting my fashionable attire right in front of her. Don't you think that would infuriate her? Xiao Kerson found herself momentarily speechless. It did seem quite reasonable. Do you really have to come to my house today? Why? Is it inconvenient for you? If so, I won't enter your home. I can wait outside. I'm eager to compete with Shinjiro. You wouldn't possibly deny me this, would you? Xiao Kerson forced a smile. Of course. I support you. I will always support you. Yay. Kerson, you truly are my best sister. Wen Yan nodded vigorously, then picked up another bag to show Xiao Kerson. What do you think of this one? Isn't this MNS bag? It's actually unisex. I'm primarily attracted to its capacity. It can hold a great deal, and at just 50,000 yuan, it's quite affordable. If you like it, then go ahead and buy it. Great. But I need to borrow some money from you today. Borrow money. Buying a bag is fine, but borrowing money is not. Xiao Kerson's mind buzzed. What's wrong, Yan? Are you in some financial crisis? Of course not, Wen Yan replied, still beaming. I merely forgot my card. Who still swipes cards these days? Everything is electronic payment now. Then why don't you use electronic payment? Because I was in such a rush when I left that I grabbed the wrong phone. This is my backup device. I don't even have those apps downloaded. Even if I did, I wouldn't remember the login passwords. You used to borrow money from me often. Surely you won't mind if I borrow from you just this once? How could I? Xiao Kerson's smile was more pain than joyful. Let us hurry and settle the bill. What? So soon? Aren't you buying anything today? I'm not buying anything. I have enough bags. She wouldn't buy if there were no discounts. But I want to look some more. Let us postpone it for another day. The restaurant I booked has a time limit. If we arrive late, they won't wait for us. Oh, I see. In that case, let us go pay now. Wen Yan linked arms with Xiao Kerson, her joy evident. After all, who could blame her? She had studied performance before her literary journey. Meanwhile, Xiao Kerson could only mournfully dig into her pockets, silently weeping. She could not comprehend how events had spiraled so far beyond her control, starting from the beauty salon. Everything had unfolded in ways she had never anticipated. Yet, she could not pinpoint a flaw. It was not until they entered the upscale Western restaurant she had reserved that Xiao Kerson realized yet another regrettable oversight. Wen Yan had not brought any money today. Initially, she had assumed Wen Yan would treat her, which was why she had chosen the most extravagant place. Now, it was clear she would have to foot the bill tonight. As for Wen Yan, she pretended not to notice Xiao Kerson's discomfort, chatting animatedly, I'm so hungry, Kerson. Today I intend to eat my fill. Xiao Kerson could no longer muster a smile. The two of them settled into their seats, each preoccupied with their thoughts. oblivious to the individuals seated at the adjacent table. Shen Jingxiu had not anticipated encountering Wen Yan here either. Chapter 7. Not quite home yet. When Wen Yan was brought home for adoption by Shen Yuan, Shen Jingxiu had long since gone abroad for his studies. Although they were nominally siblings, Shen Jingxiu harbored no feelings for her and had never shown any curiosity about her. It was not until last night that he unexpectedly heard her innermost thoughts. Now, sitting back to back across two chairs, Shen Jingxiu was intrigued to see if he could eavesdrop on her thoughts once more. Unbeknownst to Wen Yan, the person seated behind her was none other than the eldest son of the Shen family. She quickly ordered her meal, not caring about the taste, but rather intent on delivering a resounding defeat to Qiao Kersen. Watching the waiter take the order, Qiao Kersen felt her heart bleed. To save money, she had to settle for a lesser meal. At that moment, Wen Yan jokingly remarked, "Kersen, after all this time, you're treating me to dinner? So I one tea hold back." Qiao Kersen's expression darkened. "You don't need to be polite with me, Yan. Order whatever you like. What matters is that you enjoy yourself. Rest assured, I am indeed enjoying myself today. I had a spa treatment, bought a bag, and now I'm enjoying a lavish meal." Qiao Kersen was on the verge of exploding with anger. The spa had cost her 150,000. She had borrowed 50,000 for the bag, and now she was footing the bill for this meal. Wen Yan had spent not a single cent today, and it was no wonder she was in high spirits. Qiao Kersen seethed with resentment, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Wen Yan was merely replicating her own actions. And this was merely the appetizer. While waiting for their food, Wen Yan suddenly produced a sheet of paper and a pen from her bag. With an exaggerated sigh, she began, "Kersen, I must confess, I deceived you earlier. When you asked if I was facing a financial crisis while buying the bag at sea, I didn't admit it because I didn't want the store staff to hear. That would have been quite embarrassing." Qiao Kersen frowned. "What do you mean, Yan? Has something happened?" "Well, something has indeed happened. Kersen, my allowance has been cut off. I had a disagreement with Shinjiro during my mother's birthday banquet the other night, and as a result, my allowance was suspended." Seated at the adjacent table, Shen Jingxiu, who had spent the night at home, was perplexed as to why he was unaware of Wen Yan's family discord. As for her allowance, a notification pinged on his phone. He opened the screen to find a message about a change in his bank balance. Though he had long since reached adulthood and started working, the tradition of receiving pocket money had not waned. His parents treated all 4 children and the adopted daughter equally. Almost simultaneously with his notification, he heard Wen Yan's phone chime behind him, likely a similar alert regarding her bank balance. Wen Yan, of course, noticed it as well. A sudden influx of 200,000. She could hardly contain the smile that threatened to spread across her face. Yet the performance was only halfway through. She needed to prolong the act. "So, Kersen, I'm currently a jobless pauper without an allowance, and I have no idea when my adoptive parents will calm down. Please help me, Kersen." Qiao Kersen's lips twitched. Yan, you know that I hold no significant position in my stepfather's household. How can I possibly assist you?" "Don't worry, Kersen. We are the best of sisters. I want to put you in a difficult position. However, the money you borrowed from me will need to be returned today. Look, I've printed out the transaction records. The 50,000 you borrowed for the bag will be deducted from your debts. You've borrowed a total of 600,000 from me over the past 2 years. And after deducting the 50,000, you still owe me 550,000. I'm counting on you to come through for me. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and I plan to buy gifts for my parents to curry favor with them." Qiao Kersen was utterly stunned. Before she could formulate a response, Wen Yan shoved the printed bill into her hands. "Kersen, why don't you transfer the money to me now? I plan to buy my mother a diamond bracelet. Which one be cheap? Hurry up, I'm waiting on you." Wen Yan urged innocently, leaving Qiao Kersen momentarily flustered. She had borrowed money from her a year ago, and now she was demanding repayment? After all this time, she thought Wen Yan would have forgotten. Each time had only been a few thousand, yet it had accumulated to such a staggering sum. Qiao Kersen stared incredulously at the detailed records on the A4 paper and quietly opened her banking app. The reason she accessed the app was to verify the amounts. However, Wen Yan seized the opportunity, grasping her hand. "Kersen, you truly are my dear sister. Just transfer it. And once I regain my parents' favor, I promise to treat you even better. I'm so excited. With this money, I can finally buy gifts for my parents." At this point, Qiao Kersen's aspirations to continue exploiting Wen Yan were dashed. The money had to be repaid, whether she liked it or not. After completing the transfer, Xiao Carson felt utterly drained, as if her soul had been extracted. Yen Yan, I need to use the restroom. Sure, go ahead. By the time you return, the appetizers should be served. Xiao Carson forced a smile, then pushed back her chair and turned to leave. Once she was out of earshot, Wen Yan put away her phone and snorted, "You little brat, everything you've taken from me will be returned in kind. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Shen Jingxiu, who was taking a sip of water, nearly choked upon hearing her words. The Shen family was well aware that Wen Yan had a rather unsavory friend, and Su Yang had reprimanded her twice. Yet, each time, Wen Yan had reacted passionately, insisting that Shinjiro's friends were of high quality, while dismissing her own. After that, Su Yang ceased her admonishments, only occasionally venting her frustrations to Shen Yuan. Shen Jingxiu had happened to overhear this on 2 occasions. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed that Wen Yan was not as foolish as she appeared. Playing the role of the poor, pitiful girl had indeed coaxed her friend into returning the money, all without offending anyone. How had he never realized before that she was such a performer? Yet, upon careful reflection, Shen Jingxiu recalled that his interactions with Wen Yan had been minimal, limited to mere nods during family gatherings. This was indeed the first time they had encountered each other in a public setting outside the Shen family villa. Contemplating this, a faint smile unconsciously crept across his lips. He was unaware of his own expression, but the woman with long, flowing hair seated across from him was momentarily entranced. Chapter 8. Sabotaging the Seduction Plan. Darling, did you know? Shen Jingxiu smiled at me. Who said he was an icy mountain? I think the rumors are mistaken. Hurry over here. I'm in the restroom touching up my makeup. Come quickly and give me some advice. Halfway through their meal, Wen Yan had gone to the restroom. And the moment she closed the cubicle door, she overheard those words. The icy mountain, Shen Jingxiu. Could it be the same Shen Jingxiu she knew? What a coincidence that he was also dining at this restaurant. Moreover, he is dating a woman? Yet, from the memories of the original owner, it seems that Shen Jingxiu has never been surrounded by women. Otherwise, the original owner and Xiao Carson would not have turned their attention towards him. This piques one's curiosity. Driven by the spirit of gossip, Wen Yan immediately perked up her ears. Soon, another person joined the conversation outside. They probably assumed that the restroom was empty. As they chatted without restraint, the earlier female voice remarked, "To be honest, I never expected him to agree to tonight's blind date until I saw him in person, just now. Darling, I'm afraid this opportunity will slip away. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve to help me secure him tonight?" Tonight? Are you that eager? Goodness, what era are we in? If you fancy someone, why not engage in a deeper conversation? Hurry up and think of something. You always have the best ideas, and you're here tonight. All right, let me think. I've got it. I'll pretend to bump into him while holding a glass of red wine and accidentally spill it on his lap. You know, that area is quite awkward. He won't want to linger in the restaurant after that, and then you can leave together. Just tell him you didn't drive and ask him to drop you off. Once you're at your place, invite him upstairs to help clean up his pants or something. The rest is up to you, right? Do I even need to say it? But can you really spill it accurately? Are you underestimating me? I guarantee it will hit the mark. Fine. Let's do it your way. I must secure him tonight. After all, he is the eldest son of the Shen family. All right, I'll go prepare. You should hurry back to your seat. You go ahead. I'll just touch up my lipstick. After exchanging their words, the 2 women exited the restroom one after the other. As Wen Yan followed, she happened to see the woman with long, curly hair sitting at the table right behind her. No way. Wen Yan's eyes widened. The man she had been sitting back-to-back with was actually Shen Jingxiu? Had he, by any chance, overheard her earlier remarks about being cut off from her allowance by the Shen family? That would be tantamount to slandering him directly. If he were to report this to his parents, would she truly lose her allowance? That was 200,000 yuan, who would willingly part with that amount. It seemed she needed to intervene on Shen Jingxiu's behalf. A person who resorts to underhanded tactics to seduce his blind date is hardly a suitable match. Such rotten fruit is best avoided. Wen Yan swiftly returned to her seat. As she settled down, she caught a snippet of Shen Jingxiu's words. But what if he is willing to be seduced by his blind date? If I thwart his date's plans, won't I be ruining his chances? Shen Jingxiu, the seduction and schemes of a blind date? Both of them just went to the restroom. Could it be that Wen Yan overheard something? His willingness to join this meal was merely a concession to his mother's incessant nagging. Surely, this lady across from him must have misunderstood something. It appeared he needed to clarify matters further. Miss Yao, I appreciate you taking the time to join me for this meal, but we both know this is merely a familial arrangement. I have no intentions in this regard, and I hope you can understand. Afterward, you may inform your family that I do not meet your criteria. So, he was coerced into this? That made sense. At 27, approaching 30, his mother, Sue, must be anxious for him to settle down. Shen Jingxiu, is 27 considered old? What on earth occupies her mind all day? Miss Xiao, sitting opposite Shen Jingxiu. But Mr. Shen, I believe we have quite a bit to discuss. Perhaps we could give it a try. I do not wish to waste your time, Miss Xiao, and we've only exchanged 3 sentences since our meeting, which hardly qualifies as a meaningful conversation. I have finished eating. What about you, Miss Shen?
Wait.
The dessert hasn't arrived yet. Since we're here, could you accompany me until we finish? This dessert is quite famous, and my mother may inquire about it later. Let's go through the motions properly. Goodness, Shen Jingxiu is remarkably cold-hearted. Yet, Miss Xiao is quite resourceful. Even after receiving such a frigid rejection, she manages to say that. It seems she is merely stalling for time, and now it's her accomplice's turn to take the stage. Should I assist Shen Jingxiu? Let me twirl a spoon. If the handle points toward me, I will step in. Forget it. No time for that. Miss Yao's accomplice is already approaching. Shen Jingxiu, you owe me a favor. At this moment, as Wen Yan contemplated, a woman bearing red wine was making her way toward them. Anticipating her arrival, Wen Yan promptly stood and moved to Shen Jingxiu's side. Her face adorned with a bright smile. Brother, what a coincidence to run into you here. Are you dining with friends? As she spoke, the woman carrying the red wine arrived at their vicinity. However, due to Wen Yan's timely intervention, the woman's plans were thwarted. Shen Jingxiu glanced at Wen Yan, a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, quite the coincidence. After a brief pause, he inquired, have you been drinking? In truth, she had not, as she needed to drive later. However, since Shen Jingxiu posed the question, there must be a purpose behind it. Therefore, Wen Yan cooperatively nodded, her large, glistening eyes even taking on a hint of intoxication. Well, I only had a few drinks, truly, not too much. Shen Jingxiu chuckled. She truly was a performer. Unexpectedly adept at feigning tipsiness. It's late, and being drunk is unsafe. I'll escort you home. He then turned to apologize to the woman across from him. My apologies, Miss Xiao, but I must take my sister home. The 2 daughters of the Shen family were common knowledge within their social circle. However, Miss Xiao was unaware of whether the woman before her was the true daughter of the Shen family or the adopted one. Regardless of which, she resented the woman's untimely appearance, yet she held no ground to compel Shen Jingxiu to remain. Shen Jingxiu turned and retrieved Wen Yan's bag from the seat, and under Qiao Kerson's bewildered gaze, he led Wen Yan out of the restaurant. Wen Yan quickly messaged Qiao Kerson. Kerson, wait for me. We'll leave together. Shen Jingxiu caught a glimpse of her phone screen, his tone flat. Shouldn't you maintain boundaries with such friends? I thought you had resolved this earlier. Chapter 9. Is he worthless beyond his handsome appearance? Damn. Shen Jingxiu indeed heard everything. He must have caught wind of the allowance nonsense too.
Poor guy.
Unaware that I just saved him. Shen Jingxiu, do you realize that if it weren't for me, that woman would have drenched your pants with red wine? Shen Jingxiu, he had indeed seen a woman with red wine pass by his table. So that was part of his blind date seduction scheme? How utterly trivial. You have yet to address my inquiry. Do you not intend to sever ties with such a friend? Absolutely. Since he has already overheard, there is no need to maintain any pretense in his presence. Such a so-called friend must indeed be cut off. Is it not time for that?
Oh.
When do you deem the appropriate moment to be? I still need to retrieve the jewelry and bags she borrowed from me. At the very least, I should wait until all financial matters are resolved. Shen Jingxiu raised an eyebrow, remarking, after you toyed with her today, you still plan to visit her home? Of course. Why wouldn't I go? One must strike while the iron is hot. Moreover, my time is far too precious to squander on someone like her. Precious time? As far as I know, you should be quite free, he retorted. Wen Yan thought to herself, what kind of person is Shen Jingxiu? I helped him, and he still manages to throw shade at me. Shen Jingxiu continued, what I meant was, since you are not going to the office, why the urgency to reclaim your possessions? Wen Yan scrutinized him, since when have you taken such an interest in my affairs? You never used to be this way. This is hardly interest. I merely asked out of casual curiosity. Forget it. Perhaps I should speak less. The elevator arrived. Do you wish to descend? Yes, I drove here. I'll wait for my friend in the car. The 2 entered the elevator in succession. Just as the doors were about to close, a crowd suddenly rushed in. Comprising both young and old, resembling a large family. Wen Yan hurriedly pressed the open door button to allow them entry. Shen Jingxiu observed her subtle gestures, suddenly reminded of an incident from years past. During that summer vacation when he returned home, his family had gone out for dinner, and at that time, Wen Yan had been quite averse to crowding in the elevator, displaying evident impatience throughout the ride. Now, she was willingly offering her space. With so many entering at once, Shen Jingxiu and Wen Yan found themselves pushed into a corner. Furthermore, two rambunctious children jostled and played, causing Wen Yan to bump against Shen Jingxiu several times. Initially, she dismissed the first collision as an accident, considering it insignificant. Yet the second and third instances followed closely behind. Just as she was about to speak, a tall figure suddenly shielded her from view. His broad and elongated back instantly separated her from the noisy children. Though Wen Yan could only see the back of his head, it was undeniably Shen Jingxiu's. "Thank you, big brother." Grateful for his assistance, Wen Yan did not hesitate to express her thanks, but was met with his silence. He is cold as ice, but undeniably handsome. I wonder for which woman his sturdy chest and broad back will provide shelter in the future. Shen Jingxiu thought, here we go again. Aside from his good looks, is there truly nothing else to commend him? The elevator swiftly reached the ground floor. Once the family disembarked, Shen Jingxiu stepped aside from Wen Yan, and they remained silent until they exited the building. Finally, Wen Yan gestured to the left, stating, "My car is parked over there." Shen Jingxiu merely nodded in acknowledgement before heading in the opposite direction. Once in her car, Wen Yan promptly called Xiao Kersen. Coincidentally, Xiao Kersen had not driven today, and Wen Yan intended to drop her off at home while simultaneously retrieving her belongings. As she waited for Xiao Kersen to come down, she noticed Shen Jingxiu's Bentley passing by. It struck her that she had forgotten to clarify to him that her earlier remarks in front of Xiao Kersen had been mere fabrications. However, upon reflection, she reassured herself that someone as busy as him would not likely report such trivial matters to the Shen parents. With this thought, her unease dissipated. Xiao Kersen soon entered Wen Yan's car. Recalling the events from the restaurant, she felt a tinge of suspicion. Yan, didn't you say your relationship with your brother wasn't particularly good? Why did he offer to drive you home just now? Wen Yan, reveling in her role, dramatically slapped her hands on the steering wheel. Really, do you not find him as cold as an ice machine? When I greeted him, he ignored me and simply asked if I had been drinking. You know very well whether I drink or not. I dare not defy him and could only acquiesce to his queries. As you witnessed, I ended up driving myself home. He may appear difficult to engage with, yet among the four Shen siblings, only he and Shinjiro are involved in the family business. Shinjiro is destined to marry, while the others show little interest in the Shen family's affairs. Thus, it is likely that Shen Jingxiu will eventually take the helm of the Shen enterprise. You must pay more attention. Despite his aloof demeanor, proximity grants you opportunity. You should strive to make your presence felt. The woman dining with him earlier must have been his blind date. You ought to act fast. Xiao Kersen adopted a tone of earnest concern, making her sound like a genuinely devoted friend. Wen Yan did not rush to refute her, but instead assessed her closely. Xiao Kersen felt uneasy under her scrutiny. What are you looking at me for? Wen Yan, with an innocent expression, responded, your mention of a blind date reminded me of something. The woman sitting across from my brother is not as remarkable as you. Perhaps I could introduce you to him. Once you become my sister-in-law, you would be the matriarch of the Shen family, and I would have no fear of being unestablished in their eyes. By the way, do you still have the medicine you gave me last time? Share a little more, and I will arrange a meeting with my brother, then discreetly administer it to him, allowing you to fulfill what was left unfinished last time. Once accomplished, I will have him marry you. What do you think of this proposal, Kersen? Of course not. If the Shen family discovers that I resorted to such underhanded tactics, they would find a way to eliminate me. How could that be? Midway through her sentence, Xiao Kersen realized she had misspoken and hurriedly added, but you are different, Yan. You were raised by the Shen family. Oh, well then. Let us not discuss that further. We should head to your home. All right. Once the car was in motion, the two fell into silence. Wen Yan focused on driving, while Xiao Kersen occasionally stole glances at her. As the atmosphere settled, Xiao Kersen finally had the opportunity to organize her chaotic thoughts, all of which were intertwined with Wen Yan. She also recognized that Wen Yan seemed somewhat different now. Chapter 10. Notification from the film crew. Along the way, Xiao Kersen attempted several times to engage Wen Yan in conversation, but each time was met with Wen Yan's cheerful reminder, I can't get distracted while driving. Upon arriving at the villa entrance of Xiao Kersen's stepfather, the latter visibly tensed. Observing her demeanor, Wen Yan couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. Since you feel uncomfortable staying in this house, why not leave after graduating from university? Instead, you spend your days concocting devious schemes to gain a sense of superiority over the original self. What value is there in deriving a sense of superiority through manipulation and oppression of others? The most suitable path for oneself is always forged by one's own efforts. Wen Yan, wishing to avoid interaction with her family, took the initiative to speak up. Xian, I will wait for you here. You needn't accompany me inside. Simply bring me the items. Xian felt a wave of relief. All right, I'll be back shortly. Wen Yan nodded, and soon, a light flickered on in a room on the third floor of the villa across the street. However, Xian took quite some time to return. Sorry for the wait, Yan. My stepfather saw the bag in my hands when I came down and asked me what it was. I ended up chatting with him for a bit, which delayed me. Here, take the bag. Let me check if everything is in order. Wen Yan accepted the bag from Xian. Afterward, she retrieved the empty bag she had purchased earlier that day from the car. Seeing her count the items while transferring them to her own bag, Xian's expression soured immediately. Yan, your counting is quite meticulous. You mentioned that this bag could hold a lot. Surely you didn't choose it just for that purpose? Don't worry, I can give you my bag for your things. You needn't go through all this trouble. Once Wen Yan finished counting, she quickly zipped up the bag and turned to face Xian, shedding her previous naivete. Xian, were you just trying to play games with me? What do you mean, Wen Yan? You were the one who didn't trust me first. Trust? Do you even have the audacity to utter that word? Xian, do not assume that just because I was once easily deceived, I remain a fool. I have my moments of clarity. You know very well why you approached me. Today, I wish to make it clear. I do not wish to be friends with someone who harbors ill intentions and hopes for my downfall. I have retrieved my belongings. I do not wish to argue further. From now on, we sever all ties. I will delete and block your phone number and WeChat. I will not contact you again. And I ask that you do not reach out to me either. With that, Wen Yan tossed the empty bag back to Xian. Realizing that Wen Yan was indeed serious about ending their friendship took Xian by surprise. No. You can't. She grasped Wen Yan's hand tightly. I just told my stepfather that you were waiting for me outside. Regardless of your status as a foster daughter of the Shen family, you still carry the surname Shen. He has invited you in for tea and a chat. You can end our friendship, but you must at least greet my stepfather. You can't leave me with no face. Are you out of your mind, Xian? I've already severed ties with you. Why should I care about your face? Let go. I won't let go. Refusing to let go, are we? Very well. Wen Yan pulled out her phone from her pocket and, with a swift motion, struck Xian's hand with it. It was a painful gesture, while Xian managed to endure the first strike. By the second and third, she could bear it no longer and instinctively released her grip on Wen Yan. Clutching her hand, she glared at Wen Yan, gritting her teeth. You will regret this. Wen Yan frowned and shot her a glance. Take some medicine. Inside the villa, a nefarious conversation transpired between a father and son. Dad. That Shen Wen Yan is merely a foster daughter of the Shen family. Why should we let her in? If I were to engage, it would be with the true heiress of the Shen family. The true heiress of the Shen family would never be within your reach. When she arrives, you better behave. Fine, no need to act. Look outside, she's already driven away. This Xian is utterly useless. She couldn't even bring someone inside. What's the point of keeping her around? Better to raise a dog. Upon returning to her apartment, Wen Yan promptly blocked all means of communication with Xian and had little desire to organize the items she had retrieved. All she wanted was to take a hot shower and then luxuriate in bed. Just as she applied a facial mask, her phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Su Yang. Hello, Mom. Why are you calling at this hour? Have you not washed up yet? Not yet. What are you doing, Yan? Why didn't you answer my calls earlier? I tried several times. Oh, I was showering and blow-drying my hair. It took me over an hour. And the sound of the hairdryer was too loud for me to hear. Mom, did you need something? I just wanted to check if you're coming home tonight. It's dark out, and I haven't heard from you. Wen Yan chuckled softly. She had intended to inform her earlier that she wouldn't be returning home that evening. However, she reconsidered, recognizing that her adoptive mother was expressing concern for her. She couldn't bear to hurt her feelings. Especially since she was still benefiting from the Shen family's generosity, she couldn't act like an ungrateful wolf. My apologies, Mom. I should have let you know. I'll make sure to communicate better in the future. I'm safe here at the apartment. That's good to hear. Remember, It's not wise for a girl to wander about alone at night. I understand. Wen Yan paused before asking, by the way, has my brother come home yet? Not yet. Why do you ask? Do you need to talk to him? Wen Yan realized that saying no would sound odd, so she fabricated a response. Sort of. I spoke with an old classmate today, and he has something he wants to discuss with my brother. Oh, then just reach out to him directly. You two are siblings and shouldn't be so formal with each other. Your brother is a good boy, though he may seem cold on the outside. If you spend more time together, you'll see his warm heart. You both are young. Perhaps you could organize some gatherings when you have the chance. Listening to Su Yang's voice, Wen Yan could clearly sense her mother's mood dampening, as the relationships among her children were far from harmonious. If it weren't for her efforts to maintain the family bond, the Shen family would have fallen apart long ago. With a heavy heart, Wen Yan did not wish to exacerbate Su Yang's already low spirits, so she acquiesced. All right, Mom. I'll find an opportunity. Good. Get some rest. It's getting late. And I need to wash up too. Okay. Good night, Mom. Suddenly, Wen Yan sweetly called out Mom twice, causing Su Yang to tear up in an instant. Though Mom and Mama convey the same meaning, the children had not referred to her as Mama in years. This term seemed reserved for innocent children, representing the most intimate years between a mother and her child. Hearing it again after more than a decade stirred a mix of bittersweet emotions in Su Yang. Next to her, Shen Yuan was left at a loss. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Husband, Su Yang sniffled, leaning against Shen Yuan's shoulder. Yan Yan has truly grown up. Bringing her back was the right decision. Ah. Shen Yuan sighed. Speaking of children, Jiro really gives me a headache. What's the matter? Is it work-related? Indeed, my intention was for her to start from the ground up. However, this child appears to be quite discontented, unable to contain her impatience, as she displayed a sullen demeanor towards her immediate supervisor on only her first day at work. Did I not advise her prior to joining the company? Alas, I shall teach her gradually. Perhaps, in due course, she will acclimatize to her surroundings. Meanwhile, Wen Yan finally reclined upon her bed. She held no expectations for the production team's response, as the time had yet to arrive, yet she absent-mindedly clicked open her email. To her astonishment, she discovered that she had indeed received a notification confirming her success in the preliminary auditions. Chapter 11. Could he possibly harbor a grudge? Wen Yan's choice of the production voiceless was not solely because the director was seeking new actors. As a transmigrator, she was acutely aware that this film would garner numerous accolades upon its release. If memory serves, this work emerged as a dark horse, sweeping 8 prestigious awards at that year's film festival. The sole exception was the Best Actress Award, which was claimed by the original protagonist of the story. Technically speaking, Voiceless does not possess a leading female role, and Wen Yan was uncertain about the specifics of the other awards, as the original text did not elaborate on them. Regardless of the accolades, it was undeniable that this film would be a sensation. Wen Yan had already resolved to strive earnestly for a role, no matter how minor. Gazing once more at the audition time and location provided in the email, her excitement banished her fatigue. Throughout the night, she immersed herself in research related to Voiceless. Although the useful information she gathered was limited, she had grasped the general theme. The film primarily narrates the tale of a passionate young lawyer who, undeterred by obstacles and personal safety, advocates for the rights of the deaf and mute, championing justice. However, the specific cases portrayed in the film remained a mystery to Wen Yan. What she could ascertain was that the narrative would certainly revolve around the struggles of society's underprivileged. With this direction in mind, Wen Yan promptly began her preparations, determined to excel in her audition 5 days hence. She watched numerous documentaries about the deaf and mute community and even enrolled in several sign language classes. In these classes, she encountered a diverse array of classmates, most of whom came from less privileged backgrounds, spanning all ages and genders. Their motivation for learning sign language was to facilitate communication with their hearing-impaired family members. After class, Wen Yan typically visited a dessert shop to indulge in some sweets. Having stayed in her apartment for the past few days without returning to the Shen family's villa, she received frequent calls from Su Yang urging her to come home. However, not wanting to intrude upon their family of 3, she opted instead to send some pastries to Su Yang's studio. Su Yang was quite caring towards Wen Yan, insisting that she select some beautiful clothing and jewelry sent by collaborators and would become upset if Wen Yan refused. Had it not been for Wen Yan's strong objections, Su Yang would have insisted on accompanying her to the audition. Time swiftly passed and the day of the audition arrived. Considering the film's theme, Wen Yan chose a simple yet elegant outfit, a white short-sleeved shirt paired with light blue jeans. For her makeup, she relied on her youthful complexion, opting for a subtle nude lipstick. Her hair was styled in a low ponytail, both versatile and flattering, accentuating her features. The audition was scheduled for 2:30 p.m., and to avoid any delays, Wen Yan arrived an hour early. The atmosphere on site was far more vibrant than she had anticipated. The director of Voiceless, Zhou Jun, was a fledgling filmmaker, a Virgo who had garnered nominations for several awards, yet ultimately left empty-handed. Wen Yan had assumed that the number of auditionees would be limited, however. The scene before her was teeming with hopefuls. The director's selection process was remarkably swift, with groups of 8 entering the room for no more than 10 minutes before emerging. Most of those who exited appeared somewhat disheartened, while a few others exhibited palpable excitement. Among them were 2 girls who were friends with Wen Yan, and they gathered to chat. How did it go? Did you get selected? No, I was cut during the reading. Yet you seem so happy? Of course. I saw Shen Jinghe. He is just as handsome in person, 100 times more than on TV. Shen Jinghe? Are you sure? How could he possibly be a judge? This was a question Wen Yan herself pondered. Shen Jinghe, the second young master of the Shen family, was mentioned in the original work because of his romantic entanglement with the protagonist. But why was he serving as a judge for Voiceless? Was he to play the male lead? Yet, from Wen Yan's recollection, the best actor who shared the stage with the original protagonist during the award ceremony was not Shen Jinghe. She could not recall the name. But it certainly was not him. Could it be that her transmigration had altered certain plotlines? As she mused over this, someone suddenly called out her name, along with the names of the other 7 girls. Without hesitation, Wen Yan joined the queue to enter the room. The space was quite sparse, with only 4 chairs and tables positioned against the wall for 4 individuals and a solitary camera. A quick scan of the room revealed a young man seated at the far right. The cramped quarters accentuated his long legs, making them quite conspicuous. He wore a black baseball cap, his head bowed, obscuring his face, yet Wen Yan instantly recognized him as Shen Jinghe. The good news was that even his indistinct silhouette exuded an undeniable charm, which would surely be a feast for the eyes. Being in this production would mean she would have the pleasure of seeing him daily. However, the bad news was that she had recently encountered him in her original self's memories, specifically on that fateful evening, the birthday banquet of Su Yang. What was more concerning was that it had not been a pleasant encounter. The echoes of their dialogue resonated in her ears. Wen Yan, I warn you, suppress your little ambitions, and do not provoke my mother over things that do not rightfully belong to you. Your mother? She is my mother too. Do not forget, you are my nominal second brother, and I share the Shen surname. Continue to deceive yourself. Just remember my words. If my mother is hurt by your actions, I will not let you off easily. You? A mere actor? I may be an actor. But what are you without the Shen family? Enough. I refuse to listen. Do not mention my background. Now, let us begin. Each of you introduce yourselves. Keeping it brief as time is limited. The voice of the assistant director jolted Wen Yan back from her tumultuous reveries. She glanced around and found solace in the fact that she was the last to arrive. Thus, she still had time to gather her thoughts. However, from the memories of her original self, it was evident that Shen Jinghe had a distinct aversion towards her, and furthermore, the original Wen Yan held a considerable disdain for his profession. Now, as she endeavored to penetrate this industry, the very judge she had scorned was none other than him. Would he grant her a chance? Would he not seek retribution for past grievances? Chapter 12. Could it be disastrous? Oh, Shen Jinghe, please remain professional and do not dismiss me simply because I am your family's adopted daughter. As Shen Jinghe reviewed the profiles of several candidates, he suddenly lifted his gaze upon hearing Wen Yan's inner thoughts. His movement was so abrupt that it caught the attention of the director seated beside him. What's the matter? Shen Jinghe cast a puzzled glance at the director. Did you not hear? Hear what? Their self-introductions? This brief interlude caused the self-introductions of the auditioning actors to come to a standstill. Wen Yan was equally perplexed. What is happening? Is Shen Jinghe looking at me? I haven't even begun my self-introduction. Is he planning to stifle me before I even start? This time, Shen Jinghe caught a glimpse of Wen Yan's tightly pursed lips and inquired again, Did you hear this time? The director, still bewildered, shook his head. No. Jinghe, if you're tired, perhaps you should take a break. No, I am not fatigued. Let us continue. This time, Shen Jinghe fixed his gaze squarely on Wen Yan's face. After a mere moment of eye contact, she promptly averted her gaze, feigning ignorance of his presence. What is wrong with this Shen Jinghe? Is his mental state questionable? How bizarre to inquire if anyone heard, then to focus on me. It's rather intimidating. Shen Jinghe thought, who truly is the frightening one here? How dare she insinuate that he was mentally unstable? He was the one who had just completed a role as a psychopathic murderer and sought psychological counseling. He was perfectly sane. Rubbing his temples, he reminded himself to concentrate on the task at hand and not become distracted. Soon, it was Wen Yan's turn for her self-introduction. As her words fell, the director promptly called out two names. You two may leave, the rest may stay. Although the director did not elaborate, Wen Yan surmised the reason. The two actresses had undergone cosmetic procedures, and their expressions were not particularly natural while speaking. Just as Wen Yan anticipated the next phase of the audition, Shen Jinghe unexpectedly interjected. Wen Yan, I believe she should also be dismissed. Why? Wen Yan blurted out. The director appeared puzzled. What is your reasoning? Because this Miss Wen harbors a profound disdain for individuals in our line of work. What assurance does she possess in being here, if she looks down upon acting? Wen Yan was rendered speechless. The director glanced between Shen Jinghe and Wen Yan. Do you two know each other? Absolutely not. Wen Yan retorted swiftly. Given Shen Jinghe's demeanor, even if she claimed to know him, he would not allow her any favors. There was no need for such a futile gesture. Mr. Shen, have you mistaken me for someone else? Although you are a household name in the entertainment industry, and I am quite familiar with your works, today marks our first meeting. She implored. How can you say such a thing? This Shen Jinghe is trying to ruin me. In such a setting, I haven't even a chance to apologize. Oh, divine beings, please grant me deliverance. Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow, realizing her feigned respect was too late. Yet her acting was indeed commendable, though internally flustered. She maintained an unflappable exterior. Divine beings, you say? Shen Jinghe smirked. If you claim to be well-versed in my works, then enumerate them. Missing even one would be unacceptable. Wen Yan thought. He seems rather serious. What should I do? What can I do? He surely does not realize I have genuinely memorized his works. How amusing. All right then, allow me to recount them. I would appreciate your guidance should I err. Wen Yan began with a toothpaste commercial from Shen Jinghe's debut and continued through to his most recent crime-themed film. She recited each one flawlessly and with remarkable fluency, causing Shen Jinghe's expression to darken. The director, however, sensed that this actress possessed a strong foundation in her lines. He chuckled at Shen Jinghe. You do not even know her. How can you claim she looks down upon our profession? She seems to be quite the fan, remembering every one of your works since your debut. Who do you think she is to harbor such resentment? Who said, I do not know her? Shen Jinghe retorted. But since Wen Yan had vehemently denied any acquaintance, he would not rush to claim her as his stepsister. He merely replied coolly, an irrelevant person. I did not rest well last night, and must have mistaken her. The director dismissed the incident and nodded. Very well, let us proceed. Next. The director tested their lines and performances. 2 candidates were eliminated during the line segment, leaving only 4 remaining. The final performance task assigned was to portray a rural girl's first encounter with a modern city. Each of the 4 had their chance to express themselves, with some performances being chaotic and others stiff. However, Wen Yan excelled, leaving even Shen Jinghe without any critiques to offer. The director, a man of decisive action, called out the names of 3 of the 4 performers immediately after their presentations. You are eliminated. Feel free to audition for other productions. Wen Yan, please await further notification. Upon hearing this outcome, Wen Yan felt elated. Thank you, director, and thank you to the esteemed judges. Yet she remained grounded, recognizing that this was merely the preliminary audition, and the director had not provided her with a definitive answer. Moreover, with Shen Jinghe present as a potential threat, should he speak ill of her before the director, it could spell disaster. Shen Jinghe, you are the most handsome, the most magnificent in the world. I implore you, please do not sabotage me. I will surely find an opportunity to apologize. Shen Jinghe, seated among the judges, silently rolled his eyes. He was well aware of his handsomeness, but to claim he was the most handsome in the world was an exaggeration. This woman was clearly two-faced. It was rather absurd. After the auditions concluded, Wen Yan did not depart. She believed it was better to confront Shen Jinghe sooner rather than later to clear the air. Thus, she remained on site, waiting. As a result, she lingered from 2:40 p.m. until 8 p.m. when everyone finally left. The first to exit were 2 judges, followed by the director and his assistant. Throughout the entire duration, Wen Yan did not catch a glimpse of Shen Jinghe's figure. This left Wen Yan feeling perplexed. She couldn't help but ponder whether Shen Jinghe had left prematurely while she was out purchasing dinner. However, upon further reflection, that seemed unlikely, as she had overheard other girls discussing Shen Jinghe's outfit after returning with the food. Moreover, the lights in the room appeared to be on. suggesting that Shen Jinghe was still inside. After waiting outside for a while without anyone entering to look for him, Wen Yan swiftly made her way to the door. The door was not tightly shut, leaving a small gap. Through this narrow opening, Wen Yan caught sight of Shen Jinghe slumped over the table, his hat having fallen to the floor. Goodness. Upon witnessing this scene, a sudden thought struck her. Could he have fainted? Chapter 13. Not so disagreeable after all. Wen Yan promptly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Shen Jinghe? After calling his name twice with no response, she gently nudged him. Are you alright? Don't scare me like this. The way he looked did not seem merely indicative of sleep. If you don't wake up soon, I might just pinch your acupoint. Just so you know, I'm doing this to save you, so don't blame me for being hands-on when you wake up. She decided to record a video for her own protection, just in case he held a grudge. As she was contemplating where to place her phone, the seemingly motionless Shen Jinghe suddenly lifted his head. What are you doing? Wen Yan, caught off guard with the camera in her face, replied, I can explain. Do you have the patience to listen? Shen Jinghe shot her a glare and leaned back in his chair. His complexion was pale, and his voice was weak. Do you have any sugar? Sugar? What kind of sugar do you want? Or a drink, just not mineral water. Wen Yan suddenly realized, do you have low blood sugar? Just wait. I'll be right back. No wonder he was slumped over like that. He must have fainted. With that, she dashed out. Previously, fearing to waste time, she had brought back some snacks like bread and cake, which she had placed in a paper bag outside. As she rushed out, Shen Jinghe picked up her phone, which she had left behind. His face looked quite grim, but it brightened slightly upon noticing that the camera was not yet recording. Initially, he intended to turn it off and toss the phone back, but considering Wen Yan's character, he frowned and opened her photo album. Who knew if this woman had taken any candid shots of him? To his surprise, there were no photos of him. It was mostly her selfies and screenshots of information about the silent voice. It seemed that she had come prepared and was quite serious. Yet, wasn't she the one who looked down on acting? While he was still musing over this, Shen Jinghe suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. It was Wen Yan returning. He quickly placed the phone back on the table. Although he moved swiftly, Wen Yan still caught a glimpse of what he had been doing. Her expression was one of incredulity. You actually looked through my phone? Given your persona, I would have thought you would disdain such behavior. A hint of a suspicious blush flickered across Shen Jinghe's pale cheeks. You spied on me. Wen Yan scoffed, hastily approaching him, with a paper bag in hand. You should know from looking that I didn't take any pictures of you. I was trying to wake you up just now. I heard that. Right? I was actually worried you might try to pull a fast one on me. You make it sound like there's something about you worth deceiving. Wen Yan, what's with this Shen Jinghe? Such a sharp tongue. I think he should be renamed Neurotic instead. I was just trying to help him. And he still manages to throw shade at me. Humph. Here, I have a piece of half-cooked, tender cheese. It's quite sweet, and I also have orange juice. If you have low blood sugar, these will be just right for you. As she spoke, Wen Yan handed the paper bag to Shen Jinghe. Then she silently grumbled to herself, that's my favorite, and I didn't even want to part with it. Guess I'll settle for my second favorite. Shen Jinghe, if you dare be picky or say something unpleasant, I'll feed these to the dogs instead. Shen Jinghe paused for a moment, perhaps at such a critical time. He wasn't so disagreeable after all. Chapter 14. Provocation? How childish. Thank you. For the first time, Shen Jinghe sincerely expressed his gratitude to Wen Yan. She smiled brightly. We're both straightforward people, let us not be superficial about it. Shen Jinghe, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Wen Yan, understanding his confusion, unscrewed the cap of the orange juice for him. You're Shen Jinghe. Mere words of thanks without any action one tea suffice. This incident of you fainting due to low blood sugar is neither trivial nor insignificant. Strictly speaking, I saved you. So, could you agree to one small request? Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow, his pallid face darkening slightly. Are you trying to extort me? Humph, he was still as disagreeable as ever. He must have been out of his mind to have changed his opinion about her. No. You're being overly dramatic. I haven't even made a request yet. How can it be extortion? Shen Jinghe scoffed. Go on, how much do you want? Wen Yan replied, do I look like someone who is in dire need of money? Well, I suppose one can never have too much money, but these snacks hardly hold any value. I would feel embarrassed to ask for an exorbitant price. What do you want then? Shen Jinghe suddenly looked up at her. You wouldn't want me to stand by your side to deal with my blood-related sister, would you? Wen Yan. What is he thinking? Why such a leap in logic? Who wants to deal with Shenjiro? Am I that bored? Shen Jinghe narrowed his eyes. Was she really not planning to confront Shenjiro? What was her intention then? I have no intention of forcing you to take my side. It's just about the silent voice production team. Impossible, don't even think about it. The moment he heard the words production team, Shen Jinghe immediately interrupted Wen Yan. She had only managed to utter half her sentence, leaving her speechless. Is there something wrong with him? Why can't he let me finish my thoughts? Are you scolding me again? Shen Jinghe furrowed his brow tightly. Though I'm friends with Director Zhou, I cannot abuse my connections to provide you with resources for this project. I don't need you to give me anything. I just need you to bury the hatchet and refrain from speaking ill of me in front of the director, or sabotaging me. If I truly wanted resources, I could just go to my parents. Mom knows countless big shots in the entertainment industry. This statement was indeed true. His mother had many connections. But was this insatiable woman really only seeking such a small favor? Shen Jinghe squinted at her, scrutinizing her with an uncomfortable intensity. Unable to restrain herself from internally critiquing, I acknowledge your handsomeness, yet one cannot simply remain transfixed in a state of silent admiration towards a lady, can one? Come on, display some semblance of emotion, Shen Jinghe. The illustrious top-tier star. Shen Jinghe retorted, critique all you wish, but why must you extol my looks? This left him at a loss for how to maintain a stern demeanor. Embarrassed, Shen Jinghe averted his gaze and nodded. Fine. In any case, we are mere strangers to the outside world, and I hold no desire to speak ill of you. Wen Yan interjected, Oh, Shen Jinghe, your hypocrisy is glaringly evident. Who was it that disparaged this industry in front of the director during the interview? Her thoughts prompted Shen Jinghe to glance at her. Ah, right. I forgot to ask. What madness compelled you to pursue acting? Wen Yan, exasperated, acknowledged his sharp tongue was indeed well-deserved. It's not madness. I've merely come to terms with my desires and wish to engage in something I enjoy, ideally to achieve some noteworthy accomplishment. Thus, your passion lies in acting? Yet you once regarded my profession with disdain, dismissing actors as mere entertainers. What gives? Come now. Even if you've never quarreled in real life, surely you've had your fair share of dramatic exchanges and performances. Haven to you, who argues whilst remaining courteous and meek. There is always a metaphorical dagger aimed at one another's hearts. What I expressed earlier was merely a momentary lapse of temper and should not be taken to heart. Shen Jinghe scoffed, and have you received any training? None. Wen Yan fibbed lightly, merely self-taught. Well, how did I perform today? Acceptably. Very well. I want to expect any compliments from a master of sarcasm. As they conversed, Shen Jinghe had nearly finished his meal. He gathered the trash and placed it into a paper bag, avoiding eye contact with Wen Yan. All right, you've fed me. I've fulfilled my end of the bargain. We owe each other nothing now, and you may leave. Are you certain? Is that even a question? What of your assistant? A superstar like you should hardly be without one. Did you drive here alone? Your concern is rather excessive. My assistant has returned home for a wedding. Regretting his candor, Shen Jinghe chastised himself for explaining. What is it to you? If I say you can leave, just go. Are you hoping to bask in my limelight? Wen Yan thought. Could he be employing reverse psychology? How juvenile. Very well, I shall take my leave. Yet, upon exiting, Wen Yan hesitated, suddenly unearthing memories of Shen Jinghe. She recalled that in his youth, he had experienced a harrowing ordeal of starvation after being kidnapped, having been confined in a metal box for 2 days, without sustenance. That traumatic event left him with significant psychological scars. After his rescue, he suffered from nightmares, leading to eating disorders and subsequent health issues. Concern for Shen Jinghe's well-being. Wen Yan concealed herself in the safety corridor, peering through the glass door to observe his every movement. Shen Jinghe emerged from the room, disposed of his trash, and ambled toward the elevator. Just as the doors opened, he suddenly collapsed, half of his body inside and half outside the elevator. Alarmed, Wen Yan rushed to his side, supporting him. What were you trying to prove? Shall I take you to the hospital? Struggling to sit up, Shen Jinghe distanced himself from her embrace, frowning uncomfortably. Didn't I tell you to leave? Wen Yan, exasperated, replied, I returned. Is that a problem? Now, let us go to the hospital. No need. I just need to rest at home and eat something. Back to the Shen family villa? Certainly not. To my apartment. Very well, hand me the car keys. I shall drive you. Chapter 15. Oh no, I stepped on a landmine. Once in the car, Shen Jinghe immediately provided an address. After entering the name of the neighborhood into the navigation system, Wen Yan realized that his residence was quite close to her own apartment. Curiosity piqued, she casually asked, Is your house also a gift from your father? Mine, which is near yours, was a gift from him as well. To her surprise, Shen Jinghe's demeanor shifted drastically, his voice turning icy. If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. No one believes you to be mute. Wen Yan was taken aback. Glancing over her shoulder at him, she thought, surely, this is an overreaction to a trivial question. Their eyes met, and she was met by his fierce glare. Dumbfounded, Wen Yan opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. While it was not her style to refrain from retort, she decided to hold her tongue. Humph. Considering you're the patient, I want to engage in a battle of wits. Otherwise, I'd be the reigning champion of eye-rolling. Such a miser. Can't even tolerate a simple inquiry. If I speak again, I might as well be a fool. Irritated, Wen Yan refrained from further conversation for the remainder of the ride. Meanwhile, Shen Jinghe occasionally glanced at her through the rear-view mirror. Noticing her sullen expression and recalling her earlier thoughts, he realized he had indeed been overly harsh. There were aspects of his past she was unaware of, and his outburst had been misdirected. However, the thought of apologizing felt insufferably awkward, and as such, he grew increasingly agitated. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Yan was slowly recollecting fragmented memories about him from her own past, triggered by their earlier discord. These memories, which she had not directly experienced but had rather gathered from her childhood conversations with her foster parents, revolved around the kidnapping incident involving Shen Jinghe. He and his brother, Shen Jingxiu, had not been the only victims of the abduction. The kidnapper targeted them for reasons beyond mere financial gain, seeking revenge against their father, Shen Yuan. The brothers had been held captive for a grueling 7 days, after which the kidnapper presented Shen Yuan with a dire ultimatum. He could save only one of his sons, Shen Jingxiu, or Shen Jinghe. According to the recollections of Shen Yuan and Su Yang, the situation regarding Shen Jingxiu was far more dire back then. Had he not been rescued promptly, he would have perished instantly, while Shen Jing and his condition was relatively more stable. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Shen Yuan made the decision to save Shen Jingxiu first. This choice was made in front of the two children. From that moment onward, Shen Jing harbored a deep resentment towards Shen Yuan, and this incident became a thorn in his heart. Over the years, Shen Yuan and Su Yang have made numerous efforts. Yet Shen Jing has been unable to reconcile with this event. With this understanding, Wen Yan finally grasped the reason behind Shen Jing's earlier outburst. She had inadvertently tread upon his sensitive spot. It was rather pitiable, realizing that he had been so tormented by his inner turmoil. With this thought, Wen Yan couldn't help but glance at Shen Jing through the rear-view mirror. She noticed that at some point, he had removed the mask from his face. Chapter 16, A Favor Owed to You. Shen Jing's pallid complexion still lacked any hint of color. A strand of dark hair fell across his forehead, adding a touch of fragility to his overall appearance. Although Wen Yan only stole a glance before averting her gaze, that fleeting moment was indelibly etched in her mind. 1 word, handsome. 2 words, good-looking. 3 words, quite tragic. 4 words, I find him quite pitiable. Sighing silently, Wen Yan cast her gaze upon the increasingly nearer red on the navigation and ultimately decided to speak first. Do you have any ingredients at home? After uttering this, she inwardly chided herself. All right, Shen Jing, I admit I'm being a fool. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Shen Jing widened his eyes slightly in surprise, finding Wen Yan's remark rather perplexing. Yet, he quickly realized that she had previously stated that if she approached him first, she would be a fool, hence her current comment. She certainly was. A faint smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Shen Jing's lips as he shook his head in response. No. No? Well, I guessed as much. There must be a supermarket nearby, right? There is. All right, keep an eye out. When we approach the supermarket, let me know, and I'll go down to buy some ingredients. Turn right ahead. There's a parking space over there. And you, just as she was about to continue, Shen Jing suddenly fell silent. He was puzzled by his own behavior. Were they really that close? Why did he answer her every inquiry? Clearly, when she mentioned buying ingredients, it was meant for herself. Their relationship wasn't that intimate, was it? This was utterly bizarre. He leaned back against the seat, turning his head away and ceasing to make any further comments, yet he did not deter Wen Yan from speaking. Wen Yan, busy looking out the window for the supermarket, paid no mind to Shen Jing's abrupt silence. Before long, she found a spot to park the car. Just wait for me in the car, I'll be back shortly. There's no time to prepare anything else at this hour. Do you eat noodles? Shen Jing, pulling a baseball cap down over his face, muttered no. Then what do you want to eat, rice? Not that either. Wen Yan frowned, genuinely perplexed. You don't eat rice or noodles. What do you usually eat? Absorb the essence of the sun and moon while meditating? Shen Jing suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. I just don't want to eat this meal. Wen Yan was left speechless. But you happen to be experiencing low blood sugar right now. If you continue like this, I might as well drive you to the hospital. No need. That's unnecessary. Give me the car keys. I'll drive myself back. As Shen Jing spoke, he opened the back door of the car. Wen Yan shot him a glance and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Does he really think this makes him look cool? A person who is careless about his own health expects others to care for his life? Shen Jing, is she still angry? It felt like a kind deed was met with ingratitude, and Wen Yan was indeed feeling rather displeased. Do you think I'm so eager to be around you? If something were to happen to you, and your mother found out I was right there, ignoring you, how heartbroken would she be? Stay put here. Don't go anywhere. Whatever I prepare for you, just eat it and stop being so picky. Wen Yan scolded him as if he were a child. Then entered the supermarket with her phone in hand, not looking back even once. Shen Jing watched her departing figure. Despite being chastised, he surprisingly felt no anger. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, he quietly took out his phone and opened the surveillance feed to check on the situation in the living room. This surveillance was set up for the family cat, but at the moment, he was more concerned about the cleanliness of the house. The cleaning lady only came every 2 days, and fortunately, the living room was not too messy. Otherwise, with Wen Yan's knack for criticism, he would surely be scolded in her mind. Then, Shen Jing took a moment to watch the cat as well. So, when Wen Yan returned with the shopping bags, she found Shen Jing engrossed in his phone screen. To say she wasn't curious would be a lie. Once she started the car, she could not help but ask, "Were you talking to a girlfriend just now?" Shen Jing rolled his eyes dramatically, not caring about his image. "You think I'm discussing things with my girlfriend? So you do have a little dog?" Shen Jing was too lazy to entertain her further and turned left upon entering the community, heading straight into the underground garage. Wen Yan responded with an "oh." Though she fell silent, she thought to herself, I initially thought he was being sweet with his girlfriend. Shen Jing was truly quite enough already. Not only was he currently single, but even if he had a girlfriend, he certainly wouldn't be the type to dote on her like a lovesick fool while holding his phone. The journey was wordless. And soon Shen Jing brought Wen Yan back home. As soon as he opened the door, the cat came running at the sound. Shen Jing owned a long-haired Maine Coon, renowned for its striking appearance, and upon seeing it, Wen Yan's eyes instantly lit up. Wow, those tufts of fur on its ears are so adorable. Can I pet it? As she spoke, Wen Yan set down her shopping bags. Shen Jing immediately interjected, "No, don't touch it. It has a bad temper and can be territorial." Before he could finish his warning, the temperamental cat approached and rubbed its head against Wen Yan's leg. Wen Yan was taken aback. "It likes me. It must be because I'm very kind. Small animals are defenseless against people who exude kindness." As she spoke, the cat leapt into her arms, and Shen Jing's expression was one of utter disbelief. It couldn't be said that the cat had transformed entirely. It was more accurate to say the cat had betrayed him. Seeing that the cat showed no signs of rejecting Wen Yan, Shen Jing walked straight to the sofa. While petting the cat, Wen Yan asked, "What's its name?" "Shen Pai. Shen Pai? All right, that name certainly suits the cat's majestic demeanor. And its fluffy fur is quite fitting as well. It really does look as if it has been through a thunderstorm. Surely, he must be a boy, right?"
"No.
She is a younger sister," Wen Yan remarked. "Cat, thank you for warming the 4 seasons." Although she wished to continue petting the cat, Wen Yan was not oblivious to the presence of someone with low blood sugar. She turned and walked to the door, picking up the ingredients, and inquired, "The kitchen should be that way, correct? You're not picky, are you?" Thanks to that kidnapping incident, Shen Jing felt nauseous at the mere sight of a particular dish. "I don't eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but everything else is fine."
"Oh."
Wen Yan silently tucked away the tomatoes in her hand, relieved she hadn't purchased more. Soon, she would consume the 2 tomatoes as fruit, resolutely refusing to waste them. Chapter 17. Do not regret when you are old. 10 minutes later, a fragrant bowl of scallion oil noodles was ready, and Wen Yan even cooked an extra egg for Shen Jing. Though this dish appeared simple, frying the scallion oil required a degree of skill. Poorly prepared, it would turn bitter. Shen Jing, who prided himself on his non-picky palate, was rather discerning. Yet, despite his usual fastidiousness, he couldn't help but regard Wen Yan with newfound appreciation upon tasting the noodles. However, praise was out of the question. The very idea of expressing gratitude to Wen Yan was beyond him. So, once his bowl was empty, Shen Jing suddenly declared, "I owe you a favor." Wen Yan, who was teasing Shen Pai with a cat toy, was taken aback by his abrupt and seemingly nonsensical statement. "You mean this meal?"
"Yes."
Shen Jing frowned slightly, clearly uncomfortable. Wen Yan found his demeanor amusing, thinking to herself, it was merely a matter of saying thank you. What an insufferable tsundere. She couldn't help but think. Shen Jinghe mused that perhaps the heavens had allowed him to overhear her thoughts solely for the purpose of mocking him. I feel much better now, you may leave. Wen Yan thought to herself, what a perfect example of burning bridges after crossing them. Shen Jinghe retorted, doesn't it tire you to constantly critique me? Can't you take a break? In truth, Wen Yan had no intention of lingering. Had it not been for the charming and obedient Shen Pailai, she would have left right after preparing the meal. Once I finish feeding this cat toy, it won't take long. Shen Jinghe, having learned his lesson, kept silent and turned to take his empty bowl to the kitchen. Soon, Wen Yan heard the sound of dishes being washed. Shen Pailai quickly devoured the entire cat toy. When Shen Jinghe returned, Wen Yan was just opening WeChat. She scrolled through her friend list and asked Shen Jinghe, we haven't added each other as friends, have we? If memory served, Shen Jinghe nodded, I don't believe so. Then let's add each other. Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow. Given the nature of our relationship, is that truly necessary? Oh, this time, Wen Yan didn't hold back from confronting him directly. Who is it that claimed to owe me a favor just now? Given our relationship, we hardly have opportunities to meet. If we don't even have each other's contact information, how can you repay me? Or were you merely being polite? Shen Jinghe was left speechless and silently displayed his WeChat QR code. After successfully adding each other, Wen Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. Despite the reputation of Shen Jinghe as a difficult, proud, and sharp-tongued individual, his WeChat avatar is a cat. How can someone who loves animals be all that bad? I'm leaving, Wen Yan said, waving goodbye to the cat. Take care of your owner, Shen Pailai. She hailed a taxi back to her apartment. While in the taxi, she received a call from Su Yang. Hello, Mom. Yes, it's over. I feel quite good about it. I'll wait for the notification. It shouldn't be just pleasantries. As several others were directly eliminated. Tonight? I won't be going back. It's too late. Tomorrow? Oh, I didn't realize tomorrow was the weekend. I haven't really been paying attention, but before she could finish, Wen Yan suddenly noticed her phone had died. What? It died just as I was still speaking. Looking at her blackened screen, she couldn't help but complain. Though she was speaking to herself. The kind-hearted driver overheard and interjected, I have a power bank. Do you need it? You were on the phone with your mom, right? A girl out late with a dead phone would surely worry her. With that, the driver offered her a power bank and charging cable. Wen Yan appreciated the driver's kindness but declined, saying, thank you, but it's not necessary. I'll be home shortly, and I can call my mom then. Ah. That's true. The driver retracted his hand, noting they would arrive in just a few minutes. You look like you just graduated. Yes, you have a good eye. I graduated this year. The driver was quite talkative, looking for a job during graduation season, I presume? Indeed. From your phone conversation. It seems you don't live with your parents. Well, I'm no longer a child. It's time to be independent. Independence is good. My daughter is about your age and has also moved out. She graduated last year. But dear girl, don't take this the wrong way, no matter how independent you are. You will always be your parents' treasure, raised with love and care. When you went to high school, you stayed in the dorms. In college, you left home again. Once you start working, you'll have even less time with them. After marriage and starting your own family, the opportunities to spend time with your parents will diminish even further. You should take advantage of the weekends to visit them. Why not handle everything else during the weekdays? There shouldn't be any interviews on weekends. If a company calls you in on a weekend, it likely means they expect you to work overtime frequently. In my youth, I prioritized work and money over everything, often working through holidays. When my family called me to come home for reunions, I barely had the time. It was only after my parents passed that I began to regret it. One wishes to care for their parents while they are still around. You are still young. There is much time ahead of you. Do not find yourself regretting in midlife as I did. Your parents are older than you, and their time is far more limited. The driver's heartfelt words resonated with Wen Yan, filled with a palpable sense of regret. This deeply moved her. She wondered if she would ever return to this book's world. If so, she would certainly treat her adoptive parents with the utmost respect. Upon returning home, Wen Yan immediately charged her phone and promptly called Su Yang. Mom, my phone died just as I was halfway through our conversation. I'm home now. On the other end, Su Yang's voice was filled with concern. I'm glad you called. Otherwise, I would have gone to your apartment looking for you. You should come back home. I'm uneasy about you living alone. Mom, it was just a minor mishap today. I promise to keep my phone charged next time. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Really? Su Yang's tone brightened significantly. Weren't you just saying you had something to do? There is nothing that compares to the joy of reuniting with one's mother at home. Everything else can wait. Indeed, weekends should be a time for rest. Tomorrow, your elder brother and Jiro will also have the day off, so it is perfect for everyone to gather for a meal and then spend the night at home. We can discuss work matters on Monday. Understood. Unfortunately, your other 3 brothers are all quite busy. Your 3rd brother has gone on a business trip to another province. And your 4th brother is still abroad. Su-young recounted each family member, yet notably omitted mention of her 2nd son, Shen Jinghe. Wen Yan inquired, "What about the 2nd brother?" "Him? I can't reach him. My calls go unanswered." However, that is quite typical. He is probably filming and cannot access his phone. Just returning from Shen Jinghe, Wen Yan remarked, "Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since I last saw him. As a mother, the only way I can see my son is through the television shows he acts in. Alas, I might as well be one of his crew members." Su-young sighed, her tone imbued with longing and regret. Chapter 18. Returning to the villa reflecting on Su-young's kindness, Wen Yan could not bear to see her so despondent. She resolved to do something for the family. "Mom, please don't be upset. Tomorrow I will bring you some delicious treats." Yan, you are becoming more thoughtful by the day." "I am not upset. Make sure to rest early. You cannot rely solely on your youth to stay up late, you know? It is not good for your skin." "Understood. Mom, you should also rest early." After ending the call, Wen Yan promptly opened Shen Jinghe's WeChat. Gazing at the blank chat box, she decided to cater to his tastes. Searching for a set of cute cat emojis and sent him a greeting emoji. "Hello, cute kitty, JPG." After sending the greeting, Wen Yan set her phone down, not expecting Shen Jinghe to reply immediately. To her surprise, just as she stood up, a message from Shen Jinghe arrived. However, he was rather terse, responding with a single word, "Speak." Wen Yan raised an eyebrow, finding his demeanor rather aloof. Adhering to the principle of not wasting each other's time, she directly stated her intentions. "Are you free tomorrow? You owe me a favor, and I would like you to repay it." Shen Jinghe, on the other end of the phone, paused for a moment. "So soon?" Yet, since he had already promised her, he knew he would have to fulfill it eventually. It was better to settle it sooner rather than later. "Speak." Wen Yan raised her eyebrow again. "Well, that was one more word than before." She replied based on his message. "To avoid misunderstandings, I need to confirm with you. What you mean by that is you will be free tomorrow, am I correct?" "Yes." "That's splendid. I need your company for an afternoon and an evening. Do you have that time?" "I can." Wen Yan thought, you can. How delightfully vague. "All right. I want you to accompany me back home for dinner with my parents and spend the night." "I won't go." "Why not?" "I have not broken any laws. Nor have I acted immorally. Why can't you repay this favor?" "I won't go." "Fine, if you want to go, then let us change the terms. Aren't you friends with the director of the silent voice? Speak to him and let me play the female lead." "There is no female lead in this film." "Then let me play the most significant female role." "Wen Yan, it is dark. I advise you to turn off the lights and get some sleep." "I can wish you sweet dreams." "You scoundrel." She pondered briefly before swiftly typing on her phone screen. "Oh, is that it? Is that all you've got? No wonder people speak of you that way. Option 1, come home for dinner and stay the night. Option 2, help me land a leading role in a big production. You choose. Just don't be a person of empty promises." This time, Wen Yan did not receive an immediate reply. The chat interface indicated that he was typing. After a considerable pause, Shen Jinghe's message finally came through. "You win, option 1. Now, that is more like it." With the battle concluded in her favor, Wen Yan felt quite pleased. She quickly capitalized on her success. Cat claps, deal JPG. "Tomorrow at 3 p.m., wait for me at home. I will come to pick you up." "No need. Your word does not hold. What if you leave me hanging? I must personally take you." "Suit yourself. Then rest well. You have worked hard today. Cat heart JPG." After sending that emoji, Wen Yan immediately messaged Su-young. "Mom, I have a surprise for you tomorrow. You will be so pleased. Heart JPG." In truth, Su-young did not particularly care whether her children prepared surprises for her. As long as they returned home, joyfully calling her mom and giving her a hug, she would be thoroughly content. Thus, she did not place much importance on Wen Yan's so-called surprise. It was only when she saw her long-absent second son emerge from Wen Yan's sports car that she realized this was indeed the surprise her daughter had prepared for her. She truly adored this surprise, so much so that upon witnessing it from the window, she immediately went out to greet them, accompanying Su-young with Shinjiro. This was the first time Wen Yan had seen Shinjiro since she entered the story. Shinjiro, true to her name, bore a resemblance to Su-young. appearing poised and gentle. As Su Yang conversed with Shen Jinghe, she even took the initiative to greet Wen Yan. "Welcome back. I thought you would go to the company. I did not expect that the night of Mom's birthday banquet would be the last time I would see you." While speaking with Wen Yan, Shinjiro displayed a gracious demeanor, showing no inclination to compete with her. After Wen Yan had assumed the body of the original character, the memories of that character did not surface spontaneously. She could only explore them actively. Now, after considerable exploration, Wen Yan discovered that Shinjiro had always been quite magnanimous towards the original character. Upon returning to the Shen family, she had not actively sought to harm the original character, but rather, it was the original character who repeatedly provoked Shinjiro, treating her as the greatest rival and constantly setting traps. Now, Wen Yan resolved to amend these past mistakes. She smiled warmly at Shinjiro. "I have come to a realization. I plan to pursue things I enjoy, which is why I did not go to the company. By the way, Jiro, do you like desserts? I brought some back. Shall we try them together?" Shinjiro assessed Wen Yan, an enigmatic emotion flickering in her eyes. "Sure." Chapter 19. Creating atmosphere. After conversing with Shen Jinghe, Su Yang turned to see her two daughters getting along amicably, filling her heart with immense joy. Even her tone reflected an unusual cheerfulness. "Come on, let us not linger outside. Let us go in and chat." As the four entered the hall, Shen Yuan and Shen Jingxiu, who had been busy in the study upstairs, also descended. Upon seeing Shen Jinghe, both were momentarily taken aback, as no one had anticipated his return today. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shen Yuan quickly spoke up. Since everyone had returned, it was time to commence the meal. As the head of the family, Shen Yuan typically did not wait for latecomers or absentees once he declared the meal to begin, nor would he allow anyone to delay the proceedings. However, today, Su Yang did not immediately instruct the kitchen to serve the dishes. "Let us hold off for a moment. I wasn't aware that Jinghe would be back today, so I shall ask the kitchen to prepare a couple of Jinghe's favorite dishes. We can wait a little longer," she said. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinghe immediately shot a glance at Wen Yan, his meaning unmistakable. "What do you mean? You called me back, but didn't he inform the family?" Wen Yan responded with a playful grin, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she silently mouthed the word surprise. Although their exchange was entirely silent, it did not escape the notice of bystanders. Shen Jingxiu cast a sidelong glance at Wen Yan, his brow slightly furrowed. When did they become so familiar with one another? It wasn't just Shen Jingxiu. Shinjiro also observed the subtle interaction between Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe. While her expression remained impassive, her fingers clenched the hem of her skirt tightly. Meanwhile, the two individuals at the center of attention remained blissfully unaware of being watched. Shen Jinghe promptly declined Su Yang's kind offer. "No need, Mom. I'm not picky. I can eat anything. It's just a couple of extra dishes, Jinghe. It won't take long. Right, dear?" Su Yang directed her comment towards Shen Yuan. However, before Shen Yuan could respond, Shen Jinghe coldly interjected. "Isn't there a rule about meals in our household? There's no need to make exceptions for me." His tone, laced with sharpness, was clearly aimed at Shen Yuan. Everyone in the room caught the underlying tension, and the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Shen Yuan's expression darkened significantly. Only Shen Jinghe seemed unfazed, nonchalantly walking over to take a seat at the dining table. Su Yang had anticipated that the reunion between father and son would not be pleasant, so she refrained from insisting on adding more dishes. The family soon settled around the long dining table. Shen Yuan sat at the head, with Shen Jingxiu and Shen Jinghe to his left, while Su Yang and Shinjiro occupied his right. According to the original character's habits, she would never have sat beside Shinjiro. However, Wen Yan pulled out a chair next to Shinjiro, a gesture of goodwill towards her, and even smiled as she sat down. Yet, after smiling, Wen Yan quickly realized that her cheerfulness seemed somewhat out of place in the current atmosphere. The family at the table, apart from her, resembled mourners at a funeral. She could confidently say that this was the most unappetizing meal she had ever experienced. Even more disconcerting was the fact that none of the family members seemed capable of lightening the mood. "It's all Shen Jinghe's fault. This guy's aura is even more oppressive than Shen Jingxiu's icy demeanor. Had I known, I would never have called him back. Well, I can only blame myself. He didn't want to come, and I insisted he do so. Shen Jingxiu, just because she wants Shen Jinghe back, he returns? Why? Shen Jinghe, serves her right. If they called me back, they must face the consequences. Alas, it must be especially tough for Mrs. Su. She was so delighted to see her son return and was preparing to add dishes, but now she probably finds no joy in eating anything. Indeed. Su Yang felt no appetite whatsoever. It's a pity for this child, Wen Yan. She cares for me more than my own children do. Realizing this, Soo-young's appetite dwindled even further. How had their once harmonious family turned into this? The discomfort was palpable. It was unbearable for Wen Yan, who decided to take the initiative to lighten the mood. Come, everyone, let us eat. Mom, your favorite abalone smells divine. Zhang's cooking is getting better and better. Jiro, you can't reach that fish, right? Let me help you. It's best steamed. Dad, how is your stomach these days? Have you been feeling better? I'll get you a bowl of millet porridge to nourish it. Big brother, do you want some soup? It's over here. Let me serve you. Wen Yan was earnest in her efforts to uplift the atmosphere, buzzing around like a diligent little bee, not pausing for a moment. Shen Jingxiu recognized her intentions and declined. No need, I can manage myself. Wen Yan did not press further with Shen Jingxiu and turned her attention to Shen Jinghe. What about you, second brother? Would you like some soup? Shen Jinghe glanced at Wen Yan, offering a brief smile without uttering a word. His smile, however, lacked warmth and everyone noticed. While others might have been indifferent, Soo-young's heart ached for Wen Yan. She quickly suppressed her disappointment and served Wen Yan several helpings of food. You should eat too. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, how did you come back with your second brother today? I noticed he was in your car. Wen Yan let out a sigh of relief, grateful that someone had taken over her role and spared her from awkwardness. It's quite a coincidence. I hadn't planned on it. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, do you remember when I mentioned I found something I love doing? To enliven the atmosphere. Wen Yan felt it necessary to engage everyone present. Initially, I intended to go to the company with Jiro, but then I changed my mind and decided to pursue acting. I found a production team online that was recruiting new talent. I submitted my information, not expecting to actually pass the initial auditions and receive an invitation for an interview, which I attended yesterday. And guess what? One of the judges was my second brother. He turned out to be the male lead of the film, and I was overjoyed to see him. Shen Jinghe chuckled. Oh, how delightful. And then, surprisingly, it was Shen Jiro who inquired, did your second brother interview you? I did pass. However, there were 4 judges in total. My brother's opinion alone wasn't enough. It was the director who approved me. Right, second brother? Shen Jinghe scoffed lightly. That just means you were lucky. Exactly. I'm not perturbed by Shen Jinghe's teasing. I'm all smiles. Luck is also a form of skill. If I weren't lucky, how would I have such wonderful parents? Right, Mom? Chapter 20, Dessert. Soo-young chuckled. Her mood significantly improved, relying solely on luck won't suffice. You must have performed exceptionally well in front of them. Once you start filming, I'll make sure to watch every day. At this juncture, Shen Yuan also chimed in. Which production team is it? Hee, I'll keep it a secret for now, as I've only passed the preliminary selection. The director hasn't notified me for the audition yet. Once everything is settled, I'll return with good news. Shen Yuan nodded. That's fine. Wen Yan, you're becoming increasingly composed. Well done. It was rare for Shen Yuan to publicly praise his children, and his simple acknowledgement drew the attention of many present. After hearing these words, Shen Jingxiu swiftly cast a glance at Wen Yan. Shen Jiro, on the other hand, abruptly ceased her eating. Just a mere interview, and yet she was being praised. It had been nearly half a month since she started at the company, and all she had received were veiled criticisms. Her expression instantly soured. However, Soo-young wore a look of contentment. Yet she did not show favoritism and immediately continued the conversation. All our children are exceptional. Jingchen has recently published 2 academic papers, although they are scholarly in nature. I found them quite intriguing. Shen Yuan added, I have read them as well. His research is quite profound and remarkable for someone of his age. The ever-encouraging Wen Yan would not let the topic falter. Third brother is truly impressive. I must attend one of his lectures sometime. I hear his classes are always packed. I am eager to witness his charm. Jiro, perhaps I could invite you along next time. But I have work. I am only free on weekends. Will third brother be holding classes then? I am not sure, but I can inquire. As the family exchanged words, the initially tense atmosphere finally returned to normalcy. Wen Yan felt a sense of relief, albeit her throat felt parched. After dinner, Soo-young personally brewed some tea, and Wen Yan retrieved the desserts she had purchased earlier, clearly intending to extend the lively conversation into a tea gathering. It was Soo-young who initiated the discussion about the entertainment industry, as she frequently interacted with individuals from that realm and wished to offer some guidance to the newcomer, Wen Yan. Shen Yuan, as a parent, expressed his thoughts. Yan, this industry is quite treacherous, filled with those who exploit opportunities. If you reveal your identity, it could be beneficial for you. While her parents' advice was sound, she believed it was better to let things unfold naturally. There is no need to announce from the outset that my father is the chairman of Shen Corporation and my mother is a renowned designer. If my work does not meet expectations, it would only bring you disgrace and invite ridicule. It is wiser to remain low-key, especially since second brother has also chosen not to disclose his identity. In fact, keeping it under wraps is preferable. Otherwise, I would have been exposed to scrutiny devoid of any privacy. Moreover, I do not aspire to be a celebrity. I wish to be a good actress. Shen Yuan nodded. Then let your second brother look after you. The production team you are liaising with just happens to be the one Jinghe is part of. After a meal filled with contemplation, Shen Yuan resolved to take a more proactive approach, considering that his second son was finally home. He intended to use the connection to Wen Yan's production team as an opportunity to engage in discussion, whether regarding investments in upcoming film projects or other matters. However, the animosity between Shen Jinghe and Shen Yuan ran deep. As soon as Shen Yuan called his name, Jinghe stood up with a cold expression. I am not obligated to take care of anyone. Let those who wish to do so manage themselves. Mom, I feel a bit tired. I will return to my room to rest. Wen Yan thought, what a pity, and we are right back to square one. And it did not end there. Once Shen Jinghe left, Shen Jingxiu received a phone call and retreated to his study. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang received another call regarding urgent matters at her studio. With the night having fallen, Shen Yuan, feeling uneasy about Su Yang going out alone, decided to drive her. This left only Wen Yan and Shen Jiro facing each other across the table. Wen Yan took the initiative to offer Shen Jiro a small piece of dessert. Would you like to try this? It's a recent viral sensation and quite delicious. Shen Jiro gave Wen Yan a long look, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thank you, but I am currently watching my weight. And this is too high in calories for me. Since you wish to enter the entertainment industry, it would be wise for you to manage your figure as well. With that, Shen Jiro stood and departed. Wen Yan watched her retreating figure, recognizing the validity of Shen Jiro's words, which indeed sounded like a well-intentioned reminder. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the look Shen Jiro had cast upon her felt anything but kind. Once Shen Jiro left, the spacious hall became eerily empty. Gazing at the colorful desserts before her, Wen Yan felt a pang of regret, especially since these delectable treats were not inexpensive, with each small piece costing a three-digit sum. To have such costly and delicious items go untouched felt like an immense waste. Upholding her principle of never wasting food, Wen Yan swiftly snatched a piece and ascended the stairs. After a lapse of half a month, she once again stood at Shen Jingxiu's door. The last time she was here, she had just entered the story, holding a cup of drugged orange juice intended to incapacitate Shen Jinghe. But this time, her intentions were purely to offer a treat. Unlike before, Shen Jingxiu's door was ajar, not fully closed. From her vantage point, she could clearly observe his every movement. She saw him engaged in a phone call while rummaging through the drawer of his bedside table for something. His casual yet captivating manner drew her attention. Wow. Even the way he talks on the phone with one hand looks appealing. How does he manage that? If he were to enter the entertainment industry, his looks alone would surely make him a top star. As he searched for documents, Shen Jingxiu suddenly paused, having not heard whatever was said on the other end of the line. How can someone make even a brief pause appear like a still frame from a fashion magazine? Surely, many employees must harbor secret crushes on him, possibly across genders. Shen Jingxiu pondered, what on earth is her mind occupied with all day? Does she think like this about everyone, including Shen Jinghe? After locating the documents he sought, Shen Jingxiu ended the call. No sooner had he turned around than Wen Yan knocked on his door. Hi, big brother, are you still working? Yes, I have a few matters to attend to. I brought you some dessert. I specifically had them make it with less sugar. If you're working late, it's just the right time for you to enjoy a small piece. Shen Jingxiu initially considered declining, but upon recalling how patiently she had stood outside, silently waiting for him to finish his call, he relented and nodded. All right, thank you. Chapter 21. Regret? In the study, Shen Jingxiu set down the small cake and documents before turning to close the door. He harbored a lesser-known fondness that had grown as he matured. He had a passion for various small cakes. From a young age, he adored them. But due to his grandfather's disapproving remark on how a boy should focus on his studies rather than indulging in sweets, he concealed this small affection. Whenever his mother and younger sister enjoyed cakes, he could only watch from the sidelines, feigning disinterest. Over time, everyone came to believe that he did not enjoy such treats, and they never thought to share with him. Once, an array of delectable desserts was the utmost delight of my younger sister, Shen Jiro. However, after her illness and subsequent departure, These sweet treats ceased to grace our home, despite my own fondness for such indulgences. Upon her return, it appeared that she had lost this particular fondness. Today marked the first occasion in many years that I beheld a dessert following dinner. At this moment, the alluring confection lay quietly beside me, patiently awaiting my indulgence. As I scooped a spoonful and savored it, the melt-in-your-mouth sweetness instantly conquered my palate. While relishing the treat, I mused on the fact that it was fortunate Wen Yan was not particularly astute regarding my preferences, otherwise, she surely would not have presented me with dessert. Yet, her thoughtful gesture of delivering a small cake was quite surprising. Upon reflection, it seemed less so. She had always praised her own beauty in her heart, which might well indicate her fondness for her older brother. A liking for one's elder brother, accompanied by the offering of food, is quite reasonable. Before long, I had polished off the small cake. Feeling somewhat parched afterward, I decided to descend the stairs for a glass of water. However, upon stepping out of my study, I was greeted by the sight of Wen Yan, who was knocking on Shen Jingh's door while holding another small cake. This one appeared even more delectable. She had taken the cake inside, suggesting her preference for my second brother. But did this mean I was indeed an unapproachable iceberg, a mere refrigeration unit? Shen Jinghe opened the door, arching an eyebrow at Wen Yan. What do you want? Wen Yan, cradling the small cake in her hands, beamed at him. I noticed you hardly ate dinner, looking as if you were sulking alone. You mustn't be full, so I brought this to fill your stomach. Humph, Shen Jinghe scoffed. Regretting it, are you? Wen Yan blinked innocently. Regretting what? What are you talking about? You're pretending not to know. Are you not going to invite me in? Or shall we converse here in the hallway? Come in and close the door. They entered the room one after the other. Once Wen Yan had secured the door, Shen Jinghe smirked and reiterated, So, are you regretting asking me to return? Second brother, you might want to reconsider your phrasing. I distinctly invited you back, not begged. This fellow is still smiling. It seems his mood isn't so bad. Shen Jinghe. Of course, he is in good spirits, after silencing the old man. How could he not feel elated? He glanced at Wen Yan. I don't understand why you insist on doing this, but please refrain from such actions in the future. Wen Yan widened her eyes. Don't understand why? Can't you see? Am I not being obvious enough? I am clearly doing this to make mother happy. Did you not notice how delighted she was to see you? And what of Shinjiro? Shen Jinghe retorted coldly. Aren't you usually quite disdainful of her? Why extend goodwill to her now? Has the sun risen in the west? Certainly not. However, harmony within the family fosters prosperity. If I wish to please mother, I must cease the internal strife with her. Is that so? How noble of you to sacrifice your own comfort for the greater good. I never imagined you possessed such qualities. Wen Yan, upon reflection, this cake truly is delightful. I sincerely recommend you try it. As for me, I bid you farewell. Shen Jinghe scoffed. Just remember to close the door on your way out. Understood. I don't have a tail. Wen Yan gently closed the door behind her, feeling quite pleased. Initially, she feared that her good intentions might have backfired, but it seemed Shen Jinghe's mood remained unaffected, and his sharp tongue was as keen as ever. As for Shen Yuan, she was certain that the lovely Ms. Su would be able to soothe him. With this in mind, a smile broke across Wen Yan's face. Just as she prepared to ascend the stairs to her room, she unexpectedly encountered Shinjiro at the staircase. Wen Yan took the initiative to greet her. Going down? Shinjiro smiled faintly. Yes, I'm off to get some juice. Would you like some? Thank you, but I'll pass. I plan to return to my room. Having indulged in a few more pieces of cake than intended, Wen Yan resolved to change into her sneakers and run laps in the garden to burn off some energy. However, it seemed Shinjiro was not inclined to let her leave. Were you just in second brother's room? What did you talk about? You seem quite happy. Wen Yan paused for a moment, finding the question surprisingly probing. Their relationship had thus far been characterized by her overtures of goodwill met with Shinjiro's indifferent responses. Yet now, Shinjiro's sudden curiosity made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, considering that Shinjiro might also desire familial harmony, Wen Yan decided to cooperate with her inquiries. Yes, we didn't discuss much. I simply brought second brother a small cake as he hardly ate dinner tonight. Shinjiro smiled faintly. Did second brother accept it? Yes. Just a small piece of cake. He didn't refuse. Shinjiro nodded. Understood. I shall take my leave now. Alright, goodbye. After parting ways, Wen Yan quickly returned to her room upstairs. She had intended to find a set of workout clothes, but after rummaging through her belongings for quite some time, she could only locate a sweatshirt. Once she was dressed, she took her time, donning her Bluetooth headphones while browsing videos as she descended the stairs. As she reached the second floor, one of her earbuds unexpectedly fell out, prompting her to hastily retrieve it. Just then, she stumbled upon a humorous video that was so amusing she couldn't help but laugh aloud. Unable to resist, she stood still to watch it a second time. However, as she laughed once more, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Pausing the video and looking ahead, she discovered Shinjiro approaching her with an expressionless face. Seeing that impassive countenance extinguished any desire to continue laughing. Nevertheless, she greeted her. "Hi, Jiro." Shinjiro strode confidently towards her, her expression still unreadable. "We need to talk." Wen Yan. Chapter 22. The Hidden Diary. "Of course. Where shall we converse?" "I was just about to go for a run. Would you care to join me?"
"No.
"Thank you." Shinjiro raised her hand. "I am holding juice.
Please follow me."
Regarding that juice, Wen Yan found it a bit peculiar. Primarily, the image of someone standing outside another store with a cup of juice at night was all too familiar to her. If she recalled correctly, Shinjiro had just walked past Shinjingha's store. However, their rooms were on the third floor, while the second floor belonged to the brothers Shinjingxiu and Shinjingha. Thus, Shinjiro could not have simply passed through here. Could it be that she had deliberately gone to deliver juice to Shinjingha? But upon further contemplation, it was perhaps not so strange after all. Though Shinjiro is indeed the biological sister of Shinjingha and the others, she has spent many years away from home. Upon her return, the bond among the siblings is not particularly close. It is entirely understandable that she wishes to strengthen her relationship with her elder brother. As these thoughts lingered in her mind, Wen Yan found herself unwittingly following Shinjiro up to the third floor. Shinjiro halted at the entrance of her room, and Wen Yan instinctively came to a stop as well. Just as she was about to speak, Shinjiro let out a cold laugh. "Wen Yan, do you find this amusing?" Wen Yan, utterly bewildered, replied, "What are you talking about? What is funny or not funny? I am quite confused." Your acting skills are commendable. It's no wonder the director chose you. Do you think it's impressive that someone desires the cake you offered while my juice goes unnoticed, trodden underfoot?" Wen Yan, still looking perplexed, began to piece together what had transpired moments earlier. It turned out she had indeed intended to give that glass of juice to Shinjingha, but he had declined her offer. 3 minutes prior, Shinjiro had knocked on Shinjingha's door, holding the juice with a sweet smile, explaining her intentions and hoping he would accept it. Yet, Shinjingha had refused, citing his avoidance of sugary drinks in the evening. Through the half-open door, Shinjiro distinctly observed the nearly devoured piece of cake, the very cake Wen Yan had delivered. Comparatively, that cake possessed far greater caloric content than her humble juice. However, she could not force Shinjingha to accept her handcrafted drink and was left retreating with a smile. At that moment, she spotted Wen Yan at the staircase, seemingly picking something up from the floor. Then, Wen Yan glanced her way and suddenly burst into laughter. Shinjiro could conceive no other reason for Wen Yan's amusement other than mockery. Presently, Wen Yan had begun to surmise the sequence of events. With good intentions of familial harmony, she attempted to clarify, "You must have misunderstood me, Jiro. I was completely unaware of what happened earlier as I was engrossed in a video with my headphones on. As for my laughter, it was merely because I was watching a comedic video. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone. I haven't exited the interface, and the video is paused." Yet Shinjiro merely sneered, "Spare me the theatrics. Am I not well aware of what kind of person you are? Your performance today, including your decision to forego work at the company, is merely to curry favor with our parents. They seem quite taken with you, but I am not easily swayed. Wen Yan, always remember your place. In this household, I am the true daughter by blood, while you are merely an orphan they took in. So do not harbor delusions of usurping my position. I heard you packed your suitcase when you left the other day. You also mentioned wanting to carve out your own path in the entertainment industry. If you truly seek independence, then go far away and do not return. Otherwise, I shall ensure your life here is unbearable." Wen Yan thought to herself, Shinjiro's transformation was astonishingly drastic, akin to a different person entirely. Yet, it appeared this was not her first time issuing such harsh words. However, the memories of her original self did not contain any such recollections. In a moment of confusion, Wen Yan fell silent. At that juncture, Shinjiro drew closer. "Surely you have not forgotten the sensation I brought upon you. If you are to leave, make it far. Understood?" As she spoke, she disdainfully patted Wen Yan's shoulder twice. This left Wen Yan even more bewildered. It was not until Shinjiro entered her room and slammed the door shut that Wen Yan regained her composure. "What is happening?" she muttered to herself. striking her head lightly, feeling that the more she pondered, the more a particular part of her mind grew blank. Nevertheless, she resolved to run a few laps, hoping that physical exertion might clear her thoughts. After 2 laps, Wen Yan returned to her room, disheartened. She opted for a shower and then lay on her bed, striving to organize the memories of her original self. In the midst of this endeavor, she suddenly sprang up from the bed, vigorously lifting the mattress, quickly uncovering a notebook beneath it. The memories of her original self informed her that this was a diary. With eagerness, Wen Yan flipped to the last page. What she found there was quite startling. The page was filled with the name Shinjiro, written not in ordinary ink, but in red, encased within a box. Those in the know would recognize this framing as a sign of death. Moreover, the page was marred with countless scratches, as if inflicted by a sharp blade. What profound enmity could inspire such actions? Yet, the memories left for her by her original self contained no such blood feud. Contemplating this, Wen Yan swiftly turned to the first page. The earliest date in this diary was from 4 years ago. The true daughter of the Shen family has returned. I feel joy for my adoptive parents, who have bestowed upon me such love and a life of luxury. I shall repay them well. I intend to foster a good relationship with Jiro, to be good sisters. She has endured much over the years, and what I have enjoyed was rightfully hers. So, it is time to return it to her. I get along well with Jiro. Today is sunny, truly a wonderful day. It was now deep into the night, and I seem to have discovered a secret. Jiro is a sleepwalker. She nearly strangled me in her sleep, and I could scarcely breathe at that moment. Fortunately, she awoke just in time. However, she implored me not to tell her parents, assuring me that she would lock the door while sleeping from now on. She explained that her sleepwalking was due to nightmares, lamenting her years spent away from home. I promised to keep this little secret between us sisters. Chapter 23. I have discovered a secret. 3 months have passed since the last entry. During this time, Jiro and I have enjoyed each other's company, and our family has been harmonious. Hence, I did not continue writing in the diary. Yet, I find myself perplexed and conflicted. Am I being too petty or overly sensitive? Why do I constantly feel that Jiro is not sincere towards me? We share several mutual friends, some of whom I introduced to her, yet gradually they have begun to distance themselves from me, growing closer to Jiro instead. It seems that only Xiao Kursen remains close to me, though I cannot shake the feeling that her intentions are not pure. Never mind Xiao Kursen for now. I perceive that Jiro behaves oddly in front of our parents. Although we had agreed to pursue certain matters together, she relinquishes her stance at the slightest hint of father's disapproval, leaving me to argue on behalf of our shared interests. This portrays her as the understanding one, while I appear to be the unreasonable troublemaker. Yet, we both know father would never agree. Afterward, she analyses the pros and cons with me, sounding remarkably convincing. Xiao Kursen claims that this is all an act, and I am left utterly bewildered. Today, an event transpired that confirmed the conjectures I held with Xiao Kursen. Shinjiro, indeed, has been feigning her affections. She harbors animosity towards me. Yet, I never contemplated usurping her position as the heiress of the Shen family. Everyone is aware that I am an adopted member of the Shens. I have never concealed this truth. From the moment she returned, I endeavored to foster a cordial relationship with her, only to discover that her kindness was merely a facade for our parents' eyes. This wretched woman, fully aware that I was to participate in the school's speech finals today, seized my phone and confined me in the restroom of a remote teaching building. She has declared war on me. She vowed to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to her. The speech I meticulously prepared for months has been destroyed by her actions. Yet the corridor of that old building lacks surveillance, and no one believes my account, even my parents, for she is an exceptional actress, embodying the image of a delicate, innocent flower, all too convincingly. It is utterly revolting. Shinjiro is indeed despicable. She has a knack for provoking my fury, compelling me into hysteria, leading those around us to perceive me as the one at fault. I am acutely aware that I should not react this way. Each outburst plays directly into her hands. Yet I am unable to resist. I cannot help but defend myself, raising my voice to assert my innocence, but to others, my loudness only reflects my insecurity and ineptitude. She nearly pushed me off the rooftop on the 32nd floor. I was perilously close to falling. She shoved me against the railing, leaving my upper body suspended in midair. I once believed I was not afraid of heights, yet in that moment, I was seized by terror, dizzy, and with a racing heart. Even now, I am haunted by that memory. I dare not revisit that scene. She is right. No one would believe me. Forget it. If I forget, perhaps I shall no longer be afraid. It has been a long time since I wrote in my diary. That incident has been buried deep within my heart. I have decided to abandon my studies in management and no longer be her classmate. I shall shift to design, the same field as my mother, and pursue a career in it. Xiao Curson is correct. I should repulse her, nitpicking trivial matters to irritate her, as it bears no significant consequence. If she retaliates, it only makes her appear petty.
She has forced my hand in this.
At this point, the original diary entry ceased. Wen Yan's shock is beyond description. No wonder there are no unfavorable memories of Shinjiro in my mind. They were sealed away by the original owner. Now, upon reading the diary, all those painful, maddening, suffocating memories have surged forth. Perhaps due to inhabiting the original's body, the moment those memories erupted, Wen Yan's heart throbbed painfully for quite some time. Once the pain subsided, she realized she was in tears. She never imagined that the original, who seemed to self-destruct at every turn, had been coerced by Shinjiro. Once so kind-hearted, she had been driven to this state by Shinjiro. How much injustice had she endured over the past 4 years? What had Shinjiro ever suffered to warrant this? Wen Yan suddenly felt a surge of compassion for the original. She traced the words in the diary, silently resolving to take action. Wen Yan, we share the same name. Your flesh and my spirit are intertwined by fate. Although I never intended to seize or compete, I yearn to restore justice on your behalf. The past lacks evidence, but she will surely slip up again. Wen Yan closed the diary. She washed her face in the bathroom, and after a while, her heart regained its tranquility. Once back in bed, she reopened the diary. From the point where the entries paused to the final page, there remained many pages. Wen Yan intended to peruse them for further revelations. As she flipped through, she indeed discovered something peculiar. A page had been torn out of the diary. However, due to the original's heavy-handed writing, most of the text had imprinted onto the next page. Since the original had previously studied design, Wen Yan had found several pencils in the drawer while tidying up. She quickly retrieved a sharpened pencil and began to lightly sketch over the blank page. Soon, the white lettering emerged. Though the handwriting appeared somewhat hasty and differed from the original's usual script, it was undoubtedly her own. Each word was recognizable, yet when combined, they left Wen Yan utterly astounded. Her pupils widened in disbelief.
Aha!
What have I uncovered? Shinjiro is obsessively enamored with Shinjingha. They are siblings born of the same parents. She is truly deranged. She is doomed. This revelation was explosive for Wen Yan. She closed her eyes, searching her mind for memories to discern what the original had seen to arrive at this conclusion. She concentrated, and at last, she unearthed that fragment of memory. Alas, it was regrettably vague, as the original had been intoxicated at the time. This undated, hastily penned diary entry was written after a night of drinking. Shortly after writing, the original had fallen asleep with the diary clutched in her arms, and upon waking, she could recall nothing, irritably tearing out that page. Yet, Wen Yan believed that where there is smoke, there is fire. Perhaps the original suspicions were not unfounded. For instance, just moments ago, Shinjiro had deliberately delivered juice to Shinjingha. Before doing so, she inquired whether he had accepted a small cake. As a brother with the same bloodline, she had not mentioned their elder brother, Shinjingxiu, at all. Her sudden change of demeanor and exposure of her true nature could very well be a response to Shinjingha's rejection of her juice. Every minute detail is worth scrutinizing. If all of this is true, then Shinjiro is indeed engaging in incest. Has she lost her mind? Wen Yan suddenly became intensely curious about the 10 years of Shinjiro's life away from home. Had those years been filled with profound misfortune? Did a dreadful environment lead her to become increasingly twisted? Regrettably, the original knew little about these matters. She only knew that Shinjiro had left the Shen family at the age of 8, and 3 years later, the Shen family had adopted her. It was only upon turning 18 that Shinjiro returned to her adoptive parents. As for how she had departed from the Shen family and what transpired during those 10 years, no one had ever informed the original. However, everyone in this household was aware that Shinjiro maintained a good relationship with her adoptive parents. During her years away, they had not mistreated her. At least, that was the public narrative, and nothing more was known. Wen Yan also recalled that on the morning after she arrived, she noticed Shinjiro had not joined everyone for breakfast. Suyong explained that her adoptive mother was ill, prompting Shinjiro to rush to the hospital to visit her. Yet, if the diary's accounts are genuine, and if Shinjiro had lived harmoniously with her adoptive parents, how could she have developed such a warped personality? In the original work titled Madame Lu's Multiple Identities, the Shen family is merely a supporting character. Consequently, the author of the original text did not dedicate any ink to the authenticity of Shen's true daughter. To uncover more useful information, one must rely solely on personal investigation. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the sudden sound of a car approaching broke her reverie. Wen Yan surmised that it must be Su Yang and Shen Yuan returning. Leaning closer to the window, she confirmed that it was indeed their vehicle. Among all she wished to know, aside from Shinjiro herself, Su Yang was likely the most knowledgeable. Wen Yan hurried down the stairs and, upon reaching the entrance of the villa, encountered Su Yang and Shen Yuan just as they approached. Su Yang appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Wen Yan. Yan, what are you doing still awake at this late hour? Wen Yan promptly stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with Su Yang's.
It's still early, Mom.
Young people don't sleep so early. She continued, how did everything go with your studio? Is everything running smoothly? Yes, quite smoothly. Everything has been taken care of. Su Yang replied. You and Dad should go inside and sit down. I'll fetch you a glass of water. Mrs. Su and Mr. Shen's lips were chapped. How long had they been parched? How could the studio staff neglect to provide water to their boss? They truly deserve a reprimand. Su Yang initially intended to decline the offer, but upon hearing Wen Yan's heartfelt concern, she realized she, too, was quite thirsty. Glancing back at Shen Yuan, she noted his dry lips as well. Shen Yuan instinctively pressed his lips together, having come to terms with the fact that he could hear Wen Yan's inner thoughts. After uttering her words, Wen Yan dashed to the kitchen. Once she left, Su Yang began to search the surroundings with her gaze. All 4 children were at home today, and they were aware of her sudden phone call to step out. To be honest, when she saw Wen Yan come down to greet her, a sense of anticipation filled her heart. She hoped that her other children would also come downstairs to converse with her upon hearing her return. However, the living room remained devoid of any sign of her other 3 children. A sigh escaped her lips. Yet, she did not wish to impose. After all, it was quite late, and the children had their own routines, some resting, others working late. Nevertheless, Wen Yan was truly a source of warmth for her. It felt as if when she first brought her home, she was a comforting little bundle of joy, but her demeanor had changed after Jiro returned home. Fortunately, that warm-hearted child seemed to have returned now. With this thought, Su Yang's gaze toward Wen Yan grew even more affectionate. Soon, Wen Yan returned with 2 cups of warm water. While Su Yang drank, Wen Yan pondered, I wonder if Mrs. Su is tired. It's such a troublesome matter to handle work on a weekend evening. If I approach her now, it may disrupt her rest. Perhaps I should wait until she has had a good night's sleep to discuss it. As her thoughts settled, Su Yang finished her water. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, how could she deny such a small wish of Wen Yan's? Moreover, she was curious what Wen Yan wished to discuss with her. Setting down her cup, Su Yang proactively said, after a late outing, I feel invigorated. If you're not tired, would you like to join me in the study? I have something to show you. Absolutely. I'm not tired at all. What is it, Mom? Wen Yan replied eagerly. Su Yang chuckled lightly. You'll find out when we get there. Wen Yan soon found herself in Su Yang's study. In this household, Shen Yuan, Su Yang, and Shen Jingxiu each had their own offices, providing them with personal spaces to handle their work or design tasks without interference. Su Yang's study was filled with an array of clothing, bags, and jewelry. Due to the value of these items, her study was typically locked, and the original owner had rarely entered. For Wen Yan, it was her first visit, and she was utterly mesmerized, feeling as if she had stepped into an exquisite luxury showroom. Nevertheless, she made a concerted effort to appear composed, reminding herself that she was now a daughter of the Shen family and must not appear unsophisticated or bring shame to the original owner. Su Yang, noticing the moment, encouraged Wen Yan, I need to tidy up a bit before showing you. Wen Yan nodded obediently, thinking that this was the perfect opportunity to engage Su Yang in a conversation about Shen Jiro. Few would dare enter her study, so there was no fear of being overheard. By the way, Mom, may I ask you about Jiro?
Jiro?
Su Yang was not surprised by the inquiry. From Wen Yan's thoughts and her demeanor, it was clear to Su Yang that she was making an effort to befriend Jiro, making her inquiry about Jiro's past entirely understandable. Su Yang paused her actions, taking Wen Yan by the hand and leading her to a nearby sofa. Speak freely. Whatever you wish to know, Mother shall tell you.
Well,
I wish to ask how Jiro left home and what her life was like during the 10 years she was away. Upon hearing this question, Su Yang let out a deep sigh. However, since she had already resolved to share this with Wen Yan, she decided to be forthright. Jiro left because she was diagnosed with a severe blood disease, and by the time it was discovered, it was already too late. Back then, she was practically living in the hospital, her studies interrupted, and we received urgent notices from the hospital almost daily. The only solution was a bone marrow transplant. Yet, even with our family circumstances, we never found a suitable match. I once considered having another child, thinking perhaps that could save her. However, my uterus was damaged during Jiro's birth, and the doctors advised against further pregnancy, plus none of your 4 brothers were a match, so I abandoned that thought. At that time, undergoing chemotherapy, Jiro, being such a beautiful child, lost all her hair. We knew she was suffering greatly, enduring the torment of her illness. Yet, as parents, we could never bear to simply give up on her. Ultimately, she could no longer endure the pain and left the hospital while the nurse was away from the ward. Your father and I were nearly driven to madness as we scoured the surveillance footage in search of her. The next day, we found her shoes by the river and a letter pressed beneath a stone. In that letter, she expressed that she could no longer bear to see her mother in tears, nor witness the pain her parents endured. Thus, she chose to end her life by the river. I was utterly devastated, frantically searching along the riverbank day and night, determined to find her, alive or dead. Strangely, we never discovered her body. Those 3 years I lived like a mere shell of a person, because we never found her body. I clung to the belief that she was still alive, and yet I could not find her. I could not endure such torment. At that time, I was already engulfed in depression, and then your father brought you back. You were like a warm little sun, healing my wounds. Without your companionship throughout those years, I truly would not have known how to cope. 7 years passed in this manner, and we never ceased our search for Jiro. On your birthday, unexpectedly, Jiro's adoptive parents came to our door. It turned out that Jiro was indeed alive. After she jumped into the river, she was rescued by a boat and taken home by her adoptive parents. However, at that time, she had already lost her will to survive. Hence, she did not choose to return. Her adoptive parents treated her exceptionally well. Upon learning of her illness, they took her to the hospital for a bone marrow match, which, to our surprise, was successful, and the surgery was a triumph. She was remarkably strong, enduring various complications post-operation until she regained her health and finally returned to us. Back to your father and me. This past is an everlasting ache in my heart, as well as in Jiro's. She did not have an easy life throughout those years,
Which is why I seldom mention that time.
However, today I share this with you in the hope that you and your sister can get along harmoniously. You may have felt that your father and I favored Jiro in the past, but that was merely an attempt to compensate for her. Do you understand, Yen Yan? I do. I comprehend this is the nature of humanity. Jiro's past indeed sounds pitiable and evokes sympathy. Yet, in light of her contradictory and dark personality, I find the latter part exceedingly implausible. The coincidences and peculiarities are almost like a novel. Wait, it seems to be just that, a novel. Thus, perhaps such an existence is not entirely impossible, especially since she has made it through. But, Mom, I must clarify that I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to inquire if you conducted a paternity test after Jiro's return, considering how many years have passed.
Of course we did.
Jiro herself was the one who suggested the paternity test. I still have that report. I can show it to you. Very well.
Ms.
Su is indeed quite trusting of Shinjiro. If one day I were to tell Ms. Su that Jiro had once harmed me, even nearly killed me, would she believe it? Never mind, I should first seek evidence. Suddenly, Su Yang, who was rummaging through the drawer, halted.
What was Yen Yan saying?
That Jiro had once nearly killed her? If such words were to come from Yen Yan's lips, she might find them hard to believe. Yet, can a person's heartfelt confession be deceitful? Chapter 25. The Paternity Test. Su Yang stood frozen in place, taking some time to regain her composure. It seemed that Yen Yan had previously accused Jiro, but by then, the two had already been engaged in a covert rivalry. Yen Yan often resorted to subtle maneuvers, which both she and Shen Yuan had observed closely. Mom, are you alright? Is there an issue with the report?
No.
Su Yang was jolted back to reality by Wen Yan's voice. I'm looking for it. I just can't recall which documents I placed it underneath. Let me keep searching. With that, Su Yang resumed her search. Soon, she retrieved a document from a file. Here, take a look. At the time, Jiro, your father, and I all provided samples, confirming that we are indeed related. The overly technical data was somewhat beyond Wen Yan's comprehension, but the final figure indicating a genetic similarity of 99. 9 was unmistakably clear, even to the uneducated. But, Mom, didn't you say Jiro underwent a bone marrow transplant? Shouldn't her blood DNA differ from yours? Doesn't this result imply a potential issue? There is no issue. The DNA in the human body is determined by genetics, while a bone marrow transplant merely alters blood cells, such as changing blood type. Our test was conducted using hair for comparison. Oh, Wen Yan nodded, feeling slightly out of her depth, but still curious. Was the institution that performed your paternity test reputable? Absolutely. It is the most authoritative institution in the city, with collaborations with law enforcement and the courts. Wen Yan nodded in understanding. Have you visited Jiro's adoptive parents' home? What kind of environment did Jiro grow up in for those 10 years? They managed to afford her surgery and cared for her diligently for so long. Their financial standing must be quite substantial. Indeed, they are well off. They own their own business and have spent a considerable amount on Jiro's treatment, something most families would struggle to manage. I am genuinely grateful to them. It seems almost fated that we adopted you, treating you as our own daughter, just as they adopted Jiro and embraced her as their own. Therefore, one must engage in benevolence. Doing good deeds will surely bring about blessings. Wen Yan had initially questioned how Jiro's adoptive parents could be so kind-hearted, but Su Yang's remarks stymied her skepticism. After all, Su Yang was correct. She and Shen Yuan had adopted the original self, nurturing an orphan into a young lady of privilege, which stemmed from goodwill as well. Kindness is not lacking in this world. It is perpetually unfolding. Yet, how could such benevolent biological and adoptive parents give rise to a character like Shinjiro's? Was it the torment of illness that shaped her? Mom, I have a small request. I trust that after Jiro's return, you and Dad must have investigated her adoptive parents' background, correct? Yes, we indeed looked into it. Could you show me what you found? I can, but I must ask you, why the sudden interest in this? How should I answer Miss Su's question? The events of the past have long lost their evidentiary basis. They undoubtedly cared for Shinjiro 100 or 1,000 times more than I did. With the paternity test being unquestionable, my doubts without any supporting evidence would make me seem quite foolish.
Sigh.
Moreover, I do not wish to cause Miss Su distress. After all, this is merely my conjecture, for which I need not take responsibility. Yet, she is Jiro's biological mother. If my doubts were to trouble her to the point of sleeplessness or even a relapse into depression, I would become a most ungrateful wretch. Ms. Su, please forgive me for telling a small lie. Wen Yan promptly smiled ingratiatingly, saying, I wish to have a good relationship with Jiro, and to do so, I want to understand her better. All right, I will get it for you. Su Yang went to rummage through the cabinet for the documents, but as she turned, a pensive expression crossed her face. Yen Yan had previously accused Jiro, yet Jiro had vehemently denied any wrongdoing, claiming she had never bullied Yen Yan. Over time, Yen Yan escalated her actions, often instigating conflict, clearly showcasing a wolf is coming mentality. Yet now, Su Yang found herself unsure of whom to trust. In the midst of her turmoil, she suddenly heard Wen Yan's voice. Oh, I really want to take a photo. What should I do? But it's awkward to take one in front of Miss Su. Our super adorable, beautiful, elegant, and noble Miss Su, how wonderful it would be if you could just turn around at this moment. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang, previously troubled, was amused by Wen Yan's flattery. She sighed softly and discreetly turned away, feigning to search for something in the cabinet. Wen Yan's eyes lit up immediately, seizing the opportunity to snap photos. Awkwardly, in her haste, she accidentally activated the flash. At the moment the shutter clicked and the light flared, Wen Yan felt utterly mortified. Su Yang, fully aware of the situation, feigned ignorance. Yet, it was Wen Yan who breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily Ms. Su was so engrossed that she didn't notice the commotion I caused. If I were sent to be a spy, I would have likely been laughed at by the opponent before even catching their weakness. Mom, I've placed it on the table. She called out. All right, just leave it there. I'll tidy up later. Finally able to turn around, Su Yang handed Wen Yan a few design sketches. Didn't I mention I had something to show you? Here it is. It's beautiful. It was a collection of jewelry designs, including necklaces and earrings. But Mom, even though I studied design, I must admit I haven't excelled at it. Why are you showing me this? Su Yang chuckled lightly. What? Do you expect me to seek your guidance? It's for you to choose as a birthday gift. My birthday? Isn't that still far off? However, jewelry making requires time. So it's prudent to prepare in advance. Take a look and see which set you prefer.
Hmm.
It would be disingenuous to say, I am not pleased. So I will make a careful selection. Every set is stunning. Ms. Su is undoubtedly the greatest designer in the world. It's too beautiful and difficult to choose. What should I do? Perhaps I should pick my favorites one by one. Su Yong smiled gently, noting the sweetness of the girl's words, not merely sweet in speech, but sweet in heart. Mom, I believe I am more fond of the Forest and Ocean series. In your esteemed opinion, which set do you think suits me best? Considering your age, I think the Forest series would be more fitting. It embodies a sense of vitality. In the study, the mother and daughter engaged in conversation about jewelry. Outside the study, on the third floor, Shinjiro kept a watchful eye on the closed door. It was only when she saw Wen Yan emerge that she quickly slipped away. Chapter 26. Wow. Absolutely stunning. Upon returning to her bedroom, Wen Yan immediately rummaged through the photos she had taken in Su Yang's study. The data revealed that Shinjiro's adoptive parents owned a garment factory, indicating a sound financial status. A brief internet search confirmed that the factory had indeed been established for over a decade. The identities of the factory's legal representative and Shinjiro's adoptive father matched perfectly, leaving no room for discrepancies. Moreover, this couple appeared genuinely benevolent. Records indicated they often assisted orphans, and Shinjiro was not the first child they had aided. Could it be that I am overthinking this? With black and white facts before her eyes, Wen Yan could not help but doubt herself. However, she had never questioned Shinjiro's identity. It was merely the oddity of Su Yang's words that had unsettled her. Initially, her intention was simply to unveil Shinjiro's true nature and restore justice for the original owner. Yet, Shinjiro's cunning was deeply concealed. She needed to provoke her. If the diary of the original owner was indeed truthful and Shinjiro harbored illicit thoughts towards Shinjingha, then this could be utilized to her advantage. In the master bedroom on the first floor, Su Yang sat before her vanity, her mind elsewhere, so much so that she failed to notice when Shin Yuan approached her. What are you thinking about, my dear? Su Yang turned to face Shin Yuan. Do you remember the first year Jiro returned? Initially, Wen Yan and Jiro had a good relationship, but then Wen Yan began to complain. I remember. What about it? Wasn't it simply Wen Yan seeking our attention? With Jiro back, she felt deprived of the affection she once received, so it's only natural for her to sulk a bit. Despite their rivalry, they never caused any significant trouble. But what if Jiro truly did something egregious to Wen Yan? What sort of deed? Shen Yuan furrowed his brow. Is there something I'm unaware of? Su Yang shook her head. No, I'm saying if. Then we must be rational. If Jiro indeed committed an outrageous act, even if she is our biological child, we cannot show undue favoritism. Do you think a hair sample for paternity testing could be inaccurate? Of course not. If there were any issues with the hair, the testing agency would have informed us at the time. What's troubling you? Did Wen Yan say something to you earlier? Did she complain again?
No.
Wen Yan intends to get along with Jiro, so she came to inquire about Jiro's past. So that reminded you of the past? But we've already investigated everything back then. There were no issues. Don't let your mind wander. Besides, Jiro's appearance clearly resembles yours. How could she not be our child? Then I won't dwell on it. When Jiro returned, her identity had been questioned by both her maternal and paternal families. Yet ultimately, a paternity test had dispelled all doubts. There was no reason to now start doubting based on Wen Yan's mere words. The next morning, everyone sat down at the breakfast table promptly, except for Shinjingha. The sight of the empty chair made Shen Yuan frown. Before he could speak, Su Yang interjected, Zhang, please go call Jingha down. Wen Yan glanced at Shinjiro, who was sitting primly, and suddenly volunteered, Mom, let me go fetch my second brother. He tends to be grumpy in the morning, and I have a better rapport with him. He won't get upset with me. As she spoke, she observed Shinjiro's expression. Indeed, when she mentioned her good relationship with Shinjingha, a slight change crossed Shinjiro's face. Yet, perhaps due to the presence of everyone, the shift was not overt, markedly different from the sudden hostility of the previous night. After finishing her words, Wen Yan did not linger and immediately ascended to the second floor. She first knocked politely on the door, but after 3 rounds of knocking without response, her hand began to ache. Shinjingha, are you a pig? The sun is already up and you're still sleeping. Just on the other side of the door, Shinjingha, while drying his hair, remarked, I want to open the door. Knock all you want. Knock a hole in it if you must. If I open the door, I'll admit defeat. The next moment, his phone erupted with notifications. He hung up on Wen Yan's call only for her to call again. And after 3 rounds of this, she finally ceased dialing. However, immediately after, his WeChat began to flood with messages. Wen Yan, rise and shine, superstar. The whole family is waiting for you for breakfast. Wen Yan, mom is even speaking on your behalf. Wen Yan, if you continue to laze about, how embarrassed will mom be? Wen Yan, you wouldn't want to embarrass mom, would you? The phone buzzed incessantly, leaving Shen Jinghua speechless. He set down the towel and strode towards the door. Suddenly, the door swung open from the inside. As Wen Yan was editing a message, she looked up to find a handsome young man, bare-chested and clad only in a bath towel around his waist, standing before her. She blinked, momentarily forgetting to move her fingers. How could you do this? Can't you put on some clothes before opening the door? Wow, Shen Jinghua's physique is absolutely stunning. It seems he has never undressed in front of the camera before. Am I not front row audience? The kind that sits on the sofa. Shen Jinghua's expression darkened. Did you knock on the door, make a phone call, and send a message, all to give me time to get dressed? Wen Yan chuckled. I thought you were indulging in a slumber. Hurry up, everyone is waiting for you to have breakfast. They can start without me. Oh, since they've already waited, it would be impolite to let them wait in vain. Hurry up and get dressed. I'll accompany you down. What? Can't you walk on your own? Are your legs merely for decoration? Wen Yan retorted. If it weren't to provoke Shinjiro, I wouldn't bother walking with you. Shen Jinghua frowned, perplexed by her reasoning. All right, I'm genuinely concerned that you'll dawdle, and everyone is waiting for you. It would be quite rude to arrive late. Understood, I'll be right out. With a resounding thud, the door was shut. 2 minutes later, the door swung open once more. This time, Shen Jinghua was impeccably dressed. Let us go. However, as they walked side by side into the dining room, Shinjiro displayed no reaction. Perhaps she was facing away from the entrance, unless she turned around. She wouldn't notice their approach. It was Shin Jingxiu who cast a lingering glance at them. At the dining table, Su Yong inquired whether Shen Jinghua had work scheduled for the day. He replied in the negative. Wen Yan's mind immediately sparked with ideas. Since second brother has no work today, how about we have a barbecue in the garden? What do you think, Mom? While others might be reluctant to organize such an event, Su Yong was more than willing to gather everyone together. Thus, Wen Yan made a point to involve her. Su Yong readily agreed. Sounds perfect. The weather is delightful today, not too hot, nor too cold. I shall have the kitchen prepare the ingredients shortly. You all will get to savor your father's culinary skills. You may not know this, but your dad is quite the barbecue aficionado. Back when we studied abroad, your father and I often spent our weekends barbecuing. Shen Jinghua interjected. Just because I have no work today doesn't mean I'm staying. All right. Wen Yan was the first to cheer. We must savor Dad's cooking. Long live Dad. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Yet it mattered not. As long as Wen Yan felt no embarrassment, the awkwardness would be felt by others. Moreover, she would actively draw them into the conversation. If Shinjiro was two-faced, then it was time to draw her out. Jiro, you have no other plans today, right? It's rare for the family to be together. Okay, I agree. I have no other arrangements today, Shinjiro replied, maintaining her warm demeanor, her smile devoid of any malice. Next, Wen Yan turned to Shin Jingxiu. Eldest brother, you likely have no other commitments, right? It's a rare weekend for you at home. It would be nice to have a barbecue. Just as she finished her sentence, Shin Jingxiu had not yet responded when Shin Jinghua scoffed. He then mocked. Do you really think the young master would join you for a barbecue? You must think highly of yourself. Wen Yan thought. So, even Shin Jingxiu shares the resentment stemming from that kidnapping incident, does he? The kidnapping was orchestrated by the kidnappers, while the decision was made by Dad. Is Shin Jinghua misplacing his anger? Shin Jingxiu was also a victim. Simultaneously, both brothers felt Wen Yan's mental cue. Shin Jinghua wanted to roll his eyes at Wen Yan but restrained himself. What is this? Does Wen Yan have such a close relationship with Shin Jingxiu? She seems to be on his side. Since childhood, Shin Jingxiu has been notoriously friendless. Shin Jingxiu was also taken aback, surprised that Wen Yan knew about their childhood kidnapping incident. It stirred memories within him. Indeed, he too had been a victim. However, upon returning, he acted as if nothing had happened, never showing fear. It seemed his family had forgotten he had once been confined in a dark box for days. As the one chosen by his father, he couldn't cry when his brother was in distress. He couldn't voice that he also had nightmares at night. He had to appear strong, as though he had never been a victim. Yet Wen Yan was right. He too was a victim. Thus, it was merely a barbecue. She had even brought a small cake last night. Even if he didn't particularly enjoy such things, what harm could there be in agreeing to her suggestion? Shen Jingxiu nodded. Yes, I have no other plans today. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinghe swiftly glanced at Shen Jingxiu and then scoffed again. Wen Yan quickly asked him with a bright smile, everyone is participating. You wouldn't be the only one to abstain, would you? Shen Jinghe shot a glance at Wen Yan, his lips curling coldly. I'm not skilled at anything. That's alright, I can take care of everything, second brother. You just need to bring your appetite. You said it yourself. Of course, everyone can vouch for that. Then I'll finish my meal and head upstairs for a nap. Call me when it's ready. Mom, enjoy your meal. Shen Jinghe's final remark was evidently directed at Su Yang. Su Yang appreciated it. Although the second son's attitude towards his father and elder brother remained consistently aloof, it was still a rare occasion for the family to gather together. An opportunity not easily found. She nodded at Shen Jinghe. You often work irregular hours, so take a good rest during your rare break. I'll call you when things are ready. As Su Yang spoke, Wen Yan observed Shinjiro intently. However, Shinjiro remained absorbed in her meal, seemingly indifferent to Shen Jinghe's presence or absence. Could it be that the scene she had witnessed earlier was merely her imagination? Regardless, if Shen Jinghe proved unhelpful, she could always turn to someone else. By the way, Mom, hasn't the production crew's notice yet to come through? I don't have much else to do, so I might as well move back home.
Great.
Su Yang beamed. Having you back home will bring more liveliness. The house felt quite empty during those days you were away. I truly wasn't accustomed to it. That's because you missed me. I missed you too during those days. Though such declarations might seem sentimental, Wen Yan was unbothered by the sentimentality. After all, being an actress, she could remain composed while filming amidst a crowd. What was wrong with uttering a few affectionate words? Yet Shinjiro seemed to twitch at the corners of her mouth. Wen Yan stole a glance around. It appeared not only Shinjiro was affected, even Shen Jingxiu seemed to furrow his brow slightly. No matter. Shinjiro had told her to leave this house, and she was determined to remain. She intended to foster relationships with each member of this family right under her nose. Eager to see how long Shinjiro could keep her facade hidden, Su Yang was evidently pleased with Wen Yan's approach, her smile remaining ever present. Before long, the family had nearly finished breakfast. Su Yang called for Aunt Zhang, instructing her to prepare the necessary tools and ingredients for the barbecue. Sister Zhang mentioned that there is a grill and smokeless coal at home, but some ingredients need to be purchased separately. Upon hearing this, Wen Yan immediately suggested, Mom, why don't we go buy the ingredients ourselves? It seems like it has been ages since I last visited the supermarket with you. Jiro should join us as well. Indeed, it had been a long time since they had gone to the supermarket together. In light of this, Su Yang turned to Shen Jingxiu and proposed, how about you drive us three? Although Shen Jingxiu was typically aloof, he rarely refused reasonable requests from his parents.
All right.
I'll prepare right away. 10 minutes later, Shen Jingxiu pulled his car up to the villa's entrance. Shen Jiro, with an air of subtlety, swiftly opened the back door before Wen Yan could. Mom, you go ahead and get in. Wen Yan didn't contest her and automatically took the passenger seat. Once inside, Shen Jiro initiated a conversation with Su Yang about matters concerning the company. Since Wen Yan had never worked at the Shen Group, she found herself unable to contribute to the discussion. As a result, her mind began to wander once more. Whoever said that hardworking men driving are the most handsome was absolutely correct. Shen Jingxiu drives with such seriousness. That jawline, that Adam's apple, those long fingers. He appears so chastely reserved. He must be quite the ascetic, right? Shen Jing and those sharp-tongued men might have rumored girlfriends. Yet he seems to have no gossip surrounding him at all. Shen Jingxiu tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Is she genuinely so intrigued by his chastity? He frowned and abruptly accelerated. However, he soon ceased to hear Wen Yan's thoughts. As she suddenly recalled something, she seemed to have forgotten to ask what her second brother liked to eat. Mom, do you know his preferences? Chapter 28. Follow me. He enjoys sweets, especially when he was younger. As he grew up, he has had them less frequently. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Shen Jingxiu involuntarily furrowed his brow slightly. Wen Yan, however, felt a swell of satisfaction. It seemed that the little cake she had brought him last night was indeed a hit. She then inquired, aside from desserts, what kind of meat and vegetables does he like? Beef. Among meats, Jinghe's favorite is beef. As for vegetables, he favors mushrooms, much like your third brother. He does eat a bit of everything else and isn't particularly picky, except for one thing he dislikes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The last sentence was echoed simultaneously by Su Yang and Wen Yan. Su Yang, somewhat surprised, asked Yen Yan, "How did you know that?" "He told me," Wen Yan replied, turning back with a smile. "A few days ago when I visited his apartment he mentioned it." She didn't forget to cast a glance at Shen Jiro. In that brief exchange, Wen Yan distinctly sensed the animosity in Shen Jiro's gaze. Although her earlier behavior was somewhat green tea-like, it appeared Shen Jiro, the black-hearted lotus, was on the verge of losing her composure. The black-hearted lotus is no more noble than the green tea. Wen Yan seized the moment to press on. "I'll send a message to my second brother asking what seafood he likes." As she spoke, she retrieved her phone from her bag. Embracing her green tea persona, she even added a playful lilt to her voice. "Second brother, we're on our way to the supermarket to buy ingredients. Is there any seafood you'd like?" As that saccharine voice emerged, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. However, she merely perceived it as a sign of the good relationship between the siblings. After all, Yen Yan wouldn't have the ability to bring Jinghe home as a surprise otherwise. Little did Su Yang realize that Yen Yan had managed to establish a rapport with the second brother during her recent interview. Meanwhile, Shen Jiro clenched her fists in silent fury, finding Wen Yan utterly repugnant, having never encountered such brazen shamelessness before. Wen Yan herself was unfazed, as playing different roles was her forte. Nevertheless, the deep creases between Shen Jingxiu's brows sparked a flicker of frustration and profound sympathy for him. "Apologies for disturbing your ears, dear brother. But actually, I'm using voice to text. You all happen to hear this playful tone today, but I want to send it out." Shen Jingxiu was utterly perplexed, wondering why she didn't simply type. Who was she putting on such a performance for? Shen Jinghe quickly replied to Wen Yan, his response as succinct as ever. "Whatever." Wen Yan turned back with a smile. "Mom, second brother said to do as we see fit. He is fine with anything." "That works." Shen Jingxiu soon drove the car into the parking lot of a large comprehensive supermarket. Today, not only was he playing the role of the driver, but also that of a porter. As soon as they entered the supermarket, they immediately attracted numerous curious glances, both overt and covert, due to their striking appearances and the air of affluence that accompanied their attire. Just as they were about to head towards the fresh meat section, a man speaking with a dialect suddenly approached them. More specifically, he hesitated as he walked towards Shen Jiro. "Young lady, you look so familiar. Aren't you the daughter of Boss Zhao?" Wen Yan was unfamiliar with the accent, but upon hearing Boss Zhao, she instantly thought of Shen Jiro as foster mother, Zhao Qing, who also shared the surname Zhao. Meanwhile, Shen Jiro's previously flawless expression cracked slightly upon the man's arrival. She quickly stepped back a couple of paces, furrowing her brow as she replied, "You must have mistaken me. I don't believe we've met before, and my father doesn't share the surname Zhao." This was indeed correct. Wen Yan remembered clearly that Shen Jiro's adoptive father did not have the surname Zhao. However, Wen Yan found the situation rather peculiar. Typically, when an unfamiliar person approaches someone on the street, they either feel bewildered or fearful. Yet Shen Jiro appeared to be disgusted, as if she wanted to distance herself from the encounter. After pondering for a moment, Wen Yan promptly devised an excuse to separate herself from Shen Jiro and the others. After searching for a while, Wen Yan finally located the man. She hurriedly jogged over. "Excuse me, sir." "Hello, are you looking for me?" The middle-aged man, noticing such a beautiful young woman approaching him, immediately beamed with a wide smile that revealed his teeth. "Yes, we met earlier. You mentioned seeing Boss Zhao's daughter near the meat section. Don't you remember?"
"Oh,
"I remember. That was just a moment ago. What can I do for you?" "I do have something to discuss, but I don't have time to go into details today. How about we exchange contact information, and I'll reach out when I'm free?" "Sure. You can save my number." As the man recited a series of digits, he added, "My surname is Wang, with the 3 dots on water, just Wang." Before he could finish, a middle-aged woman approached, cradling a child. Her tone was rather sharp. "Who are you talking to?" "The child has been looking for his grandfather." "Come on, let us go." All right, I'm coming. "Come here, sweetheart, let grandpa carry you." The man ceased his conversation with Wen Yan, cradling the child as he departed alongside the woman. However, after taking a few steps, he abruptly turned back, mischievously gesturing a phone call towards Wen Yan. She stood there, momentarily frozen, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Goodness, he appeared to be in his early 40s, yet here he was, already a grandfather. To make matters worse, he still wore such a lewd grin. Surely, he didn't believe her request for his phone number was merely a pretext for flirtation. With a silent scoff, Wen Yan turned, only to collide headlong into a warm, solid wall of flesh. My nose. Standing at 1 7 meters in heels. She had bumped into someone at least 9 meters tall. Otherwise, her nose wouldn't have met his sternum so perfectly, breathing in the faint scent of cedar. Wen Yan looked up to discover that she had crashed into none other than Shen Jingxiu.
Brother?
My apologies, I didn't see you there. What brings you here? She exclaimed, momentarily disregarding her pain as her gaze traversed past Shen Jingxiu's shoulder, scanning the surroundings. What are you looking for? Shen Jingxiu inquired, lowering his gaze to meet hers. Oh, I was checking if my mother and Jiro had arrived as well. It wouldn't be ideal for Shinjiro to witness my interaction with that man. They haven't come yet. Mom mentioned this place is too vast, and she was worried about getting lost, so she asked me to find you. It is quite expansive here. Did you find what you were looking for?
Huh?
Didn't I say I'd return to buy some gum? I thought I had found it. Not yet. It should be a bit further ahead. Shall we go together?
Sure.
I recall it being on the left side of the aisle up ahead. Wen Yan led Shen Jingxiu towards the left front, only to discover it was a section selling kitchen spices. She chuckled awkwardly. I must have remembered incorrectly. It might be a bit further ahead, perhaps on the right. They proceeded towards the right front, only to find themselves in the aisle for contraceptive products. Wen Yan felt like a headless fly, utterly lost in this gargantuan supermarket. A newcomer with no hope of finding her way out. Observing her plight, Shen Jingxiu sighed softly. Just follow me. Chapter 29. I look down on you. Wen Yan blinked in surprise. Do you know where the gum is? To be honest, she had no clue. The idea of searching for gum had merely been a spur-of-the-moment excuse. She hadn't seen any gum on her way there. And it was quite possible it wasn't even on this floor. Let us give it a try. After all, you don't know where it is, Shen Jingxiu replied. Wen Yan felt a sting of indignation, yet found herself unable to retort. Under Shen Jingxiu's guidance, they walked straight ahead, then turned right, followed by a left turn, ultimately stopping in front of a row of shelves. Here, take it. I'll cover the bill today. If there's anything else you want, we can get it all together. Wen Yan exclaimed, wow, the illustrious young Master Shen is treating me. Shouldn't I indulge a bit and buy the entire wall? Shen Jingxiu raised an eyebrow. You could very well buy the entire wall and set up a convenience store if you wanted. Wen Yan was taken aback. Why are you suddenly so generous towards me? Shen Jingxiu appeared somewhat uncomfortable but spoke nonetheless, as a token of gratitude for the little cake from last night.
Oh, that?
It wasn't worth that much. Honestly, 2 bottles would suffice. Wen Yan didn't linger too long. Her goal was clear. She swiftly grabbed 2 boxes of watermelon-flavored gum and made her way out. On the path to reunite with Su Yang and the others, Shen Jingxiu asked, by the way, who were you talking to just now? When I found you. Oh, just a passerby, Wen Yan replied without a second thought. I asked him if he knew where the gum was, and he said he didn't either. Shen Jingxiu merely grunted in acknowledgement, recognizing that Wen Yan was reluctant to divulge the truth and refrained from pressing further. Before long, they located Su Yang and Shinjiro. An hour later, they wheeled 3 carts brimming with food and snacks to the parking lot. Upon returning home, the charcoal fire had already been lit. Su Yang entrusted the ingredients to the kitchen for preparation, allowing the children to rest. However, Wen Yan felt no fatigue at all. She dashed to the yard to skewer food with Aunt Zhang instead. Aunt Zhang loved to chat, and Wen Yan held her own in conversation, despite their age gap. They enjoyed a delightful rapport. Soon, Su Yang was drawn in by their laughter. She couldn't help but remark to Xin Yuan, youth is truly a blessing. Look at Yen Yen. She is completely oblivious to fatigue. After over an hour at the supermarket, I'm utterly exhausted. This child has finally returned to her cheerful and laughing self. Shen Yuan nodded, adding, and yet, as young people, look at the others. They've retreated to their rooms. It's not their fault. I told them to rest. Besides, they're not accustomed to working in the kitchen. But it seems Yen Yen is having a splendid time skewering potatoes. I remember when we used to date, you would marinate while I skewered the ingredients. Shouldn't we join her? How about you show me your skills once more? They exchanged smiles, and Xin Yuan said, as you wish, my dear wife. Before long, Xin Yuan and Su Yang joined in the labor. Wen Yan, sweet-tongued, showered them with compliments, and the couple, particularly Su Yang, couldn't stop smiling. The garden buzzed with laughter, soon attracting others. Shen Jingxiu, having just finished several emails, approached the window and opened it, gazing down at the lively scene below, especially at Wen Yan, who flitted about like a busy bee. He found himself rooted there for several minutes, lost in thought. In another room, Shen Jing, having removed his headset after his game character's demise, quickly glanced out the window. Is Wen Yan truly so joyous while skewering food? She beaming like a flower. I wonder what seafood they bought, and if there's any of that black gold abalone I adore. On the third floor, Shinjiro slammed the window shut. That wretched girl, making such a fuss over a barbecue. It's not as if we lack servants. Is it necessary for her to take the initiative? If she wants to suffer, that's one thing, but dragging our parents into it is quite another. If I don't go down now, I'll just appear lazy. How disgusting. Clearly, I warned her to keep her distance, yet she deliberately tries to ingratiate herself with everyone in the family. Truly, she's asking for trouble. Filled with resentment, Shinjiro descended the stairs. Su Yang was the first to spot her. Jiro, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to rest? Shinjiro smiled sweetly. I'm not tired. It's a family barbecue, so it's meaningful to lend a hand. I'll take care of the vegetables.
Wen Yan,
Who had just switched to cutting vegetables, interjected, Jiro, why don't you wash the vegetables instead? It's much easier. Shinjiro's smile grew even sweeter, no worries. I'm better at cutting vegetables. Su Yang glanced at Shin Yuan, puzzled as to why Jiro was suddenly competing with Wen Yan after such a long time of peace. Wen Yan sighed, all right then. My hand is starting to ache from cutting. There aren't any extra knives here, so you can have this one. I'll go wash the vegetables. The warmth in Shinjiro's smile began to fade. Her mind was never on cutting vegetables, and within moments, she accidentally sliced her finger, nearly removing half of the nail from her left index finger. Sister Zhang hurriedly retrieved the medical kit, and Su Yang promptly assisted Shinjiro in disinfecting and applying a band-aid. Jiro, next time, refrain from attempting tasks beyond your expertise. This will help mitigate risks. Thankfully, it was merely your nail that was injured. Meanwhile, Wen Yan could only revel silently in schadenfreude, musing, oh dear, look at this insatiable desire for competition. It truly has its own eyes. Before long, Shin Jingxiu, having completed his tasks, descended to join them. When it was time to officially commence the barbecue, Su Yang called Shin Jing down once more. Everyone exhibited a remarkable aptitude for grilling, as the food they produced was nearly devoid of any charring. The most delighted of all was Wen Yan. Observing her devouring skewer after skewer, Shin Jinghe beside her chuckled. With that appetite, you dare to aspire for a career in entertainment? You ought to abandon such notions at once. Wen Yan, leisurely finishing her mouthful, wiped her lips before retorting. I have yet to enter the entertainment industry, which is precisely why I must seize the moment to eat. But how can you reproach me, second brother? Apart from me, you have consumed the most. As the top-tier idol, you should be more mindful of your own indulgences. Humph, what do you know? If I had the opportunity to eat regularly, would I need to feast like this today? Then refrain from criticizing me, Su Yang chuckled, finding their banter amusing. Shin Jinghe attempted to salvage his dignity. It's primarily because the barbecue today is exceptionally delicious. Su Yang's smile deepened. The marinade for this barbecue is actually your father's exclusive recipe. Her intention in mentioning this was to gradually bridge the gap between father and son. Yet, Shin Jinghe, stubborn as a mule, furrowed his brows at her words, I'm full.
here, have some abalone.
Just as his words fell, Wen Yan used her tongs to offer him an abalone, adding, don't say you dislike it, second brother. I've noticed how much you enjoy this.
Hey,
If you leave, I would genuinely look down upon you. Shin Jinghe shot her a glare, his irritation dissipating. Indeed, he chose to remain. It would be too embarrassing to be looked down upon by her. Seeing that Shin Jinghe had not committed any faux pas, Wen Yan finally averted her gaze. Lowering her head, she was surprised to find a skewer of grilled potatoes added to her plate, placed there by none other than Shin Jingxiu. Chapter 30. Do you like me? Woohoo! How touching. Big brother must have noticed my fondness for grilled potatoes. Perhaps I should prepare a small cake for him another day. Reciprocity is essential. Shin Jingxiu, who had merely been grilling without much consumption, had initially decided to stop. However, the prospect of a cake in exchange for grilled potato slices seemed quite advantageous. Thus, he subtly decided to grill a few more. Shin Yuan also placed several skewers of beef on Su Yang's plate, saying if Yan Yan enjoys it, she should eat a bit more. As she observed the lively exchange between Wen Yan and Shin Jinghe and witnessed others offering barbecue to Wen Yan, Shinjiro clenched her fists tightly in her lap. At that moment, Su Yang handed her a skewer of grilled mushrooms, saying, Jiro, try this. It tastes delightful. Shin Yuan also offered her some beef. Only then did Shinjiro manage a smile. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Please also try the chicken wings I grilled. Big brother, second brother, Yan Yan, come. Have a taste. Wen Yan, unwilling to turn down any food, sampled a chicken wing, and found it quite delectable. In truth, a harmonious family gathering like this was rather pleasant. However, Shinjiro's duplicity and excessive desires posed a problem. It is not inherently wrong for one to desire much. But when such aspirations are built upon the suffering of others, that's where the issue lies. By 2 in the afternoon, the barbecue finally came to an end. The most delighted among them were Xin Yuan and Su Yang, for Shin Jinghe had left the table halfway through without any mockery or derision directed at Xin Yuan. Though the relationship between father and son appeared unchanged, it had, in reality, softened. For this, the couple was quite grateful to Wen Yan. Thus, when Wen Yan proposed to escort Shin Jinghe home, they welcomed the idea with open arms, as they could have arranged for the family driver to take him instead. The car swiftly departed from the Shen family villa. With the weather being fine and sunny, Wen Yan had the roof of her sports car down. Shin Jinghe discreetly donned a pair of sunglasses, his expression cool as he smirked slightly. "I've noticed you are trying to curry favor with me." This sudden remark left Wen Yan nearly adorning her head with a question mark. Stealing a glance at Shin Jinghe, she inquired, "What brings you to this conclusion? Second young master?" Shin Jinghe shot her a sidelong glance. "Could you refrain from calling me that?" Wen Yan chuckled, "Hee. Then what should I call you, second brother?" Shin Jinghe. "Is it because I voluntarily offered to take you home? Isn't it? But second brother, have you forgotten what I mentioned earlier? My apartment isn't far from yours. I happen to be heading back as well." Shin Jinghe, aren't you adept at flattery? Why not employ it now?
Hey.
Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Given my earnestness, could you indulge me in a conversation? What would you like to discuss? Let us talk about our sister, Miss Shinjiro. What about her? What kind of person do you think she is? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that family harmony brings prosperity? Have you given up on pleasing her after just 2 days? Second brother, I appreciate your quick wit, but could you slow down your thought process? I was originally asking you a question, yet it has turned into an interrogation of me. Tell me, what do you think of Jiro? She was quite adorable as a child, but now she is rather conventional, or perhaps one could say she possesses a strong sense of propriety. Every action, every smile. She seems to have her own measure, although it fluctuates, it never exceeds or falls below that limit. Unlike you, who wears your emotions on your sleeve. When you're wild, you genuinely seem like someone who has escaped from a mental institution. Wen Yan, Shin Jinghe, I thank you for warming my 4 seasons. Shin Jinghe smirked. Do you have any other questions? Wen Yan, you believe she has propriety, yet has she never crossed that boundary in front of you? Never. Do you think she likes you?
Likes me?
That is hardly the case. She favored Shin Jingxiu and Shen Jingtuan more when we were younger. However, I don't seem to have observed her harboring much affection for Big Brother. I already mentioned it was when we were kids. We weren't in constant contact. Can you guarantee that your childhood playmate remains your best friend after a decade of separation? Fair enough. When Yen frowned during the barbecue today, Shinjiro's glances towards Shin Jinghe were anything but innocent. Has she truly never had any private interactions with him? It seems Shin Jinghe is blissfully unaware. Shin Jinghe retorted, "It's not about what she is thinking. She must be unwell. After all, he and Shinjiro are siblings. And her, a wild sister picked up from an orphanage." Shin Jinghe shot Wen Yan a glare. "After all your questions, I wish to inquire, do you like me?" "Like? Of course, I like you. If not now, then when would I flatter you? I can recount every single work my brother has produced since his debut. How could he possibly forget? This affection transcends the boundaries of gender, sibling ties, and any linguistic description. It is selfless and boundless. A sentiment that can be awakened in an instant by merely glimpsing even a single image of him, despite any amnesia. Enough, I comprehend. No, you do not understand. Do you know why the dinosaurs became extinct? Because their forelimbs were too short to applaud my perfection, which led them to succumb to despair. How do you know? Because I have access to a 5G network. Wen Yan, I concede defeat. After escorting Shin Jinghe back to his residence, Wen Yan immediately returned to her own apartment. As soon as she closed the door and collapsed onto the sofa, she opened a shopping application to search for pinhole cameras. However, the results that popped up were a bold warning. According to the law, disclosing personal information of citizens and infringing upon individual privacy poses a serious social threat. Upon seeing this interface, Wen Yan understood. Fine, it seems that mini cameras cannot be purchased through legitimate channels, and as a proper person, she had no access to illicit options. Engaging in unlawful activities was out of the question, so she settled for a more reasonable alternative, searching for a local online store. After adding a bit more to her budget, she opted for same-city delivery and purchased several miniature recording devices. Once the recording devices arrived, she promptly returned to the Shen family villa. That evening, Wen Yan deliberately created an opportunity to be alone with Shinjiro. Over the past 2 days, Wen Yan had discerned the palpable animosity emanating from Shinjiro. She had already concealed the recording devices within her clothing pocket, eagerly awaiting another outburst of malice from Shinjiro. To her surprise, even in solitude, Shinjiro refrained from uttering any harsh words. This led Wen Yan to question whether Shinjiro had already seen through her scheme. If that were the case, things would become complicated. However, it was not unexpected. Shinjiro was no fool, having previously manipulated the original owner of this identity with ease. Moreover, she could seamlessly disguise herself in front of the entire family. With no opportunity to act against Shinjiro, Wen Yan recalled the man's phone number she had obtained during the day at the supermarket. Glancing at the time, it was just past 9, not too late. Thus, she dialed the number. Chapter 25. You have a situation. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is no longer in service. Please check and try again. No longer in service? Wen Yan quickly searched online for the possible causes of service suspension. First, the phone could be suspended due to unpaid bills. Second, the owner might have reported the phone lost. Third, the phone number might be a black card, not registered to the owner, or involved in scams or harassment, leading to suspension by law enforcement or the telecommunications provider. Wen Yan hoped it was the first reason and wished for the other party to settle their bill promptly. After taking a shower and caring for her skin, she dialed the number again, only to find it still out of service. However, she did not dwell on it too much. After watching a film, she went to bed. The next morning, while having breakfast, she encountered Shinjiro, and everything seemed normal. After breakfast, everyone left for work, leaving Wen Yan alone at home. After strolling around the garden to aid digestion, she returned to the 3rd floor. Shinjiro's room was also on the 3rd floor, separated from hers by a guest room and a guest bathroom. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wen Yan approached Shinjiro's door. She intended to stealthily enter Shinjiro's room to investigate, but to her surprise, Shinjiro had locked the door upon leaving the villa. Who locks their room in their own home? This was undoubtedly suspicious. Wen Yan inquired with the housekeeper, Zhang, and discovered that Shinjiro had never allowed the cleaners to tidy her room. She always managed it herself. Zhang also mentioned that the madam was aware of this, likely a habit cultivated over the past decade while living with her foster parents. The past and foster parents' household. This line of thought prompted Wen Yan to dial the number for the man named Wang once more. Yet the response was the same. That number remained out of service. Wen Yan began to doubt whether she had been deceived by that man, who might have concocted a useless number. Just as she was silently lamenting, she received a voice call. To her astonishment, it was Shun Jinghe. This was utterly unexpected. Wen Yan immediately pressed the answer button. Hello. Oh, great star. What brings you to me? Clearly taken aback by Wen Yan's quick response, Shin Jinghe was even more surprised to find her on the line. How come it's you? Why not me? Wen Yan replied, her tone more astonished than his. Unexpectedly, Shin Jinghe acknowledged, I see. I must have dialed the wrong number. And prepared to hang up.
Wait.
Wen Yan called out before he could disconnect. Since it was a mistake, why not embrace it? What do you want? Shin Jinghe's tone shifted to one of caution. Hee, Wen Yan chuckled. I have a matter I'd like to inquire about. Dear brother, do you happen to know the progress of the auditions for the silent production team? Has the first round concluded yet? It should be soon. Not many people are left. And I estimate it will wrap up by tomorrow. As they spoke, Wen Yan suddenly heard a female voice on Shin Jinghe's end. It was mentioned that this outing would likely take 4 or 5 days, and if he didn't arrange for someone to look after the cat, it would have to be left to the cleaning lady for feeding. Upon hearing this, Wen Yan immediately guessed, has your assistant returned from her honeymoon? If you're on a business trip and can't care for Shin Pailai, I'm more than willing to help. I believe Shin Pailai quite likes me. This is a mutual endeavor. You can absolutely trust me with her. Especially since she had little to do these days and no friends around, having a handsome cat to cuddle would be delightful. In the end, Shin Jinghe was indeed persuaded by her words. All right, come over this morning to pick up the cat. I have a flight in the afternoon.
Great.
After confirming the time, Wen Yan prepared to apply a light, beautiful makeup for herself. However, while applying lipstick, she suddenly realized that her favorite lipstick of late was missing. She distinctly remembered placing it in her bag, yet it was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, at the Shen group, Shin Jingxiu was intently reviewing a project proposal when his assistant, Wen Yiming, suddenly knocked and entered. Mr. Shen, what is it? Shen Jingxiu asked, not lifting his gaze from the computer screen. Wen Yiming promptly replied, the driver found one of your personal items under the front passenger seat while taking the car for maintenance today. He asked me to return it to you. Shen Jingxiu merely grunted in acknowledgement, not taking it seriously.
Just leave it there.
Is there anything else? No, then I'll take my leave. As soon as the words left his lips, a small tubular object was placed on Shen Jingxiu's desk. Shen Jingxiu hardly paid it any mind, continuing to peruse the documents on his computer. Meanwhile, his secretary's office was in a frenzy. Shu, gather around quickly. Guess what I just heard? What is it? Your expression suggests it's juicy gossip. Hurry, I've got my sunflower seeds ready. Just moments ago, Shen's driver had approached Assistant Wen, claiming to have found a lipstick in Shen's car while washing it. TSK, who said Shen doesn't indulge in the flesh. Who said he's a monk. Who said no women have ever sat in his car. That was a used lipstick. How do you know it was used? Duh, there's no packaging.
What?
My dream of becoming the president's wife is shattered. As they laughed and chatted, two light coughs suddenly echoed from behind. What are you all doing? Don't you know this is work time? If I catch you discussing your boss's private life during office hours again, I will dock your bonuses. And mind your own mouths. Don't spread rumors. Yes. The secretaries, caught off guard by Wen Yiming, fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Wen Yiming then exited the room. As he settled at the front desk, someone approached. Is President Shen in his office? I need him to sign something. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. With that, Wen Yiming dialed the internal phone. Just as Shen Jingxiu hung up from an external call, the internal line rang again. What's the matter? All right, let him in. As soon as he finished speaking, the visitor entered. Shen Jingxiu set down the phone. My cousin has arrived. The project in District XC has been progressing smoothly. The board is quite satisfied. Why come in person just to sign? The visitor chuckled. I'm getting older and prefer not to sit in the office all day. My back aches, unlike you young folks who are fit. Shen Jingxiu nodded, swiftly signed the documents, and returned them to his cousin. However, in an absent-minded moment, the lipstick, which had been placed on the desk by his assistant, was inadvertently swept off and fell to the ground with a soft thud. Just then, his cousin stepped forward to take the documents and accidentally stepped on it. What on earth? His cousin exclaimed, looking down in surprise. I just crushed a lipstick in your office? Seems you've got something going on. Shen Jingxiu, momentarily taken aback, furrowed his brow. Cousin, I don't. His cousin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, we're all men here. I understand. Chapter 32. It turns out girls are quite easy to please. Shen Jingxiu insisted. Cousin. I truly am not. You either make no noise at all or you bring someone into the office. TSK, quite thrilling. You young people are different. Strong back. You must have a good kidney too. Cousin, please, let me explain. All right, his cousin waved his hand. I need to go clean my shoe now. You can't blame me for the lipstick. You dropped it, so figure out how to make amends. Watching his cousin depart, Shen Jingxiu shook his head in resignation. Sometimes, being alone in the office felt quite helpless. However, if he recalled correctly, that lipstick must have been left in his car by Wen Yan when they went shopping at the supermarket yesterday. After all, besides Wen Yan, no other woman had ever sat in the passenger seat. He remembered Wen Yan pulling out her phone from her bag to contact him about what seafood he wanted. The lipstick must have accidentally fallen out at that moment. Yet it had ended up like this in his possession. He closed his eyes, pinched the bridge of his nose, and then stood up to pick up the now mangled lipstick. He then dialed the internal phone again and soon, Wen Jiming entered. President, you called for me? As soon as Wen Jiming stepped in, he spotted the conspicuous red smear on the light gray carpet. Quick to react, he immediately grabbed the internal phone. I'll call for cleaning right away. However, Shen Jingxiu raised his hand to stop him. First, help me with another matter. What is it? Shen Jingxiu cleaned the lipstick and handed it to Wen Jiming. Go buy an identical one of this brand. Understood. Make sure the color is exactly the same. Wen Jiming nodded. Got it. But President, since it was accidentally damaged, wouldn't T1 be insufficient? I've heard there are many different shades of lipstick. Is that so? Shen Jingxiu narrowed his eyes. Such cosmetics typically come in complete gift sets. So go buy the most comprehensive set. Alright, I'll take care of it right now. Wen Jiming accepted the task and exited. Yet, he was quite the straightforward man and knew little about such matters. Thankfully, several of his female subordinates could assist him. However, he was exceedingly curious about the owner of the lipstick. Not just him, but the female secretary he consulted was also intrigued. She quietly inquired, Assistant Wen, does our president have a girlfriend? Don't ask what you shouldn't, and don't pry. Oh, right, buy two identical gift sets.
Huh.
Two identical ones?
Yes.
Does this mean our president is either not dating or juggling two relationships at once? Say another word, and I'll dock your bonus. In truth, when Jiming was puzzled, just before he was about to leave, the president had suddenly called him back to mention he wanted to buy two sets. The female secretary was quite efficient, and before the end of the workday, she had brought 2 boxes of lipstick to the company. Assistant Wen, where should I put these? Or, do we need to send them out? When Jiming couldn't make the decision himself, so he went to consult Shen Jingxiu. Shen Jingxiu was still busy and didn't lift his head. Put them in my car. Wen Ziming immediately asked, there's a cocktail party tonight. I mentioned it to you in the morning. You originally said if you weren't working late, you would attend. What about now? Cancel it, it's last minute anyway. I'll leave work on time at 6. If there's anything that requires my personal attention, resolve it before I clock out. Understood. On the surface, Wen Jiming remained composed, but internally, his curiosity intensified. This workaholic president was actually planning to leave on time, a rare occurrence. Having followed him for years, it was the first time he'd seen him leave promptly, likely due to a woman. That woman must be something extraordinary. Meanwhile, Wen Yan, having just brought the cat back to the Shen family villa, sneezed twice in succession. Seeing this, Aunt Zhang quickly approached with a tissue. Could it be an allergy to cat hair? If so, you're in for a tough time with this cat. No way, Wen Yan replied confidently. I played with it for quite a while last time without sneezing. Someone must be talking about me. Aunt Zhang, do you like cats? Of course. I love all small animals. In my childhood, my family resided in the countryside, where we had 2 spacious courtyards filled with both cats and dogs, bringing us immense joy. While we were reminiscing, Su Yang returned home. She enjoyed a relatively free schedule and often came back early. I heard that the cat was brought back by Wen Yan from Xinjinghe, and upon learning this, she immediately became intrigued. The mother and daughter spent time playing with the cat, and before we knew it, time flew by. Around 7 o'clock, Shen Yuan and his daughter Shinjiro returned together. Su Yang eagerly took the cat to show Shen Yuan. Upon hearing that this was Xinjinghe's cat, which had been entrusted to Wen Yan due to his business trip, Shinjiro's expression visibly changed. Wen Yan noticed everything, pondering whether to seize the opportunity to provoke her a bit when another car pulled up outside. To her surprise, it was Shen Jingxiu returning. Su Yang was elated. Jingxiu, why didn't you call ahead to let us know you were coming back today? We are about to have dinner. He hadn't mentioned it because he managed to return just in time for the meal. Coming quickly. What are you carrying? They look quite heavy, those 2 boxes. They are for compensation. Su Yang was puzzled, and the others present were equally confused. However, Shen Jingxiu walked directly towards Wen Yan, clearly stating his purpose. Yesterday, while at the supermarket, you left a lipstick in my car, and I accidentally damaged it. This is to make amends. Wen Yan's eyes widened. This entire box is for me? Well, I wasn't sure which shade you preferred, so I bought them all for you to choose from. Oh my. This big brother is too generous, simply divine. I adore him. Long live Big Brother. In her lifetime, Wen Yan had only seen female celebrities flaunting their lipstick collections online, never imagining she would receive such a gift herself. Thank you, Big Brother. It's just a single lipstick. You didn't need to buy so many, and you could have skipped it altogether. Can I open it now? Of course. The lipstick box contained 3 layers, each filled with over 30 lipsticks. Wen Yan felt as though her lifetime supply of lipstick had been secured. She was utterly delighted. Thank you, Big Brother. No girl can resist the allure of lipsticks. If someone can, it's only because they haven't received enough. Please have a seat. What kind of drink would you like? I'll prepare it right away. Shen Jingxiu appeared impassive, yet a hint of amusement danced in his deep, dark eyes. It turns out that girls are quite easy to please. Chapter 33. High Standards. As long as you're happy. I'm not thirsty. You needn't prepare anything for me. Although Shen Jingxiu's tone remained as cool as ever, Wen Yan felt that at the moment he gifted her, he had transformed into a person of warmth and kindness. Su Yang smiled at Wen Yan, saying, with Zhang Sa here, you don't need to worry. Wen Yan chuckled. All right then, I'll graciously accept.
You always know what to say.
Su Yang noticed how genuinely happy Wen Yan was upon receiving the gift. A joy that she could not tire of witnessing. Previously, when she gifted this child with clothes and accessories, Wen Yan's excitement was evident on her face, reflecting her inner thrill. As the giver, seeing someone cherish their gestures brought a joy that surpassed even that of the recipient. However, Su Yang quickly grew concerned for her other daughter. Although this box of lipsticks was a gesture of apology from the eldest for Wen Yan, ever since Jiro returned, the family had been preparing identical gifts for both daughters. Given that Jiro and the eldest had shared a close bond in their childhood, she wondered if Jiro would feel disheartened. As a responsible older brother, Shen Jingxiu would not forget his younger sister. He remembered the little girl who used to follow him around the house. Jiro, this is for you. It dawned on Su Yang that the eldest had indeed brought back 2 boxes. He had prepared well in advance, and her worries were for naught. Shinjiro was taken aback, but soon smiled brightly. I have one too? Thank you, big brother. I love it. As long as you're happy. Witnessing the harmonious bond between brother and sister brought immense comfort to Su Yang and Shen Yuan. Wen Yan silently mused, as expected of big brother. So responsible. Though he appears cold, he possesses a heart that cares. But does Shinjiro truly deserve this? At that moment, Shen Jingxiu glanced at Wen Yan, catching her last thought. Coincidentally, Wen Yan was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and she felt somewhat perplexed. Why is he suddenly looking at me? And with such a serious expression? Shen Jingxiu frowned slightly. He acknowledged that he might have a serious demeanor, but was it truly to this extent? He even frowned. I haven't done anything or said anything. Wen Yan decided to break the tension. I'll take this back to my room first, and come down for dinner later. As she spoke, she lifted the lipstick box. Shinjiro chimed in, Mom. I'll go too. Su Yang nodded. Go ahead. I'll ask the kitchen to add a couple of dishes and call you when it's ready. The 2 girls ascended the elevator one after the other. Once the elevator was in motion, Wen Yan provocatively said, Jiro, did you see the cat Mom was holding? That's second brother's cat. He's on a business trip, so I've taken care of it for a few days. Do you like it? While saying this, Wen Yan kept her gaze fixed on Shinjiro, attempting to provoke her. In response, Shinjiro stepped closer to Wen Yan. Wen Yan, she sneered, squeezing the words through gritted teeth. Just then, the elevator chimed, announcing their arrival at the 3rd floor. Shinjiro swallowed her words and exited the elevator first. Wen Yan watched her retreating figure, deciding to wait for another opportunity. Upon returning to her room, Wen Yan couldn't resist taking a series of beautiful photos of the lipsticks. Afterward, she suddenly felt an urge to post on social media. In fact, when she first arrived, she had checked the original owner's social media, discovering that she was someone who frequently shared updates, especially when receiving gifts. Although she had received many valuable items from Su Yang, she felt too shy to post about them. However, lipsticks didn't seem like luxury items.
Post.
Losing one lipstick was trivial. Sitting at home waiting would yield an entire box the next day, granting her freedom in lipsticks. Meanwhile, in another room on the same floor, Shinjiro kicked over the box on the floor. What a worthless gift. She held a deep disdain for the present. Shen Jingxiu, as the eldest brother in the family, strove to treat both sisters equally. Yet, to Shinjiro, it merely appeared as an afterthought. This was simply a casual gesture to compensate Wen Yan, not a sincere gift intended for her. Thus, this brand new lipstick appeared to her as nothing more than a mere trinket, akin to second-hand goods. No. It was even inferior to that. It was essentially trash. In the living room on the 1st floor, Su Yang was scrolling through her social media feed when she suddenly came across Wen Yan's latest update. As she read the playful words, the image of Wen Yan's beaming face seemed to materialize before her eyes. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed to her eldest son, Jingxiu, have you seen the latest post from Yen Yan? It appears she genuinely adores the gift you presented to her. Shen Jingxiu's voice was cold and indifferent. No.
Well,
You might want to take a look.
I don't have a WeChat.
You all. Su Yang sighed. It's also my fault and your father's for being so occupied with work that we never taught you siblings how to interact properly. Check your phone. I'll share Yen Yan's contact with you. What about Jiro's? Do you have it? I do. Then I won't share Jiro's with you. Just as Su Yang finished speaking, Shen Jingxiu's phone chimed. He opened Wen Yan's contact card and wrote Shen Jingxiu in the friend request message. Just as he pressed send, Su Yang cleared her throat twice. Then, with a smile, she asked, Jingxiu, I noticed you're not particularly adept at gift-giving. What prompted you to suddenly buy lipstick for your 2 younger sisters today? Shen Jingxiu found Su Yang's question somewhat peculiar. I accidentally damaged Wen Yan's lipstick, so naturally, I needed to replace it. Su Yang nodded in agreement. That's reasonable, but didn't anyone offer you suggestions? Su Yang's gaze held a hint of excitement as she looked at Shen Jingxiu, causing him to furrow his brows slightly. Mom, what exactly are you trying to say? Just say it directly. There's no need for circumlocution. All right, Su Yang chuckled. I heard you brought a female acquaintance to your office today, and seemed to have a delightful time. Shen Jingxiu responded. A delightful time? Why does that sound so strange? He quickly reached a conclusion. Could it be that my uncle mentioned it? Su Yang's excitement grew. So it's true? It's false. My uncle misunderstood. When I explained, he wouldn't listen. I accidentally knocked Wen Yan's lipstick to the ground, and he stepped on it, leading to that misunderstanding. So that's how it is, Su Yang said, her disappointment evident. Alas, I thought you finally had a girlfriend. Chapter 34. A Promising Future. The mention of this subject gave Shen Jingxiu a headache. Mom, I'm not ready to consider that aspect of life yet, so no more matchmaking, please. But you're not exactly a child anymore. Shen Jingxiu simply lowered his head, just in time to notice that his friend request had been accepted. After Wen Yan added him, she sent a cute emoji. Shen Jingxiu promptly replied, I am Shen Jingxiu. Wen Yan quickly responded, I know. Thank you, big brother. No need for thanks. After a brief exchange, Shen Jingxiu found himself unconsciously clicking into Wen Yan's social media posts. True to his usual style, he would typically exit a chat window after concluding a conversation with someone. However, at this moment, he was perusing Wen Yan's posts. Her photography skills were commendable, capturing the lipsticks in an exquisitely upscale manner. As he casually browsed through her previous updates, Shen Jingxiu suddenly realized that Wen Yan was an exceedingly simple person. Her happiness seemed to stem from the most uncomplicated of sources. This was a rarity, evoking envy. The following day, Wen Yan received an audition notice from the crew of Voiceless, accompanied by a short script. The implication was that she was to audition for a particular scene, with the time set for the next day. Therefore, that day, Wen Yan returned to her apartment, where she had converted a room with several large mirrors to facilitate her acting practice. That evening, she did not return to the Shen family villa. The next afternoon, she arrived half an hour early. The segment she was to audition for involved a deaf-mute woman who had been trafficked to a mountainous region, pleading her misfortunes to a university student who had come to teach in the village. The script required the character's emotions to be rich, demanding the actress to transition swiftly from joy to excitement and then to profound disappointment, while also possessing a certain understanding of sign language. During the audition, Wen Yan was paired with an actor auditioning for the role of the university student. After the previous group finished, it was quickly their turn to perform. Before they went on stage, the actor visibly grew anxious. He approached Wen Yan, introducing himself. Hello, I'm Wang Che, and we'll be performing as a duo shortly. He rubbed his hands together nervously before extending one toward Wen Yan. This is my first audition, and I'm quite nervous. I hope it won't affect you. Wen Yan smiled and shook his hand. I'm Wen Yan. Actually, it's my first time too, so just relax. Don't focus on the camera or anyone else.
Just look at me.
During this scene, all you need to do is concentrate on your fellow actor.
Got it.
Wen Yan was stunningly beautiful. When not smiling, she exuded an air of aloof elegance, yet her smile made her seem approachable. Her warmth encouraged her partner, and they quickly found their rhythm and began the performance. With her prior experience, Wen Yan soon fell into character. She captured the essence of the role beautifully, her portrayal imbued with genuine emotion, both in her physical expressions and emotional transitions, as if she were the character scripted on the page. Her partner initially struggled with nerves, but he heeded Wen Yan's advice, ignoring everything around him, focusing solely on the character she portrayed. Gradually, he too became immersed in his role, and together they delivered an outstanding performance. Even after the performance, the director applauded in appreciation. The previous groups had not received such high praise from the director. However, the director did not finalize the casting on the spot, instructing everyone to return and await further notice. As they exited, Wang Che called out to Wen Yan. Your performance was truly magnificent. I was nearly moved to tears. At first, I was still in character, but soon I found myself drawn into the story, becoming one with the role. You are incredible. Thank you. Receiving such sincere praise made Wen Yan genuinely happy. Thank you for your kind words. I think you performed wonderfully too. Once you let go of your nerves, you became much more at ease. Wang Che scratched his head, feeling bashful. Really? Thank you for your encouragement. Well, I'll take my leave now. I truly appreciate your help today. No need for thanks, goodbye. After their farewell, Wen Yan prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the screenwriter of Voiceless caught up with her. Wen Yan, I have a couple of things to discuss with you, if that's all right. They found a quieter spot, and the screenwriter smiled at Wen Yan, saying, your performance was exceptional. Both the director and the assistant director praised you highly. If all goes well, this role will likely be yours. Is it really confirmed? You have secured my vote regardless. I still possess a certain degree of influence in the casting process. Prior to entering this narrative, Wen Yan had endured considerable hardships in securing resources. Were it not for the fact that the screenwriter was a woman, she might have suspected ulterior motives at play. Yet, why did the screenwriter approach her personally? Could it be that someone from the Shen family had lent her assistance? Perhaps Su Yang or Shin Jinghe? With a polite smile, Wen Yan inquired, "May I ask why you chose me?" "There are still several groups yet to perform. Because of your attitude," the editor replied, her gaze towards Wen Yan imbued with a hint of admiration. "Not only did you deliver an outstanding performance, but your proficiency in sign language is also commendable, a skill many other actors lack." Wen Yan nodded, realizing that this was the reason. "I had intentionally taken a few classes. Considering I was aiming for the project The Voiceless, one must be prepared, as opportunities favor the well-prepared." "I know. I've seen you in class twice. You are quite dedicated." "There are few actors nowadays who approach each role with such seriousness," the screenwriter remarked, giving Wen Yan a reassuring pat on the shoulder.
Keep it up.
"I believe your future is bright." Wen Yan remained elated all the way back to the Shen family villa. Buoyed by the screenwriter's affirmation regarding The Voiceless, she felt a swell of pride at having earned her role through her own efforts. However, amidst her pride, a sudden realization struck her. Once she embarked on this film, she would likely be occupied with the crew for at least 3 to 4 months, leaving her little time to think about Shinjiro. Nevertheless, acting had always been her greatest aspiration, and she was resolute not to relinquish this hard-won opportunity for the sake of Shinjiro. As it turned out, such a dilemma was unnecessary. That evening, Shinjiro did not return home. Upon asking Su Yang, Wen Yan learned that Shinjiro had come back earlier in the afternoon, packed her bags, and left for a business trip. This time, Shinjiro had proactively requested to be part of an overseas project, which would keep her away for several months. 2 days later, Wen Yan received formal notification from the crew, inviting her to join. Without an agent, she signed the contract herself before informing Su Yang and the others. Su Yang offered to arrange for an assistant, but Wen Yan declined, believing that given her current workload, an assistant was unnecessary. Once this matter was settled, Wen Yan reached out to Shin Jinghe. Chapter 35. I'm not lying. Your cat is dancing. Wen Yan sent a message to Shin Jinghe, inquiring if he had returned from his business trip, as the timeline for joining the crew was confirmed, and she needed to return Shin Pillalai. She sent the message in voice-to-text format while Su Yang sat beside her on the couch, playing with a cat. After sending the message, Shin Jinghe did not respond immediately, and Wen Yan was not particularly anxious. It was Su Yang who spoke first. "Has your second brother not replied yet?" "No," Wen Yan replied, glancing at her phone again. "He might be busy or resting." Su Yang nodded, returning her attention to the cat in her lap, her tone wistful. "Little Pillalai, do you miss your owner? Do you wish he would come to pick you up?" It seemed that Shin Pillalai understood, meowing in response. Wen Yan grasped the implication. "It seems Ms. Su is yearning for her son. Compared to my returning the cat, she is undoubtedly more eager for Shin Pillalai's father to come personally to retrieve her." "Isn't that the truth?" Su Yang thought to herself. Hearing Wen Yan's silent contemplation, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, no one understands a mother like her daughter." With a spark of excitement in her eyes, Su Yang turned to Wen Yan and asked, "Yan Yan, do you think it would be possible for your second brother to come over to pick up the cat?" Although it was uncertain whether Shin Jinghe would agree, Su Yang's eyes gleamed with hope, reminiscent of a child eagerly awaiting a gift. What could be wrong with a mother wanting to see her son? Wen Yan chuckled. "Let me ask him." "Yes. If the timing is right, he might even make it for dinner." Given the circumstances, dinner seemed unlikely, as she was still unaware of when he would respond. At that moment, Shen Yuan, feeding the fish in the aquarium, feigned disinterest while subtly listening, and remarked, "I'm not very hungry today. Waiting a bit longer for dinner isn't a bad option." Wen Yan retorted, "Mr. Shen, saying this in front of us is futile. You must convey it directly to Shin Jinghe. If you don't tell him, he won't know." Shen Yuan paused, reflecting on how difficult it had become to express concern after so many years. Ultimately, Shin Jinghe did not respond by the time dinner concluded. Seeing Su Yang's disappointed expression, Wen Yan couldn't help but send another message to him. Big star, are you still not back from your trip? Awaiting your reply." After sending this message, Wen Yan also shared a couple of stunning photos of Shin Pillalai with Shin Jinghe. She anticipated another silence, but to her surprise, Shin Jinghe replied almost instantly. "Just fell asleep in the car. I'll be back today." Wen Yan's eyes lit up as she quickly typed, "Where are you now? Are you passing by home? Shin Pillalai misses you. She wants you to come pick her up. Shen Jinghe responded, Did Shen Pillalai expressly tell you this? Wen Yan replied playfully, Don't you miss Shen Pillalai at all? Alright, I'll be there in an hour. Really? That's fantastic. I'll wait for you at home, second brother. For this last message, Wen Yan deliberately chose voice to text so Su Yang could hear the good news. Sure enough, a beaming smile blossomed on Su Yang's face. And even the usually stern Shen Yuan's expression softened considerably. Su Yang asked, When did your second brother say he would be back? He said he'll arrive in an hour.
Good.
Su Yang's fondness for Wen Yan grew by the moment. Even Shen Yuan, who had previously been indifferent to small pets, found Shen Pillalai increasingly endearing. An hour later, Shen Jinghe's car indeed pulled up at the villa's entrance. However, he seemed disinclined to exit, merely sending a message instructing Wen Yan to bring the cat outside. Naturally, Wen Yan chose to ignore his request. She stepped outside, but did not bring the cat. Second brother, get out of the car. We're right at the door. Why not come in? Shen Jinghe appeared weary. I'm only here to pick up the cat. You should have received the training notification from the voiceless crew. Yes, are you attending this training as well? Of course. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so dedicated. As a top-tier star, that's quite rare. Stop flattering me. Give me the cat back. No way, Shen Pillalai doesn't want to leave yet. She's dancing. You need to come down and watch her. Shen Jinghe regarded Wen Yan as if she were foolish. I see you dancing on my last nerve. Wen Yan, it's true. If you don't believe me, come down and see for yourself. Shen Jinghe remained skeptical. He scoffed coldly. If Shen Pilai isn't dancing in a little while, then you'll have to dance. He had fallen under her spell. However, when Shen Jinghe followed Wen Yan into the villa, he was shocked to discover that his extraordinarily handsome Maine Coon, Shen Pilai, was indeed dancing. By the heavens! It was dancing. This cat had become sentient. With its large, bell-like eyes fixed intently on a wind-up toy before it, it pranced back and forth, executing a feline promenade, twirling around, and even wiggling its rear end in a manner reminiscent of the cha-cha. Shen Jinghe was rendered speechless. He glanced at Wen Yan, then at the toy before Shen Pilai, his expression betraying his utter disdain. Did you buy this toad? Wen Yan's eyes widened. That's a frog. Are you colorblind? Shen Jinghe rolled his eyes at her and pointed at the cat. Did you teach it this? Shen Pilai was naturally charming. I certainly lacked that ability. If anything, she taught me. Su Yang was nearly in stitches. In truth, the toy had been unearthed by Wen Yan just half an hour prior. As for the dance, she couldn't claim to have taught it, but she had certainly guided it. Shen Jinghe had no retort. Fine, from aloof to absurd. You truly have a knack for this. Bring me the cat bag. Before Wen Yan could respond, Su Yang interjected, It's quite late. Are you still planning to leave? Just rest at home. Your father and I have been waiting for your return. Shen Jinghe casually scanned the room and indeed spotted Shen Yuan. What a rarity. He was not nestled in his beloved study. Shen Jinghe scoffed disdainfully. Who cares? Why wouldn't you care? It wonderful to have someone waiting for you at home? Brother, please sit. While you're here, I have something I'd like to consult you about. I beg you. Shen Jinghe haughtily huffed. What is it that you're begging for? Do you have no dignity? Of course I have dignity, but aside from you, no one else in this house knows anything. Ha, you've even sacrificed your dignity. Very well, speak. Shen Jinghe lazily settled into the sofa, casually pulling the cat into his embrace. Su Yang and Shen Yuan remained, while Wen Yan boldly inquired about the training in the film crew. Chapter 36. Entering the crew with resources. Though Wen Yan had acted in some small productions before her transmigration, they were all low-budget affairs, and one might even say poorly made. Those directors would hardly invest time, effort, or resources to train the actors before filming. Lost Voice marked her first serious endeavor in a film crew. Now that the two found themselves in the same production, Shen Jinghe, despite appearing reluctant, answered her queries without hesitation. Upon learning that they were to shoot in a remote mountainous area for training, Su Yang immediately expressed her concern. I thought you were filming in the city. Going to a remote area means lacking everything, right? The accommodation conditions must be poor. Jinghe, as her brother, you must take good care of Yen Yan, understand? She is a newcomer. You absolutely cannot allow anyone to bully her in the crew. Shen Jinghe remained as sharp-tongued as ever. She doesn't need it. She openly says she doesn't know me. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to show favoritism. Rest assured, the director is a good one. I believe there are no unprincipled people in his crew. As for the accommodation, it should be fairly similar for everyone.
Besides,
I think this will definitely be more interesting than filming in the city. I'm quite looking forward to it. Well then, tomorrow I'll have my assistant prepare everything for you. Noticing Shin Jingha yawning and that the conversation had reached an end, Su-yong urged everyone to rest. However, as Su-yong lay in bed, she found herself unable to sleep. Shin Yuan sensed her unease and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Didn't you say that staying up late is bad for the skin? Why are you tossing and turning?" "I'm worried about Yen Yan. This child." I suggested finding her a management company, but she refused. I offered her an assistant, and she declined that as well. I hadn't inquired about her destination, and it turns out she is heading to a mountain valley. Dear, the child is already an adult. She knows what she is doing. Being able to handle a few things independently is also a form of training for her. I understand, but the more responsible she becomes, the more my heart aches. Do you really think that if something happens to her, Jingha would just stand by? I doubt that. It's uncertain, but it's not guaranteed either. Since you're so worried, how about this? Tomorrow, have a chat with Jingha. I remember Yen Yan mentioning that the film's director is a newcomer with little fame. And coincidentally, he is a friend of Jingha's. You can ask Jingha about this director's name, and I'll contact him to invest a little. So he'll take good care of our Yen Yan. No way. Su-yong immediately objected. Yen Yan said that this director dislikes connections. If you throw money at him. Dear, have you forgotten one thing? Shin Yuan interrupted Su-yong. Our Yen Yan was chosen by the director through rigorous selection. She signed the contract with the crew first, so even if I invest, it would still be behind her. Oh yes, I had forgotten about that. Alright, I'll ask Jingha tomorrow morning. The next morning, Su-yong sought out Shin Jingha and explained her intentions. After a moment's contemplation, Shin Jingha understood. So, Mom, you're doing this for Wen Yan? Su-yong nodded. After all, she is a girl. She deserves better accommodations and food. I want to do this for you too. But haven't you always hidden your family background from others? What now? You're not jealous of Wen Yan, are you? Shen Jingha scoffed lightly. Jealous of her? Anyway, I'm investing in this film, so if you invest more, I'll get a share of the profits later.
Alright.
Then I'll give you a little pocket money separately. No need, I have my own money. Just give it to the one who is the poorest in the family. Su-yong chuckled. You mean Wen Yan? Shen Jingha coldly snorted. Who else but her? She doesn't even have a job. Thus, when Wen Yan received a transfer of 300,000 yuan and gazed at the cheerful message on her phone, Shin Jingha suddenly remarked, "Buy Shin Pai some cat treats."
Canned food and toys.
Wen Yan, bewildered, asked, "Why?" Shin Jingha smiled slyly, slowly curving his lips. "You owe me."
Wen Yan. What do I owe him? Does he know that I guided Shen Pai as Cha-Cha?
That's impossible. Ms. Su promised not to tell him. Shin Jingha, 1 year's worth. On what grounds? Didn't you say you liked Shen Pai? Didn't you claim you were both pursuing each other? How is it that you're so reluctant to spend even this little amount? I saw your transfer. Could it be that Ms. Su didn't transfer him any money? And he is jealous of me? Fine, then I'll just agree with him. Alright, I will take good care of Shen Pai. Wen Yan set off with the big family of the film crew. During the assembly, she encountered an acquaintance, the male actor Wang Che, who had auditioned alongside her that day and successfully secured the role he was vying for. With someone to converse with, Wen Yan found her journey to be considerably less tedious. They first flew to Province H, and after disembarking, they took a bus for over an hour to reach the film crew's destination. Due to the tight schedule and heavy workload, the director granted them only an hour and a half for rest. Surprisingly, they were accommodated in the finest hotel in the city, far removed from the arduous conditions Wen Yan had anticipated. After settling in, Wang Che invited Wen Yan to dine with him. Wang Che was her first friend in the crew, and they shared a good rapport, prompting her acceptance of the invitation. Despite his buzz-cut and sunny demeanor, Wang Che was quite the gossip enthusiast, much to Wen Yan's delight. After all, who wouldn't indulge in juicy tidbits when they presented themselves?
On their way,
Wang Che began to uncover details about the film's leading man, Shin Jingha. He mentioned that Shin Jingha was, in fact, a privileged scion of a wealthy family, one who could easily abandon acting to inherit a vast fortune. He also noted that the media had been unable to pry into Shin's family background since his debut, leaving everyone in the dark about which powerful family he hailed from. Wang Che then shifted the topic to their accommodations. Do you know where our originally booked hotel was? Wen Yan shook her head. No, where? In a rather remote location, incomparable to this place. Then why the change? Wen Yan was genuinely curious. Because someone invested in the production.
Huh.
Who? Isn't the director averse to resourceful figures? I don't know, but I heard they poured in several million. elevating the entire crew's standard of living. Well, that is certainly a good thing, she mused. It is, but I just hope we don't run into them. If they happen to be one of those notoriously bad actors who love to throw their weight around, that would be quite unpleasant. Wen Yan nodded in agreement, acknowledging his reasoning. Later, Wen Yan would discover that the resourceful figure Wang Che referred to was, in fact, herself. Chapter 37 left her bewildered. However, at that moment, Wen Yan remained blissfully unaware, joyfully savoring her gossip with Wang Che, even relishing the moment more than he was. Their animated conversation drew the attention of the diners at the adjacent table, prompting one to stifle a chuckle. This sound swiftly captured the attention of both Wen Yan and Wang Che, who turned in unison. Upon recognizing the face beneath the baseball cap, Wang Che's eyes widened in astonishment. Shen. Teacher Shen. He quickly recalled that he had refrained from sharing any gossip about him, which alleviated his anxiety. What a coincidence, Teacher Shen, you're dining here too. I apologize if our conversation was too loud and disturbed you, he said. Shen Jinghe cast a sidelong glance at Wen Yan, a faint smile playing on his lips as he replied, not at all. Initially, he had no intention of making a sound, yet Wen Yan's antics had struck him as comical. Wang Che was oblivious to the relationship between Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe, and neither of them had any intention of disclosing their sibling bond in front of others. Wang Che subtly tugged at Wen Yan's sleeve under the table, urging her to greet Shen Jinghe. Come on. He is a superstar and the leading man of this film. As a newcomer, we should be courteous. Wen Yan, not wishing to disregard Wang Che's good intentions, feigned unfamiliarity with Shen Jinghe. Hello, Teacher Shen, it's a pleasure to meet you. You are even more handsome in person than on television. It's quite startling to hear his voice suddenly. Thankfully, I didn't speak ill of him earlier. I had no idea when he arrived, as I hadn't seen him on the way here. Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course, she wouldn't have seen him on the way, as he had arrived a day early. Prior to his arrival, Ms. Su had assigned him a task, as both an investor and an elder brother. He was to assess the accommodation, as they would be residing there for at least a month. He hadn't anticipated overhearing Wen Yan enjoying a conversation with someone else at the restaurant, appearing to be quite familiar with this man. However, Shen Jinghe instinctively narrowed his eyes at the male figure. He didn't recognize him and presumed he was a newcomer. Perhaps he would inquire with Zhou Zheni later, as he had selected the cast and should have the details. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Shen Jinghe steeled himself, reminding himself that he was not undertaking this willingly. He was merely fulfilling Ms. Su's request to look after Wen Yan, whom she deemed inexperienced in the world. Rising from his seat with his tray, Shen Jinghe said, Thank you for the compliment. I'm finished eating. Please enjoy your meal. Goodbye, Teacher Shen, Wang Che said warmly, even standing as a sign of respect. Wen Yan followed suit, not wanting to be treated as special among the newcomers. Goodbye, Teacher Shen. See you later. And remember not to be late for training, he replied as he walked away. Once Shen Jinghe had distanced himself, Wang Che sat down, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to Wen Yan. How exhilarating. They say Shen Jinghe is quite aloof, rarely engaging with anyone outside of work. Wen Yan replied, That was you who initiated the conversation. True, but did you catch what he said at the end? He reminded us not to be late for training. That must mean the rumors are unfounded. Well, why do you appear so unfazed? This is our first acting experience, and we get to share the screen with a top-tier star like Shen Jinghe. What an opportunity many would envy. Recalling how animated he had been while gossiping about Shen, she remarked, One wouldn't guess you were a fan. Honestly, what is there to get excited about? I've even cooked skewers for this top-tier star before. After all, even the most celebrated figures must curry favor for a good meal. Their conversation continued in a light-hearted manner until they arrived at the designated venue 10 minutes before training commenced. This was the hotel's conference room, rented by the crew for training purposes. When they entered, the director had yet to arrive, but the assistant director was already counting heads. He instructed that the first row be left empty, seating everyone from the second row onward. Once all the seats were filled, the assistant director clapped his hands. All right, everyone is here. I will outline the general content of our training. It is divided into 3 main sections. The first is the local dialect that all actors must learn, as our filming backdrop is set here, making it essential to grasp this. The second part involves sign language, as some of you will portray deaf-mute characters or lawyers interacting with deaf-mute individuals. We certainly do not want you flailing about aimlessly during performances. The final segment pertains to foundational knowledge regarding law and lawyers. Allow me to elaborate on our training schedule. It commences at 8 in the morning and concludes at 6 in the evening. Punctuality is imperative. Tardiness or early departures are strictly prohibited unless in exceptional circumstances. Mobile phones must be set to vibrate or silent during lessons. Is this understood? Understood. This was Wen Yan's first encounter with such a formal production team, and she felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Once their remarks concluded, the director, Shen Jinghe, along with the screenwriters and instructors, arrived, marking the official commencement of the training session. However, the dialect instructor's initial words left Wen Yan momentarily bewildered, as it was not her first encounter with this dialect. Her first experience had been during a grocery shopping trip with Su Yang and Shinjiro when she had pondered the origin of the dialect, and now, unexpectedly, she found the answer. After the class concluded, Wen Yan immediately exited the training room. Even when the director offered milk tea on behalf of the production team, she declined. Upon returning to her room, she once again dialed the phone number of the man with the surname Wang, only to find the line was still disconnected. After a day of travel, she lacked the desire to venture out for dinner, opting instead for room service. Just as she was dining, the doorbell rang. It was Wang Che, who had brought her a cup of milk tea. At that moment, Shen Jinghe happened to pass by in the corridor. Seeing Wang Che knocking on Wen Yan's door at such a late hour, he squinted slightly. Upon realizing it was Wang Che, Wen Yan opened the door. You left in such a hurry that you forgot your milk tea. The director accounted for each person, so I brought it for you. It's peach-flavored. I'm not sure if you'll like it, but I thought it would appeal to a girl. I actually quite like it. Thank you. No need to thank me. If you hadn't helped me get into character during the audition, I might not have secured this role. At that moment, Wen Yan received a message from Shen Jinghe. Be smart. Don't disclose anything to irrelevant individuals. Chapter 38. What is that abnormal? What on earth? This message was indeed somewhat perplexing. However, Wen Yan quickly grasped the situation and peered outside. The corridor was deserted, save for 2 potted plants. Wang Che also turned to survey the area. Is something wrong? Nothing. Wen Yan smiled, placing her phone back in her pocket. It's getting late. You should rest early, as we have to rise early tomorrow for breakfast and training. You too. I won't disturb your meal any longer. Wang Che soon departed. Wen Yan was now fairly certain that Shen Jinghe had indeed passed by just moments ago. She promptly replied to his earlier message. What room are you in? 609. Upon seeing this number, Wen Yan calculated that it was conveniently located at the end of the corridor. He was indeed on the same floor and must have seen Wang Che when returning to his room. His admonition to keep her conversations discreet was clearly a warning to be cautious about opening the door to unfamiliar men. Thus, Wen Yan quickly responded to his first message. Rest assured, I am quite discreet and shall never divulge any personal information about you. When Shen Jinghe read this message, he was rendered speechless. He rapidly typed a reply, deleted it, typed again, and ultimately sent nothing. He found Wen Yan rather foolish. Was he suggesting she safeguard her privacy? No. He was merely cautioning her not to open the door to strange men at such a late hour. Had Wen Yan known Shen Jinghe's thoughts, she would have been tempted to crack open his head to see what Heiress water was inside. His message bore no semblance of that implication. 5 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Considering the intensity of their studies, the director decided to grant everyone a day off. Coincidentally, the observatory had predicted a meteor shower in the coming days, and there was a splendid viewing spot nearby, prompting the director to organize a camping trip in the mountains. Participation was voluntary. Those who preferred to remain at the hotel could do so. However, the majority opted to sign up, and Wen Yan was no exception. To her surprise, Shen Jinghe also chose to join. While her reaction was rather understated, the other staff members, particularly the women, were positively thrilled, eager to share a vehicle with the handsome Shen. The director, well aware of Shen Jinghe's temperament, noticed that Wen Yan was the only one who regarded him without fervor amidst the throng, and thus assigned her to his vehicle. Wen Yan had no particular preference regarding which vehicle to take. However, Shen Jinghe evidently found this arrangement satisfactory, as he detested being confined in a small space with strangers. Wen Yan found it peculiar that Shen Jinghe was driving himself. Where's your assistant? Isn't she coming? She caught a cold and isn't fit to spend the night outdoors. They must envy me now, as it's just the 2 of us in the car. By the way, may I ask why you decided to participate in this group activity? Shen Jinghe cast a sidelong glance at Wen Yan, perhaps because I am a human being? Occasionally, I enjoy a bit of excitement. Is that abnormal? Wen Yan chose silence. So, he has such needs despite his normalcy. If only the Shen family could frequently gather together, fostering harmonious relationships, Mrs. Su would surely be delighted. Shen Jinghe shot a glance at Wen Yan. Who would have thought? The one who longs for a harmonious family reunion the most in the Shen household is actually the adopted daughter with no blood ties. Chapter 39. Who would have thought? The journey to the mountain was smooth. Upon arrival, the men readily took on the task of setting up the tents, while the women engaged in lighter chores, such as passing items, preparing lunch, or taking photographs. In everyone's snapshots, Shen Jinghe undoubtedly emerged as the most photographed subject. Wen Yan captured several images as well. But her motives differed from the others. While they snapped pictures for admiration or to document the occasion, she did so to alleviate Su Yang's longing. Indeed. As soon as she sent a photo of Shen Jinghe, Su Yang responded instantly. Aren't you supposed to be in training? Why does it look like you're in the wilderness? Has filming already begun? No filming today. We have a day off, and the director brought us to view the meteor shower. So you'll be spending the night outdoors? You must be cautious, alright? Did you bring the mosquito repellent I asked my assistant to prepare for you? I brought it, don't worry, Mom. I'll sneak a few more photos of you. Second brother is pitching the tent himself. You've never seen that before, right? It is indeed a rare sight. Something one has not encountered before. However, do not focus solely on capturing this little rascal. Mother wishes to see you as well. Wen Yan swiftly replied with an OK emoji and redirected the camera towards Shen Jinghe. At Su Yang's request, Wen Yan deliberately posed for a distant shot with Shen Jinghe. Utilizing the wide-angle perspective, she extended 2 fingers in a playful gesture, as if pinching Shen Jinghe's handsome face between them. Yet, when she returned to WeChat to send the photo to Su Yang, she discovered that Su Yang had added her to a 3-person group chat. The group was aptly named We Are Family, with Su Yang as the administrator and members including Shen Yuan and Wen Yan. Su Yang explained to the group, Yan, just send the photo here directly, to save me from forwarding it to your father. Without hesitation, Wen Yan uploaded all the photos to the group chat. Upon sharing the last photo of herself with Shen Jinghe, Su Yang was particularly enthusiastic. Our Yan is simply stunning. Shen Yuan quickly replied with a thumbs-up emoji. Wen Yan mused, who would have imagined that the chairman of the Shen group, with a fortune in the billions, would secretly share a minion sticker in the family group chat during work hours, just to catch a glimpse of his son's photo? The mountains boasted fresh air and picturesque scenery, a vast natural oxygen bar. After setting up the tents and having lunch, everyone dispersed into smaller groups to engage in various activities. The director, Shen Jinghe, and several other staff members found a good spot for fishing. Meanwhile, Wen Yan and Wang Che opted for a hike, while others stayed at the campsite to build a fire, brew tea, and chat. Each person found their own amusement, and everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. Wen Yan and her companions returned to the campsite before nightfall. Thanks to the director and Shen Jinghe, dinner included a dish of grilled fish. Although the taste of the rustic grilled fish was somewhat lacking, and the meteor shower consisted of only a few scattered stars, the rare escape from the city's clamor and busyness allowed everyone to fully relax and connect with nature, lifting their spirits. Unfortunately, the weather turned unfavorable, and by 3 or 4 in the morning, a heavy rain began to fall. The ground soon became soaked, compelling everyone to retreat to their vehicles for shelter. To avoid chaos, the director instructed everyone to board their assigned vehicles as they had arrived earlier in the day. This sentiment was shared among the group, as many had left their bags and personal belongings in their original cars. As Wen Yan dashed through the rain to Shen Jinghe's vehicle, she saw him closing the door as if to leave. She hurried to his side and called out, "Where are you going? It's pouring." Shen Jinghe glanced at the enormous leaf she held above her head for cover and silently returned his folding umbrella to the car. "Get in." Seeing that Shen Jinghe was about to take the driver's seat, Wen Yan quickly asked, "Aren't you leaving? You can use this to shield yourself from the rain." As she spoke, she offered him the oversized leaf, which was larger than both of their heads combined. "Throw it away," Shen Jinghe said, genuinely curious. "Where did you find this thing?" "I picked it up while climbing. It was so enormous, I thought I might as well bring it back." "I didn't expect it would actually come in handy. By the way, what were you planning to do just now?" Shen Jinghe would never admit he was going to find her with an umbrella. He simply thought the rain was too heavy and happened to have a folding umbrella in the toolbox of the car. "You seem rather nosy." "I'm not obliged to answer you." Wen Yan fell silent. Such Sundara. This Wen Yan. Shen Jinghe thought better of it and said, "Just go to sleep. The whole back seat is yours." He was indeed correct in this regard. While others were in groups of 4 per vehicle, only the 2 of them occupied this car. However, as she lay down, Wen Yan suddenly found herself wide awake. "Big Star, can we chat for a bit?" "Don't call me Big Star." "All right, second brother. I want to ask you." "Shut up, I want to sleep." After Shen Jinghe said this, silence enveloped them. There were no sounds of conversation, nor the inner thoughts of Wen Yan. Not hearing her usual banter, Shen Jinghe found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the quiet. He even turned to glance back. To his surprise, Wen Yan sat up with a little yelp, making a silly face to scare him. Damn, Shen Jinghe muttered inwardly, genuinely startled by her. Fortunately, he managed to mask his surprise. With a deadpan expression, he remarked, childish. Wen Yan laughed heartily. You were scared, weren't you? You definitely were. Shen Jinghe, uninterested in engaging her further, simply closed his eyes. However, this exchange eased the atmosphere in the vehicle. It seemed this fellow had some utility after all. When Wen Yan opened her eyes again, it was already past 7 in the morning. She stretched and sat up, noticing that it was still drizzling outside. And many had already risen to pack up the tents. After discreetly addressing her biological needs in a secluded spot, she hurried back to assist. After about half an hour of busy work, everything was loaded into the vehicles. On the return journey, Shen Jinghe's car trailed at the back. After a night of rain, the mountain roads had become exceedingly muddy, and as the rain intensified, the distance between vehicles quickly widened. While passing a certain intersection, another vehicle unexpectedly emerged from a side road, cutting in front of Shen Jinghe. To make matters worse, this vehicle suddenly stalled midway. The car blocked the road, preventing them from moving forward, and neither Shen Jinghe nor Wen Yan could proceed. After a considerable wait, the other car finally restarted and drove off, just as the director's call came through. Jinghe, where are you now? Are you falling behind? We've encountered a minor issue on the road. What's up? Chapter 40. Shen Jinghe had a knack for foreboding. You haven't crossed the bridge yet, have you? No, if I remember correctly, we still have several kilometers to go. Then you'll need to take a detour. It was quite close. The assistant director's car passed over the bridge just before it collapsed. The water in the river is exceedingly high. All right, understood. Well then, we want to wait for you. We'll head back to the hotel first. After hanging up, Shen Jinghe informed Wen Yan about the need for a detour. He promptly renavigated to select an alternative route. However, this path proved to be just as challenging, with constant jolting throughout the journey. Wen Yan joked that it felt like riding a bumpy car. Shen Jinghe retorted, be grateful. It's better than getting stuck in a mud pit. Just as he finished speaking, the wheels sank into a muddy hole, rendering them immobile. Wen Yan shot him a glance. You must be a jinx, right? Shen Jinghe, equally frustrated, quickly turned off the engine and exited the car to find stones to place under the tires. After much effort, they still could not free the vehicle. With no other options, Shen Jinghe had to call the director for assistance. The roof leaks just as the night rain pours down. And to my dismay, there is no signal here. As the rain intensifies, Shen Jinghe and I wander further in search of a signal, prompting Wen Yan to dash out with an umbrella in pursuit of us. Although our phone cards belong to different carriers, the mountains show no favoritism. Neither of our phones can make a call. Wen Yan, exasperated, wonders what to do. The pit is far too deep, and we cannot move the vehicle. Shen Jinghe furrows his brow, defiantly challenging the dire circumstances. As long as the car is not buried, I refuse to believe we cannot escape. However, no sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed behind them. A resounding crash from the heavens heralded the arrival of a landslide. Just moments ago, where our car had stalled, the mountain slopes on either side suddenly collapsed. In an instant, the vehicle was engulfed. Wen Yan's gaze upon Shen Jinghe was one of profound sorrow. You cannot possibly be a harbinger of doom. Shen Jinghe felt equally helpless. I merely spoke in passing. Enough. Wen Yan swiftly interrupted his unfinished sentence, prioritizing their safety. From this moment forth, you shall refrain from speaking. We will adhere to my directives. Do you agree? Shen Jinghe wished to protest, yet upon contemplating the buried vehicle, he took a deep breath and nodded in acquiescence. Wen Yan surveyed their surroundings and pointed toward a certain direction. There are some houses over there. It should be a village. Where there are villages, there is likely signal. I suggest we venture there and try our luck. Shen Jinghe nodded again. The journey to the nearby homes took them nearly half an hour through the wind and rain. The good news was that they found a spot with signal along the way, allowing Shen Jinghe to contact the director and learn that he and the others had successfully returned to the hotel. However, there was bad news as well. The director informed them that multiple landslides had occurred in the mountains and all routes in and out had been blocked. Even if Shen Jinghe's car had not been buried, they would still be unable to leave until the government cleared the roads. The director advised them not to panic and to seek shelter with a local family, as this was their only viable solution. In this era, many rural homes in the mountains are occupied by empty-nest elderly individuals. The family they stayed with was comprised solely of a widowed old woman. She recounted how, decades ago, her home was bustling with life, her husband alive, and her children under one roof. But as her children married and moved to cities to pursue their careers, she was left alone to tend to the two small, two-story houses of her eldest and youngest sons. Thus, Wen Yan and Shen had no worries about finding shelter for the night. Despite living alone, the old woman maintained her home in immaculate order, with furniture in unused rooms covered with plastic sheets, still clean and tidy beneath. She even offered her son and daughter-in-law's outerwear for Wen Yan and Shen to change into. After enjoying a warm bath and sipping ginger soup, Wen Yan felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Yet, she did not wish to take advantage of the old woman's kindness. She proactively assisted with chores, sweeping, peeling peanuts and chestnuts, unperturbed by fatigue. Shen felt he could not simply stand idly by. However, to be honest, while he had tasted chestnuts before, it was his first realization that they grew within a spiky shell. How peculiar. He was also curious as to how Wen Yan managed these tasks with such finesse. With deft movements, she rolled the spiky shells on the ground, skillfully extracting the fruits with scissors. Upon reflection, she had endured hardship before being adopted at a young age. Perhaps it was then that she acquired such skills. He wondered what her childhood had entailed. It must have been filled with poverty and hardship, culminating in her time in an orphanage. Well, it was fortunate she did not go astray. Engaging in subtle rivalry with Shinjiro did not seem to be a significant flaw. Not to mention with his own relationships with his older brother, third and fourth siblings, who could truly claim to have a closer bond. Thus, the two spent 3 days and 2 nights at the old woman's home. During this time, Shen gained much. Not only did he learn to kindle a fire and cook with firewood, but he also amassed a collection of mosquito bites. Thanks to his presence, Wen Yan felt the mosquitoes spared her. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the director personally drove to retrieve them. As for the unfortunate vehicle buried under rock and mud, it was beyond salvage. On their return to the city, Shen made a point to stop by a pharmacy to procure some medicine. He rather enjoyed this quaint locale, where he could roam without a mask, free from the worry of being recognized. As they drove back, it coincided with dinner time, and many crew members had gathered in the restaurant on the 1st floor. Numerous pairs of eyes were fixed upon the two, prompting Wen Yan to avoid riding the same elevator as Shen to avert suspicion. Shen however, paid little heed to such matters. From the plastic bag he carried, he retrieved a box of medicine and tossed it to Wen Yan. "Take it. Don't spread your cold to others." Wen Yan barely caught it, and as she steadied herself, she intended to express her gratitude. But Shen had already closed the elevator door. Really, can he not speak properly? What does he mean by passing a cold to others? After ordering a meal to be delivered to her room, Wen Yan finally changed into a clean outfit from head to toe. Just as she was about to eat, her phone buzzed incessantly. It was a message from Wang Che. "Are you there? Quickly tell me what has transpired in the mountains these past few days. Someone saw Shen showing you concern. Is there something going on between you two? They say there is significant ambiguity in your relationship. Is it true?" Wen Yan was at a loss for words, sending back a long string of ellipses. What nonsense. Such fabrications are utterly exaggerated. Wang Che replied. "You have no credibility at all. Quickly confess. What did he give you at the elevator?" Wen Yan sent a photo of the cold medicine. "A cold isn't a good thing. Do you want this?" Chapter 41. Not foolish enough. Wang Che replied, "Yes, I want it. Haha, just kidding. Remember to take your medicine on time so you can recover quickly. By the way, shooting is about to commence. Are you aware? Though you two have been absent, our training has not faltered. I even recorded the audio and took notes. Would you like them?" Wen Yan responded, "You're as clever as ever. I desperately need those materials. I'll treat you to milk tea." "Not necessary."
How can that be?
"I would feel too guilty benefiting from your hard work." If you truly feel guilty, then accept my interview. Everyone is dying of curiosity about how you spent these days. Where did you stay, and what did you eat for your 3 meals? Please, satisfy my burning curiosity. Wen Yan sent a sweating emoji. Is the entire crew gossiping about this? Of course. I do wager there are many who envy you. Is it envy? Image JPG. Image JPG. Wen Yan sent Wang Che a photo of the car completely buried under rocks and debris from a landslide, along with an image of the blisters forming on her feet. Wang Che immediately exclaimed, "Wow, you two are truly the chosen ones. Had you been in the car at that moment, you would have perished." Wen Yan replied with a mischievous grin. "Aren't you envious?" Wang Che retorted, not at all. Not in the least. Wen Yan suggested, why not share our accommodation conditions with you as well? Wang Che eagerly responded, sure, I'm waiting. Wen Yan promptly selected a photo from her album and sent it. Following this, she composed a message. Did you see? It's incredibly luxurious, a standalone villa. Teacher Shen resides in the left villa all by himself, while I share the right one with the landlady. She then sent a few pictures of their meals, explaining, these are home-cooked dishes prepared by the kind-hearted grandmother who took us in. To treat us, she even went out of her way to slaughter a free-range chicken. However, both Teacher Shen and I felt too guilty to take advantage of her hospitality, so we helped her with some chores. Do you see this corn? We had to husk it to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. We've been quite busy these past few days. Wang Che waited and waited, but noticed that Wen Yan had not sent any further messages, even as his phone vibrated incessantly. Upon checking, he discovered that Wen Yan had mistakenly sent the messages meant for him to the entire crew group chat. The other members of the group, seeing Wen Yan talking to herself, quickly guessed that she had sent it to the wrong place. To spare Wen Yan any embarrassment, Wang Che quickly typed in the group chat, I was wondering why you suddenly went silent. Turns out you sent it to the wrong place. Isn't this the photo I wanted? After sending that, he hurriedly messaged Wen Yan privately. You sent it to the wrong place. That's our training group. Wen Yan responded. I know, but let's explain it together to quench everyone's curiosity. Meanwhile, the group chat became lively. Is it true that your car got buried under rocks? The car Shen Jing had drove that day belonged to the crew. The director's assistant, also in the group, immediately sent a crying emoji. Yes, it's a total loss. The budget is going up in flames. But thankfully, everyone is safe. It's just a financial setback. Someone else chimed in, how does the free-range chicken taste? If it's good, I want to buy a few from the villagers. Wen Yan replied, delicious, incredibly so. And the grandmother's homemade cured meat is absolutely exquisite. Image JPG. Ah. You're tempting me in the dead of night. My mouth is watering. The messages in the group kept piling up and soon reached 99.
Director Zhou Junya.
While scrolling through these messages, suddenly asked Shen Jinghe beside him, is this for real? You went and worked hard for a few meals, husking corn? Shen Jinghe set down his script and slightly furrowed his attractive brows. What are you looking at? Who sent it? The messages in the group. They were sent by Wen Yan. Group. Shen Jinghe leaned closer to Zhou Jing, glancing at his own silent phone. What group? How come I don't know about it? Oh, it's the group created during the training session by the new actors. They didn't include you. Even if they had, they probably wouldn't have dared to add you. Let me see. Zhou Jing adjusted his phone's position and, while scrolling through the messages with Shen Jinghe, remarked, this Wen Yan is quite intriguing. She probably knows everyone is gossiping about you, hence she's quick to distance herself from any implications. These two standalone villas say it all. And with this corn husking, she implies that you two hardly interacted privately, effectively silencing any rumors. I suspect her sending it to the wrong place is a facade. Her clarifying the situation is genuine. She's quite clever. Although Shen Jinghe did not verbalize his agreement, he silently acknowledged Zhou Jinghe's assessment. By the way, Zhou Jing suddenly asked Shen Jinghe, do you know what background Wen Yan comes from? Shen Jinghe shook his head, feigning ignorance. No, I don't. You brought her in, logically. You should know more about her than I do. It's quite perplexing. Someone invested 5 million specifically asking me to look after her. Yet they never mentioned adding her to the script, only to enhance her living conditions. Isn't that just a case of a naive investor with too much money? Shen Jinghe scoffed internally, thinking that the old man could indeed be foolish with his wealth. However, he quickly furrowed his brow. You don't actually intend to spend all that money on improving her living conditions, do you? Of course not. I'm not that foolish. That money will be allocated for costumes, makeup, and post-production. After all, the investment is for my film, not her personally. That's good. At least you're not completely naive. But isn't it strange? There are many oddities surrounding this situation. Indeed, much like your family background, which remains a mystery even to me. But in your wealthy circle, is there really no one with the surname Wen? None. Wen Yan had taken on the surname Shen when she was adopted. However, it was evident that she was using the name Wen Yan for her acting debut. The training soon concluded, and Silenced officially commenced filming. The first group scene involved many local extras. Everyone was quite fascinated by the filming process and displayed great enthusiasm. Hence, the set was bustling, especially during mealtime. However, Wen Yan's group was delayed due to a scene that repeatedly failed to pass, causing them to be the last to wrap up. As the A group finished their meals, the B group of extras began to grow anxious. One elderly man, citing his poor health, requested to eat first from the assistant director. This assistant director had a notoriously bad temper and was already frustrated with the elderly crowd for holding up progress. His tone was somewhat harsh. The elderly man, not accustomed to this treatment, felt humiliated at his age and promptly quit. Chapter 42, Trending for Cursing. The assistant director, equally hot-tempered, yelled at the elderly man to leave, saying there were plenty of people ready to take his place. The elderly man, feeling indignant, attempted to grab a meal on his way out, but the assistant director forbade the staff from serving him. The two got into a heated argument over this trivial matter. Eventually, others in the crew managed to calm the assistant director down, and they found another extra to take his place. Wen Yan thought this little incident was over. However, she was taken aback when she witnessed a shocking scene after finishing her meal. It was getting late, and as she was heading back to the hotel after foraging for food, she suddenly stumbled upon a confrontation in an alley. The one being beaten was the elderly extra who had quit, and the aggressor was the irritable assistant director. Zhang Qing clearly did not expect Wen Yan to appear at that moment. Upon being discovered, he immediately loosened his fists, allowing the elderly man to break free from his grasp and hurriedly run toward Wen Yan.
Help me, miss.
He is going to kill me. This man is insane. Just because of a trivial matter regarding a takeaway meal, he wants to end my life. Such cruelty. At this very moment, Wen Yan's expression could only be described as utterly bewildered. This is truly a trivial affair. Is it really necessary to resort to violence? Zhang Qing had his own defense. Don't listen to this old fool. He provoked me first. I was merely teaching him a lesson for his filthy words. The elderly man, incensed by this remark, retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I was walking peacefully when you accosted me. You think you can bully an old man like me just because I have no family?" Zhang Qing shot back defiantly. "I suspect you're just trying to pull a scam." Wen Yan interjected. "We're from the same production crew. Surely you wouldn't side with this old man against me? Don't believe him, miss. Just look at him. He is clearly no good.
Besides,
you saw him hitting me. Look at the bruises on my face." The elderly man, looking thoroughly oppressed, declared, "Let us call the police. It's best to leave this to the professionals." After making the call, upon hearing that the police would arrive shortly, the old man pointed at Zhang Qing, proclaiming, "Just wait. You're going to jail for this. You vile creature." Yet, Zhang Qing laughed mockingly. "You old fool. There are no cameras here. I only defended myself after you attacked me." Although seeing is not always believing, Wen Yan sensed a distinct lack of integrity in Zhang Qing's tone. When the police arrived, they informed them that although this alley lacked surveillance, the shop diagonally across the street had cameras installed. Zhang Qing's expression soured instantly. The entire incident had been captured on video, indisputably documenting the truth. The elderly man had been completely subdued and had not retaliated at all, making him a clear victim, contrary to Zhang Qing's claims of mutual combat. In the end, the old man walked out of the police station unscathed, while Zhang Qing faced a fine of 1,000 yuan and 10 days of detention. For Zhang Qing, the fine and medical compensation were not substantial, but the production team could not afford to wait for him for 10 days. He could not afford to lose this job. Thus, after hearing the verdict, he pleaded with Wen Yan, who had just finished giving her statement, "Please, could you talk to the director on my behalf? Just say that I have urgent family matters that require me to leave overnight, and I'll return in 10 days. I can't lose this job. I have dependents. I beg you, Wen Yan, I truly regret my actions. I promise I won't behave this way again. You must help me, or the production team will surely fire me." The police officer nearby could hardly contain himself. "If you truly regret your actions, you should correct your mindset. Detention is detention. Why resort to lies? If you had thought about your family when you chose to act violently, you wouldn't be in this situation. Wen Yan, I implore you. You can't let this ruin me." Wen Yan, exasperated, replied, "Are you attempting to morally blackmail me? The one harming others and yourself is you." Such individuals were not to be coddled by Wen Yan. Upon returning to the hotel, she recounted the incident to Zhou Zherney, who promptly dismissed Zhang Qing from the crew. He also sent a message to the acquaintance who had initially recommended Zhang Qing, expressing his grievances. To his astonishment, the acquaintance replied, "I thought he had changed. I didn't expect him to make such a mess." Zhou Zherney's face turned pale. "What do you mean by changed?"
clarify.
The acquaintance replied, "He used to hit his wife, but that was years ago." Zhou Zherney exploded. "You scoundrel." Enraged, he issued a formal notice in the crew's group chat, stating that Zhang Qing was dismissed from all positions within the production due to his violent behavior. That evening, news of the incident spread throughout the crew. However, no one knew that Wen Yan was the witness and first-hand participant in the entire affair. With one assistant director gone, another quickly filled the role, and the shooting schedule remained unaffected. In fact, some even whispered that the atmosphere in Group B had improved significantly after Zhang Cheng's departure. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Filming progressed smoothly, with everything unfolding as hoped. However, that evening, a trending topic suddenly disrupted Wen Yan's serene life within the crew. Wang Che, Wen Yan, hurry. Check the trending topics. Right now. Wen Yan asked, what is going on? What has happened? Who's in trouble this time? Or has someone else's reputation collapsed? Stop asking, and just look. You're about to be caught in the crossfire. Caught in the crossfire? Wen Yan quickly opened her social media, and indeed, her name was trending prominently. 18-line artist Wen Yan allegedly spent 3 days and 2 nights with top star Shen Jinghe. Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe caught in a car scandal. Wen Yan should leave the entertainment industry. Wen Yan. Has Shen Jinghe's reputation collapsed? Speechless. Goodness, her name appeared in 4 out of the 10 trending topics. The more she read, the more unsettled she felt. What on earth is this? Wen Yan clicked on the first topic, revealing some photographs of her and Shen Jinghe alone in a car, alongside blurry videos from a rainy night. The source of the leak was a so-called insider, claiming that Wen Yan had secured the opportunity to ride with Shen Jinghe by entertaining a director from a particular production. They had gone to the mountains to watch the meteor shower. But when it rained, Wen Yan allegedly seduced him by getting soaked and climbed into Shen Jinghe's car. However, Shen Jinghe had no interest in her whatsoever. Undeterred, Wen Yan supposedly took a longer route in the mountains, ultimately resulting in Shen Jinghe being trapped and almost crushed by falling rocks. They were then forced to share the same roof for 3 days and 2 nights, yet Shen Jinghe never acknowledged her presence, treating her with utter disdain. The leak was precise in its timing and location, detailed with images and videos, leading many netizens to believe it wholeheartedly, especially Shen Jinghe's fans, who reacted with fervor. Instantly, Wen Yan found herself trending for all the wrong reasons. Who is Wen Yan? Shameless creature trying to seduce my brother. How can someone be so desperate? Shameless. She nearly got my brother killed by falling rocks. Look at this photo. The whole car is buried. Chapter 43. My mother is too. As Wen Yan scrolled through the comments, she found thousands of them, all mercilessly condemning her. In her entire life, she had never been this infamous. Contemplating her next move, she decided to contact Shen Jinghe to discuss how to proceed, given that he was the other main figure in this trending topic. Just then, the director's call came through. Wen Yan, please hasten to my room. I've just seen what's trending. All right, I shall come at once. The director's tone was an unprecedented seriousness that Wen Yan had never encountered before, which struck her as rather unusual. Indeed, upon refreshing her social media, she discovered 2 additional topics surging to the forefront of trending discussions. One was a call to boycott the film Voiceless, demanding the removal of Wen Yan, while the other revealed damning allegations against the film's director, Zhou Jun. In mere hours, Wen Yan and Zhou Jun's names had been branded as those of contemptible individuals. While Wen Yan was not entirely familiar with Zhou Jun's past, she was acutely aware that she was far from the disparaging portrayal circulating online. The cruelty of online harassment was alarming. Even the purest could be painted as nefarious. However, what was even more terrifying were the puppeteers orchestrating it all. Initially, Wen Yan was uncertain about the identity of the leaker, but upon witnessing Zhou Jun also being targeted, she felt a sense of certainty. This person evidently possessed a profound understanding of the entertainment industry and strategically chose the prime time on a Friday evening to unleash the news. Their intentions were unmistakable, to leverage Shen Jing and his formidable fanbase to besiege both her and Zhou Jun. The only individual they had collectively offended, apart from Zhang Cheng, who had recently been dismissed for assaulting an elderly extra, was none other than him. The timing aligned perfectly. He must have just been released from detention, regaining his freedom. Armed with this deduction, Wen Yan swiftly made her way to Zhou Jun's quarters. By the time she arrived, Shen Jing and his assistant were already present, along with several key members of the production team. Now that you're here, please take a seat, Zhou Jun said directly, without preamble. This situation has escalated far too rapidly. We must clarify matters immediately, or the repercussions will only intensify. Although he lacked concrete evidence at present, he expressed his belief that the incident was inextricably linked to Zhang Cheng, who harbored resentment over his dismissal and had resorted to this vindictive maneuver. Once I obtain solid proof, I will not hesitate to pursue legal action against him. However, our immediate priority is to manage the public relations aspect of this debacle. I invite everyone to share their thoughts. As Zhou Juni spoke, the room was enveloped in silence, only to be interrupted by a sudden ringtone. It was a call from Shen Jing, but he glanced at it briefly before ending the call. Just as Zhou Juni was about to continue, Wen Yan's phone rang as well. Upon checking, she saw that it was a call from Su Yang. Clearly, now was not the appropriate moment to answer. So she quietly dismissed the call. Nevertheless, she intended to send a message to explain the situation. She suspected that Shen Jing's call had also originated from Su Yang. Surely, she must clarify matters for Su Yang, lest she be misled by the unfolding chaos. Just as she began typing her message, both her and Shen Jing's phones vibrated simultaneously. It turned out Su Yang had included Shen Jing in their family group chat and was urgently reaching out to both of them. Jing, Yan, I've seen the trending topics online. Why aren't you answering your phones? Are you together right now? Please reply or call me back. I'm quite worried. The initial simultaneous notifications were trivial, but as they continued to chime, everyone cast astonished glances at them. Wen Yan quickly silenced her phone, explaining, "It's my mother. She has seen the trending topics and is inquiring about the situation." "My mother is also concerned," Shen Jing added. No one present had anticipated that these two seemingly unrelated individuals would share the same mother. The director then interjected, "Perhaps you should provide some clarification to alleviate your family's worries." Chapter 44. But I have no money. All right, director, I'll respond right away. Wen Yan eagerly replied in the group chat. Mom, there's nothing to worry about. My brother and I are innocent. Shen Jing quipped. The word innocent seems oddly peculiar, doesn't he? Yet he acknowledged her point. The reason for this uproar is that I previously offended a petty individual in the crew. After getting him arrested, he was dismissed from the project. Now, he harbors ill will towards both me and the director, attempting to enact this petty revenge. What a disgraceful person. One wouldn't find such a scoundrel even in a garbage heap. Shen Jing continued. Wasn't it supposed to be resolved quickly? Yet here we are, still discussing it. By the way, does she type at an extraordinary speed? Has she mutated her thumbs? Meanwhile, he and Wen Yan were currently engaged in a meeting with the production team, strategizing their response. Once this meeting concludes, I'll call you. It's not convenient right now. All right, as long as you two are safe. I was worried when I couldn't reach you. She added, if your team can't handle this, just leave it to us. Yes, Mom. But I believe we can resolve this ourselves. Now, my brother and I need to head to the meeting. Go on, go on. Wen Yan's typing speed was indeed impressive, and before long, she set her phone down. Shen Jing, however, remained fixated on his screen, seemingly disinterested in participating. Zhou Juni shot him a glance and couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to explain things to your family? Shen Jing simply tucked his phone back into his pocket. I've already explained everything. Zhou Juni raised an eyebrow, puzzled. When? I didn't see you typing. Shen Jing replied with an even expression, you must have misread the situation. Is that so? Zhou Juni was perplexed, but soon accepted this explanation. Yes, it must have been my oversight. Wen Yan remarked, as expected of an actor. Your skills are commendable. I must give you a round of applause, Shen Jing. Shen Jing shot her an exasperated look. Is that truly acting? It is merely a matter of maintaining a composed demeanor, an innate talent that mere novices cannot aspire to. After this brief interlude, the group quickly resumed their discussion on strategies. Zhou Juni stated, I can issue a statement regarding the camping incident. You two were not the only ones in the vehicle that night. If we were to follow their logic, then the two of you were engaged in a car rendezvous, so what would that make the four of us? It is utterly ludicrous. The crew recorded plenty of footage that I can release in higher quality. As for the landslide, that was an unforeseen circumstance. It's absurd that some fans would direct their ire towards us actors. It simply reflects a loss of critical thinking. The narrative being spun is fundamentally flawed. Therefore, Jing, while you are perceived as the victim in this situation, no one has criticized you. Rather, they empathize with you. It seems that this has not impacted you at all. Yet, I believe you should also take a stand and guide public opinion. What do you think? Of course, I will clarify. That is my responsibility. Zhou Juni nodded. Then turned to Wen Yan. Wen Yan, you are still a newcomer. If this situation is mishandled, the repercussions could be catastrophic for you. Your burgeoning acting career could be jeopardized before it even begins. Therefore, my suggestion is to seek stability. The current dissent primarily emanates from the fans of Jinghe. Once I and the crew issue a statement, you may comment, share, and compose a brief essay of your own. However, it would be prudent to refrain from mingling with Jinghe's circle. Otherwise, others may accuse you of seeking publicity. Before Wen Yan could respond, Shen Jinghe interjected. I oppose this notion. If we are to clarify matters, and since these allegations are entirely unfounded, why not interact openly? I intend not only to issue a statement, but to include Wen Yan in it as well. Many in our circle who have engaged in shipping couples often find themselves embroiled in controversy, leading to a breakdown in relations, with fans tearing each other apart and even the parties involved secretly bickering. Such individuals would not engage with one another, nor would they collaborate in the future. However, my situation with Wen Yan is different. We are colleagues within the same production team, and once the film is released, our paths will inevitably cross. I do not believe that feigning ignorance is the best course of action for her at this juncture. And what of your fans? If both Wen Yan and I act with integrity and candor, our fans will naturally refrain from casting aspersions. Zhou Zhenyi paused and turned to Wen Yan. What do you think? Wen Yan pondered carefully before responding. I concur with teacher Shen's proposal. I believe that as long as I maintain appropriate boundaries during our interactions, teacher Shen's fans will not harbor any animosity. However, please continue. I believe the most crucial aspect is to gather evidence that proves Zhang Cheng is the mastermind behind this entire scheme. Once we expose him as the true culprit, public sentiment will shift, and we may not even need to offer explanations. He will become the target of scorn. You are correct, however. Unearthing him will require time and considerable financial resources. Indeed, Wen Yan grimaced at the thought of expending significant funds. That insufferable Zhang Cheng, profiting from selling false information. And now we must spend to expose him. Let us proceed as follows. Zhou Zhenyi continued. We will each issue our statements, and I will subtly inform the public that we are currently investigating the shadowy figure behind this matter to steer public opinion. He then added, Wen Yan, once you have drafted your statement, please send it to me for review. I will ensure it is satisfactory before you publish it. Understood. Let us conclude for today. The location has already been leaked online, and things may soon become lively. Please return to your rest. We have an early start for filming tomorrow. The filming schedule must not be delayed, and everyone promptly rose to leave the director's office. Yet, Wen Yan lingered, hesitating until the end. Shen Jinghe noticed her unusual demeanor and glanced back at her. However, Wen Yan was lost in thought, oblivious to his gaze. At that moment, a crew member approached him. Teacher Shen, regarding the adjustments in tomorrow's announcement, may I seek your opinion? Do you have a moment?
Yes.
Then let us discuss as we walk. Very well. Shen Jinghe departed with a staff member, while Zhou Zhenyi noticed Wen Yan lingering. Do you have something else to discuss? Wen Yan nodded, her eyes sparkling like crescents. Director, I overheard you mention that it may take a substantial sum to expose Zhang Cheng, correct? Indeed. Given the sensational nature of this gossip surrounding a top-tier celebrity, substantial investment is required to resolve it. That is true. And since teacher Shen has not suffered any adverse effects from this situation, it is primarily you and I who are the true victims. Hence, it stands to reason that teacher Shen should not bear this expenditure. However, Director, I am also financially constrained. You lack funds? Zhou Zhenyi raised an eyebrow, half smiling. This matter pertains to the production team, for any damage to reputation will impact our entire film. Yet, if we were to replace you, the crew would incur no losses. Chapter 45. Is she going to make sacrifices? This is simply outrageous. Wen Yan was utterly flabbergasted. Director, that was not what you said earlier. Did we not agree to face this together? How can our friendship so easily capsize? Her expression changed more rapidly than a capsized boat, prompting Zhou Zhenyi to abandon his teasing. I was merely jesting. You are the actor I selected through a rigorous process. I would never expel you from the crew for doing something virtuous and facing retaliation. That would make me no better than Zhang Cheng, complicit in wrongdoing. I knew it. Wen Yan sighed in relief. This was the correct approach to engaging the director. Zhou Zhenyi smiled. Thus, the production team will cover this expense. You need not pay from your own pocket. Now it is getting late. Please return and rest. Thank you, Director. Seeing the sincerity in Wen Yan's gratitude made Zhou Zhenyi feel somewhat bashful. Just as she was about to leave, he suddenly called her back. You truly do not know? Someone invested 5 million to ensure I take good care of you. Therefore, this cost has essentially been covered on your behalf. Wen Yan. She suddenly realized that her days were filled with bewilderment, often lost in confusion. Given your expression, it is clear you are genuinely unaware.
Who was it?
If you are uninformed, I recommend you inquire with your family and friends. It would be better for you to communicate directly. I cannot divulge more on my end. Also, please ensure to close the door on your way out. Thank you. Alright, no need for thanks. Wen Yan, still dazed, exited Zhou Zhenyi's office and retrieved her silenced phone. Moments earlier, Shen Jinghe, noticing that Wen Yan had remained in Zhou Zhenyi's office for an extended period, hesitated before sending her a message. Wen Yan, you're not planning to employ any underhanded tactics to secure your role, are you? Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he sent the message, Su Yong's response appeared. What underhanded tactics? Why is Yan still in the director's room at this hour? What is going on here? Where are you? Jinghe respond. A flurry of messages followed, and Shen Jinghe realized, to his dismay, that he had inadvertently sent the message to the family group chat. Withdraw it immediately. Su Yong. Withdrawing 1T help. I've already seen and saved a screenshot. Su Yong. Screenshot JPG. Shen Jinghe felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He never expected to make such a thoughtless mistake. Su Yong, and we invested 5 million in your production team as director, and this is how he takes care of Yan? I will demand an explanation from him. Mom, please don't. I trust Zhou Zhenyi. Shen Jinghe quickly interrupted the crew member he was speaking with. Apologies. I need to make a call to my family. You can coordinate with my assistant regarding the announcement. At that moment, Wen Yan, confused about who had invested 5 million in the production, unlocked her phone. In truth, the first person that came to her mind was Su Yong. After all, in this world, aside from her adoptive mother Su Yong, there seemed to be no one else who would go out of their way to do such things for her. Upon unlocking her silent phone, she was met with a message from Su Yong, stating that she had invested 5 million in Zhou Zhenyi. Even more absurd were the preceding messages in their conversation. Wen Yan wore the expression of a subway elder peering at a mobile device, utterly astounded by Shen Jinghe's outlandish assumptions. How could he suspect her of seeking Zhou Zhenyi for illicit favors? And what was that last comment? He claimed to trust Zhou Zhenyi. Was her character, Wen Yan's, not worthy of trust? She promptly replied to Shen Jinghe's message. What on earth are you thinking? Second brother? Our father is the chairman of the Shen Group, our mother a renowned designer, and you, a top star in the entertainment industry. Why on earth would I need to compromise myself for a role like this? I'm furious, the kind that cannot be easily soothed. I'm genuinely upset and must send some unflattering pictures of someone to relieve my frustration. The purpose of Su Yong creating this group was to facilitate Wen Yan in sharing photographs of herself and Shen Jinghe. Consequently, Wen Yan had stealthily taken numerous pictures of Shen Jinghe, though all were captured in public settings, thus avoiding any invasion of privacy. Moreover, her so-called unflattering photos were merely some blurred images. Truly, a handsome man like him could not possibly be captured in an unflattering light. After sending these images, Wen Yan retreated to her room and called Su Yong. Coincidentally, at that moment, Su Yong had just concluded a call with Shen Jinghe and had seen the messages Wen Yan posted in the group. However, rather than answer Wen Yan's call, she initiated a group video call featuring herself, Wen Yan, and Shen Jinghe. Upon seeing Wen Yan's unflattering pictures, Su Yong realized that Wen Yan was not genuinely upset with Shen Jinghe. Thus, she wore a smile during the video call. Yan, please don't be angry. I already gave your second brother a dressing down during our call. He spoke rather harshly, but he is also concerned about you. Shen Jinghe interjected, not at all. I'm not worried about her in the slightest. Su Yong replied. But weren't you planning to send a private message to Yan and accidentally sent it to the group instead? Shen Jinghe retorted, no, I retracted it. Su Yong teased. I have a screenshot. Shen Jinghe responded, well, I retracted it as well. Su Yong insisted, all right, enough with this back and forth. What you said earlier was rather unkind. Quickly apologize to Yan. To which Shen Jinghe replied, apologize? I'd rather ask her why she took photos of me without my consent and posted them in the group. This, in truth, could not be blamed on Wen Yan. It was Su Yong who had encouraged her to share. And the group was established to collect Shen Jinghe's photos since he was seldom at home throughout the year. Your father is also in the group. I need to rise at 3 in the morning. I must go shower now. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen went dark. Wen Yan blinked in surprise. Did second brother seem angry? Should I refrain from posting his pictures in the future? Su Yong reassured her, not at all. You mustn't blame yourself. It was primarily because I mentioned your father that he hung up, not due to your actions. However, there has been progress. I have attempted to create groups before, but whenever he saw your father was in the group, he would leave. This time he stayed. It's a good sign. By the way, regarding the trending topic, I heard your second brother mention it. He said the production team would handle it. Do you really not need assistance from home? At this, Wen Yan had something to inquire of Su Yong. No need. You all have already invested 5 million in the production team. How could we ask for more funds from home? Mom, You invested in the production team to ensure the director looks after me, and you didn't mention it? Soo-young explained, both of you siblings preferred not to disclose your family situation, and the family's investment was handled through a third party. Moreover, you secured the role based on your talent, which the director recognized. It has nothing to do with the investment. The family has not interfered with your acting. They merely advised the director to take extra care of your living conditions. Wen Yan lamented, "Oh, how wonderful it is to have a mother. A child with a mother is like a precious gem. Mom, you are too good to me. I love you." Sending heart emojis. Observing Wen Yan's affectionate declarations and heart emojis, Soo-young couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of gratitude. The 5 million truly was a worthwhile investment. It also facilitated more communication with her second son. It's a buy one get one free deal. No, it's buy one get two. If the movie becomes a hit, there's potential for future profits. Chapter 46, A Simple and Direct Clarification. That evening, Shen Jinghe released a clarification statement on social media. His statement was straightforward and blunt. No seduction, no car shaking. No solitary nights with a male and female, no manipulation, and being trapped was due to a natural disaster. Please do not believe or spread rumors that could harm innocent people and the production team. Our intention is to create a good film. Thank you for your concern. The trending topic quickly transformed into Shen Jinghe's clarification as soon as his post was published. The likes, comments, shares, and views on his post surged to over 1 million in mere moments and continued to rise exponentially. I knew my brother wouldn't fall from grace. Who was it that said he wouldn't dare clarify? That must have stung. Indeed, he is the man I admire. His clarification is both simple and direct, clearly denying any actions he did not commit. Yes, I agree. Those ambiguous statements that say nothing but hint at involving lawyers are truly exasperating. Just a guessing game for the fans. But haven't you noticed? It's been an hour, and none of the people involved have come forward to speak. What do they mean by that? With this trending topic lasting so long, are they planning to let our hee bear the brunt alone? Someone upstairs. I noticed director Zhou Journey deleted a post just moments ago. Though he deleted it quickly, my screenshot was even quicker. His previous Weibo post clearly indicated he was unprepared and sent it by mistake. He probably intended to provide evidence against the informant, but needs time. Is that for real? The screenshot upstairs isn't edited, right? It seems the director believes someone is trying to harm him and the production team. Exciting. I'm all in for the scoop. What nonsense. Why should the director and production team drag our hee into this? What has hee done to deserve this? Exactly, what is this Wen Yan? Is she trying to create hype? I doubt it's hype. If it were, how could Shen Jinghe possibly cooperate with an unknown newcomer for publicity? That would be absurd. Indeed, what right does an obscure figure like Wen Yan have to collaborate with our Hegi for publicity? Someone upstairs, stop talking. Soon. She won't be an obscure figure anymore. Wow, I just checked. Wen Yan's account was registered only a few hours ago. In just this hour, she's gained 300,000 followers. And it's still rising rapidly. What's going on with the followers? What's their mindset? She's nobody. Why are they boosting her popularity? I don't understand. Am I the only one curious about her plans for the future? By following her, I would be able to see her updates in real time. Yet, I have no intention of following her. 400,000 followers. Goodness. What a fortune that would be for me if it were bestowed upon my brand, which focuses on quality enzymes. Could anyone possibly take a moment to check me out? This is not merely traffic. It is an extravagant wealth. It appears that Wen Yan is on the cusp of stardom. As Wen Yan perused these comments, she indeed felt this way. Remarkably, in such a short span, her brand new account, lacking even a profile picture, has garnered over 400,000 followers, active ones at that. Why do I say they are active followers? Because her private messages have exploded. Given that her account is so new, with not a single post to its name, netizens have no outlet to voice their opinions except through private messages. Wen Yan glanced through them and categorized the messages into two main types. One category consisted of vitriolic insults, accusing her of shamelessly pursuing Shen Jinghe, and some even resorted to the most venomous curses. The other category urged her to respond, inquiring when she would reply to Shen Jinghe or pressuring her to swiftly provide evidence to clarify the situation. However, Wen Yan was not yet inclined to respond. After all, during the previous meeting with the production team, it was agreed that the director would first issue a clarification and provide evidence before it was her turn. As for the sudden surge in followers, Wen Yan initially felt a thrill, but she soon regained her composure. She was acutely aware that these rising numbers were merely platform followers, not true fans. What she truly sought were viewers who appreciated her acting skills, rather than mere onlookers interested in gossip. Thus, she quickly set her phone aside and picked up her script to delve into the scenes she was to shoot the following morning. At last, an hour later, Wen Yan completed her nightly routine, adorned herself with a rejuvenating face mask, and nestled into bed. Meanwhile, the online community eagerly awaited Zhou Journey's for consecutive updates. First, he addressed the rumors, stating that there was no inappropriate relationship between him and the newcomer actress Wen Yan. Her role was earned through merit, devoid of any scandalous transactions. To substantiate his claims, Zhou Journey shared footage from Wen Yan's audition. Secondly, he refuted the allegations of an improper romantic entanglement between Wen Yan and her co-star Shen, clarifying that the entire cast had been present during their camping trip, and when a sudden downpour struck, everyone sought refuge in their vehicles, not just the two of them. They were not alone in a mountain village. They stayed in separate houses, supported by ample photographic evidence. Thirdly, he dismissed all personal and production-related accusations circulating online as unfounded. To date, the production team had only encountered one misconduct incident, which was promptly addressed. He included a screenshot of a notification regarding an individual who was detained for 10 days for intentionally harming local extras, resulting in their termination from the crew. Lastly, he asserted that there were behind-the-scenes machinations at play and promised to uncover the truth, ensuring the actors were exonerated and that those responsible would face legal repercussions. This sequence of 4 posts, replete with text, images, and high-definition video, sent the onlookers into a frenzy. Furthermore, as it was Friday, there was a palpable sense of bravado among the spectators, who were willing to stay up late to indulge in the unfolding drama. One must admit, Wen Yan's acting is commendable. If I were the director, I too would have chosen her. The male actor, who initially seemed lacking in prowess during their scenes together, quickly found his rhythm thanks to Wen Yan, resulting in a remarkably harmonious performance. In the previously leaked blurry images, it was hard to discern her beauty. She is truly stunning, leaving a striking impression. Does no one else find the male actor who shared scenes with Wen Yan quite handsome? He is precisely to my taste. And such actors are rare in the entertainment industry. In 3 minutes, I want all his information. Since he is the pick of the litter, I shall take the liberty to gather some intel. Chapter 47. The title of audition sister bestowed. Wang Che, Miss Wen Yan's acting is genuinely exceptional, and her character is beyond reproach. Had it not been for her encouragement during auditions, I might never have had the chance to join the crew. The filming has been quite intensive, and there has been little personal interaction between her and teacher Shen outside of work. Thus, when we, the crew, first encountered the trending news, we were all astounded. Such a notion is utterly implausible. I hope everyone can consume this information with discernment. So the young man is named Wang Che. The camping video released by the production team is indeed revealing, showcasing several actors who are strikingly attractive. I am merely a passerby, not a fan of anyone, yet I find myself unexpectedly eager to see the film Lost Voice. You all go ahead and admire the handsome and beautiful cast. I shall take it upon myself to unravel the mystery. Isn't it peculiar that the initial materials leaked online coincide with what the production team has posted? Over an hour has passed, and the opposing party has not released any new evidence. What does this imply? It suggests that the opposing materials were procured from the production team. Either they have a mole selling information to marketing accounts, or someone from their own ranks has leaked it. Moreover, the director specifically mentioned an individual who was detained and dismissed for intentionally harming extras, making it hard not to connect this person to the orchestrator of the entire affair. This individual is likely seeking revenge against the crew. Although the director dismissed him, he nonetheless dragged Wen Yan into the fray, indicating there must be undisclosed complexities at play. The director has a commendable character, even concealing the individual's name, likely due to an ongoing investigation. Now, I shall patiently await the truth to emerge. How utterly tedious. In the past, trending topics were rife with back-and-forth exchanges, yet why has the opposing party remained silent since the director's post? Have they conceded? Where are the confrontations? The evidence? The plot twists? How can one act in such a manner? Truly, it seems they thrive on chaos, which is quite perplexing. Yet, I find it amusing, haha. Have you not noticed that Wen Yan has yet to make any statements? Might she be biding her time for a significant reveal? It seems unlikely. The director's clarifications appear sufficiently thorough, leaving her with little to add. Should I stay awake or not? Well, I suppose I shall set a special reminder for her. Are you unable to comprehend the unfolding drama? Wen Yan has already responded. albeit not through a separate post. Instead, she commented beneath Shin Jinghe's and the director's posts. Screenshot JPG. How perplexing JPG. People are so oblivious that they miss her replies. Suddenly, I feel a twinge of sympathy for the beautiful young lady. I must come to her aid. Who wishes to join me? Me too. Count me in. Indeed. The director has articulated the sequence of events, and Shin Jinghe has expressed his stance. Wen Yan has little to add. She merely commented thank you, Teacher Shen, under Shin Jinghe's post, and expressed her support for the director's call to investigate the truth, without further elaboration. The netizens have now come to understand. Goodness. She is remarkably laid back. It feels as though the circumstances she faces are not truly her own. Why do I have this peculiar impression that both the director and the illustrious Shin Jinghe are, in essence, working for her? Perhaps you should reconsider your words. Shin Jinghe laboring for her? She hardly deserves such a notion. The tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Do not belittle youth in poverty. Is it not excessive for Shin Jinghe's devoted fans to speak so vehemently? Your actions only serve to tarnish your idol's reputation, you know. How is it that someone like Wen Yan, who has yet to produce a single work, has garnered a fanbase? It's utterly laughable. What are you envious of? She has managed to capture the hearts of fans merely through a brief audition clip. Can you do the same? If you possess the capability, then step forth. Such empty boasts. How absurd to even mention an audition in this context. I suspect you are merely a hired hand for the audition sister, aren't you? Before retiring for the night, Wen Yan glanced at these comments and discovered she had acquired the nickname audition sister. Truly a source of both laughter and tears. However, as the director remarked, it seems the public sentiment has begun to sway. While Wen Yan was resting, Zhou Zhoni and Shin Jinghe were far from idle. Shin Jinghe, possessing a commendable team, is not only an investor in the project Voiceless but also a friend of Zhou Zhoni. Thus, he entrusted his team with the task of tracing the source of the scandal. With Zhou Zhoni providing the funding and Shin Jinghe's team doing the legwork, they swiftly uncovered evidence that confirmed Zhang Cheng's culpability. As the issue gained traction overnight, discussions surrounding it escalated to a fever pitch. Many netizens who had retired early the previous night awoke to find themselves embroiled in the unfolding drama. Seizing the moment, Zhou Zhoni publicly exposed Zhang Cheng's misdeeds by name. Zhang Cheng, who has an account on social media, initially attempted to deny his actions, but Zhou Zhoni, weary of his evasions, promptly issued a lawyer's letter. Faced with the prospect of legal action, Zhang Cheng finally felt fear and sought to privately message Zhou Zhoni, subsequently issuing a public apology to all those he had slandered online. Zhou Zhoni is not one to easily forgive. He had invested considerable resources to procure evidence from marketing accounts, and there was no way he would be appeased by mere verbal contrition from Zhang Cheng. Having a history of domestic abuse and bullying extras on set, followed by a 10-day detention, Zhang Cheng had only continued to inflict harm. Zhou Zhoni would not indulge him. He enlisted a lawyer and entrusted the entirety of the case to legal counsel, insisting that Zhang Cheng and certain marketing accounts ought to face consequences for their actions. In the wake of these events, Zhou Zhoni was promptly hailed as the most resolute director in the entertainment industry. Wen Yan, dubbed audition sister, also found herself receiving sympathy from netizens for having called the police in defense of justice, only to be targeted for revenge by Zhang Cheng. Ironically, misfortune brought unexpected fortune. The film Voiceless garnered unprecedented attention. Wen Yan, due to that audition clip and her striking looks, attracted a genuine following. These fans eagerly clamored for the release of Voiceless and urged her to share her photos. However, Wen Yan was currently overwhelmed with her demanding role, leaving her with no time to log into that social media platform. Wang Che felt a pang of sympathy for her. Why aren't you making the most of this golden opportunity? If I were to suddenly gain followers at your rate, I would be posting updates daily to assure my fans I am still active. Wen Yan chuckled. You will certainly have many fans in the future. Speaking of golden opportunities, Wang Che was blissfully unaware of what she had just declined. Had he known, his voice would have risen even higher. Just moments ago, Wen Yan had exchanged a few words with Shin Jinghe. Currently unsigned with any agency, Shin Jinghe had proposed that she join his studio. Yet, she had turned him down. Shin Jinghe was taken aback. Wen Yan, do you realize what you just refused? To date, his studio had not signed a single new talent, making this his first offering of an olive branch to any newcomer. This meant that any resources Shin Jinghe secured in the future would likely be shared first with the artists he signed, potentially even bringing new talent into projects. Initially, upon asking, Shin Jinghe felt a twinge of regret. sensing he had perhaps been overly generous to Wen Yan, especially since their relationship had not yet reached that level. To his surprise, when he made a rare overture of kindness, she had deemed it unworthy. This incited his stubbornness. "Give me a reason." Wen Yan pondered for a moment before responding. "Isn't it true that we are still caught in the eye of the storm? Many of your fans are still messaging me with insults, claiming I am shamelessly seeking attention. If I were to join your studio, your fans might abandon you, which would tarnish your image. I understand you mean well, second brother, but I cannot repay kindness with enmity and place you in jeopardy." Wen Yan was known for her silver tongue, which Shen Jinghe recognized. Yet, he was equally aware that when she spoke in such a manner, she was merely deflecting. He retorted with a scoff, "Who wishes to help you? I merely see you as someone who attracts attention." With that, they parted ways, each engrossed in their own pursuits. The true motivations behind Wen Yan's decision to decline were twofold. First, she was uncertain about how her relationship with the Shen family might evolve in the future. It was conceivable that one day their paths might diverge, and if financial disputes arose with Shen Jinghe, it could lead to complications. Second, and perhaps most importantly, Wen Yan was waiting for someone to appear. Should she choose to continue her journey in this industry, the individual she most desired to collaborate with was this person. This person was remarkable. In the world she had entered, she commanded respect even from the book's protagonist. In the original narrative, the female lead possessed numerous identities and was an omnipotent figure. The title of entertainment industry queen was merely one of her many facades. Yet even so, the female lead treated this person with deference. Most crucially, Wen Yan discovered that this character held a profound respect for women. To be an artist under her banner, the sole requirement was to perform well. She would never compel her talents to bow to capital, especially not the female ones. Before her transmigration, Wen Yan had suffered greatly in this regard, often wishing her manager had been akin to this character. This individual was renowned in the original text, yet Wen Yan, since her arrival, had been unable to find any information about her online. Thus, she resolved to give herself a time limit to await this person's emergence. Perhaps the protagonist would trigger a plot point that would lead to this character's appearance. Nevertheless, even if this person ultimately did not materialize, it would pose no issue, as she would devise alternative paths. The upcoming filming will take place in the mountains. Previously, Wen Yan had been quite occupied, but this time she seized the opportunity to visit the elderly woman who had graciously hosted her and Shen Jinghe during their last day. As the day was winding down, she encountered Shen Jinghe on set and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Teacher Shen. Tomorrow, as we head into the mountains, I plan to visit Granny Zhou. Would you care to join me?" Shen Jinghe nodded, "Sure." Wen Yan thought to herself, as expected of Teacher Shen, he remains as economical with words as ever. Shen Jinghe cast her a glance, pondering that she should not presume he was oblivious to her subtle sarcasm. Why bother with unnecessary chatter when a simple yes would suffice? They silently exchanged their thoughts, yet neither revealed their true sentiments. Wen Yan quickly shifted the conversation. "I'll stop by the supermarket to pick up some supplies for Granny Zhou. How about we split the cost? Or would you prefer to go alone? You buy it and make sure to get good quality and plenty," Shen Jinghe replied, his tone reminiscent of a command. However, Wen Yan found it to be a form of assistance, suggesting a 70-30 split in costs. "Deal," she exclaimed, amused by the peculiar arrangement that allowed her to save a bit of money. Shen Jinghe, perplexed by Wen Yan's behavior, noted that she was not lacking in funds. A trip to the supermarket wouldn't cost much. Nonetheless, he found her actions to be rather animated. Yet, as the night drew to a close, he had not received any invoice from her. The following morning, as the crew prepared to depart, a small truck filled with provisions arrived, and the driver approached Wen Yan. It was then that Shen Jinghe realized the extent of her shopping spree. Observing the truck, he could scarcely contain his incredulity. "Wen Yan, you didn't purchase this vehicle for Granny Zhou, did you?" "Of course not. I rented it," she replied, surprised. "Couldn't you have coordinated with the crew to have them transport the goods? That would be troublesome. And what if these items damaged the crew's props?" "Surely, you aren't worried about the rental costs, are you?" he inquired. "Why not rent a different vehicle? Why this model?" she countered. "I inquired, and the delivery driver informed me that only this type can navigate the narrow paths leading to Granny Zhou's village. Larger vehicles simply won't fit." Shen Jinghe was left speechless. It seemed she was indeed correct. Upon arrival, the crew needed to prepare before their visit. Zhou journey, aware of Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe's intention to visit the elderly lady, kindly offered them a means of transportation. "There are 2 electric scooters available. Why not ride them? Walking would take forever. Wen Yan and Shen exchanged bewildered glances, speaking in unison. I can't ride an electric scooter. At that moment, Shen assistant quietly raised his hand. I can ride. Wen Yan blinked, but a small scooter can't accommodate 3 people. Then let us call another rider to assist you. Zhou Junyi suggested. Coincidentally, Wang Che passed by and was recruited as a temporary driver. With 4 people on 2 scooters, they arrived at Granny Zhou's home within 10 minutes. Granny Zhou was delighted to see Wen Yan and Shen eagerly inviting them to sit and offering refreshments, insisting they stay for lunch. As they settled in, the loaded truck arrived. Seeing the driver skillfully maneuver the vehicle, Wen Yan suddenly felt adventurous and wished to experience driving the truck herself. Wang Che shared her enthusiasm, even asking Shen assistant to take a few photos during his turn at the wheel. After posting them online, he inadvertently included a picture of Wen Yan. It wasn't until the influx of comments began to roll in that he realized his mistake. He hurried to apologize. I'm so sorry, Wen Yan. I accidentally posted a photo of you driving the truck, and now your fans say I'm riding your coattails. What nonsense. Wen Yan laughed heartily. I have no popularity to lend you. She paused. Wait, you didn't happen to capture an unflattering shot of me, did you? Not a chance. You look stunning no matter what. Even driving the truck. You're breathtaking, he complimented. Flattery won't get you anywhere, she retorted, but your fans are really persistent. They've been urging me to post something. I guess I'll have to share a little something myself. Why not? You should. Wang Che encouraged. Your fans are eager to see you, especially now that they know you've been driving around. All right, Wen Yan agreed, nodding. They're amusing. Thinking you're riding my coattails. Let us take a picture together. Sure. Stand here. This spot is perfect, he replied. Nearby, Shen interjected. Is it really necessary to take a picture? Moments later, Wen Yan dashed towards him. Shen thought. Here we go. She must be coming to ask for a photo with me. How tedious. However, she bypassed him entirely, approaching Granny Zhou instead. May I take a picture with you? Shen was left in silence. After the photo, Wen Yan shared her own post. I'm here to share the spotlight with a handsome guy. Today, I took a break from the hustle to visit Granny in the mountains, and it was delightful. Shortly after, she received a flurry of comments. Just left Wang Che. And everyone joked about him riding your wave. Now you're doing it back. Sister, how do you manage to look so good even while driving a truck? Any tips? It seems Wang Che's claims about helping us were true. By the way, the backdrop of your photo looks familiar. You mentioned visiting Granny in the mountains. Which must be the same house where you got stuck with Shen right? Indeed. One user confirmed. I double-checked the director's earlier post. And those are definitely the same houses. Oh my, did the lovely sister visit Granny? I wonder if he is with her too. He will surely come. He is a man of deep emotions and loyalty. His involvement in this film stems from his friendship with the director, and given his current status, it would normally be challenging for such a director to secure his participation. Moreover, since his mother-in-law once took him in, it is only natural for him to pay a visit. Ha ha ha. The young lady is indeed quite genuine. Did you see the contents of that 3-wheeled vehicle? It was filled to the brim with rice, flour, and cooking oil. With such an abundance, I surmise that it must have been purchased by Wen Yan and Shen together. Oh dear, the young lady is looking at me. My brother hasn't shared a selfie in months. If you are both together now, could you please encourage him to send a photo? I miss him so much. Hehe. Here come the opportunists. It truly leaves me speechless. SJH has already stated that there is no connection with her, yet the attempts to ride on the coattails have begun. It seems you are the one who has lost your mind. Wen Yan's post was a photo with Wang Che, and if it is deemed as riding on the coattails, then it is merely a playful banter with Wang Che. At no point did Wen Yan mention Shen did she? Stop trying to elevate your status. The auditioning sister is simply acting, which is quite distasteful. Boycott it. What an absurdity. You intrude upon someone else's domain and then escalate matters. What is it? Isn't her post meant for commentary? If she doesn't wish for comments, she could simply disable that feature. The truth is undeniable, and you cannot silence me. What truth? May I inquire what truth you refer to? Is it the truth you fabricate? Wen Yan was at a loss for words. What began as a pleasant moment had devolved into a quarrel in an instant. Her post indeed made no mention of Shen yet it was met with such harsh criticism. Sighing internally, Wen Yan couldn't help but think, indeed, my decision to refuse joining Shen studio was the right choice. Otherwise, I would be subjected to such scorn. I must be the first actor to become infamous before even having a work to my name. Hearing Wen Yan's silent musings, Jing, he quietly opened his phone. It seemed that his suggestion from that day had indeed been rather immature. She had been enduring constant scrutiny due to her fanbase. With this in mind, Jing, he took the initiative to inquire, once the filming in the mountains is completed, you will wrap up, correct? Yes, there are only a few scenes left. I didn't expect it to conclude so swiftly. Time truly flies. What you plan to do next? I will return home. I meant your work arrangements after returning home.
None.
Not every production seeks new actors from the public like Silence does. If a suitable opportunity arises, would you wish to continue working, or do you intend to take a break? Of course, I would be willing if the opportunity is right. However, I am not in a hurry at the moment. Understood. After finishing lunch at Grandma Zhou's, the group returned to the set. The first scene of the afternoon featured Wen Yan, who was to film a chase scene in a cornfield. A considerable number of villagers gathered to watch, including Grandma Zhou. Once the scene was wrapped, there were no further tasks for Wen Yan. Noticing that Grandma Zhou had not yet left, Wen Yan approached her. Grandma, you came to watch us film. Isn't it quite interesting? Indeed, I find it utterly captivating. I couldn't bear to leave. Mainly, the village hasn't been this lively in quite some time. What are you filming? I see that many movies focus on urban tales. Why have you come to shoot here? Chapter 50. If only someone could assist me. Grandma, each project has a different theme. Not all films are shot in cities. Wen Yan briefly introduced Grandma Zhou to the story of Silence, adding, however, I cannot divulge specific filming details as I have signed a confidentiality agreement with the crew. There are things I can share, and others I cannot. Grandma Zhou nodded. City folks have so many rules. But rest assured, I won't spread what you've told me. However, the subject you are portraying is quite realistic. It has indeed happened here, and not infrequently. Not infrequently? Surely not. Wen Yan exclaimed, shocked. Just moments ago, she had informed Grandma Zhou that she was playing a mute girl who was abducted by human traffickers and was currently fleeing, but was caught again. Yes. Grandma Zhou affirmed confidently. Years ago, it was challenging for men in the mountains to marry. Due to poverty, few were willing to marry into such impoverished areas, leading them to purchase wives. However, you must consider that decent families would never sell their daughters. Thus, most were undoubtedly abducted. It aligns closely with your portrayal. The women sold into the mountains were mostly disabled, mute, or deaf, or they were simply mentally impaired. The old bachelors in the mountains have little to be choosy about. They only require a wife capable of bearing children to continue their lineage. I recall that many men were buying wives over a decade ago. Some, like the character you portray, would attempt to escape, but those caught faced dire consequences. I've heard they would be stripped of their clothes and tied up at home, or their legs would be broken. Over time, or after giving birth, they would gradually abandon the thought of fleeing. Wen Yan felt a chill in her heart. Indeed. The scenes depicted in films and dramas were not mere fabrications. But surely, wasn't anyone reporting these incidents? Report what? Back then there were no telephones. And everyone was from the same community. I've lived in this mountain for most of my life and have never seen a police officer come here. If you did report it and tried to take someone's wife away, wouldn't they kill you? However, some have ended up suffering because of the practice of buying wives. At one point, when news spread of strict crackdowns on human traffickers, they resorted to procuring Vietnamese wives through intermediaries. However, most of these women were merely after the bride price. They would act obediently, but once they received the money, they would claim to want to go to the market and would vanish in crowded places, taking the money with them. Thankfully, such occurrences have become rare now. Nowadays, aside from us old folks, who else lives in the mountains? The younger generation has all gone out to work, where they can earn money and choose their partners. But working outside doesn't guarantee they'll meet good people. While the world outside is vast, people are cunning, and there are many fraudsters. I remember about 5 or 6 years ago, a boss came to our nearby village seeking workers, claiming he needed dozens of women to work in a clothing factory. This boss didn't want men, only women, and many were eager to go. Our village sent 3, but none of them returned. Some said they ran off with other men. Others said they died outside. In any case, they couldn't be found. To me, that was no clothing factory owner. That was clearly a scammer, a human trafficker. Otherwise, why would he only want women and not men? He just wanted to take these women out to sell. Such words sent a shiver down Wen Yan's spine. Unable to contain herself, she asked Grandma Zhou, wasn't there anyone who realized that this recruiting boss was a fraud? Grandma Zhou shook her head. It wasn't that anyone realized. At that time, people were inexperienced. The town was the farthest place we had ever been. As the employer approached, Many voices echoed the sentiment that they were nothing but frauds, causing others to hesitate in following. Those who dared to go were the bold ones, eager to seek fortunes beyond the mountains. One detail remains etched in my memory. This employer brought her family along. At that time, she had a daughter with her, seemingly around 15 or 16, strikingly beautiful. Tell me, what kind of con artist would venture forth with their family in tow? She cleverly ensnared us, the simple folk from the mountains. We were all women, and one wonders how a scammer could be so callous, specifically targeting those of us unfamiliar with the broader world. Wait, you mean the owner of the garment factory is a woman? Is her surname Zhao? For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing these words, a flood of memories about Shinjiro's adoptive parents surged in Wen Yan's mind, as they too owned a garment factory. The man she encountered at the supermarket, who spoke in dialect, had mentioned Zhao the boss in Shinjiro's presence and inquired if she was Zhao's daughter. However, he never specified whether Zhao was her father or mother. Interestingly, Shinjiro's adoptive mother was named Zhao Jing. Yet, considering how much time had passed and their limited interactions, Granny Zhou was unable to provide any further information. I can't recall her surname now. Perhaps I knew it once, but it eludes me now. Do you know her? That shouldn't be possible. You would have been around 15 or 16 then, still in school. Yes, 6 or 7 years ago I was still in high school. However, where Shinjiro was during that time remained a mystery. That evening, Wen Yan had night scenes to shoot, but during the waiting period, her mind wandered. On one hand, she empathized with the character she portrayed and the women who had genuinely been abducted into the depths of the mountains. On the other hand, she persisted in dialing that phone number. After yet another automated message informed her that the number was no longer in service, she frowned in frustration. Just then, Shinjinghe's voice cut through her thoughts. Who are you calling? Wen Yan widened her eyes in surprise. Teacher Shen, you startled me. Keep acting. Shinjinghe scoffed. If you were truly startled, you wouldn't instinctively call me Teacher Shen. Wen Yan thought to herself, not only is this person sharp-tongued, but he also possesses keen observational skills. So, who are you calling? If memory serves, this isn't the first time I've seen you exhibit this expression while on a call. Yet, it seems the other party has never answered. Sighing heavily, Wen Yan lamented inwardly. Sometimes, searching alone can be quite helpless. How wonderful it would be to have Shinjinghe assist me. Regrettably, I haven't even unraveled the matter myself. It's a tangled mess. Chapter 51. Absurdity knocks at the door. After absorbing Wen Yan's unspoken thoughts, Shinjinghe quietly awaited her next words. However, at that moment, the assistant director summoned her away. Shinjinghe's curiosity was piqued. He was eager to discover who Wen Yan had been trying to reach and what she was investigating, and how he could assist her. Nevertheless, if she did not broach the subject, he would never dare to inquire. Wen Yan did not return. She was called away to listen to the director's instructions. Following the briefing, she commenced filming for the night. The next couple of days promised heavy shooting schedules, requiring her to work continuously. After the night scenes concluded, she had no time to rest and immediately accompanied the crew to another shooting location, deeper into the mountains. The crew had found a dilapidated house to serve as the home of the mute woman she portrayed in the film. In this scene, she was to film a moment where she was spied upon while bathing. Upon being discovered, she would face a brutal beating from her husband and wicked mother-in-law, resulting in her confinement to the woodshed. Preparations for the shoot went smoothly, but no one anticipated a significant mishap during the intense scene where she was to be struck. Due to the violent nature of the scene, her co-actor struggled to find the right intensity, leading to repeated retakes. This was particularly torturous for Wen Yan, as she was the one receiving the blows. One botched take meant she had to endure another. The more times they attempted it, the more tense her co-actor became, prompting the director and crew to pause and offer guidance. At this juncture, Wen Yan stepped aside to hydrate. To avoid disrupting the filming, she had not untied the ropes binding her feet, making her movements awkward and bouncy. Just as she was drinking, a shadow suddenly rushed toward her. Before anyone, including herself, could react, she found herself hoisted over someone's shoulder and abducted. In that moment, Wen Yan was utterly bewildered, her mind blank. It took the crew several seconds to comprehend the situation. Oh no, our actress has been taken. Quick, pursue. Carried on the man's shoulder and sprinting down the rugged mountain path, Wen Yan felt her insides jostled. Regardless of the assailant's intentions, all she wished for was to find a moment to converse. After all, she had not slept since the previous night. If this continued, she feared not just her insides but her very brain might rattle loose. As she prepared to plead, "I have money, lots of it, I can pay you." The words barely escaped her lips before she vomited, unfortunately, all over the man's backside. The man began to wail, "I've soiled my pants. Dad's going to beat me." Wen Yan's eyes widened in shock as she beheld this disheveled man, seemingly in his 30s or 40s, squatting down by the mountain path to relieve himself. Fortunately, the crew had caught up. Wen Yan quickly untied the ropes from her feet and dashed toward them. "Are you alright?" The first to reach her was Zhou Zheni. This is no joke. Wen Yan is someone for whom 5 million was invested to ensure her safety. If anything were to happen to her today, that 5 million would be in jeopardy. As a director, he bore the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the cast. Seeing the concern etched on their faces, Wen Yan shook her head to indicate she was physically unharmed, though her psyche was profoundly shaken. She could not help but glance back at the man still squatting beside the road. "I believe this individual has some mental issues." Just as she turned her head back, a long hand appeared in front of her eyes. "Don't look." It was Shen Jinghe's voice. Wen Yan found herself reluctant to witness the unfolding scene. Yet her actions were instinctual. As they conversed, several imposing crew members had already subdued the man, pressing him to the ground. Instantly, he erupted into tears, wailing for his father, exclaiming that they wouldn't let him relieve himself. Wen Yan could only shake her head in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the absurdity of the situation, an unfolding drama that surpassed even the most ludicrous films she had ever seen. At the sound of the man's cries, a figure suddenly burst forth from a dilapidated house nearby, wielding a shovel. It became evident that a small, run-down dwelling lay hidden just ahead. The man with the shovel was an elderly gentleman, his balding head betraying his age, likely exceeding 70. It was clear that he and the deranged man were father and son. The old man, fierce and indignant, attempted to confront the crew as he witnessed his son being restrained. Zhou Zheni sought to reason with him, but communication seemed futile. At that moment, Wen Yan's ears were drawn to a soft, intermittent melody that seemed oddly out of place amidst the chaos. Following the sound, she made her way toward the small house. Shen Jinghe, noticing her movement, quickly grasped her arm. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Did you not hear someone singing?" Wen Yan responded. "Yes," he confirmed. "Shall we go together to investigate?" With a nod, he replied, "You go ahead. I will follow closely behind." "Indeed," Wen Yan affirmed, her tone serious. "Even without your encouragement, I would proceed." Shen Jinghe found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As they advanced, following the haunting melody, they soon arrived at the entrance of a ramshackle structure that resembled an abandoned pigpen. Peering inside, Wen Yan felt her heart momentarily cease to beat. The sight before her was beyond comprehension. Just the previous night, she had empathized with the mute character she portrayed, resonating with the tales of women abducted into the mountains recounted by Granny Zhou. Yet, she could never have anticipated witnessing such a scene in person the very next day, a woman, stripped bare and chained by the neck like livestock, confined in this wretched state. At that moment, Wen Yan experienced an overwhelming shock. "Shen Jinghe, tell me this cannot be real." He opened his mouth to speak, but all he could do was silently remove his jacket. However, a single jacket could hardly cover the entirety of the poor woman's exposed form. Gradually, Wen Yan regained her composure from the shock and sorrow. Remembering the stark temperature fluctuations in the mountains, she had taken the precaution of wearing an extra pair of long underwear beneath her trousers. Now, she promptly removed her outer pants to offer to the unfortunate woman before her. Chapter 52. Within my capabilities, I am willing. Due to the remoteness of the area, it was over 2 hours before the police arrived. When she made the call, Wen Yan had already encountered some disagreements with certain crew members. Her primary concern was for the naked woman locked inside the pigpen, rather than her own predicament of being abruptly seized by a stranger during filming. Some crew members felt she was meddling. Immediately after the incident, the crew contacted the village committee, who explained that the man, known as Anai Datu, was mentally ill, a condition he had evidently inherited since birth. It is widely accepted that mentally ill individuals are not prosecuted for violent behavior. Thus, the police would only issue a verbal warning, advising the guardians to keep a closer watch on the patient. Consequently, some crew members suggested that it was best to resolve the matter quietly and prioritize the filming schedule. Initially, Zhou Zheni was reluctant to intervene. Yet he addressed Wen Yan with significantly more kindness than the others. "Wen Yan, I understand your sympathy for that woman, but your suspicion that she has been trafficked is unsupported by any evidence. Her family and the villagers have stated she was locked up due to her mental illness. If her freedom were not restricted, she might behave violently like her son. In severe cases, accidents could occur. For her safety, it is necessary to confine her. Wen Yan vehemently disagreed with this rationale. Even if she suffers from mental illness, this is not an acceptable form of care. Denying her clothing and treating her like this, is that truly a form of supervision? Director Zhou, there are countless scripts available, yet you chose mute for a reason. Was it not to advocate for fair and just treatment of the hearing and speech impaired? Strictly speaking, this woman is also one of them. She may have lost her sanity, but that does not erase her suffering. She cannot express her anguish any longer, rendering her plight indistinguishable from that of the deaf and mute, perhaps even more tragic. Is this fair? Is this just? I do not intend to morally coerce the crew into action. I could report this matter in my own name. Should my personal absence for this issue delay the crew's progress, I am prepared to compensate for the losses incurred. While my report might waste police resources and time, it could also potentially save this unfortunate woman's life. Therefore, I must insist. Wen Yan's tone was resolute, unlike anything she had ever expressed before. I concur with Wen Yan's decision, Shen Jinghe interjected. As the primary investor in this production, I support the crew pausing for half a day. Zhou Journey, already swayed by Wen Yan's conviction, conceded, very well, we will follow your lead. When the police arrived, Anai Sanshui and the villagers reiterated their claims. They asserted that the woman, Chai Zhaodi, had suffered from mental illness for decades. In a chance encounter, she had overstayed her welcome at the Anai household, and out of pity, Anai Sanshui had married her, providing her with a home. As he spoke, he produced 2 marriage certificates, asserting that his union with Chai Zhaodi was legitimate and sanctioned by the government. Yet, the more complete his documentation appeared, the more Wen Yan's suspicions grew. She recalled Granny Zhou's words, that until she was 50, she had no identification, only obtaining it when the government began stringent population surveys. In such a small mountain village decades ago, a regular citizen would not have even considered obtaining an ID, let alone a marriage certificate, especially for an outsider who had fallen ill. Were the relevant authorities not conducting any checks? Did she possess valid identification? Was it even authentic? Wen Yan voiced her concerns and requested an investigation by the police. The officers agreed and urged Anai Sanshui to improve Chai Zhaodi's living conditions. Is that all, officer? Just improve her living conditions? However, Wen Yan did not believe that a man like Anai Sanshui, who had shown such cruelty, would truly enhance Chai Zhaodi's circumstances. If he had ever harbored such intentions, he would not have treated her in this manner. May I have a word with you, officers?
Certainly.
Wen Yan led the officers aside and articulated her concerns. Given her current state, can't you intervene to conduct a medical assessment? I believe she urgently requires medical attention. And perhaps you should also investigate whether she bears any signs of abuse, as she has numerous bruises. The officers appeared conflicted. Ms. Wen, at present, they're a legally married couple. Aside from offering counsel, we have no other recourse. Regarding the bruises, it is quite normal for a person with mental health issues to sustain minor injuries. Clearly, without evidence to substantiate any criminal activity by Anai Sanshui. The matter ostensibly falls under the aegis of domestic affairs, not even qualifying as a familial dispute, especially since the other party is a mental health patient. However, Wen Yan's concern was that once the crew and police departed, Anai Sanshui might not only fail to improve Chai Zhaodi's living conditions, but could also resort to violence to vent his frustrations. How about this? I believe it would be prudent to send her to the hospital. Given her current condition, both mentally and physically, medical evaluation is imperative. However, if I were to suggest this, Anai Sanshui might refuse and could even attempt to extort me. Therefore, I hope you 2 officers can assist by proposing this, and I will cover the expenses. Are you certain? You are a stranger to Chai Zhaodi, and you have no familial ties. Are you prepared to pay for her medical bills? Absolutely, I can afford it. If I were ever in a similar situation, I would be eternally grateful to anyone willing to extend a helping hand. Within my means, I wish to assist her. Very well. Ultimately, Chai Zhaodi was taken away in a police vehicle to the city hospital. As she departed, Anai Sanshui glared at Wen Yan with eyes that seemed to smolder with venom. Yet, Chai Zhaodi was in a police car, leaving him powerless. Chai Zhaodi required hospitalization, so Wen Yan, Shen Jinghe, and Zhou Jun returned to the hotel for the night. After a bustling afternoon with no time for meals, Zhou Jun ordered takeout to their room. The 3 gathered in his room to enjoy a late-night snack. Zhou Jun remarked, "Today's filming was delayed for half the day. However, you must wrap up by the day after tomorrow at the latest." What will you do if Chai Zhaodi's situation remains unresolved?
That's perfectly fine.
Wen Yan cheerfully skewered a couple of kebabs, initially worried about being stretched too thin. Once filming concludes, I will have plenty of time. Regardless, encountering her feels like a fateful connection between us. Oh, by the way, I have something for you to listen to. What is it? You'll know once you hear it. Chapter 53. What you cannot handle. Allow me to manage. Wen Yan produced her phone and played a recording. It was a simple melody consisting solely of a continuous sound. The moment the familiar humming began, Shen Jinghe recognized it instantly. He quickly looked up at Wen Yan. This is Zhou. Wen Yan interrupted before he could finish. Let's allow director Zhou to listen closely. The recording, although brief at just over 50 seconds, captivated Zhou's journey with its pure sound and a melody that was both heartwarming and melancholic. Beautiful, profoundly moving. What is this piece? And who is humming it? If we could secure the rights, it would undoubtedly serve as a perfect accompaniment for Voiceless. You feel the emotional weight too, don't you? Wen Yan suddenly lost her appetite for the kebabs. What piece is it? Can we obtain the rights? I'm not certain, for it was Chai Zhaodi who hummed it. Initially, it was this very melody that led Shen Laoshe and me to discover her in the mountains. That's why I feel a connection with her. If I hadn't been moved by the melody then, I certainly wouldn't have sought her out later. When I heard her hum it again during her hospital stay, it still resonated deeply, prompting me to record it. A mentally unstable patient can hum such a poignant tune so steadily. This melody must hold significant meaning for her. I can't shake the feeling that she has a story to tell. As Wen Yan spoke, she was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to weep. What's the matter? Zhou Zhoni quickly offered her a tissue. You usually seem so carefree, but today you appear deeply affected. You handle matters with such composure, yet here you are, so emotional. Perhaps, Wen Yan choked slightly, it's just that being a woman is incredibly challenging. From birth, endowed with the capacity for motherhood, one becomes a target for manipulation and desire. From childhood to middle age, every stage of a woman's life is fraught with potential exploitation.
Sigh.
Why must they bully a mentally ill woman into motherhood? Does she desire a sexual life? Does she want children? Has anyone ever respected her wishes? It's truly heartbreaking. Enough. Let us not dwell on it.
We should eat and rest.
Filming wraps tomorrow, and afterward, I'll inquire at the police station about their investigation's progress.
All right.
After filming, if you need anything, you can always find me on set. Zhou Zhoni clinked glasses with Wen Yan. Shen Jinghe couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Wen Yan. Had she endured considerable hardship before being taken in by the Shen family? What a curious thought. Why was he so interested in her past? However, after Wen Yan left, Shen Jinghe still made sure to speak with Zhou Zhoni. If she approaches you regarding this matter, whatever it is, you must agree to help her. What you cannot manage, allow me to handle.
Huh?
Zhou Zhoni was taken aback.
Why?
Have you taken a liking to her? Don't be ridiculous. Shen Jinghe replied seriously. I'm addressing the matter at hand. That unfortunate woman deserves assistance. On the third day, after filming the scene where she ingests poison and takes her own life, Wen Yan completed the arc of her mute character and successfully wrapped up filming. The crew presented her with a bouquet of flowers and shared updates and photos on social media. However, due to the need for confidentiality regarding her costume, the images featured her attire obscured and even her face edited with a mask. Her fans expressed dissatisfaction at not seeing her beautiful photos and inundated her with messages requesting more updates. With no selfies devoid of makeup in her recent album, Wen Yan decided to share the recording of the poignant humming instead. There's nothing much to share, so I thought I'd share a melody that resonates deeply. Soon, she received an influx of comments. Wow, this is beautiful. Did the young lady hum this herself? It truly touched me. Initially, it felt warm, but suddenly I felt tears welling up. Is this melody magical? Me too. Why do I feel like crying? I envision a woman humming, suddenly lost in an impenetrable fog. Is the young lady this talented? This melody seems unlike any current song on the market. Did she compose it herself? Wen Yan's post garnered numerous comments, and she selected a few to clarify. It's not me singing. It's someone else. No, I have no knowledge of songwriting. Yes, I too saw a woman, shackled by chains, once basking in warmth and beauty, yet with a future devoid of hope. After responding to several messages, Wen Yan set her phone down, as the taxi had already come to a halt at the entrance of the police station. She entered and sought out the two officers who had responded to the call last time, inquiring about any progress. They informed her that following a preliminary investigation, It had been confirmed that Ni Sanshui had indeed registered his marriage with Chai Zhaodi over 30 years ago. Furthermore, Chai Zhaodi's identity information was authentic. She was a local resident who had suffered from mental illness in her youth and had never ventured far from home. In her 20s, she had gone missing and ended up wandering to Ni Sanshui's house. Subsequently, Ni Sanshui had sought out her original family and, with the consent of her brother and sister-in-law, married her with no evidence of abduction involved. They urged Wen Yan not to harbor any suspicions. However, when Wen Yan inquired about the whereabouts of Chai's family, they revealed that they had moved away decades ago and were now unknown. A mental patient and a vanished family, these were, in Wen Yan's eyes, all suspicious elements. Disheartened, she exited the police station and once more hailed a taxi. Flustered, she opened her social media app and unexpectedly came across a comment that struck a chord. It was strikingly familiar. If her memory served her right, it was a lullaby sung by the older generation to lull children to sleep. One that her great-grandmother had hummed during her childhood. However, her great-grandmother had since passed away, and she found herself longing for her. The kindness her great-grandmother had shown her made her unable to suppress her tears upon hearing the melody. This comment ignited a spark of interest in Wen Yan, particularly as the user's IP address traced back to Province A, 1,000 miles away from Province H. She quickly initiated a conversation with the taxi driver. "Excuse me, are you a local? How long have you been driving a taxi here?" "Yes, I'm a local. I've been driving for decades. I started when I was 20, initially driving a tractor for transportation and deliveries, as there were hardly any cars back then. Eventually, I transitioned to a taxi. I know this area very well. What would you like to know?" "That's wonderful. I would like you to help me listen to a lullaby and see if it's one from your region. It seems like lullabies vary greatly from place to place, each possessing its own unique charm." "Oh, I can certainly sing you our local lullaby." "That would be great. Thank you." The driver, eager to assist, began to hum the tune. However, the melody was entirely different from the one Wen Yan had recorded. "Could you please listen to this and tell me if it belongs to your area?" Before the recording had finished playing, the driver confidently declared, "No. This is not our lullaby. We only have this one." Yet, the findings of Wen Yan's investigation indicated that Chai Zhaodi had never left her hometown. If she was indeed a local who had never departed Province H, how had she learned the lullaby from Province A? Chapter 54, Trending Again. Pondering this, Wen Yan promptly messaged the user from Province A, seeking further details about the lullaby. She was courteous in her approach. The user, a fan of Wen Yan, although unaware of why Wen Yan was so intrigued by the lullaby, readily agreed to consult her mother upon learning that Wen Yan wanted to hear the complete version. After expressing her gratitude, Wen Yan set her phone down. Leaning back in her seat, she contemplated her thoughts, eventually finding herself back in the city. Although filming had concluded, Zhou Journey still reserved a hotel room for her. After tidying up, she took a taxi to the hospital, intending to visit Chai Zhaodi. The doctor mentioned that Chai Zhaodi's mental state had visibly improved over the past few days, significantly better than when she was first admitted. This was indeed good news. Furthermore, Wen Yan learned from a nurse that Zhou Journey had secretly covered some of Chai Zhaodi's medical expenses during her last visit. Upon returning to her hotel room, Wen Yan immediately dialed Zhou Journey's number. "Hello, Director Zhou. This is Wen Yan. I'm not sure if you've wrapped up. Is it convenient for you to take a call?" "It is convenient. Your call comes at the perfect time, as I just finished." "That's great. I wanted to inform you that Chai Zhaodi is recovering remarkably well. Initially, I thought it unnecessary to disturb you regarding this matter. But upon hearing that you had extended her medical expenses, I felt it was important to share this news." "So, you've returned to the city?" "Yes." "Well then, I want to keep you from resting, Director." At that moment, Zhou Journey was with Shen Jinghe. They were seated close to each other. Although the call wasn't on speaker, Shen Jinghe could still hear Wen Yan's voice. Sensing that Wen Yan was about to end the call, Shen Jinghe quickly gestured to Zhou Journey and swiftly typed a few keywords into his notes. Zhou Journey, understanding the cue, promptly switched the phone to speaker mode and asked Wen Yan, "By the way, did you go to the police station? Is there any progress regarding Chai Zhaodi?" "There is some progress, but I wouldn't call it significant." Wen Yan briefly relayed the police's responses along with the lullaby incident. She added, "I still find it puzzling." After returning to the city, she contacted the officer again to clarify her concerns, but he dismissed her perspective. Zhou Journey had already contemplated that, at worst, they could have Chai Zhaodi committed to a mental institution for life, a cost that he and Wen Yan could manage. He even intended to suggest this to her. However, Shen Jinghe suddenly typed another message on the screen. Ask her what her plans are. Zhou Zhoni was somewhat taken aback and silently inquired, "Are you intervening?" Shen Jinghe quickly typed another line. "I've already intervened, anyway." "All right," Zhou Zhoni whispered. "Let us see this through together." Shen Jinghe chuckled, recalling how insistent they had been about reporting the troublesome assistant director and the marketing account last time. Exchanging glances, Zhou Zhoni then asked Wen Yan, "Do you still intend to investigate this on your own?" Wen Yan was not so presumptuous. "I certainly lack the capability to investigate alone." "Then what do you imply?" "Public opinion." Both replied almost in unison. "Exactly." Wen Yan continued, "We can only rely on enthusiastic netizens to help spread the word. By the way, when Chai Zhaodi was discovered, didn't someone from the crew record a video?"
Yes.
"Could you please assist me in obtaining that video? I can handle it and edit it before sharing, as some parts might need to be blurred. I'll take care of it. Let us fully commit to this. We might as well tackle this together. But, can you manage? Don't forget, we're not alone. We have an entire crew." Wen Yan still felt a twinge of concern, recalling that some colleagues had opposed her when she reported to the police last time. "If my insistence causes them to expend extra effort, not only would they be displeased, but I would also feel guilty." "Wen Yan, trust the director, all right? You truly don't need to worry about this. The crew is busy, but Shen Jinghe's team is relatively free at the moment." Wen Yan chose to place her trust in Zhou Zhoni. "All right. I have also taken some photographs of her in the hospital. I shall send them to you. Additionally, please send me the segment of the lullaby she hummed." She continued, "By the way, since we are going to expose this, it is imperative to clarify the sequence of events. Our crew, and you will undoubtedly be mentioned. Do you mind?" Zhou Zhoni suggested, "Let us keep it vague. This is social news after all." "I do not object, and I am even open to a separate interview in the future. But there is no need to focus on it deliberately." "Agreed, I share the same sentiment." As soon as the call ended, Wen Yan received an audio clip from a fan. It was a recording of the local lullaby sung by her mother. Wen Yan listened to it repeatedly, convinced it was indeed the song that Chai Zhaodi had hummed. She compiled all her findings into a document and sent it, along with the audio and photographs, to Zhou Zhoni. Zhou Zhoni then forwarded this information to Shen Jinghe. The efficiency of Shen Jinghe's studio was remarkable. That very evening, during prime time, Wen Yan received a message from Zhou Zhoni, "Check the trending topics." Without hesitation, Wen Yan logged into her social media account and immediately noticed several topics. The silent film crew discovers a chain-bound woman suspected of trafficking. Breaking. Woman locked in a dilapidated cabin in the mountains. Breaking. Chain-bound woman. The silent film crew. Shen Jinghe's jacket. Upon seeing the words silent film crew, Wen Yan instinctively frowned. They had previously discussed avoiding focus on this issue during their phone call, and Zhou Zhoni had agreed. How could the silent film crew still be trending? If they were to exploit this attention, it would be rather unethical. However, upon further investigation, Wen Yan realized her misunderstanding. The information had been leaked by a journalist known for covering social news. Although the report used much of the material provided by the crew and Wen Yan, it did not specifically name the silent film crew or any of its actors. The journalist had merely referred to a certain crew and crew members in vague terms. Nevertheless, the astute internet sleuths managed to uncover the silent film crew's identity. Some keen-eyed fans even noted that the jacket worn by Chai Zhaodi when she was rescued belonged to Shen Jinghe. In Chapter 55, Scattered Like Stars, Gathered Like a Flame, it must be said that when Wen Yan saw the trending topic regarding Shen Jinghe's jacket, she felt a surge of emotion. The current netizens were truly remarkable, possessing an almost supernatural ability to observe. It was these meticulous netizens who rapidly propelled the Chai Zhaodi incident into the spotlight. According to Zhou Zhoni, they initially purchased one trending topic, but subsequent discussions were organically generated by the netizens' fervent comments. The situation quickly escalated online, garnering widespread societal attention. Numerous users from Province A came forward to claim the lullaby that Chai Zhaodi had hummed. Some even unearthed a missing person notice from over 30 years ago from a county in Province A, stating that Chai Zhaodi bore a striking resemblance to the woman described in the notice. Following this revelation, netizens fervently demanded that the local authorities establish an investigation team to look into Chai Zhaodi's case. The power of public opinion should not be underestimated. The relevant department's phones were inundated with calls. Thus, under the pressure of public scrutiny, a local investigation team was formed, leading to a significant turn of events. It was revealed that Chai Zhaodi was not actually named Chai Zhaodi, her identity was fabricated, and her marriage certificate was also a forgery. She had been trafficked from Province A to Province H and sold to Ni Sanshui, during which time she bore him 5 children. However, aside from the child who had suddenly fallen ill and was taken by Wen Yan, the whereabouts of the others remained unknown. Netizens demanded a thorough investigation into whether Ni Sanshui had harmed his own children, but it was confirmed that the other children had either succumbed to childhood illnesses or faced accidental deaths. Ultimately, Ni Sanshui was criminally detained, and relevant personnel in the departments faced dismissals or reassignments. Chai Zhaodi was successfully reunited with her biological family. Upon her return, her mental health improved day by day, and her physical well-being also showed remarkable progress, much to the relief of the netizens. As this matter reached its conclusion, discussions surrounding the silent film crew, Shen Jinghe and Wen Yan peaked once again. That jacket is indeed Shen Jinghe's personal attire. I believe he was the one who reported it, as he is inherently just. I am genuinely moved. I have supported him for so many years, and his character is impeccable.
What are you talking about?
If I recall correctly, the first report mentioned female actor. Shen Jinghe is a good person, but he is a male actor, isn't he? What does he have to do with female actors?
Right?
The first to release that lullaby was Wen Yan. Didn't you all notice? Ha, how amusing. The fans of the auditioning sister are here again. You constantly seek to bask in the limelight. Do you not fear a backlash? Oh, but she has no foundation to collapse. Zero works, how funny. I just find it hilarious. You selectively ignore the truth and attack others. Take a good look at how many topics your idol has trending on the list. This is what it means to ride the coattails.
Leave.
Do we need to ride on anything? Absolutely not. Think about it carefully. When the initial report was released, it mentioned the entire crew. I would like to ask, with so many staff and actors present, why did everyone else remain silent while only the auditioning sister posted? What is her intention? Are you out of your mind? How can you criticize her for that? When did she post the humming audio? And when did the news come out? Open your eyes and see clearly. The auditioning sister is just overly dramatic. She must have known the direction of events beforehand. That is why she acted this way. At this moment, a user by the name of April's Little Joy interjected, "Why harbor so much malice?" Wen Yan shared that humming because she is a woman. She is perceptive and was the first to recognize the sorrow within that melody, which is why she felt compelled to share. Ha ha ha. And the sorrow within the melody? Why don't you claim to be Beethoven? April's Little Joy. I am stating facts. What does Beethoven have to do with this? Facts? Are you a crew member? Did you witness it with your own eyes?
Fool.
April's Little Joy. Why are you resorting to insults? I am speaking the truth. Just because you say it's true doesn't make it so. Prove it. Indeed. I could just as easily claim to be Shen Jinghe's wife. He is lying beside me right now. Do you believe me?
Indeed.
The nature of the fans reflects the nature of the individuals they support. They are theatrical. In an instant, April's Little Joy found herself under siege. This was her first experience of being attacked online after so long, leaving her feeling disheartened and wronged. Thus, she sent a private message to Wen Yan. Wen Yan discovered that the netizen, known as April's Little Happiness, who had previously provided her with a lullaby, had reached out to her. Hello, Yan. May I call you that? Previously, in their private chats, she had referred to her as Miss Wen Yan.
Hello, of course you may.
May I pose a question to you? I saw the news about Chai Zhaodi, and it stated that the actor who discovered her was you, and that you were also the one who noticed her humming was amiss, correct? I'm on the verge of tears. In recent days, many had messaged Wen Yan, but she had only responded to April's Little Happiness. Upon encountering this question, Wen Yan hesitated momentarily, yet soon crafted her reply. Little Happiness. I truly appreciate the clues you provided. They are immensely valuable and directly aided a vulnerable individual. I have also seen the discussions circulating online these past few days. But I believe the identity of the first person to discover this matter is of little importance. What truly matters is that she has returned home. From beginning to end, this situation could not have unfolded without the assistance of passionate netizens like yourself. I am aware that the internet is currently ablaze with debates over where the sense of justice should reside. Yet, it seems that many have overlooked a crucial point. This sense of justice is not solely embodied in an individual but rather reflects the collective spirit of the dedicated netizen community. Scattered, we are like countless stars. United, we form a blazing fire. This is the strength we all possess. Why should we compete for superiority? If you believe that person is me, then you are also me. If you think that person is Teacher Shen, then you are also Teacher Shen. In the face of this matter, we are indistinguishable. After replying to April's little happiness, Wen Yan promptly messaged Zhou Jun, Director, let us spend some money to withdraw from the trending search. This matter is not of an entertainment nature and should not be discussed in such a manner. Zhou Juni did not respond to Wen Yan immediately. Instead, he created a group chat, adding both Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe. Wen Yan quickly private messaged Zhou Juni. What does this mean? Meanwhile, a private message from Shen Jinghe arrived. Why not contact me directly? Chapter 56, The Reversal. Why not contact him directly? He even sent 2 question marks. Wen Yan swiftly replied to Shen Jinghe with 3 question marks. You should know that I did not create this chat group, right? Of course. From the very beginning, the decision to leak information online was discussed between me and the director. You should know that, right? Well, I suppose I do. Thus, I would certainly contact the director. He must have informed you that I wish to withdraw from the trending search. If it is to be retracted, it would certainly include yours as well. That's why I said you should have come to me directly. Forget it, it's all the same. Since he has already created the group, let us discuss it here. All the same, Shen Jinghe suddenly felt disinclined to remain the good guy behind the scenes. He had been involved in this matter from the start. The reason he left everything to Zhou Juni was to spare Wen Yan from any psychological burden. He also wished to avoid any future gossip from insiders that might lead to her being criticized by fans. After all, the initial decision to proceed this way had been due to her insistence. Now it seemed, perhaps it was better to let her carry some psychological burden. Otherwise, her tone in conversation would become rather aloof. In the next moment, Zhou Juni began to speak in the group chat. The purpose of creating this group was to discuss the withdrawal from the trending search. The discussions online have indeed been quite intense these past few days. And Wen Yan believes that this situation is not of an entertainment nature and should not be treated as such. However, both the crew and you two have been thrust into the spotlight. She suggests we withdraw. Jinghe, what are your thoughts? Shen Jinghe, I agree. Wen Yan, great. That's a unanimous decision. Now, we are faced with the most crucial question ahead. Zhou Juni, what question? Wen Yan, the costs. How shall we calculate them? Should we split evenly, or by head count, or some other standard? I have no experience in this matter at all. Zhou Juni, don't worry, I have experience. Shen Jinghe internally, experience?
What experience do you have?
My studio has the actual experience. Wen Yan, that's wonderful. So shall we proceed with the operation? Zhou Juni, rest assured. Wen Yan, all right then. I shall eagerly await your good news, Director Zhou. The group discussion drew to a close. Zhou Juni promptly messaged Shen Jinghe privately. We have work to do. Let us expedite this. The trending search has been up for several days, and it would be best to withdraw it as soon as possible. Shen Jinghe, aren't you the one with all the experience, boasting to others? Zhou Juni, are you unhappy? Shen Jinghe, no. Zhou Juni, so, when shall we withdraw from the trending search? Shen Jinghe, tell Wen Yan that I am actually the one handling all of this. Zhou Juni was taken aback. Your attitude towards Wen Yan is quite perplexing. I can't quite understand it. Could you elaborate? I'm too curious. Curiosity, be gone. He observed how Wen Yan seemed to cater to Zhou Juni as if she owed him a debt. If she truly owed a debt, then the creditor would be none other than Shen Jinghe. That evening, all related trending searches were significantly diminished, and the corresponding keywords could no longer be searched. This quickly sparked a new wave of discussion. 666. All the trending searches have vanished. Who exactly is Wen Yan? Does she have a benefactor behind her? Indeed. All terms related to Wen Yan and Chai Zhaodi were no longer searchable, including the keyword linking Wen Yan to the trending news. Impressive. The speed at which the trending search was withdrawn is remarkable. She might have thought that, by riding the coattails of a sensational social news event, she could establish a righteous persona, but it seems the netizens are not buying it. Wait a minute. As a bystander, I can't help but intervene. Aren't those of you relentlessly attacking this actress a bit biased? You all have been surfing the internet. So, you must be aware that it's not just this actress's keywords that have disappeared tonight, right? It's not just this actress. The major star Shen Jinghe and the entire crew of Voiceless have also seen their related trending searches retracted. So does that mean the big star and the entire crew have benefactors as well? Exactly. Initially, I was a neutral observer of SJH. But now his fans are incessantly attacking a small actress. I am on the verge of turning against him. Woo-woo. Dear bystander sister above, please don't generalize. Most of Shen's fans maintain high standards. You can check our fan club. We strictly prohibit malicious slander against any other actors. It must be said that SJH's fanbase is exceedingly vast. Not everyone has joined the official fan club. In the public square, it's manageable. But you should take a look at Wen Yan's circle. The criticism there is even more intense. Indeed, due to the suppression of certain keywords and phrases, some extreme netizens have resorted to venting their frustrations on Wen Yan's personal account. Many have also directly stormed the social media circles of the production team, igniting a fresh wave of discussions. A netizen, Zaya Kiexing in April, could no longer bear the situation and impulsively shared a post along with screenshots of her private conversations with Wen Yan. She captioned it, "Some individuals truly measure a gentleman's heart with the narrow mind of a petty person, despite being falsely accused by a scoundrel." Even Shen Jinghe personally came out to refute the rumors, yet these devoted fans persistently refuse to let Wen Yan be. No matter what she does, or what they suspect she might have done, they remain dissatisfied, claiming she is merely riding the wave of popularity. It is infuriating to witness such baseless conjectures late at night. You can see the screenshots for yourselves. The scattered stars in the sky gather together as one blazing fire. My goodness, Wen Yan's vision is indeed vast. If you believe that individual is Teacher Shen, then you must be Teacher Shen as well. In the face of this matter, we share no distinction. Family who understands. I truly adore this phrase. I am so moved. It brings me to tears. Indeed, it is quite touching. However, amidst the emotional turmoil, I seem to have discovered a glimmer of insight. Zaya Kiexing initially intended to inquire whether the incident was brought to light by Wen Yan, and yet she revealed these words. "I believe it must be her."
Why?
Because if it were not her, she could have easily denied it, yet she chose not to. Upstairs, I agree wholeheartedly. Denial would have sufficed. There was no need for such elaboration. Could it be that some still believe? If she truly initiated this, why would she not admit it? This ambiguity seems merely a ploy for attention. A group of fools is being manipulated by her while still defending her actions. It is evident that those in the entertainment industry possess their own cunning. Moreover, this so-called Zaya Kiexing is merely someone hired by Wen Yan. The images are fabricated. Anyone can create such screenshots. Give me 10 minutes, and I could produce 100. Upon the emergence of this comment, it instantly garnered thousands of likes. Zaya Kiexing, unable to contain her frustration, decided to record her phone screen and release the video, proving she did not alter the images. Yet, she was quickly accused of being a plant sent by Wen Yan. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to refute the claims. However, at that juncture, another popular comment surfaced. "Ha ha ha, truly seeking the truth. Did you not claim Zaya Kiexing as a plant? First, go see what the director of the Lost Voice crew has posted. Chapter 57. She has once again gained followers. Oh, by the way, if Zaya Kiexing is indeed a plant, then Shen Jinghe and the director of the Lost Voice crew are also hired by Wen Yan. Wow, Miss Wen Yan is quite impressive. She has managed to manipulate the renowned star Shen Jinghe and an up-and-coming director all by herself. Is her family perhaps running a diamond mine, a galactic chain of sorts? If she is that capable, why is she merely playing a minor role in a new director's film? Why not invest in herself as the lead? Ha ha ha. The person upstairs truly understands irony. It makes me laugh. 10086, a galactic chain. I'm truly laughing. Enough of this. I must go observe the director now. The reason Zhou Zhenyi shared the screenshot of their three-person discussion about removing the trending search was, in fact, under Shen Jinghe's directive. Once he posted this update, the netizens shifted their focus entirely. One of Shen Jinghe's devoted fans was not entirely wrong. It is indeed Wen Yan who initiated the removal of the trending topic. This is irrefutable. I must admit, the perspective has broadened significantly. Look at what they are saying. They are acutely aware that the Chai Zhaodi incident is not one of entertainment and is unsuitable for such discussions. To translate that, the young lady is quite astute. She understands that these topics can garner her attention, yet she prefers to spend money to withdraw rather than exploit this wave of popularity. Meanwhile, some individuals continue to cling to the notion of riding the wave, insisting on this point. Ironically, their husbands also support the removal of the trending search. If Wen Yan's withdrawal from the trending searches is indicative of guilt, then shouldn't their husbands also be subject to ridicule? I must admit, Wen Yan is truly a treasure of a girl. And our Hehe is also a gem of a boy. This trending search has no negative impact on him. Yet, he proactively withdrew it. I believe both actors, including the director, possess commendable values. It is merely that some netizens are overly extreme. Now that the director has released the screenshot, it is time for everyone to disperse. This screenshot includes the three of them. I trust the director's post was approved by the other two, as it is the result of their collective discussion. Indeed, the main parties have already stepped forward. The onlookers should disperse as well. We shall not disperse. Scattered are the stars. United is the fire. Yes, we must rally for justice. I propose we create a positive topic to elevate the heat, allowing them to see that we, too, support their actions. But isn't that inappropriate? They've spent money to remove the trending search because they wish to cease discussions. Why must we persist? That is different. Previously, the direction was misguided, but now it exudes positive energy. Gather round, everyone. Scattered are the stars. United is the fire, rallying for justice. Wen Yan, a beacon of positivity. Shen Jinghe, a beacon of positivity. The Iron Triangle of the Lost Voice crew. The WeChat discussion group of 3. Zhou Journey. Screenshot JPG. Observe how this trending topic shifts. The winds of the internet are indeed unpredictable. In the span of mere moments, the direction has changed. Wen Yan, unexpected GIF. Zhou Journey. I took a look, and now we are all gaining followers. Particularly Wen Yan's, and my accounts are growing rapidly, as our initial numbers were relatively small. Jinghe's new followers are increasing at a slower pace, due to his already substantial base. Wen Yan, what do we call this? A blessing in disguise? Wen Yan, it's difficult to assess. In just over a month, I have remained on the trending searches for quite some time. A person without any works has somehow amassed hundreds of thousands of followers. Had someone told me this before, I would not have believed it. However, Zhou Journey, what is wrong? Wen Yan, such attention and followers leave me feeling somewhat hollow. Dear director, could you do me another favor? Zhou Journey, speak. Wen Yan, since we have already gone through this process, could you help me contact someone to remove those trending topics that just surged? Zhou Journey, you don't want those? But you are gaining followers and it's all positive. Wen Yan, yes. I don't want them. Can you help me with this? Zhou Journey did not reply immediately. Wen Yan also sensed something was amiss. Why was teacher Shen silent? Zhou Journey, because he is right beside me. At that moment, the two were discussing the removal of the trending search. Zhou Journey inquired of Shen Jinghe. How should I articulate this? Should I acquiesce to her request or not? Of course, the answer was a resounding yes. What rationale could possibly exist for refusal? Well then, when shall I confess that these accolades are actually yours? Shen Aojiao Jinghe replied, retract the term accolades. I do not seek praise. My intention is merely to convey the truth. Zhou Journey conceded, very well. Since you are handsome, I shall heed your counsel. Consequently, the online spectators, engrossed in their data analysis and gossip, abruptly noticed that the trending topic they had been fervently discussing had vanished yet again. In the next moment, they stumbled upon Wen Yan's latest update. Thank you all for your attention, but I eagerly anticipate the release of my work. Sending love. The underlying message was unmistakable. Matters unrelated to her work should cease to capture public interest. She merely wished to focus on her career. Yet, just as the audience prepared to comment, they discovered that Wen Yan had closed the comment section. This effectively silenced all netizens on her platform. However, a fan group had already been established, and fans began to express their sentiments within. Who understands? My beloved sister has withdrawn her trending topic once more. How could she so readily dismiss such opulence? Laughter ensued as they mused that she might believe that removing the trending topic would diminish its popularity, unaware that her fans were ardently promoting her. The current surge in followers is even more vigorous than before. Indeed, the discerning eyes of the public are ever vigilant. Isn't this, in essence, a testament to her character? Applause followed. It is indeed a rare occurrence. If she dedicates herself wholeheartedly to her career, she will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. With her beauty and acting skills already in place, along with her admirable character and social connections, it would be an affront to the universe if she did not attain success. Indeed, following this event, Silent had already garnered acclaim even before its release. Initially anticipated to take a considerable time to premiere, this occurrence would likely expedite the process, given its burgeoning popularity. Box office success was assured. Yet, one wondered if she intended to keep the comments section closed indefinitely. Would that not rob her fans of any enjoyment? With no avenue for urging updates or interaction, would this not hinder her future prospects? Chapter 58. A startling encounter. Truly, she is quite willful, but I find it delightful. She possesses character. April's little happiness remarked, No, I secretly messaged Yan Yan just now. She said she would reopen the comment section once she has new works. It is not a permanent closure. Is that true? May I see the screenshot? Of course, here is the screenshot. At this juncture, Wen Yan had not logged into any social media since. Her task was complete, and it was time to return home. However, before departing, she resolved to greet Shen Jinghe. Brother, I have concluded my affairs here, so I shall head home now. Wishing you a smooth filming process. After sending this message, Wen Yan set aside her phone to prepare her belongings. Unexpectedly, Shen Jinghe replied immediately, "Open the door." Open the door? Though puzzled, Wen Yan nonetheless walked to the door with her phone in hand. Peering through the peephole, she confirmed Shen Jinghe's presence outside. She promptly opened the door, exclaiming, "Teacher Shen? When did you return?" Shen Jinghe, as always, was succinct, "Just now." Wen Yan craned her neck to observe the corridor. "You came to find me without anyone noticing, right?" Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow. "What, are you afraid?" "Not at all." Wen Yan giggled. "I have nothing to fear. I am merely concerned that you might worry about others gossiping." Shen Jinghe scoffed and then handed her a plastic bag. "Here, this is for you." Wen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could he truly be this kind to me? Upon hearing her thoughts, Shen Jinghe replied, "Zhou Popo asked me to bring this to you. She said it is fruit that only grows in the mountains." "Really?" Wen Yan expressed both curiosity and excitement. "I must try it right away. Would you like some?" "No need, I've already eaten." "Thank you," Wen Yan responded, poised to close the door. However, Shen Jinghe evidently had no intention of departing. "Is there anything else you wish to convey, Teacher Shen?" Shen Jinghe shot her a glance. "There are no others here." "You need not be sarcastic," Wen Yan retorted. "Who is being sarcastic? This is an injustice." "How could I possibly be sarcastic? I am genuinely asking if you have any further matters." Shen Jinghe cleared his throat, slightly awkward. "Earlier, you mentioned thanking me?" Wen Yan blinked in surprise. "Indeed. I thank you, brother." "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for bringing me the fruit." "Is that all? What else should it be? Should I invite you in for a bottle of mineral water? Or perhaps I could order you a cup of milk tea, some barbecued food, or maybe some spicy crayfish. Alternatively, a sweet dessert? Enough, you should just go wash up and sleep." Wen Yan chuckled to herself. Shen Jinghe must be thinking about why I haven't expressed gratitude for the efforts of him and his studio over these past few days. How absurd, performing good deeds anonymously, yet desiring recognition. Only someone as stubbornly proud as he could pull off such a feat, Shen Jinghe mused. So, she was already aware. It seemed she was merely toying with him earlier. Yet, he had not intended for her to express gratitude. He merely wished for her to understand that she owed him a favor. However, if she did not bring it up first, he would find it difficult to broach the subject. Forget it, Shen Jinghe told himself. I should return to my room. He doubted she could maintain her feigned ignorance indefinitely. Just as he turned to leave, Wen Yan called out, "Teacher Shen, wait a moment. In fact, Director Zhou has informed me about your contributions during this period, and I truly appreciate it. The efficiency of your studio is also top-notch. I owe you a favor. However, I have not yet determined how to repay you. So, I invite you to propose a request. I must treat you to a meal, without doubt. Shall we discuss it once you finish filming?" "Now, that is more like it." "Very well, no need to see me off." "All right then, safe travels, Teacher Shen." "Not that I intended to see you off." Shen Jinghe pondered. Could there not be a button to silence Wen Yan's inner thoughts? Once she lay on her bed, Wen Yan finally found the time to call Su Yang. The recent online turmoil had been quite overwhelming, and Su Yang was genuinely concerned for her. "These past few days have felt like a roller coaster ride. I was never this anxious when your brother debuted. Is it because of the trending topics?" "Indeed. In retrospect, your brother's debut seemed remarkably smooth, with the internet largely praising him. Yet, your situation is vastly different. One moment, a horde of people criticizes you, and the next, a different group rallies to support you. It leaves me feeling both furious and relieved. It is indeed disheartening when certain individuals indiscriminately defame you. However, witnessing the multitude of supporters rallying to your defense brings me immense joy. Those individuals possess true discernment, while the others merely lack insight. Ha! Whether in light or shadow, red is still red. This indicates that I have garnered attention." You continue to smile. "Yet I must admit, I never anticipated your emotions to remain so composed during this ordeal. I was worried you might act impulsively due to your youth." "Not at all. I am already an adult. Furthermore, my second brother has been quite helpful this time." "Really?" Su Yang's interest was piqued immediately. "How did he assist you? Please do share." Wen Yan then recounted to Su Yang the various ways in which Shen Jing and Mo had aided her. Upon concluding, she summarized, I believe my second brother truly values familial bonds. He simply lacked the right opportunities in the past. This time, I happen to be in the same production team as him. Although he can be rather proud, asserting before you and father that he wouldn't look after me. When I truly encountered difficulties, he extended his hand to help. Thus, I am confident that by creating suitable opportunities in the future, we can surely mend the relationship between my second brother and the family. It is only a matter of time before we all become a loving family. Good, Yen Yen. Just listening to your words warms Su Yang's heart. You are indeed our family's little lucky star. Mother has also noticed that your relationship with your second brother is improving, and in the future, you may need to create more opportunities for them to connect. Rest assured, Mom, you have treated me so well, providing me with a home, and I will certainly contribute to this family. So, when will you return? Previously, you mentioned handling that matter after wrapping up the filming, and now that it has concluded, shouldn't you be coming back? You have been away for nearly 2 months. Wen Yan initially intended to return on tomorrow's flight. However, she suddenly changed her mind, planning to surprise Su Yang. Hence, she deliberately concocted an excuse. Perhaps I will need a few more days. There are still a few minor matters that require my attention. Once they are resolved, I will return home immediately. The next afternoon, Wen Yan returned to the Shen family villa. However, what she did not expect was that before she could surprise her family, someone in the house startled her. Chapter 59. I recorded everything. When Wen Yan pushed open her bedroom door, she was astonished to find Shinjiro sitting on her bed with a smirk, as if she had been waiting for her. How utterly absurd. In that moment, Wen Yan was rendered speechless. When she had entered, she had greeted Aunt Zhang and several other household staff members with great warmth. Even though Shinjiro was on the 3rd floor, she surely must have heard the commotion. Yet here she was, without anyone's permission, invading another's room and sitting on someone else's bed, and upon hearing the return, she remained as still as a statue. Wen Yan was at a loss for words. Shinjiro, is this the manner in which you were raised? You disgust me. Please leave this instant. Oh, leave? Shinjiro slowly curled her lips into a smile, clearly indicating that you still lack a clear understanding of your own identity. You must realize that this is my home, and you reside in my house. I can come and go as I please. Wen Yan cast her a look of disbelief, replying, No, I believe your recent business trip was not for a project, but rather for further education at a mental institution abroad. You must be quite ill. Did the foreign doctors prescribe you medication? If their methods are inadequate, I suggest you consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. What did you say? Shinjiro clenched her teeth, her facial muscles twitching slightly. Do you truly think you are not afraid of me? Shinjiro threatened, even rising abruptly. Wen Yan glanced at her with disdain, scoffing softly. What are you, Voldemort? Why should I fear you? Or, do you have a contagious disease? If mental illness were contagious, I would indeed be quite concerned. Ha, such a sharp tongue. Shinjiro glared fiercely at Wen Yan, but alas, mere words were of no use. Let me remind you of our delightful past. Delightful? Wen Yan rolled her eyes at Shinjiro, pleading, I beg you, do not tarnish that word. Yet before Wen Yan could finish her sentence, Shinjiro picked up a notebook from the bed. Wen Yan instantly recognized it as the original owner's diary. This utterly repulsed her. You actually rifled through my belongings? That is theft. Is it? Shinjiro appeared unconcerned, stating, I thought I was here to bond with my dear sister. The person mentioned most frequently in your diary is none other than me. However, I did not expect you to hide your diary so deeply. How pitiful. It feels unpleasant to be bullied, doesn't it? Do you wish to experience that again? Wen Yan was nearly out of patience. Is that all you can say? If you have the ability, push me off the rooftop in front of our parents. If you dare to do that, I might even respect you as a person. Here as an idea, I'll call our parents to come back now, and you can let me experience that near-death feeling again in front of them. I truly beseech you. With that, Wen Yan began to rummage through her bag for her phone. Shinjiro, however, laughed, Don't bother. I already called you before you returned, and your phone is powered off. Don't think I don't know why you are keeping this diary. You intend to use it as evidence to report me to our parents, but unfortunately, I have already discovered it. Ha ha ha, Shinjiro laughed triumphantly, flipping open the diary in front of Wen Yan. See? You returned too late. The contents have all been torn out and flushed down the toilet. Your so-called evidence is gone. So, what do you think? Surprised, aren't you? How can a person's true nature be so vile? How foolish of Wen Yan to have once thought to get along with her. It was more disgusting than consuming excrement. By the way, you seem rather idle lately. I heard you were involved in some incident with a certain Chai Zhao Di. What's the matter? Do you long for fame? Should I help expose your identity as the adopted daughter of the Shen family? That might yield better results than this social news. As Shen Jiro spoke, she scrutinized Wen Yan, casually lighting a cigarette. The moment the smoke wafted into the air, Wen Yan's patience hit rock bottom, triggering an alarm. She gently set her suitcase against the wall and slowly approached Shinjiro from behind, ultimately yanking her hair and dragging her out. I think you should stop being Shinjiro and change your name to Jenny, the chatty one. I am truly at my wit's end with you. I rarely lose my temper, but upon seeing you, my demeanor shifts entirely. Wen Yan forcefully hurled Shinjiro out the door. As she watched her being discarded like a piece of oversized trash, a sudden exhilaration surged within Wen Yan. However, when she turned around and noticed the cigarette Shinjiro had dropped igniting the carpet in her room, she could no longer contain herself. She strode over, fiercely crushing the cigarette butt underfoot, then bent down to retrieve the extinguished cigarette, forcefully shoving the filter back into Shinjiro's mouth. As she did so, she did not hesitate to berate her. I let you smoke. I abhor having others smoke in my room. If you wish to smoke, go back to your own room. No one will stop you. For a fleeting moment, you made me feel utterly out of sorts. You truly are a despicable person, Jenny. Enough of your incessant chatter. Leave. Initially, when Wen Yan had thrown Shinjiro to the floor, she had been somewhat dazed. However, she soon regained her composure and began to struggle and resist. To her surprise, she found herself no match for Wen Yan, whose strength seemed formidable. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Wen Yan audibly called for reinforcements. Zhang Sa, come up here quickly. Zhang Sa promptly responded. All right, I'll be right there. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Shinjiro clambered back to her feet. She stared at Wen Yan for a long moment, but did not retreat to her own room. Instead, she walked towards the staircase. Wen Yan could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. What are you doing? You wouldn't actually consider rolling down the stairs and framing me in front of Zhang Sa, would you? Seriously. Wen Yan pulled out her phone from her pocket. I had my phone off earlier because I was on a plane, but thanks to your reminder, it's now on. You can roll down the stairs for all I care. I'll record the whole thing and then personally present you with a little golden trophy. Doesn't that sound delightful? I'm utterly exasperated. Moreover, if you truly wish to engage in some petty schemes, I hereby declare war between us. Shinjiro, momentarily tempted by the thought of retaliation, silently retreated to her room. Chapter 60. Similar Appearances. When Zhang Sa entered Wen Yan's room, she was busy tinkering with her voice recorder. After Shinjiro had departed, Wen Yan felt it imperative to install cameras in her room. She was also grateful for her habit of carrying a voice recorder with her. Ironically, this habit had been cultivated specifically due to Shinjiro. However, while checking the recorder, Wen Yan suddenly realized her joy was in vain, as she had forgotten to regularly clear its contents, resulting in a lack of memory. This meant that everything that had transpired today with Shinjiro had gone unrecorded. Just then, as Zhang Sa began speaking with her, she hastily concealed the recorder. Zhang Sa inquired if there was anything amiss. She pointed to the floor beside Zhang Sa's feet and said, Shinjiro smoked in my room earlier, and the cigarette butt burned a hole in my carpet. Could you please help me replace it with a new one? Zhang Sa was utterly astonished. Miss, you smoke? Yes. Wen Yan shrugged. Surprising, isn't it? I didn't expect it either. Zhang Sa nodded. Indeed. Shall we select a new color for the carpet? Or keep it the same as before? The same as before will suffice. All right, I will go prepare it. Is there anything else you require? No, thank you, Zhang Sa. Once Zhang Sa left, Wen Yan finally stood up to stretch her shoulders and back. In truth, she was no colossus. It was merely that after being unexpectedly swept away by an Dadu during a shoot in the mountains last time, she developed a sense of urgency and consciously began exercising. After throwing Shinjiro earlier, she herself was not in a much better state. Her right shoulder ached from the exertion. As she massaged her shoulder, her gaze fell upon the diary on her bedside table. This made her feel that she had not thrown Shinjiro hard enough. Fortunately, she had already taken videos and photos of the diary. Should it prove useful in the future, presenting the remnants of the diary along with the photos should suffice. In another room on the same floor, Shinjiro sat at her vanity, gazing into the mirror. Noticing the torn corner of her mouth, she cursed Wen Yan vehemently. If it weren't for the online exposure of Chai Zhaodi's situation, she would still be abroad working on her project. when she was in the country. She seldom followed the news. Once abroad, she was even less inclined to scroll through her phone. However, Shen Jinghe was an exception. Though she did not care for the domestic entertainment industry, Shen Jinghe's social media was of particular interest to her. By following Shen Jinghe, she stumbled upon the news about Chai Zhaodi. In that sensational social news, she also caught sight of Ni Sanshui. Both individuals made her feel disgusted, a source of shame. Ironically, this societal scandal had been brought to light by Wen Yan. Shinjiro was uncertain if this was a coincidence or a deliberate act by Wen Yan. Consequently, after discussing with her adoptive parents, she returned from abroad ahead of schedule. After tending to her mouth's injury, Shinjiro couldn't resist opening her phone's browser to search for the latest updates on Chai Zhaodi. Her situation was being closely followed by reporters, so gathering information about her current status was not difficult. Online reports indicated that she was recovering well and even showcased a photo of her quietly eating. She appeared calm, her expression neutral, looking somewhat like a normal person, and her profile was even quite beautiful. Netizens commented below her photo, "Who would have thought? Her profile is stunning. Had it not been for the years of torment, she would surely be a great beauty now." Indeed. Did you see that a genius used AI to restore and simulate her photos from her youth? She was truly beautiful, fit for the entertainment industry. Where? I want to see. Direct link. The genius has shared it in her updates. Look here. I've obtained the genius's permission to post the photo. Image JP. Wow. It's real. These netizens do not deceive me. If she truly looked like this in her youth, that is simply exquisite. I feel like I've seen this beauty somewhere before. I don't know if you're aware, but there's a remarkable jewelry designer in the fashion world named Su Yang. She exudes elegance, but there are very few photos of her online. However, I think Chai Zhaodi bears a striking resemblance to her. Don't just talk. Share the photos with us. Wait, I'll find them. Found it. Image JPG. Holy cow. Before seeing the comparison, definitely not similar. After seeing the comparison, if it weren't for Chai Zhaodi and her family undergoing a paternity test, I'd suspect these two are biological sisters. Oh my god, they really do look alike. Such similar faces, yet different fates. Reading these comments, Shinjiro felt her hands tremble. Suddenly, she raised her head and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Yes, for years ago, when she first arrived at the Shen household, she dispelled the doubts of many from both the Shen and Su families with her face, which bore a resemblance to Su Yang's, about 50 to 60%. Why was it such a coincidence that Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe uncovered the matter concerning Chai Zhaodi? And why was Wen Yan no longer afraid of her? Did they know something? Suddenly, Shinjiro thought of another matter and quickly searched the keyword Chai Zhaodi's child online. Upon seeing that there were very few results under this keyword, Shinjiro breathed a sigh of relief. She then immediately made another phone call. Soon after, someone posted a new comparison image beneath the side-by-side photos of Chai Zhaodi and Su Yang. This AI isn't that impressive. I simulated it myself. And it turns out I look like this too, but in reality, I don't look nearly as good. I restored and enhanced an old photo of my great-grandmother. And her younger self looks almost like this. Could this be a template? No, none of you can compare to my outrageous results. I even edited a photo of my grandfather, and it looked quite similar as well. It's hard to judge, but my grandfather has a square face. How could he possibly reconcile with this? Please. What app are you using for the simulation? I want the name. I want to try it too. I'm waiting for one. I want to try it too. The link you provided leads to a blank page. However, the person who posted the link claimed they had just downloaded it and it was functioning normally. They insisted that the entire app had crashed now. Thus, the topic could not progress any further, and the credibility of those two comparison photos seemed to have vanished. Chapter 61. Of a Romantic Heart. Second miss, everything is ready. Do take a look and let me know if you're satisfied. If you find the effect unsatisfactory, we can change it. To her surprise, there were no identical carpets left in the storeroom. No need to change, this color is quite nice. I am very satisfied. The carpet in Wen Yan's room was swiftly replaced. After the change, she and Aunt Zhang stepped out together. This time, she had learned her lesson. Even if it was merely going downstairs, she did not forget to lock the door. Hearing the laughter and chatter between her and Aunt Zhang, Shinjiro couldn't help but perk up her ears, separated by just 2 rooms. Shinjiro was quite disdainful of this. That damned Wen Yan. Even going to the trouble of charming a mere housekeeper, she could never do such a thing. What kind of young lady would willingly lower herself to joke with a servant? It was simply disgusting. Yet, Su Yang seemed to quite like her personality. This Wen Yan was truly becoming an increasing nuisance. Wen Yan descended the stairs to prepare a little surprise for Su Yang. Cooking was not her forte, but arranging fruit into a platter was well within her capabilities. Thus, when Su Yang and Shen Yuan returned, they found Wen Yan emerging from the kitchen with an exquisite fruit platter. Dad, Mom, surprise. Wen Yan beamed, her smile radiant like a little sun as she rushed to Su Yang. Hee, I didn't expect both Dad and Mom to return together today. Let me guess. It must be that Mr. Shen specifically went to pick up Mrs. Su after work, right? Wrong, Su Yang replied, taking Wen Yan's hand and inspecting her from head to toe. Today, I went to the company to pick up your dad because I happened to be out discussing a collaboration, and after finishing, I went directly to your dad's office. Oh dear, my precious daughter has lost weight. Have you not been eating well in those remote mountains? I invested in your director hoping he would treat you better. Yet you've lost weight. Also, you little rascal, last night when I called, you said there were still matters to attend to and that you wouldn't be back for a while. How come you suddenly returned? Wen Yan giggled, pulling Su Yang to sit on the sofa while explaining, I wanted to give you both a surprise. While it's true that simplicity is the essence of life, if life is too bland, it loses its charm. Moreover, I think creating surprises is a very romantic endeavor. Just try a piece of fruit and see for yourself. But be careful with the top piece. You mustn't apply too much force when you fork it.
Su Yang looked astonished. Why?
Is this fruit made from some special material? Not at all. It's just ordinary fruit. Mom, hurry and eat it, you'll understand. Wen Yan eagerly handed Su Yang a fruit fork. Seeing her expression, Su Yang felt an involuntary tension rise within her. What if I break it?
Oh.
It's not that easy to break. Even if you do, it doesn't matter. Just try it.
All right.
With a heart full of anticipation and trepidation, Su Yang delicately forked the top piece of red dragon fruit. As that piece was lifted away, the lower fruit segments suddenly toppled like a row of dominoes. Although two pieces failed to cooperate, it was evident that they formed the shape of a red heart. Oh my, it's a heart? Su Yang, who had grown up in a wealthy family and had never lacked for anything, had seen many fine things throughout her life. Yet, at that moment, she was deeply touched by her adopted daughter's fruit heart. Darling, come quickly and see. This is truly romantic. Our Yen Yan is such a little angel. Quickly. Help me get my bag. I need to take a photo. Aunt Zhang, who was standing by, immediately handed over her bag upon hearing Su Yang's words.
Miss,
you returned home from the plane and didn't rest before starting to prepare this fruit platter. I noticed the video on your phone was over several hours long. I lost patience just looking at the duration, yet you persevered, saying you wanted to give Madam a surprise. Good Yen Yan. Su Yang felt a surge of emotion. I adore this little romantic gesture of yours. Thank you, my dear daughter. Come here and give Mom a hug. I've missed you so much. It's been nearly 2 months. Hugged warmly and sweetly by Su Yang, Wen Yan suddenly felt a profound happiness, not forgetting to check on the head of the family. Dad, you should eat too. I've washed the grapes you love. Our Yen Yan is truly obedient. Su Yang couldn't help but praise again. To be honest, she really wanted to post a photo of that heart-shaped fruit platter on her social media. However, after some contemplation, she decided against it, as she didn't want Jiro to feel she was favoring one daughter over the other. The relationship between her two daughters was already somewhat sensitive, and she wished not to appear as though she was praising one while sidelining the other. By the way, Yen Yan, Su Yang said, pulling Wen Yan down to sit beside her. Jiro is back, you know that, right? She should have been at home all day. Have you two met? Not just met. We even had a fight, Wen Yan replied with a smile, though she refrained from mentioning the altercation, merely nodding affirmatively. Yes, we saw each other when I returned. However, she seemed quite busy. Busy rummaging through other people's rooms and diaries? So, I didn't talk to her much. Didn't she say she was going abroad for a business trip to oversee a project, which would take at least 3 months and possibly up to half a year? Why is she back so soon? Oh, that's because. As Su Yang began to utter a few words, Shunjiro's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. Dad. Mom, you're back. I was just busy dealing with work matters and came down late. In truth, she had emerged from her room the moment she heard the sound of the car returning. However, she could scarcely have anticipated that the insufferable Wen Yan was secretly preparing a surprise in the kitchen. What a ridiculous fruit platter. Utterly pedestrian. Yet, inexplicably, Su Yang was captivated by her antics. It was indeed true that not a single family member could escape their shared traits. Shunjiro's heart brimmed with darkness. Yet her exterior radiated an exceptionally gentle and demure smile. She seated herself beside Su Yang, engaging her in casual conversation.
Mom.
This is my first time staying abroad for such an extended period. Initially, I found it quite challenging. How did you both manage to adapt? The stark contrast between foreign lifestyles and their own was undeniable. Now, you should have a good chat with Mom. You were always too busy with work when I called before. I simply want to strive to excel in my job. I don't wish for anyone to perceive that I obtained this position solely through family connections. What a good child. Ambitious indeed. I am so proud of you. Su Yang replied. Shinjiro continued to engage Su Yang in conversation, occasionally casting provocative glances at Wen Yan. She anticipated that Wen Yan would become envious or resentful. However, Wen Yan could only sincerely reflect, Miss Su truly possesses a gentle disposition, treating every child equally. How fortunate I am that fate has bestowed upon me such a wonderful mother. Chapter 62. Mom, please take me along. Upon hearing Wen Yan's heartfelt sentiment, Su Yang felt her heart soften, accompanied by a tinge of guilt. Engrossed in conversation with Jiro, she had neglected the newly returned Wen Yan from the mountains. Yet, this child bore no grievances, instead praising her as a mother. Su Yang only wished she could duplicate herself to comfort Wen Yan. Fortunately, her husband seemed to share her unspoken thoughts. Shen Yuan appeared to sense Su Yang's musings and proactively inquired about Wen Yan. Yan, how has your shooting been over the past 2 months? Have you acclimated to being in front of the camera? Initially, I found it quite daunting, but gradually I grasped the essence of it. Although I have limited scenes, the director's demands are stringent, and I have learned a great deal from this opportunity. Remember, little streams accumulate to form a great river. With patience and persistence, you shall succeed. Thank you for the encouragement, Dad. Ha, it seems that the stern yet benevolent Mr. Shen has a sincere side when offering encouragement. Shen Yuan discreetly stroked his chin. His serious demeanor was an inherited trait. Both his father and grandfather shared this characteristic. After dinner, Shen Yuan retreated to his study, leaving Wen Yan, Su Yang, and Shinjiro alone in the living room. Wen Yan was undeniably fatigued, yearning to retreat to her room for a much-needed rest. However, just as she prepared to speak and leave, Su Yang unexpectedly broached the topic of Shinjiro's adoptive parents. By the way, Jiro, how is your adoptive mother? When is her surgery scheduled? Should I discuss with your father about transferring her to a better hospital? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Wen Yan immediately comprehended the situation. It turned out that Shinjiro had returned early due to her adoptive mother's illness. However, one could not help but find her behavior troubling. Instead of being by her adoptive mother's bedside, she had rummaged through Wen Yan's room. What was she scheming? Shinjiro promptly responded to Su Yang. Thank you, Mom, but there's no need to trouble you and Dad. We are indeed planning to switch hospitals. But we don't intend to look for one domestically. According to my adoptive father, we plan to go abroad for the craniotomy, since the techniques there are more advanced. Going abroad? Doesn't that require extensive waiting time? Su Yang inquired. I hadn't heard you mention this before. Oh, I only just heard my adoptive father mention it. He has relatives abroad, so scheduling the surgery shouldn't be an issue. Su Yang nodded. Your adoptive parents have had their struggles over the years. Is there any financial strain? If so, I can offer assistance. No need, Mom. Shinjiro quickly declined. They have their savings and can manage. In fact, this is their explicit instruction to me. They insisted that I should not take money from home to support them. They worry about burdening me, but truly, no one in this family would ever make me feel that way, as my family treats me exceedingly well. As Shinjiro spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Su Yang, easily moved, was reminded of her own 10 years of hardship away from home, and tears welled up in her eyes as well. She had never doubted Shinjiro. Yet, Wen Yan could not help but question whether what she and Su Yang were witnessing was merely an act orchestrated by Shinjiro. Silently, she withdrew 2 tissues, offering one to each of Su Yang and Shinjiro. Su Yang accepted hers without hesitation. However, Shinjiro's expression soured. She hadn't yet shed a tear. And here was Wen Yan, that insufferable wretch, intruding with her tissues. What business did she have here? Why wouldn't she just leave? Wen Yan, oblivious to Shinjiro's inner turmoil, would have laughed and made a face at her had she known. Yet, the more eloquently Shinjiro spoke, the more intrigued Wen Yan became about her parents. She resolved to stir the pot. Mom, since that's the case, why don't we take some time to visit Annie? I heard she was hospitalized during your birthday, but it seems our family has yet to pay her a visit. Yes, Su Yang furrowed her brows. I had intended to go after the birthday celebrations, but a design issue at the studio occupied my attention, and I completely forgot. I never anticipated her condition would worsen. She then turned to Shinjiro. Jiro, please make the arrangements. The sooner, the better, ideally within the next few days. Let your adoptive parents know. And your father, and I will accompany you to visit your adoptive mother. Given the circumstances, Shinjiro found it impossible to refuse. Thus, she acquiesced, all right. I'll call my adoptive father shortly. But Mom, is your schedule flexible? Patient care comes first. My time is relatively free and easily arranged. Shinjiro nodded. All right. Then. Wen Yan spoke up again, then take me along too, Jiro. I would like to express our family's concern for Auntie. She turned to Su Yang, Mom. I want to go too. Jiro mentioned that Uncle and Auntie worry about her being pressured at home, and they have never visited us during these years. They don't even know what our family atmosphere is like. This time, I want to show them how strong the sisterly bond between Jiro and me is. So they won't need to worry about her while she undergoes surgery abroad. Right, Jiro? With that, Wen Yan took Shinjiro's hand in a friendly gesture. She even pondered inwardly whether she should accept a role as a dead green tea character in her next project. For it seemed she possessed quite the talent for portraying such a persona. However, it remained uncertain whether Wen Yan could secure a role of that nature. Yet, Shinjiro's complexion had undeniably turned a shade of green. Ironically, this was all Wen Yan's good intention, leaving Shinjiro at a loss for a reason to decline. Thus, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her frustrations in silence. Indeed, we are the best of sisters.
Well,
Wen Yan beamed. You should call right away to finalize the details, don't you think? Shinjiro managed a gentle smile in return. All right, I'll make the call now. 2 minutes later, Shinjiro returned. Mom, let us schedule it for the day after tomorrow in the morning. Is that all right? Sure. That works for me, since I have no pressing matters that day. However, your father may need to double-check his schedule because it is a weekday, replied her mother. Yan, what about you? Are you free that day? Absolutely. I'm currently unemployed, and the only thing I lack is time, Wen Yan responded with a bright smile. In the following 2 days, Shinjiro left early and returned late each day, claiming to be caring for her foster mother in the hospital. It wasn't until the third morning that she finally appeared at the Shen family dining table. Shen Yuan was unable to visit the hospital due to an important, unchangeable schedule, so it would just be the three of them going. As they prepared to set off, Wen Yan's phone began to buzz incessantly. Chapter 63. Coincidences abound. Yan, your phone seems rather lively. Is someone urgently trying to reach you? Su Yang nudged Wen Yan to check her phone. Previously engaged in conversation with Su Yang, Wen Yan now pulled her phone from her bag. Upon opening WeChat, she discovered messages from the group chat of the film crew. The group had been quiet for some time due to the filming schedule, but now it was bustling again as they were about to leave H province and return to a city. The filming was complete, with only remaining tasks to be finished in a city. Some actors who had also wrapped up, like Wang Che, were chatting in the group, inquiring if they could visit the set or gather for a meal. The director responded affirmatively and asked who was currently in a city. Wang Che eagerly volunteered and even mentioned Wen Yan. When Wen Yan saw this, she replied. However, after scrolling through the messages, she noticed that there were no contributions from Shen Jinghe. Puzzled, she suddenly remembered that Shen Jinghe was not even part of this large group. It had been created by actors who trained together in dialect and sign language, and given their low profiles, no one had dared to invite Shen Jinghe. Thus, Wen Yan decided to message Shen Jinghe privately. Long time no see, JPG. When are you coming back, second brother? I heard all the filming has wrapped up over there. Shen Jinghe quickly replied, should be tomorrow, but I'm not certain. Is there something you need? Nothing much. Just checking when you're back, so we could gather, she replied. Let us discuss it later. I have matters to attend to. Talk to you later. Alright, take care, bye. As she turned off her phone, a faint smile lingered on Wen Yan's face. Su Yang, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, who were you chatting with, Yan? You seem quite cheerful. Did you make a like-minded friend in the crew? Well, I did make a couple of friends, but I was just chatting with second brother. Wen Yan replied with a radiant smile. I have good news, Mom. The filming in the other province has concluded, and second brother should be back tomorrow. Really? That is indeed wonderful news. Su Yang exclaimed, her spirits lifted. When he returns, I'll ask him over for a meal. Just in time for Jiro to return as well. I'll check if your third brother is back from his business trip. Our family hasn't sat down for a proper reunion meal in quite some time. With that, Su Yang took out her phone to message her third son. Regrettably, she soon sighed, your third brother is still away on business. It seems he wouldn't have time to return for a while. Upon mentioning her third son, Shen Jingcheng, Su Yang launched into a long-winded discourse. Before they knew it, time had flown by, and the car soon arrived at the hospital where Shun Jiro's foster mother, Zhao Jing, was staying. This was Wen Yan's first encounter with Shin Jiro's foster parents, Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. Wu Peng was tall and imposing, giving off an initially unapproachable vibe. However, his demeanor contradicted his appearance. He spoke politely and wore a constant smile. In contrast, Shin Jiro's foster mother, Zhao Jing, seemed much more affable, though perhaps due to her illness, her voice lacked strength. After greeting them, Wen Yan fell silent. Su Yang, however, found common ground with them, and after the initial pleasantries, they delved into discussions about Shin Jiro. At first, Wen Yan listened intently, hoping to glean any unusual insights about the couple's daughter. Yet, their conversation revolved solely around Shin Jiro's good temperament and exceptional qualities. Ugh, Wen Yan felt nauseated. Either Shin Jiro was exceptionally skilled at hiding her true self, or her foster parents were complicit in concealing her flaws. With her temperament, she could hardly be considered gentle. It would be more accurate to say she had intermittent fits of madness. Wen Yan's thoughts began to drift away from the conversation, and her gaze wandered outside the hospital room. Suddenly, a vaguely familiar face passed by outside. It was him, the man she had encountered in the supermarket, the one who had given her an unreachable phone number. Quickly excusing herself to the elders in the room, she said, "Mom, Uncle, Annie, I'm going to the restroom." Once out of the room, Wen Yan hurriedly followed him. After turning a corner into another corridor and ensuring her voice wouldn't be heard, she rushed forward to block the man's path. "Hello, Mr. Wang," she exclaimed. Startled by the sudden interruption, Wang Jian paused and, speaking in a dialect, asked, "Huh? Who are you? Do we know each other?" Wen Yan smiled brightly. "Mr. Wang, how forgetful you are. About 2 months ago, we met in a supermarket in the Southern District. You mistook a young woman for someone named Boss Zhao's daughter, and I later asked for your phone number. Do you remember? You had just given it to me when your wife came looking for you with your grandchild."
Oh.
Wang Jian suddenly enlightened. "Now I remember you. It seems we have quite the fate, running into each other again in the hospital." Wen Yan chuckled. "Actually, I called you that night, hoping to meet up and ask you a few questions. However, your number was out of service. What happened? Did you give me the wrong number?" "That's impossible," Wang Jian exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. "If you say the service has been terminated, then it can't possibly be mistaken. That's definitely my number." Wen Yan was left speechless. "Mr. Wang, are you suggesting that you deliberately provided me with a disconnected number because you didn't want to share your contact information?" No, I wouldn't do that." Wang Jian hurriedly denied it. "What you don't know is that I had that SIM card in a spare phone. Unfortunately, when I returned home that night, my grandson accidentally soaked the spare phone in water, rendering it useless. I took the SIM card out and didn't reinstall it, since it was merely a backup card, and I hadn't planned on purchasing a new one." What he failed to mention was that he had been using the spare phone solely to browse videos of beautiful women dancing, which led to his wife smashing it in frustration. Wen Yan accepted his explanation. After all, the fact that his number was indeed disconnected remained unchanged. I see now. I misunderstood you, Mr. Wang. I wonder if you are available for a conversation right now." This time, Wen Yan spoke in the same dialect as Wang Jian. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Wang Jian was taken aback. "Oh, you're also from H province? What a coincidence." Wen Yan maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Technically, not quite. But my grandmother is from H province." In the dialect of H province, grandmother refers to one's maternal grandmother. Wang Jian laughed upon hearing this. "Then you can consider yourself a quarter H province person. It's always heartwarming to meet a fellow countryman while far from home. By the way, what did you want to discuss?" "I have time now. I just visited a sick friend and was about to head back when I unexpectedly ran into you." "That's wonderful. Shall we find a quieter place to talk?" "Sure." When I took my friend downstairs for some fresh air, I noticed that this hospital has a pleasant environment. There are benches downstairs, and it's quite tranquil. As Wang Jian described, the hospital's inpatient building boasted a commendable atmosphere, adorned with lush greenery everywhere. The two chose a secluded bench and sat down. Wen Yan quickly initiated a friendly conversation with the man beside her. "Uncle Wang, which city in H province are you from?" "City Z, really? What a coincidence. My grandmother is also from there. My dialect isn't very authentic, but I feel that your accent is strikingly similar to how my grandmother speaks. She hails from DG County, What about you? What a coincidence indeed. Wang Jian exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. I'm also from DG County. My family comes from the mountains. My grandmother is too. She is from the village of Sisui near Baishan. What about you? Sisui village? I know it. But I'm not from there. Sisui village lies at the foot of our Baishan. My home is further up in the mountains. I'm from Team 3. We have a total of 6 teams, numbered from 1 to 6, with the larger numbers indicating a more mountainous location. How fortuitous. It truly lives up to the saying that there is no such thing as coincidence in storytelling. Wen Yan mused, marveling at the interconnectedness of their lives. Uncle Wang, I'd like to inquire about something else. What is it? During our first meeting at the supermarket, you suddenly asked a young lady if she was the daughter of Boss Zhao. What was that about? Oh, you mean that? To be honest, I wasn't quite sure. She just resembled someone I thought I knew at first glance. When she said she wasn't he, I figured I must have mistaken her for someone else. May I ask who this Boss Zhao is? Is it a man or a woman? A woman. Do you know her name? It wouldn't happen to be Zhao Jing.
Would it? Zhao Jin?
I'm not sure. I just know her as Boss Zhao. I remember meeting her 6 or 7 years ago. Maybe even 8. At that time, I was still at home, relying on the mountains for a living and hadn't ventured out to work yet. This Boss Zhao came to our mountains to recruit workers. She mentioned she owned a clothing factory and brought along a beautiful daughter, about 15 or 16 years old. She said they were there for a winter vacation to experience life, since she wasn't familiar with the villages in the mountains. She sought my help through a mutual acquaintance. She offered to pay me a referral fee for every worker I managed to connect her with. It was quite a good deal, so I agreed. Later, I indeed managed to help her find around 20 workers, but after that, I never saw her again. You seem quite interested in this Boss Zhao. After hearing this, Wen Yan could no longer smile. Her brows began to furrow in concern. For Wang Jian's account perfectly aligned with what Granny Zhou from Sisui village had recounted. This meant they were speaking of the same event. Wen Yan looked at Wang Jian, her expression turning serious. Uncle Wang, I'd like to ask one more thing. The 20 or so female workers you helped recruit, they must have all been women, right? Did they manage to earn any money afterward? Yes, it was a clothing factory, so they only hired women. I'm not sure if they made any money, as many of them didn't come back. What could be the reason for that? Do you know? I have no idea. However, they all shared a commonality. Their families were quite poor, with a few being widows. Perhaps once they earned money, they didn't want to return to that impoverished mountain valley. Nowadays, there are hardly any people left in the countryside. Everyone is out seeking a living. But what about those with elderly parents or young children? Would they truly abandon their own families? Wang Jian sighed heavily, lowering his voice suddenly. At that time, the villagers were also speculating, thinking it was strange, and suspecting they had fallen into some kind of pyramid scheme. But I had nothing to do with it. It's not my business. Wang Jian quickly distanced himself from the situation. I was just helping to connect people. I made it clear to them from the start that it was entirely their choice. I only received a referral fee of 50 yuan per person. So I didn't gain much. Given that so many had vanished without a trace, Wen Yan couldn't help but suspect something sinister was at play. Uncle Wang, although you don't know this Boss Zhao's name, if you were to see her again, would you recognize her? I believe I could. To be honest, I have a pretty vivid impression of her. She gave me a referral fee of over 2,000 yuan that day. Within just one day, I received more than 2,000 yuan directly from her hands. I can't forget what she looks like. All right. I will send you a red envelope of 2,000 yuan, and you can help me go upstairs to identify someone, okay? Who is it? Boss Zhao. Although the offer of 2,000 yuan tempted Wang Jian, he was a clever man and grew wary. Why do you want me to identify her? Has she done something wrong? Are you investigating her? I want to get involved in your matters. Not getting involved, Wen Yan quickly reassured him. I just need a word from you, yes or no, just 1 or 2 words. I don't need you to do anything else. Let us add each other on WeChat. And I can transfer the money to you right now. Ultimately, Wang Jian was persuaded by Wen Yan. The two exchanged WeChat details, and Wen Yan honored her promise by transferring him 2,000 yuan. After adding each other on WeChat, Wen Yan promptly took a screenshot of his WeChat ID to ensure she wouldn't lose contact with him in the future. The two individuals subsequently rose from the bench and departed. At this hour, the surroundings were remarkably tranquil, with scarcely any patients wandering about. Yet, neither Wen Yan nor Wang Jian noticed a figure concealed behind the dense greenery. They soon arrived at the door of Zhao Jing, Shinjiro's adoptive mother. The door to the ward was closed, but the glass panel allowed a glimpse of the occupant within. After granting Wang Jian a moment to scrutinize the scene, Wen Yan guided him to a secure passageway. Well, Uncle Wang, did you catch a glimpse? Is the person in the hospital bed the same Zhao boss you dealt with 6 or 7 years ago? Chapter 65. There was an inexplicable sense of unease. Under Wen Yan's eager and expectant gaze, Wang Jian did not immediately provide an answer. Instead, he remarked, I noticed that a young woman was also present. It seems you both were together that day at the supermarket. What exactly is your relationship? Wen Yan, anticipating an answer, found herself confronted with a question instead. She furrowed her brow slightly. Uncle Wang, didn't you already express your disinterest in getting involved when we were downstairs? Why are you now inquiring about our relationship? Wang Jian rubbed his head thoughtfully. Do you think I genuinely wish to interfere? You needn't disclose anything. But could you enlighten me about the connection between that young woman and the one in the hospital bed? Wen Yan shook her head. I would prefer you to answer that question. Fine. I don't wish to squander too much time on this matter. Here's what I'll say. If they are indeed mother and daughter, then I can be certain that the garment factory owner I encountered back in my hometown 6 or 7 years ago is the very woman lying in that bed. To be honest, I'm still somewhat uncertain about identifying the woman in the bed, as she appears quite emaciated, her face gaunt, almost unrecognizable. If you require a definitive yes or no, I cannot assert with absolute certainty. However, there is no doubt that those two are related. You tell me, are they family? All right. Wen Yan nodded. With Wang Jian's assertion, she understood. Thank you for today. Let's leave it at that for now. Sure thing, Wang Jian chuckled, shaking his phone. If any lucrative opportunities arise in the future, remember to reach out to me. Wen Yan smiled politely. Of course. As long as Uncle Wang doesn't go off the grid again. With that, they parted ways, each exiting the secure passage in succession. Before long, Wen Yan returned to the ward. Su Yang softly inquired, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Why were you gone for so long? Wen Yan told a small fib. Not at all. After using the restroom, I felt a bit parched, so I went to buy a bottle of mineral water, which made me a little late. Su Yang nodded and added, The doctor just came by and said Aunt Zhao needs to rest. We should take our leave. Wen Yan acknowledged this with an "oh" and promptly rose to greet the woman in the hospital bed. Aunt Zhao, I apologize for the disturbance today. We shall take our leave now. Please rest well, and I wish you a swift recovery. Zhao Jing smiled warmly, exuding a gentle demeanor. Thank you, dear. I appreciate you making the trip. Let Jiro see you off. That's unnecessary, Su Yang interjected. Jiro has been away on business abroad for quite some time. Let her spend more time with you. After some polite refusals, Shinjiro accompanied Su Yang and Wen Yan to the door of the ward. Upon returning to the ward and then departing, Wen Yan noted that Shinjiro's adoptive father, Wu Peng, had not reappeared. The mother and daughter swiftly descended in the elevator. As they approached their vehicle, Su Yang suddenly exclaimed, Oh dear, I have forgotten my phone in the ward. What a forgetful old woman I am. I'm not even that old. Not old at all, Wen Yan responded while opening the car door for Su Yang. My mother looks youthful. Such slip-ups can happen to anyone, regardless of age. I'll go retrieve it. You rest in the car for a moment, and I'll be back shortly. Wen Yan hurriedly returned to the entrance of Zhao Jing's ward. Having already sown the seeds of suspicion in her heart, she refrained from knocking and instead quietly stood before the door to eavesdrop. At that moment, Shinjiro's adoptive father, Wu Peng, had returned. Inside the ward, only the three of them were present. Zhao Jing appeared listless, a stark contrast to her earlier cheerful demeanor. Shinjiro wore a furrowed brow, her expression serious. Wu Peng exhibited the most agitation. Initially, his words were indistinct through the door, but he seemed to grow increasingly animated, his voice rising. Wen Yan gradually discerned his words. She has clearly begun to suspect us. We must leave immediately. The plans to go abroad cannot be delayed any longer. Who is suspecting? Why must we leave at once? Unfortunately, the conversation did not progress further. After a few murmured exchanges, Wu Peng fell silent. Wen Yan waited a moment longer outside the door, but finding no new revelations, she quietly withdrew from the ward. She then took out her phone and called Su Yang to alert the individuals inside that she was returning to retrieve the phone. Upon hearing Su Yang's ringtone, the three inside the ward were startled. Shinjiro glanced at the screen and remarked, It's Wen Yan calling. She must be here to fetch the phone Su Yang left behind. Be careful not to say anything amiss. Thus, when Wen Yan knocked and entered, she was met with the same warm smiles. After retrieving the phone, the mother and daughter did not head straight home. Instead, they indulged in a full-body spa treatment. Su Yang, feeling empathetic towards Wen Yan for having spent 2 months in a remote area, had brought her along for some pampering. During the massage, Soo-young took the opportunity to call Shin Jingxiu, asking him to return home for dinner after work. Shin Jingxiu was the most obedient of Soo-yang's 4 sons. If he had no prior engagements, he generally would not refuse a request to come home. Upon returning home, Wen Yan dashed into her room. She powered on her long-unused laptop and began searching online for missing persons cases in the Baishan region of H province. However, her efforts yielded no results. Next, she sought information regarding Wu Peng, Zhao Jing, and the garment factory they operated. The factory was indeed owned by Zhao Jing, consistent with the documents Soo-young had previously shown her. Yet, while searching for Wu Peng, Wen Yan stumbled upon a name, Wu Xiaopeng. She could not ascertain whether this Wu Xiaopeng was the same individual as Wu Peng. Coincidentally, he had registered a leather factory and a food factory in the same year Zhao Jing established her garment factory. Moreover, 4 years ago, shortly after Shin Jiro returned to the Shen family, both factories declared bankruptcy. Of course, this could merely be a coincidence, yet Wen Yan finds it rather peculiar. Simultaneously, she is aware that conducting a solitary, aimless search online would yield little progress. But who could assist her? Xin Yuan and Soo-young do not seem to be appropriate choices at this moment. Involving them before clarifying the situation would only complicate matters. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Sister Zhang suddenly knocked on the door. "Second miss, the madam requests your presence downstairs." Chapter 66. Elder brother, I confide in you. Alright, I shall come at once. Wen Yan promptly cleared her browsing history on her laptop and followed Sister Zhang downstairs. Yan, come here. As the elevator doors opened, Soo-young waved at Wen Yan. Upon hearing her voice, Wen Yan turned to look in Soo-yang's direction, only to discover that Shin Jingxiu was also present. Elder brother has returned? Shin Jingxiu nodded slightly at Wen Yan in acknowledgement. Soo-young felt her eldest son's responses were rather sparse, so she elaborated. Your elder brother had a schedule that was unexpectedly cancelled. Since he happened to be out, he decided to return. She then handed Wen Yan a booklet from a luxury brand. These are the new winter collections from the C family this year. See if there's anything you fancy. Wen Yan accepted the booklet and sat beside Soo-young. She couldn't help but ponder how autumn had only just begun, yet winter apparel was already being released. Meanwhile, Shin Jingxiu sat opposite her, also perusing a booklet. Under normal circumstances, Wen Yan would have been quite enthusiastic, but today, her mind was preoccupied, leaving her disinterested in everything. As she absent-mindedly flipped through the exquisite, luxurious booklet in her hands, she thought, Shin Jingxiu must have a vast network. If I were to ask for his assistance, could it perhaps lead to a more efficient resolution? Shin Jingxiu paused in his browsing. Although he seldom concerned himself with the affairs of the entertainment industry, he had, to some extent, gleaned information about the recent controversies surrounding Wen Yan over the past 2 months. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was subject to widespread criticism online. Yet, to his knowledge, she had not sought help from her family regarding these matters. So, what dilemma was she currently facing that prompted her to consider asking for his aid? Curiosity piqued, Shin Jingxiu found himself somewhat intrigued and, indeed, anticipating her next move. However, almost immediately, Wen Yan's inner thoughts took a strange turn. No, I cannot seek Shin Jingxiu's help. Shin Jing has mentioned that Shen Jiro shares a close relationship with him, hence it would be inappropriate for me to approach him. Shen Jingxiu thought, in truth, they were close during childhood, but that has since changed. He himself is not adept at expressing emotions, and Jiro no longer clings to him as she once did. Yet, what relevance did his relationship with Jiro have on whether or not she should seek his assistance? The last time Shin Jingxiu replaced my lipstick, he also sent a case to Shin Jiro, indicating he is quite good to her as a sister. I must not unwittingly create my own misfortune. Shin Jingxiu mused. Could it be that she and Jiro are at odds again? I heard she accompanied Jiro to visit her foster mother today. Sigh. If my elder brother is not an option, perhaps I should turn to my second brother. His relationship with Shin Jiro seems rather average. Shin Jingxiu frowned slightly, pondering what it was that she required him to resolve, a task that Shin Jing may not necessarily be able to handle. Yet after this, Wen Yan ceased her inner monologue as she had already taken out her phone to contact Shin Jing. Second brother, have you confirmed your flight? When will you arrive in City A tomorrow? Shin Jing, photo of the terminal JPG, just landed. Wen Yan, you returned early? That's splendid. Can we meet tonight? I can come to you, or you can come to me. Either is fine. Shin Jing. What's the matter? Wen Yan, it's a matter of great importance. It's not convenient to discuss over WeChat. Xinjing. Then we shall meet at home. The cleaning lady mentioned that there's a leak somewhere in my house, and the property management is currently investigating and repairing it. Wen Yan. Is this still the reticent second young master of the Shen family? Just go home. No one will mock him. Yet he feels the need to explain so much. Wen Yan scrolled through emojis, finally sending a smug expression. Xinjing promptly replied with an eye-rolling emoji. The expression was quite vivid, and Wen Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly at the thought of Xinjing Xiao rolling his eyes. Her laughter instantly attracted the attention of the other two individuals in the house. What has you so delighted? Seeing her joy, Su Yang's lips curved into a smile. Wen Yan grinned. Mom, second brother is coming back soon. He has returned early and is already off the plane. Is that so? Su Yang beamed even more. I shall have Sister Zhang prepare extra dishes. Yes, I will continue to browse. Sensing that she would soon gain another ally, Wen Yan felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, and she began to examine the booklet with renewed focus. To her surprise, she found two sets that she particularly adored. After about an hour, both Xin Yuan and Xin Jing arrived home simultaneously. Su Yang exclaimed, "How did you both return together?" We bumped into each other at the entrance. Although Shen Yuan was typically inscrutable, his tone was noticeably gentler than usual. Xin Jing, unusually, refrained from offering any retorts. After the family waited for Xin Jing to settle in, they all enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. Following the meal, Su Yang chatted with Xin Jing for a while. Wen Yan leaned over the railing on the third floor, waiting until the two had parted before messaging Xin Jing. Second brother, let me know when you are free.
Now.
All right, I shall come find you immediately. Wen Yan descended the stairs while Xin Jing took the elevator. Thus, by the time Wen Yan reached Xin Jing's door, he was already inside, leaving the door ajar. Understanding this was an invitation, she lightly knocked twice before entering. As she stepped in, Shen Jingxiu happened to emerge from the study. Observing this scene, he instinctively frowned. Indeed, she had sought out Xin Jing. He couldn't help but wonder what they were discussing. Take a seat. Upon seeing Wen Yan enter, Xin Jing gestured toward a single armchair in the room. You mentioned you had something important to discuss. What is it? Wen Yan blinked innocently. Could you promise me something first? I don't want you to get upset when I tell you. Shen Jingxiu slightly turned his head away. Just speak plainly. There's no need for theatrics. Wen Yan smiled. I merely thought it best to approach with kindness.
Quickly speak.
Then do you promise me? If you do not deny it, I shall consider that your agreement. Then I shall proceed. Firstly, I must confess that I have not disclosed this matter to anyone, not even to Mom. Previously, you said that regardless of the disputes between Shin Jiro and me, we must not anger Mom. Hence, I did not inform her. Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow. So you're saying this matter pertains to Shinjiro? Wen Yan nodded. Indeed. Allow me to elaborate. Wen Yan recounted the events documented in her original diary, detailing Shinjiro's duplicitous nature, along with her myriad suspicions regarding Shinjiro's adoptive parents, leaving no stone unturned in her narrative. Chapter 67. You employed the art of seduction. Shen Jinghe proved to be a commendable listener. For over half an hour, Wen Yan spoke. And aside from the increasing furrow in his brow and the occasional nod of acknowledgement, he refrained from interrupting her with any queries, which made Wen Yan increasingly anxious. She felt as though she were in an interview where the examiner appeared disinterested, merely waiting for her to finish, so he could dismiss her with a wave of his hand. Consequently, when she concluded her tale, a sense of despondency washed over her. Do you think I am fabricating stories to malign Shinjiro? Shen Jinghe remained silent, his brow furrowing even deeper. Wen Yan had anticipated such a response. Yet, she felt there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. Hastily, she opened her phone's photo gallery, showcasing the images contained within. I assure you, I speak the truth. Look, here are photographs of my diary. I could have shown you the original diary, but as I mentioned earlier, Shinjiro tore it apart, leaving no concrete evidence. Shen Jinghe reached for Wen Yan's phone. She watched his face intently, striving to catch every nuance of his expression. Regardless of which page he was perusing, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. If one were to exaggerate, his expression resembled that of an elderly man engrossed in his mobile device on the subway. Eventually, Shen Jinghe broke the silence. He fixed his gaze upon Wen Yan, his brow furrowed so tightly it seemed capable of crushing a mosquito. You claim Shinjiro harbors feelings for me? A romantic inclination? Wen Yan's face registered shock. No, dear brother, that is not the crux of the matter. After I have spoken for over half an hour, you choose to latch onto that point? What I wish to know is, do you believe me? Shen Jinghe furrowed his brow as he returned the phone to Wen Yan. I find this detail crucial. If what you say is true, then she undoubtedly harbors issues. And do you believe what I have said? Wen Yan asked earnestly. I am not referring to her feelings for you, but rather to the entirety of what I have just shared, the doubts I possess regarding her true identity. What is your perspective? Do you desire the truth? Absolutely. When she returned, our parents had already conducted a paternity test with her, and as you can see, she bears a striking resemblance to our mother. Moreover, significant memories from her childhood align perfectly. Thus, from a factual standpoint, I find your suspicions unfounded. Very well. When Yen replied, her entire demeanor visibly deflating. I apologize for intruding. Thank you for your precious time. Good night and sweet dreams. With that, she rose, ready to depart. However, Shen Jinghe called out to her at that moment. Wait, I have not finished speaking.
What?
Do you still have more falsehoods to share? Not falsehoods, but rather my instincts. What instincts? Wen Yan suddenly felt a glimmer of hope, her spirits reignited, and she promptly sat back down. Shen Jinghe couldn't help but chuckle at the stark contrast in her demeanor. You truly are something. At your age, you ought to conceal your emotions better.
Huh?
We are family after all. No need for such formality. I am not a stranger. Quickly, share your instincts, dear brother. What do you perceive? Much like yours. From the very first day she returned, I sensed she was not my sister.
How so?
Wen Yan's eyes widened with anticipation. Yet, Shen Jinghe doused her enthusiasm with cold water. There is nothing to elaborate on. It is merely an instinct. Wen Yan retorted, I concede. My intuition at least has specific incidents to support it, while his is merely instinct. Shen Jinghe shot her a sidelong glance. What is that expression? Do you still require my assistance? You were so eager to summon me back. Surely it was to enlist my help in your investigation? Wen Yan instantly donned a cheerful facade. Yes, indeed. My capabilities, resources, and connections are limited, and I am unable to delve deeply into many leads. Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow. It appears someone will owe me a favor once more. However, that cannot be the case, dear brother. Regardless of whether the person in our home is genuine or not, Shinjiro is still your biological sister. This cannot solely be my affair.
Well,
after several hours of traveling by plane and car, my shoulders are quite sore. Is that so? Would you like me to give you a massage?
all right.
Very well. How is this pressure? Is it comfortable? Not bad. Apply a bit more force. Understood. Wen Yan smiled brightly, while inwardly berating Shen Jinghe. What is this? My actions are outpacing my thoughts. Why am I massaging him? She is not even my biological sister. Alas. I cannot believe this rascal Shen Jinghe has managed to outmaneuver me. Revenge shall one day be mine. Just wait, Shen Jinghe. One day, you shall repay me for the shoulder massage. Shen Jinghe chuckled, knowing he wouldn't actually massage her shoulders again, especially since she had been internally criticizing him. It was her turn to give back. However, Shen Jinghe did not overexert himself, stopping before Wen Yan could reach her boiling point. So, what is your plan? Share your thoughts. Once freed from her task, Wen Yan promptly returned to her seat opposite Shen Jinghe. Let us conduct another paternity test. If my suspicions hold merit, then the previous test must have been flawed. Shen Jinghe nodded. Then we will need to procure her biological sample. Since you have been rather idle at home recently, why not seize the opportunity to search her room for a few strands of hair while she is away? That is unfeasible. Her room is perpetually locked. Whenever she leaves, she ensures the door is secured. Moreover, she always cleans her own room, and the housekeeper has never been inside. That is rather peculiar, isn't it? I heard from Aunt Zhang that this habit was developed during her time with her adoptive parents. Was she like this as a child? She shouldn't have been. I cannot recall. Who remembers such trivialities? What about the utensils and cups she uses for eating and drinking? Wen Yan shook her head. The dishes are collected by someone else. Wouldn't it be strange for us to take them openly? Our parents always observe us during meals. Furthermore, the utensils are washed together, indistinguishable from one another. According to my observations, her drinking glasses are also locked in her room. Moreover, during this period, she has been staying with her adoptive mother, only returning to sleep at home, thus not dining here. The last time I confronted her, she would surely prevent me from entering her room again. So, the next time she returns, you should go to her room.
Me?
On what pretext? Just make something up. She likes you. Knock on her door with a snack or a small gift, and she will undoubtedly allow you in. That plan is rather lacking. With a beaming smile, Wen Yan inquired, Pray tell, what insights does my second brother possess? In chapter 68, upon observing certain matters, Shen Jinghe cast a fleeting glance at Wen Yan. Perhaps it would be prudent to delve deeper into the backgrounds of your adoptive parents. Surely, you harbor suspicions regarding their integrity? Furthermore, your adoptive mother's ailment warrants investigation to ascertain its authenticity. Should it prove to be fabricated, they might be planning to abscond, and they could very well be harboring doubts about you. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, second brother, Wen Yan replied, her thoughts aligning seamlessly with Shen Jinghe's. I can furnish you with the names of my adoptive parents and the hospital where my adoptive mother is receiving treatment. The rest is in your capable hands. Indeed. Shen Jinghe remarked, is it not merely a matter of financial influence? He possesses that. Oh, and one more thing, Wen Yan continued. It seems I may require you to reside at my home for the time being. Would that pose any issues? Of course not. Wen Yan mused. He has once again reverted to his customary succinctness, but that is of little concern as long as he maintains his focus on the matter at hand.
Now.
You may take your leave, promptly, Shen Jinghe instructed. Understood. I shall comply. Wen Yan exited Shen Jinghe's room, her spirits buoyed, her footsteps lighter with an invigorated gait. In the study, Shen Jingxiu listened attentively to her departing footsteps, glancing at his watch. She had spent nearly an hour within the confines of the second brother's room. What clandestine discussions could they possibly be engaging in? It seemed that Wen Yan had been contemplating this matter since her return from the hospital. With this thought in mind, Shen Jingxiu promptly dialed his assistant, Wen Jiming. I need you to investigate a person and a situation. I will send you the name. Please conduct a thorough inquiry. The following morning, Shen Jinghe set off for the film set, while Shen Jiro had yet to return. However, that afternoon, Wen Yan received a message from Shen Jinghe. He informed her that Shen Jiro's adoptive mother, Zhao Jing, indeed had a brain tumor, and she and Wu Peng were currently awaiting their medical visa to travel abroad for treatment. However, this visa would require some time to process, thereby preventing their immediate departure. Simultaneously, Shen Jingxiu received the same information, albeit with greater detail. He uncovered an additional piece of information. Zhao Jing's surgery did not necessitate being performed abroad, as several hospitals in a city were equipped to handle such procedures. For them, opting for treatment overseas would only complicate matters, suggesting that it should not be their preferred choice. This raised a few eyebrows. Thus, Shen Jingxiu instructed his assistant, from this evening onward, all non-essential social engagements must be cancelled. Wen Jiming was taken aback by this request, as the president's evening commitments were typically scheduled 3 days in advance. Cancelling them was entirely out of character for him. Is there something of greater importance at play? I shall need to return home after work from now on. Understood. Wen Jiming swiftly reviewed Shen Jingxiu's itinerary. The dinner with the president of the Lu Corporation was indeed significant and could not be rescheduled, while the upcoming social gatherings could be postponed. What about tonight? Very well, let us begin from tomorrow. Shen Jinghe had night scenes to film that evening. He intended to message Wen Yan to inform her that he would not be returning home, but the sheer volume of messages on WeChat made it difficult for him to locate her name. Thus, he performed a search. Coincidentally, at that moment, a makeup artist approached to touch up his appearance, and inadvertently, he sent the message about not returning home tonight to the family group chat. As Wen Yan was a member of that group, it naturally appeared in the search results for her name, nestled conveniently beneath it. This group had initially been established by Su Yang to facilitate Wen Yan in sharing photos of Shen Jinghe. Although Wen Yan had ceased sharing photos after wrapping up her filming, the group remained intact, and Shen Jinghe had not withdrawn from it. Upon seeing his message stating, I will not be returning home tonight. Most likely, I will return tomorrow, Su Yang could hardly contain her delight. She eagerly shared the news with her husband and Wen Yan. Look at Jinghe, he's making progress. He knows to notify us of his whereabouts upon returning home. As a mother, I am genuinely heartened. Wen Yan could perceive the genuine happiness reflected in Su Yang's eyes. Her love for her family and children was palpable. Once back in her room, Wen Yan suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. If Shen Jiro's identity indeed posed a problem, if the daughter of the Shen family had tragically taken her own life a decade prior, and if she were to suddenly declare that the daughter who had been by Su Yang's side for the past 4 years was an impostor, what would become of Su Yang? She would undoubtedly be devastated. Such a revelation would be exceedingly cruel. This was the primary reason she had sought Shen Jinghe's assistance without consulting the couple. After dinner the following day, Shen Jinghe returned to the Shen family villa. Having concluded his filming, coincidentally, Shen Jiro and Shen Jingxiu had also returned, though they did not constitute a complete family. The presence of the four siblings brought Su Yang great joy. To her surprise, Shen Jinghe even brought gifts for her. As he presented the gifts, Shen Jinghe felt somewhat awkward, for he had deceived his mother. He handed Su Yang a bag, mustering the courage to say, "I bought this silk scarf while filming in H province. They are renowned for their silk production. I forgot to bring it back, and the hotel just sent it over today." In truth, he had not purchased it with intention, but rather had procured it on a whim that day. The stall selling silk scarves was conveniently located near the film set, and although he had intended to buy 3, the vendor insisted on selling only wholesale. Very well. Wholesale it is, he had thought, but then the city inspectors arrived. The vendor snatched the cash from his hands and thrust a pile of scarves at him before fleeing. Shortly thereafter, he produced 2 more bags and handed them to Shinjiro and Wen Yan. "You both have gifts as well." Shinjiro's eyes sparkled momentarily, and she promptly expressed her gratitude to Shen Jinghe. Wen Yan followed suit. However, she quickly sent Shen Jinghe a message. "What are you doing, second brother? I asked you to deliver a gift to Shinjiro so you could find an excuse to enter her room. Why are you giving them out here, in the living room? What do you understand? It would be odd for me to approach her alone. Our relationship isn't exactly cordial. I give you both a scarf first and then I will find her, so she won't be suspicious. This is a gradual approach, a strategy." Wen Yan thought. Shen Jinghe must certainly be a fool sent by a monkey, here merely to amuse. And what excuse do you plan to use to knock on her door later? Second brother? How dare you call me a fool sent by a monkey? Shen Jinghe typed furiously. None of your concern. After sending that message, he tucked his phone away and rose to leave the living room. Wen Yan found herself at an impasse. However, 20 minutes later, she received a message from Shen Jinghe. "Come out for a moment, to the glass house in the backyard. Why not go to your room? It feels a bit stuffy. I thought I would take a stroll. On my way." 3 minutes later, Wen Yan found Shen Jinghe beside the glass house in the backyard. "So, did you manage to obtain it? Let us discuss this in another location." "Oh." Wen Yan kept pace with Shen Jinghe, who led her to a pitch-black location. "Please take a seat. There's a bench over there, can you see it?" Wen Yan replied, "I can see it, but may I inquire why? Why choose such a dark place? Areas with light attract insects, and one might be seen by others. It would be preferable to stay at home. I mentioned I feel quite stifled." "Why? Are you unwell?" "Well, I stumbled upon something in Shinjiro's room." Chapter 69. I beg you, please be quiet. "What did you find?" Wen Yan asked, both curious and astonished. What on earth did he see that left him feeling both physically and psychologically overwhelmed? Shen Jinghe chuckled ruefully. Her description was rather accurate. He indeed felt shaken both physically and mentally. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and handed it to Wen Yan. "You take a look," Wen Yan exclaimed, her demeanor composed, yet her hands quickly snatched Shen Jinghe's phone. Her pupils dilated in shock, and she immediately averted her gaze from the screen. "Your nude photo. Is this something I can see?" Shen Jinghe was at a loss for words. "Perhaps you should consider an eye exam. That's a swimsuit photo. I was wearing swim trunks at the time. You might as well donate your corneas. They're of no use to you." Wen Yan awkwardly cleared her throat. "So, about your..." "Oh, I mean the photo of you. What about the lip prints on it? Are they Shinjiro's? On such a part? And there are so many? This one even has a note that says, 'I love you.'" Though the night was dark, Shen Jinghe's expression was even darker. "You really don't need to describe it in such detail. Now you understand why I needed some fresh air, right?" He was even less inclined to be seen with such a grim expression. Wen Yan nodded, hurriedly returning the phone to Shen Jinghe. Suddenly, she gasped, "Ah, I just remembered. Didn't I tell you before that I suspected she liked you? But I had no proof because I was drunk at the time. I wrote this conclusion in my diary after drinking. When I woke up, I had no memory of it. Now, seeing these photos has jogged my memory. That day, I had too much to drink. Shinjiro's room is only 2 rooms away from mine, and in a daze, I mistakenly entered her room and found these photos in her vanity drawer. These must be the ones you just captured in her room, right? So, her locking the door all day must have a reason." Indeed. 20 minutes earlier, Shen Jinghe knocked on Shinjiro's door, a glass of freshly squeezed juice in hand. Surprised to see him, Shinjiro exclaimed, "Second brother, what brings you here?" Shen Jinghe nodded slightly. "Is it convenient? I'd like to discuss something with you." "Of course. Please come in." Shinjiro quickly ushered him inside. Shen Jinghe didn't look around but placed the juice on her vanity. He concocted an excuse. "I recently filmed a movie out of town, and it made me reflect deeply on sibling bonds. I recall rejecting the juice you offered me last time, so I brought you a cup today. I might have hurt your feelings, and for that I apologize. We will always be siblings. Shinjiro's thoughts were tumultuous. She felt pleased that Shin Jinghe brought her something to appease her, yet she was uncomfortable with their sibling relationship, which left her feeling troubled. At that moment, Shin Jinghe suddenly lifted the cup filled with juice, attempting to hand it to Shinjiro. However, before it reached her hands, the cup slipped from his grasp. Quick as a flash, Shin Jinghe tried to catch it, but all he managed was to get juice all over his hands, failing to salvage it. My apologies, I slipped, Shin Jinghe said. Shinjiro quickly reassured him, it's alright, I'll get some paper for you. Yet, Shin Jinghe suggested, if you don't mind, I'd like to wash my hands in your bathroom. Shinjiro readily acquiesced to this simple and reasonable request. No problem. The blue towel on the rack is for drying hands. Shin Jinghe nodded and strode into her bathroom. He intended to search for any fallen hairs but found not a single strand, not even a used toothbrush was visible. Her cabinet was stocked with numerous unopened new toothbrushes, indicating she likely replaced them after each use. The bathroom door remained ajar, and Shin Jinghe had no reason to linger. When he emerged, the mess on the carpet had been nearly tidied up by Shinjiro. Having soaked up the juice with paper, her hands were now dirty, prompting her to head to the bathroom as well. However, she closed the bathroom door behind her, granting Shin Jinghe the opportunity to examine her vanity. It was there that he discovered the collection of swimsuit photos Shinjiro had kept. They were from a photo shoot he had done for a magazine shortly after his debut. As he had matured, he had not posed in such revealing attire again. Those photos represented the most daring work he had ever done. To his shock, they were marked with lip prints. At that moment, his mind buzzed, and a chill ran down his spine. Staying in that room felt suffocating. A singular thought consumed him. He wished Shinjiro were not his biological sister. And then you left? After listening to Shin Jinghe's account, Wen Yan couldn't help but ask, so, in the end, you found no biological samples?
None.
It was too clean, abnormally so. She doesn't seem to have a cleanliness obsession, yet there wasn't a single hair in the bathroom, nor on the comb. Did you check her trash can in the room? Was there any tissue used for blowing her nose or spitting? Shin Jinghe fell silent, unable to resist casting a fierce glare at Wen Yan in the darkness. You should have been the one to go. Should I thank you for not sending me to rummage through her bathroom trash? Wen Yan blinked innocently. It wouldn't be out of the question if she happened to be on her period.
Right now.
Please, just be quiet. I'm begging you. All right. Wen Yan conceded, aware her suggestion was rather distasteful, but was this not a wasted trip? A moment of silence enveloped them. After several seconds, Wen Yan spoke again. I know what we should do. Before she could continue, Shin Jinghe interrupted, I implore you to be more reliable. I'd like to thank the staff at the testing agency in advance for whatever you suggest. Well, I think this idea might actually be quite feasible. Do enlighten me. This time, it's simple. In public, we always appear as good friends, yet behind closed doors, my relationship with her is one of utter discord. Thus, I could deliberately provoke her, inciting her anger, leading to a frenzy where we would grapple and tug at each other's hair. In this manner, not only would I acquire her strands, but I could also scratch her with my nails, thereby obtaining her skin tissue. Chapter 70. Enough, it's me.
Ah, dear Evans.
Help. Shin Jinghe suddenly realized that sometimes being alone with Wen Yan felt quite helpless. Please, Shin Jinghe couldn't help but scoff. Couldn't it be less violent? Wen Yan retorted. Then what do you suggest? She hasn't even been home for dinner lately. The door is perpetually locked, and she will soon be going abroad. His adoptive parents have also received their visas and plan to leave. If there are issues between them as a couple, once they leave the country, no investigation will be possible. Shin Jinghe pinched the bridge of his nose. Oh right. Speaking of her adoptive parents, there is something I nearly forgot to tell you. What is it? Didn't you suspect her adoptive father, Wu Prung, was the same person as someone online named Wu Xiaoping? Yes. I had someone look into it. But my capabilities are limited, and I couldn't uncover much more. However, it has been preliminarily confirmed that Wu Peng and Wu Xiaoping possess two distinct identification cards. Wen Yan opened her mouth, but that doesn't prove anything. After all, identification cards can be forged. Regardless, we need to conduct a paternity test first. I can confront her, or you can employ your charm once again. The choice is yours. The sooner, the better. I can go find her and unleash my fury right now. Shin Jinghe rubbed his throbbing temples. What on earth is this? What do you mean, what on earth? Well, can't you give me time to think? Fine. Think it over. I'll head back first. What are you doing? Are you really going to fight? Don't pull me. Do you think I want to drag you? Enough. Just as the two were exchanging heated words, a third voice suddenly emerged behind them. In the inky darkness of the night, this unexpected voice sent chills down Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe's spines. Wen Yan held her breath, tightly gripping Shen Jinghe's hand. Help, who is speaking? Had it not been to maintain her composure in front of Wen Yan, Shen Jinghe would have shouted for help as well. Although he appeared calm, his heart was racing uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, just stand there, and let me handle it. I can't run either. Enough, it's me. The familiar male voice rang out again as Shen Jingxiu switched on his phone's flashlight and stood up from the long bench behind them. Big brother? As relief washed over Wen Yan, she also felt a surge of frustration. What on earth was he doing here at such a late hour? Shen Jingxiu was silent for a moment before saying, You too, come to my study. He would not disclose to Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe that this was his secret garden, a place he often retreated to when troubled. Today, seeing Shen Jinghe present silk scarves to several women in the family had made him feel unexpectedly uneasy. They had once been close brothers, but after that kidnapping incident, they had become mere strangers. He no longer called him brother, nor did they interact. When he had given Shen Jiro lipstick back then, she hadn't seemed particularly pleased. Yet today, when receiving a silk scarf from Shen Jinghe, her face radiated joy. This inevitably plunged Shen Jingxiu into introspection. Could it be true, as others had said, that he was a cold, stern, unapproachable iceberg, incapable of being softened? Even his relationship with his closest family was so distant and estranged. He found it hard to comprehend, feeling somewhat helpless. Hence, he had come here. The long bench on which he sat bore his name, carved into it with a knife during his childhood. In the pitch-black night, seated on this bench marked by his name, his thoughts would gradually calm. But who would have known that the appearance of these two would shatter his tranquility? 5 minutes later, Wen Yan entered Shen Jingxiu's study, followed reluctantly by Shen Jinghe. Shen Jinghe was very much unwilling to step into Shen Jingxiu's domain. On the way, he had already told Wen Yan that he would not comply readily. Yet, Wen Yan had persuaded him. Though this might bruise your pride a bit, I believe my brother's connections are far more extensive than yours. Of course, I'm not trying to undermine you. Your networks in the entertainment industry are undoubtedly broader. To put it plainly, okay, what I mean is, based on my speculation, my brother is likely to have arrived there before us. So he must have overheard everything we just said. He will definitely question us thoroughly, and since there are matters beyond our control, why not simply seek his assistance? Humph. Shameless. Eavesdropping on our conversation. If he had any decency, he could have stood up the moment we approached. This is fate. Who told you to choose that spot? The garden is so vast. You really do have a streak of bad luck. Do you remember the landslide incident when the car got buried? That was because of your big mouth. Please forget things that ought to be forgotten. What a joke. How could one possibly forget such events? Fine, just remember. I will not speak to him. Agreed. The child remains as proud as ever. We're all adults now. Why act so immature? Just be a tool, nothing more. Humph. Upon entering Shen Jingxiu's study, the ever-proud Shen Jinghe showed no intention of closing the door as he brought up the rear. It was Shen Jingxiu who turned back to shut the door. Witnessing this, Wen Yan's heart fluttered again. In this light, my brother seems to be quite magnanimous, while the proud second brother appears to be throwing a tantrum. Catching a fleeting glance at Shen Jingxiu hoped that this rare visit to his study marked a promising beginning. Shen Jinghe felt somewhat disgruntled at Wen Yan's thoughts. Wasn't it supposed to be no undermining? One was generous, while the other was petty. Please have a seat. As the elder brother, Shen Jingxiu spoke first. I have coffee and mineral water here. What would you like to drink? Knowing that Shen Jinghe would not converse with Shen Jingxiu, Wen Yan quickly smiled and said, No, we're not thirsty. Is that so? Shen Jingxiu raised an eyebrow. After all that talking, you truly aren't thirsty? Wen Yan replied, All right, I am a bit thirsty. Then we'll take mineral water. We both want mineral water. In Shen Jingxiu's study, there was a small refrigerator. Approaching it, he turned to Wen Yan. Would you prefer it chilled or at room temperature? Chilled. Wen Yan favored icy drinks, especially now when she felt parched. Very well. Soon, Shen Jingxiu returned with 2 bottles of water. He handed the chilled bottle to Wen Yan and walked over to Shen Jinghe with the other bottle. I remember you've never liked drinking cold mineral water. A large hand extended the room temperature bottle toward Shen Jinghe, who hesitated for a moment before not accepting it. Indeed, he can indulge in icy cola, chilled milk tea, and delightful ice cream, yet he steadfastly refuses to partake in frigid mineral water. During his childhood, Even his parents struggled to remember this peculiar habit of his, save for his elder brother. Shen Jinghe swallowed hard, furrowing his brow without responding. Shen Jingxiu did not press further, placing the water on the coffee table before him. He then seated himself across from Wen Yan, his gaze piercing as it fixated on her. Speak plainly. Recount everything regarding Shinjiro and the matters you've been engaged in these past few days, in full detail. Chapter 71. Flattery. Very well. Wen Yan nodded emphatically. Although she had been caught off guard this evening, there sparkled in her eyes a thrill that was far from furtive or secretive. Ah, at last. My brother is stepping in to assist. Surely, he will manage to resolve this, right? I implore you. Shen Jingxiu sighed quietly within, wishing to offer assistance. Yet it appeared to be anything but a pleasant endeavor. Meanwhile, Shen Jinghe, though unaware of Wen Yan's inner thoughts regarding Shen Jingxiu, instantly perceived her expression. Humph. This fellow must think highly of Shen Jingxiu's capabilities. Flattery. In a succinct manner, Wen Yan conveyed the entire sequence of events to Shen Jingxiu. Deep down, Shen Jingxiu was reluctant to accept this reality, for if these suspicions bore fruit, their mother would be the most affected. As a son, he wished for his mother to never endure the anguish of losing her biological daughter again. However, if Shinjiro were indeed an impostor, the implications would be dire. His brow knitted in concern. He remained silent for considerable time after Wen Yan ceased speaking. Noticing his demeanor, Wen Yan felt compelled to inquire, Brother, do you believe I am being overly suspicious? Shen Jingxiu extricated himself from his thoughts. No. If both you and Jinghe harbor such doubts, then there must indeed be an issue at hand. So, you find yourselves stymied at the stage of extracting her biological samples, correct? Precisely, replied Wen Yan. It was precisely for this reason that she nearly clashed with Shen Jinghe in the garden just moments ago. Shen Jingxiu nodded, understood. You too may return. Await my further instructions. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shen Jinghe sprang to his feet. Wen Yan promptly followed suit, courteously stating, I appreciate your assistance, brother. Not a bother, Shen Jingxiu replied, personally opening the door for them. 10 minutes later, Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe were startled to find themselves added to a WeChat group. The group was initiated by Shen Jingxiu and was simply titled 123. What a straightforward title. Upon seeing such a blunt name, both Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe, lounging in their respective rooms, couldn't help but grumble simultaneously. What kind of name is this? Truly excessive. The group owner, Shen Jingxiu, was succinct and to the point. After creating the group and adding members, he immediately shared a photo of a coffee cup. Shinjiro just had a cup of coffee with me. Who will retrieve a strand of our mother's hair? Wen Yan, shocked-faced JPG 666 JPG. Brother, how did you manage to obtain this so swiftly? She mused that this truly exemplified the adage that comparison breeds discontent. While she and Shen Jinghe were nearly resorting to charm and theatrics, Shen Jingxiu had accomplished it in mere minutes. Shen Jingxiu addressed Wen Yan's query. I simply summoned her to my study to discuss work matters. Concurrently, Wen Yan responded to Shen Jingxiu's inquiry. I will retrieve our mother's hair, but it is rather late. Perhaps tomorrow morning. That works, Shen Jingxiu replied. It's late. Good night. Good night. Wen Yan replied, sending a gif of a lamp being turned off. Flattery. Observing the exchange between the two in the group chat, Shen Jinghe couldn't resist a moment of sarcasm in his room. What's so impressive about this? Previously, it was my oversight. I could have simply offered her juice in her room and taken away the cup with her saliva. I merely placed my bets on her hair. Who could have anticipated that her room would be so immaculate that not a single strand remained? Shen Yuan had a habit of rising early for morning runs. The following day, as soon as he stepped out the door, Wen Yan hurried to the room he shared with Su Yang. Coincidentally, when Wen Yan knocked and entered, Su Yang was in the midst of styling her hair. What an opportune moment. Mom, let me help you with your hair. Ms. Su's hair is truly beautiful, smooth and voluminous, as if treated with a conditioner, and it smells delightful. Su Yang chuckled, elongating her tone. How come you're up so early today? I slept particularly well last night, so I woke up early. As she spoke, the comb inadvertently snagged 2 strands of Su Yang's hair. Wen Yan continued to comb discreetly until Su Yang stood to change her clothes, at which point she carefully wrapped the hair in a tissue and tucked it into her pocket. Throughout this, Su Yang harbored no suspicions, merely thinking to herself how considerate her little cotton jacket was, unlike the several windbreakers at home that were hardly ever present. After breakfast, Wen Yan seized an opportunity to hand Su Yang's hair over to Shen Jingxiu. He mentioned that although he had already leveraged connections, the results would take at least 6 hours. The waiting period was always protracted and fraught with anxiety, particularly in a state of idleness. Hence, Wen Yan decided to reach out to Wang Che, a colleague she had previously worked with, marking her first true friend in the entertainment industry in this world. She suddenly realized that she had yet to cultivate a single genuine friendship here. Fortunately, Wang Che proved to be quite sincere. Upon receiving Wen Yan's message, he promptly replied,
Great.
I was just considering whether to invite you to visit the set. Where are you staying? Should I come to pick you up? Thanks, but that's unnecessary. I'll take a taxi. It wasn't that she lacked a car, but that flashy supercar was excessively ostentatious. Arriving at the set in it would surely attract gossip. Not to mention she was unaccustomed to driving it. Nearly 2 hours later, Wen Yan and Wang Che met at the set of Lost Voice. From a distance,
Shen Jinghe spotted Wen Yan.
it turned out she had come to visit as well. If memory served, she had indeed risen when he departed from home. Yet she hadn't accompanied him. Instead, she appeared to be enjoying herself with that young man. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Was that lad truly so impressive? Shen Jinghe couldn't help but mentally criticize, even missing the call of the makeup artist. Just then, Wen Yan and Wang Che approached him to greet him. In unison, they exclaimed, "Hello, Teacher Shen." Shen Jinghe merely nodded in acknowledgement, devoid of words. After exchanging pleasantries, the pair departed, leaving him without a single heartfelt sentiment to share. Shen Jinghe was at a loss for words, contemplating his sister's behavior, which clearly indicated she was not his biological sibling. Meanwhile, Wen Yan and Wang Che were also occupied. The film crew had arrived at the film city today for location shooting, as there was a scene involving mute extras that needed to be filmed. Upon hearing that it was Wen Yan's first visit to this place, Wang Che suggested he take her on a tour. With nothing else to occupy her time, Wen Yan agreed. After wandering for about an hour, Wang Che turned to Wen Yan and said, "I actually have another matter to attend to here today." "What is it? A new job?" Wang Che replied with a cheerful smile, "Sort of, but it's not a guaranteed position. My agent brought several artists with her, and among them, a senior sister has been filming at the film city for a while. You know the production Transforming Dragon, right?"
Wen Yan nodded. "I've come across it online."
"I heard the original novel has a strong fan base, and with the lead actors being popular, everyone thinks the show will definitely be a hit just from seeing the stills." "Exactly," Wang Che continued. "I heard that any character with even a minor role in the original would stand out. If I could get into that crew, even a small role would be beneficial and help me hone my acting skills." Wang Che sighed. "That's true, but I'm not so sure about my capabilities. The last time I got chosen for Silence was because I was inspired while acting alongside you. This time, I lack confidence."
"Why don't you come with me?"
"My agent has scheduled an appointment in half an hour, and you said you were free." "But what would I do there?" In a conspiratorial tone, Wang Che lowered his voice. "The actor originally cast for the role I'm auditioning for has been investigated for tax evasion. When he joined the crew, he brought along several other actors, and it seems they also have some issues. You know how it goes. If this blows up, the entire production might be in jeopardy. And they wouldn't dare to keep them on. So, they plan to replace all of them. If you come with me, you might just seize the opportunity to land a role. Why not give it a try?" Wen Yan was indeed persuaded. "All right, I'll go and see if luck is on my side." The two arrived at the Transforming Dragon production 10 minutes early. Just as Wang Che was about to introduce Wen Yan to his agent, Sister Hua, she interrupted him. "I know who she is, Wen Yan, right? I've heard of you online. Your name is quite well known." Wen Yan felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Hello, Sister Hua. I hope the previous online incidents didn't cause you any trouble." Sister Hua chuckled. "That's just part of being popular. By the way, I hear you haven't signed with an agency yet. Since you and Wang Che are old friends, how about considering our company?" Aside from the previous invitation from Shen Jinghe, this was the first olive branch Wen Yan had received from the entertainment industry. However, she decided to wait for that person to appear. Thus, she politely declined Sister Hua's offer, despite being turned down by a newcomer with no established status. Sister Hua did not take offense. Instead, she introduced Wen Yan to the casting assistant director, suggesting that Wen Yan might be suitable for the role of the antagonist. Bai Yueguang. The assistant director was immediately taken by Wen Yan's beauty and agreed to let her audition. As a result, she was selected on the spot. However, her role as Bai Yueguang had minimal screen time, and they managed to finish filming her scenes in just one day.
Consequently,
she was swiftly transformed into Bai Yueguang with elaborate makeup and costumes. Standing in front of the backdrop, her ethereal aura was palpable, and her expressions and movements were executed flawlessly. often captured in a single take. Once she wrapped up her scenes and checked the time, she was astonished to find it was already 3:40 p.m. Moreover, there were 4 missed calls from Shin Jingha on her phone. As the saying goes, trouble comes in threes. Shin Jingha had called her 4 times in a row. Given his proud and petulant nature, he was likely rolling his eyes in frustration while waiting for her to answer. With that thought in mind, Wen Yan quickly found a secluded spot to return his call. Hello, Teacher Shen, you were looking for me? Hello, you ghost. Where have you been? Off having fun with your little boyfriend, I presume? What little boyfriend? You must be referring to Wang Che. Please, our relationship is purely platonic, revolutionary friendship, if you will. Don't tell me you don't have any friends of the opposite sex in the entertainment industry? Shen Jingha scoffed, unabashedly declaring, no, I don't. Is that a problem? Have you even checked your phone? I haven't had the chance yet. I just finished and pulled out my phone to see your missed calls. Is there any news from the Big Brother side? Don't hang up. Let me check WeChat first. Forget it. Just come find me. I'll share my location with you. We can talk in the car. With that, Shen Jingha hung up. Wen Yan quickly opened the group chat. In it, Shin Jingxiu had posted a photo. It was the document from the paternity test. The result was no biological relationship. When she read those words, Wen Yan felt her head spin. After a moment, she clicked on the location shared by Shin Jingha and followed the map to find his car. As she entered the vehicle, Wen Yan cautiously remarked, I hope nobody knows this is your car. It's crowded here, and if someone sees it, rumors might spread. At that moment, Shen Jingha was fully disguised with a hat, mask, and sunglasses. No, the driver has already taken my RV. This is the studio's car. You should check the messages in the group. I've seen them. My suspicions have been confirmed. She truly isn't a biological daughter of the Shen family. Why haven't you replied to the Big Brother's question about whether we're coming home tonight? Why do you think I called you? That's a bit too proud. Don't you think? Shen Jingha frowned, pondering that for over a decade, he hadn't initiated a conversation with her. And now he found it hard to broach the subject. Wen Yan added, all right, I'll reply in the group. It's past 4 now. And I expect traffic will delay us. We'll probably get home around 6 or 7, and by then, Big Brother may have returned as well. Shen Jingha said, unable to resist glancing at Wen Yan again. Where did you run off to, and why do you look like this? Earlier, Wen Yan had hurriedly changed out of her costume and wig and returned them to the crew, but she hadn't had time to remove her makeup. Oh. Wang Che introduced me to a role last minute, so I auditioned and unexpectedly got selected. But my scenes are all done now. Such a minor role? How could he even introduce you? Yes, it's a small part after all. After discussing this, both of them fell into their own thoughts, leaving a moment of silence between them. Due to heavy traffic on the way back to the city, they found that Shin Jingxiu had already returned home, though he appeared to have just arrived. Shin Jiro, on the other hand, was still out. Su Yang mentioned she was at the hospital with her foster mother. When this topic came up, Su Yang expressed her concern for the imposter Shin Jiro. Jiro has really had it tough, spending her days and nights by her foster mother's side. Upon hearing those words, Wen Yan found herself at a loss for how to respond. Mom, I'll head back to my room to remove my makeup. Shin Jingha, I'll go change my clothes. Shin Jingxiu, I'll put my computer bag away. 2 minutes later, Wen Yan had not yet removed her makeup, nor had Shin Jingha changed his clothes. The 3 of them reconvened in Shin Jingxiu's study. Shin Jingxiu's expression was grave as he took a report from his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table. Chapter 73. He, too, can feel weary. As you all know, it has been confirmed that Shin Jiro is indeed not the biological child of our parents. As for her true identity, I will uncover the truth. After speaking, Shin Jingxiu rubbed his temples in frustration. In fact, he had expended considerable resources to investigate this matter as soon as the report was available. Yet, even after an afternoon had passed, he had received no news from the other party. He was acutely aware that clarifying such a long-standing issue would not be a straightforward task. Thus, he posed a request to Wen Yan and Shin Jingha, who were seated across from him. I would like to discuss something with you. Of course, go ahead, Big Brother. Wen Yan, who had been reviewing the printed report, promptly set it aside upon hearing Shin Jingxiu's words. Although Shin Jingha remained silent, his gaze shifted towards Shin Jingxiu. Shin Jingxiu then stated solemnly, before we ascertain the true identity of this imposter, or rather, before we fully unravel the events surrounding this matter, I hope that we can keep this from our parents. It is imperative that we do not reveal anything prematurely in front of the imposter, lest we alert them and jeopardize our investigation. What do you think? Understanding Shin Jingha's reluctance to engage, Shin Jingxiu turned his attention to Wen Yan, seeking her opinion. Wen Yan immediately nodded in agreement. Absolutely, I fully support this. In truth, she had always acted accordingly. Suyong had once suffered from severe depression after losing her daughter, even contemplating suicide on multiple occasions, a fact known to the family. Shen Jinghe, of course, had no objections. However, he was still not prepared to voice his thoughts to Shen Jingxiu and merely nodded in acquiescence. But that was sufficient. Reaching a consensus was what mattered. Now, you two should go remove your makeup and change your clothes. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Jinghe eagerly stood up. However, this time Shen Jingxiu did not graciously rise to open the door for them. Wen Yan glanced back at him and noticed he was bowing his head, his long fingers intermittently massaging his temples, his entire countenance shrouded in fatigue. As the eldest brother in the family, it seems he truly bears a heavy burden. I have thrust this troublesome matter onto him, and while I was blissfully engaged in filming, he was the first to learn of the paternity test results. Now, he cannot even confide in our parents. How immense must his pressure be? My heart aches for my brother for a fleeting moment. Indeed, Shen Jingxiu felt exhausted. He had never anticipated that the daughter his parents had sought for so many years would turn out to be a fraud, as if he were caught in a melodramatic television series. Simultaneously, a peculiar sense of grievance welled up within him. Yes. The years spent returning home to manage the family business had been quite taxing. Each day upon awakening, his responsibilities were a relentless cycle of work, overtime, and social engagements. Yet, to others, his first impression seemed eternally that of a lofty, frigid CEO. They primarily perceived his status and privileges. It appeared no one ever considered that he, too, was an ordinary human being whose physical and mental limits could be tested. He, too, could feel weary, fatigued. Naturally, his mother was an exception. And now, it seemed, there was another Wen Yan. Shen Jingxiu was already too drained to utter another word. Yet the slight warmth emanating from Wen Yan's unspoken sentiments stirred a flicker of vitality within him. He looked at Wen Yan and asked, "What is it? Is there anything else you wish to say?" In truth, she had not yet formulated her thoughts. However, her body language was far quicker than her mind. As soon as Shen Jingxiu's words fell, she promptly nodded. Then, under Shen Jingxiu's prolonged gaze, she finally found her words. "I wanted to remind you, big brother, that we did not mention the adoptive parents of the imposter Shen Jiro earlier. They're already applying for visas to leave the country, aren't they? I believe if they possess the means and ability, we should take steps to obstruct their departure. We cannot allow them to escape smoothly, otherwise, locating them again will be exceedingly difficult." Shen Jingxiu responded affirmatively. "I have already considered this point. Do not worry." Wen Yan smiled. "That's good. You are always so thoughtful, big brother. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead." Shen Jingxiu nodded gently at Wen Yan, inadvertently softening his tone. During dinner, none of the three displayed any unusual behavior. Wen Yan remained Su Yang's source of joy. When Su Yang mentioned Shinjiro, Wen Yan responded with a bright smile, making no negative comments about Shinjiro whatsoever. To further elevate Su Yang's spirits, Wen Yan proposed a small dessert after the meal. As there was no time for the kitchen to prepare something fresh, she called for a delivery from her usual go-to shop. Su Yang had a particular fondness for their flavors, which were simply unattainable in their home kitchen. Upon hearing that the two ladies would be enjoying small cakes, Shen Jinghe, who had already headed upstairs to prepare for his return to his room, suddenly found himself tempted. Thus, he pulled out his phone and sent Wen Yan a message. "Don't forget who drove you home tonight. Don't you think you should show some appreciation? Are you saying you want some dessert, second brother?" "Not particularly, but since the opportunity is before you, I want to see if you have the inclination to show your gratitude." Wen Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. This Shen Jinghe, the king of stubbornness. Knowing that Mr. Shen, the family patriarch, does not care for sweets, I ordered one for the second brother. Should I order one for the eldest brother as well? Suddenly called out, Shen Jingxiu internally expressed his gratitude, wishing to switch from strawberry to matcha flavor this time. However, he had yet to contemplate how to request this if Wen Yan inquired. Soon, though, he found himself devoid of such worries. Wen Yan indeed asked him if he would like one, but before he could respond, Su Yang preemptively declined for him. "Your elder brother can forego it. He is like your father, disinterested in desserts. Your second brother, however, does enjoy them, so get him one. By the way, which one did you say you wanted to recommend?" "Oh, this one looks quite nice." Shen Jingxiu silently ascended the stairs. Typically busy with work and pressed for time during meals, he rarely indulged in the final course of dessert, even when dining alone. He sighed inwardly. contemplating that perhaps he should carve out some time to relish life properly. Due to the Shen family's villa being situated far from the city center, the delivery of the dessert took an hour to arrive. After retrieving the items ordered by Su Yang, Wen Yan swiftly ascended to the second floor while carrying a paper bag. She first approached and knocked on Shen Jinghe's door. Upon receiving a response from him, Wen Yan entered the room. However, upon her entrance, Shen Jinghe was engaged in a phone call, prompting her to place the cake down and leave. Given that Shen Jinghe's room was in close proximity to Shen Jingxiu's study, the sounds of Wen Yan's comings and goings, including the door opening and closing, were clearly audible to Shen Jingxiu. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Shen Jingxiu felt a twinge of disappointment and even envy. Nevertheless, he quickly reassured himself that it was merely a dessert and he could indulge in it the following afternoon. Just as he was preparing to immerse himself in his work, a sudden series of knocks echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a matcha-flavored cake, the very flavor he had been contemplating an hour prior. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Shen Jingxiu, yet he maintained a composed exterior. Observing his indifferent demeanor, Wen Yan felt uncertain whether he appreciated the gesture. Yet she boldly expressed her thoughts. Although Mom said you don't enjoy sweets, you seem to have finished the last one. This one is low in sugar and calories, so there's no fear of gaining weight at night. Would you care to try it?
All right.
Shen Jingxiu reached out to accept the petite cake. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, in truth, I quite enjoy desserts.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Wen Yan beamed with delight. You've worked hard, big brother. A little sweetness can replenish your energy. I'm counting on you for that matter. Shen Jingxiu nodded in acknowledgement. While savoring the cake, he found the flavor delightful. Initially, Shen Jingxiu intended to investigate the matter of the imposter Shinjiro through her adoptive parents, Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. However, these two had been continuously occupied with business ventures for many years, making it challenging to delve deeply into their backgrounds. 2 full days had elapsed, and the information gathered at great expense was merely superficial, lacking substantial value. Consequently, after careful consideration, Shen Jingxiu resolved to approach the issue from a different angle. Since the lead concerning Wu Peng and Zhao Jing was too nebulous, he decided to start with the institution that conducted the paternity test for the imposter and his parents 4 years ago, as well as the hospital where his sister had initially received treatment. Ultimately, it was confirmed that the results of that test were indeed accurate. This conclusion directly indicated that the imposter's family had once possessed biological tissue belonging to his real sister. If such tissue existed, it opened up 2 possibilities. First, the imposter's family had genuinely encountered his sister years ago. Second, it was highly probable that the hospital where his sister was treated had leaked her biological material. Shen Jingxiu preferred the latter possibility, as the former implied that his true sister might have met with misfortune. Otherwise, there would be no existence of the current imposter Shinjiro. The mere thought of such a possibility dulled his enjoyment of the specially ordered dessert. Fortunately, fate was kind. The results uncovered by his investigators ultimately aligned with the second scenario. They discovered a suspicious caregiver. It turned out that within the private, elite hospital where his sister had been treated, there was a caregiver with nefarious intentions. This caregiver exploited her position to collect information about the physical characteristics of wealthy children, including fingerprints, hair, and even biological material from newborns such as umbilical cords. She would then sell this information or biological material to unscrupulous individuals who would engage in criminal activities such as kidnapping and extortion against these affluent families. This caregiver had been apprehended 3 years prior due to a kidnapping case. The hospital, backed by substantial resources, concealed the severity of this case to prevent any adverse impact on their establishment. Had Shen Jingxiu not commissioned a thorough investigation of the hospital, he would have remained oblivious to such a scandal. His investigators had already visited the caregiver in prison and obtained confirmation from her. For years ago, through an acquaintance, someone indeed approached her to purchase biological material from the daughter of the renowned designer Su Yang. When all this information was collated, the situation became crystal clear, and every detail fell into place. Wu Peng and Zhao Jing, upon noticing the resemblance between the imposter Shinjiro and the esteemed designer Su Yang, and learning that the Shen family had been searching for their missing daughter, concocted the vile plan to use the imposter to impersonate the true heiress of the Shen family. Such an act was utterly despicable. Revolted and nauseated, Shen Jingxiu convened once more in a study, where, for the first time, Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe learned the truth of the matter. The harsh words that followed came from Shen Jinghe himself. Having visited Shen Jingxiu as study 3 times prior, this was the first instance he spoke up. Filled with anger and impulsive fervor, he exclaimed, "I will go confront them. They must still be waiting at that wretched hospital for their visas to come through." "Wait a moment, second brother." Seeing Shen Jinghe rise to leave, Wen Yan swiftly grasped his arm. "Let us not act rashly. Now that we have clarity on the situation, we should inform Mom and Dad first. They've been kept in the dark for far too long. Moreover, as a public figure, your actions are under scrutiny. If you impulsively confront them, who knows how the media will portray you tomorrow." Shen Jingxiu concurred with Wen Yan's reasoning. It was indeed wise to inform their parents first. After deliberation, it was decided that Shen Jingxiu would broach the subject with Shen Yuan and Su Yang. He planned to wait until after dinner to speak with them, lest they lose their appetite. Soon, the family gathered around the dining table. Before the meal commenced, Su Yang noticed that Shen Jinghe was not in high spirits. Lightly joking, she inquired, "What's wrong, Jinghe? You seem rather unhappy. Did someone owe you money?" Shen Jinghe merely shook his head. "No, it's just some unpleasantness at work." Su Yang did not press further. During dinner, she once again brought up Shinjiro, inquiring whether she had been eating well these past few days. A few days prior, Wen Yan had responded cheerfully to Su Yang's inquiries. However, today, she found herself devoid of any appetite. She silently dug into her food while inwardly lamenting, "Alas, Ms. Su keeps harping on about that imposter Shinjiro. Poor parents remain oblivious to the issues with the paternity test. That Shinjiro is even more of a fraud than I, a daughter adopted from the streets, and is nothing but a nefarious swindler." An imposter Shinjiro? A false daughter? A ruthless fraud? What on earth was happening? Su Yang's hand froze mid-motion as she picked up food, her ears ringing as she stood there in shock. "I long to see them finish this meal. Yet I also wish for it to end swiftly so that my brother can reveal the truth to them." "Big brother knows?" Su Yang opened her mouth, suddenly feeling breathless, as if all the air in her chest had been siphoned away. At the same time, Shen Yuan, noticing the deepening furrow in Wen Yan's brow, abruptly set down his chopsticks with a sharp clatter. He turned to Shen Jingxiu, his tone unusually grave. "You two are acting strangely today. Is there something you need to tell your mother and me?" Chapter 75. Enough to serve time. Caught off guard by the inquiry, Shen Jingxiu hesitated momentarily. "Dad, perhaps we should wait until we finish eating before discussing it. We've already begun our meal, so let's just complete it." After all, they had long since resolved to be forthcoming, and a few extra minutes would not change that. However, Shen Yuan's reluctance to confront Wen Yan's concerns did not imply that he was in the mood to continue dining. "You two have been returning home every day lately, which is quite unusual. Come to my study." With that, Shen Yuan pushed his chair back and left the dining room. Shen Jingxiu felt compelled to follow his father's lead. The sounds of chairs scraping against the floor echoed in the dining room, and Su Yang finally regained her composure, hurriedly trailing after the father and son. In an instant, the grand dining table was left with only Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe. Wen Yan set down her utensils and looked at Shen Jinghe. "Second brother, do you think Mom will be very sad when she learns the truth? What do you think? Shouldn't we come up with a plan in advance? Like taking the whole family on a trip to help her relax? By the way, do you still have work lined up?" Just as Shen Jinghe was about to respond, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate incessantly. He opted to check his phone instead of answering her. As he read, a frown creased his forehead. Wen Yan, noticing his expression, inquired, "What's wrong? Who sent you a message? It wouldn't be Big Brother, would it? Is something the matter? How could it be him? Do you still remember Chai Zhaodi?" "Of course I remember. What's the matter? Is something wrong with her?" "I contacted the journalist who initially helped us expose the news. He mentioned that he has been following up on the story, and that Chai Zhaodi has been doing well since being reunited with her family, receiving considerable support from local netizens. Coincidentally, the message sent to my studio was from that very journalist. The people at the studio were unsure how to proceed, so they reached out to me. Is it related to Chai Zhaodi? Take a look for yourself. I can't explain it in just a few words." Wen Yan skillfully took the phone from Shen Jinghe's hand. Upon reading, she discovered that the journalist had not given up on tracking the case since Chai Zhaodi's return home. He believed that the incident was not merely coincidental and likely not the only one of its kind, prompting him to visit Chai Zhaodi's hometown. His pursuit had indeed uncovered some leads, but it seemed that after the last incident, his account had been limited, thwarting his attempts to generate public interest in certain events. Thus, he had the audacity to contact Shen Jinghe's studio for assistance. After quickly finishing her review, Wen Yan returned the phone to Shen Jinghe. "What do you intend to do now? Will you help him?" "Help?" Shen Jinghe frowned. "Consider it a good deed. I truly hope that Jiro can return home. When we first contacted this journalist, we had intended to pay him for his services, but after unraveling the details surrounding Chai Zhaodi's case, he returned the money, effectively helping us for free. Out of both obligation and principle, I should repay his kindness. Wen Yan nodded. I too hope that Jiro can return to be reunited with your family soon. Just then, Aunt Zhang hurried over to them. The sir wants you both to come to the study immediately.
Right now.
They exchanged glances and hastily followed suit. Soon, the entire family had gathered in Shen Yuan's study. His eyes were red-rimmed, while Su Yang appeared as though she had been weeping bitterly. Wen Yan could hardly bear to see a girl cry, especially one of their elders. She quickly approached Su Yang and gently embraced her. Suppressing her tears, Su Yang clung tightly to Wen Yan, her voice quivering. Good child, you have suffered so much over these past 4 years. I never knew you endured such hardships at the hands of that false person. Your father and I were wrong. We should have believed you. Had we done so, perhaps we would have discovered the truth sooner, and you wouldn't have had to endure such humiliation.
Mom.
Please don't blame yourself. The past is behind us. The ones at fault are those despicable individuals with ulterior motives. You and Dad are not to blame. Su Yang choked back her emotions, wanting to say more but unable to voice it. She feared that speaking would unleash her tears. In such an atmosphere, Wen Yan felt her own eyes sting and quickly handed Su Yang several tissues. Once the mother-daughter exchange concluded, Shen Yuan turned to Wen Yan. Yan, I have a few questions for you. Will you answer truthfully? Of course. When the false Shinjiro was antagonizing you or competing with you, did she ever let slip anything, perhaps mentioning her biological parents or her original family? Wen Yan pondered carefully before shaking her head.
I'm sorry, Dad.
But I truly cannot recall the details of our conversations from several years ago. However, she must have been quite cautious not to mention such matters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only started to question things this year. I do believe her intentions were clear. She aimed to drive me out of this family. Initially, I thought she feared I would take away your love and replace her. But now it seems she herself is but a carefully crafted counterfeit, driven by a strong motive, likely for the Shen family's wealth. Indeed, Shen Yuan's voice turned icy when she returned. I gave a significant sum of money to her adoptive parents as a gesture of gratitude. Later, I learned their factory experienced issues, and it was I who assisted in resolving them.
Yet,
it is only now that I understand the connection between the disappearance of several women in the mountains and her adoptive mother, along with her mother's clothing factory. Their factory's troubles were likely cleared through my involvement. As he spoke, Shen Yuan clenched his fists, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging. He felt a deep-seated hatred for himself, for not having uncovered the truth sooner, for having been manipulated by such individuals, and for having inadvertently aided them. After Shen Yuan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the study turned oppressive, and no one dared to break the silence. Moments later, Shen Jingxiu was the first to shatter the stillness. The disappearance of these women is impossible to investigate, as no one ever reported it. Now 6 or 7 years later, many of them likely have no relatives left. They may have long been forgotten. Dad, the immediate priority is to detain those involved. We cannot allow any of them to escape.
Right.
Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes, exuding a calm yet ruthless determination. Their actions constitute fraud. The money they took from me is sufficient for substantial sentencing. I will enlist the best lawyer in this field. I want them to face the harshest penalties. Chapter 76. Shen Jingxiu seizes an opportunity. From this day forth, you need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall take over entirely. Jingxiu. All future developments on your end should be reported directly to me by your assistant. As for Jinghe and Yan, you may continue with your respective tasks. Jingxiu. I would like you to compile and present to me all the clues you currently possess. Jinghe, please assist your mother back to her room for some rest. Yan. Remain for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. In a short while, Shen Yuan made decisions and assigned tasks to everyone. Once they had all departed, he approached Wen Yan. Wen Yan was completely at a loss regarding what the head of the Shen family intended to say to her. However, she never anticipated that Shen Yuan's opening remark would be an apology. I am truly sorry for the distress you have endured, Yan. Having been oppressed by a fraudulent pretender for so long, your father and I will make amends in the future. Wen Yan shook her head vigorously. Father, please do not say that. It is you and mother who have granted me a second chance at life. I am genuinely content to live in such comfort and freedom. If you harbor such guilt, it truly weighs on my heart. Shen Yuan nodded. You truly are a sensible and wonderful child. The moment I first laid eyes on you in the orphanage, I knew I had not been mistaken. Additionally, there is one more request I wish to make of you. Father, you flatter me. We are family, and there should be no need for requests. Please speak plainly. Very well, Shen Yuan, normally decisive, faltered slightly. I hope you can set aside your work for the time being and spend more time with your mother, if you would be so kind. This situation is a tremendous blow to her. As her husband, while I can offer comfort and care, she also needs the companionship of her daughter. Thus, I implore you. Wen Yan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She sincerely assured Shen Yuan, Father, rest assured, even without your prompting, I will accompany mother closely, as I wish for her to find joy each day. You have borne much, my dear. It has not been a burden, she replied.
Now,
I shall go check on mother. Shen Yuan nodded. As Wen Yan exited, she encountered Shen Jingxiu entering. Their eyes met, and Wen Yan offered him a faint smile. Shen Jingxiu had initially worn a frown, but upon seeing Wen Yan's warm expression, his brows gradually unfurled. Wen Yan had anticipated that Su Yang would be deeply distressed, perhaps even in tears. However, upon entering Su Yang's room, she found her mother with a freshly washed face and neatly styled hair. Selecting an outfit in front of the wardrobe, a hint of confusion crept over Wen Yan, prompting her to glance at Shen Jinghe. He frowned in silence, clearly as puzzled by Su Yang's actions as she was. Mother? Wen Yan hastily approached Su Yang. Why are you selecting clothes to go out at this hour? Are you planning to wear them tomorrow? Su Yang's eyes were still slightly red and puffy as she forced a smile and said to Wen Yan, You arrived just in time. Can you help me choose which outfit will convey strength? Wen Yan did not respond directly. Mother, what exactly do you intend to do? Su Yang raised her chin, suppressing her tears. I am going to confront those frauds. I still wish to inquire if they have seen my Jiro. The mere mention of Jiro brought a lump to Wen Yan's throat. Mother, but father's plan has yet to unfold. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he has managed matters before you confront them. Tonight may not be the most opportune time. We need not rush. Don't you agree, second brother? Indeed, mother, it would be wise to consult with father once more. Shen Jinghe himself had nearly rushed off to confront the impostors earlier, but was ultimately restrained by the other two. At that moment, he had been consumed by anger, almost ablaze with it. Yet now, seeing his mother's restrained demeanor, he could only imagine her distress. Shen Jinghe could no longer hold back and stepped forward to embrace his mother tightly. Mother, if you wish to cry, then cry. As your son and Jiro's brother, I will hold those scoundrels accountable. Mother, do not weep. I still wish to find your daughter. Those frauds are not worth your tears. Just then, Shen Yuan entered, his gaze immediately settling upon Su Yang. Wife, if you wish to go, we shall do so tonight. Su Yang turned to Shen Yuan. Really? Have you resolved everything? Yes, preparations are complete. Good. Then allow me a moment for some light makeup. I do not wish for those frauds to see me in such a disheveled state. Of course, I will wait. Su Yang sat at the vanity, yet her hands trembled slightly as she held the powder puff. Wen Yan stepped forward, gently saying, Mother, allow me to assist. I am quite skilled at makeup. No less than those beauty bloggers online. After finishing, Wen Yan could not contain her curiosity and asked Shen Yuan, Father, may we accompany you? Shen Yuan, however, declined. It is getting late. You three have been busy with this matter and must be tired. Rest now. With that, Shen Yuan personally retrieved a coat from the wardrobe and draped it over Su Yang, denied the opportunity to accompany them. Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe could only see Shen Yuan and Su Yang off at the door. Once their vehicle had driven away, Wen Yan let out a sigh. I truly wish to witness how father and mother handle those frauds. With that, she turned to Shen Jinghe. What are you looking at me for? He replied, casting a glance at her. Do you think I do not wish to go? But they do not permit us. I did not realize you were so obedient to father. Wen Yan remarked. Shen Jinghe frowned. It depends on the occasion, of course. You are right. Let us go. Wen Yan turned around, only to realize she had not seen Shen Jingxiu for some time. With Shen Yuan gone, he should have emerged from Shen Yuan's study by now. Could it be he returned directly to his room? Where has he gone? Does he not care about mother at all? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a car suddenly halted at the entrance. It was Shen Jingxiu's vehicle. He lowered the window and called to Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe, get in. Where to? Wen Yan instinctively inquired. The hospital. The hospital? Confusion clouded her mind. Do you know that father and mother are going to confront that family? Yes. Are you coming or not? Wen Yan rushed over to the passenger window, but I just asked father, and he said we are not allowed to go.
Who did he say that to?
To us, to me and second brother. Shen Jingxiu nodded, but he did not say that to me. I did not hear it. So, are we going or not? Realizing Shen Jingxiu was seizing an opportunity, Wen Yan declared, let us go now. Without hesitation, she opened the passenger door. But then she remembered someone was still standing at the entrance. Elder brother, let us wait a moment. Second brother needs to return to change. Shen Jinghe retorted sarcastically. Are you a mind reader? Knowing me so well? Wen Yan turned to him, so are you going or not? Shen Jing and Shen Jingxiu exchanged a glance before Shen Jing cleared his throat and said, give me 3 minutes. Just moments ago, Shen Jingxiu had been standing outside Su Yang's room, having overheard every word of the conversation within. Chapter 77. The Spectators. The night traffic was sparse, and Shen Jingxiu managed to drive to the hospital where Zhao Jing was admitted in just over 30 minutes. By the time they arrived, Shen Yuan's vehicle was already parked. Since Wen Yan had been here before, she eagerly volunteered to lead the way as they alighted from the car. Eldest brother, second brother, I am familiar with this place.
Just follow me.
I know a shortcut. We should not miss much on our way. Shen Jinghe, with his characteristic sharp tongue, retorted, familiar after just one visit? Wen Yan shot him an irritated glance and replied, that is still more familiar than you, who has never been here. She gestured for them to follow her. Shen Jingxiu, however, had not forgotten the chaotic scene in the supermarket when she had been frantically searching for gum. Furthermore, he had his own plans. Standing opposite Wen Yan, he instructed the two, follow me. Wen Yan frowned, but that direction is wrong. Eldest brother. Shen Jingxiu glanced at his watch. There isn't too much time left. Do you not trust me? As soon as he finished speaking, he set off. Without hesitation, Shen Jinghe followed suit, leaving Wen Yan standing dumbfounded in the opposite direction. Wasn't he had said that fire and water do not mix? How could Shen Jinghe follow Shen Jingxiu so readily? Was his faith in Shen Jingxiu truly that unconditional? Adhering to the principle of the majority and also trusting Shen Jingxiu, Wen Yan decided to follow as well. As she walked behind Shen Jinghe, he paused for a fleeting moment, contemplating his own decision. Indeed, why had he followed without question? Was it due to his unreserved faith in Shen Jingxiu? Hardly. It was merely that he had less faith in Wen Yan. Throughout the journey, Shen Jingxiu did not allow Wen Yan or Shen Jinghe to handle trivial tasks such as opening doors or pressing elevator buttons. He, as the elder brother, took care of everything. However, upon entering the building before them, Wen Yan could not help but voice a reminder. Eldest brother, this is not the inpatient department for oncology. To her surprise, Shen Jingxiu replied, I know. Wen Yan. Shen Jinghe? Shen Jingxiu continued, maintaining his composure. You will understand once we enter. Although Zhao Jing is in the oncology ward, we cannot all crowd at her room door, can we? Have you not considered this? As he spoke, Shen Jingxiu opened the door to an office. Upon entering, Wen Yan immediately realized her narrow-mindedness. What appeared to be an office was, in fact, equipped with a camera, resembling a monitoring room. It was evident that the camera faced Zhao Jing's single-patient room. Yet, Wen Yan still had her doubts. But what if the curtains are drawn? How shall we respond? She paused, realizing that caregivers typically did not draw the curtains, except during sleeping hours. The moment she began to speak, she fell silent. What was the point of asking? Clearly, the caregiver would be no match for the financial prowess of the elder brother. Shen Jingxiu smirked slightly. What is wrong with the caregiver? What are you thinking? The doctor recommends that patients get plenty of sunlight and keep the windows open for ventilation. Wen Yan sighed, all right, I was overthinking it. But truly, the elder brother remains the elder brother. YYDS. Observing from this position is far more convenient than 3 of us crammed at the door. Though it's a pity we can't hear anything. Nonetheless, this arrangement was quite thoughtful. What more could one desire? Wen Yan approached the window and noticed a telescope on the table. She thought it best to leave the camera position to Shen Jingxiu and use the telescope herself. However, upon picking it up, she found that she could see nothing at all. Confused, she couldn't help but exclaim, why is it pitch black? I can't see anything. Shen Jingxiu silently moved beside her, taking the telescope from her hands. You forgot to remove the cap. Wen Yan replied, silence is the cam river tonight. Meanwhile, Shen Jinghe let out a scoff. Realizing he was laughing at her, Wen Yan glanced over to find him holding up his phone. Shen Jinghe noticed her gaze and turned to her. The phone's camera can zoom in 60 times. You didn't know? Realizing her folly, she conceded, all right. My stupidity has returned. Thus, each crossed their arms, standing before the camera, while the two held up their phones, observing the actions of the individuals in the opposite ward. It appeared that Shen Yuan and Su Yang had been there for some time already. Yet, the conflict had yet to erupt, as the imposter Shinjiro was absent. Currently, the room contained only Shen Yuan, Su Yang, Wu Peng, and Zhao Jing. However, after a short while of observation, the imposter Shinjiro arrived. She seemed to sense that something was amiss in the ward, but was unsure of what it was. Therefore, upon returning to the room, her first action was to approach Su Yang and Shen Yuan with a smile. However, just as her hand was about to touch them, Su Yang stood up and recoiled. This was when the conflict erupted. Su Yang pulled some papers from her bag and threw them in the face of the imposter Shinjiro. It was clear that these were their paternity test results. Upon seeing the documents, the expressions of the imposter and her adoptive parents instantly changed. The scene erupted into chaos. It seemed that the imposter's family was desperately trying to explain themselves to Su Yang and Shen Yuan. Yet, with undeniable evidence before them, how could Su Yang and Shen Yuan still trust them? The imposter Shinjiro even knelt before Su Yang, but Su Yang was resolute. She would not show mercy when it was unwarranted. Aside from a few mischievous instances in her childhood, she had never resorted to violence in her decades of life. However, upon witnessing the imposter Shinjiro's attempt to kneel and seek her forgiveness, she struck her across the face. Yet, one slap was not enough to quell Su Yang's anger. She turned and slapped Zhao Jing as well. Finally, it was Wu Peng's turn. Being tall and strong, he instinctively raised his hand to retaliate against Su Yang's slap. However, before he could act, Shen Yuan delivered a punch that sent him staggering to the ground. Seeing this, Wen Yan could no longer stand by, exclaiming, "We must help. We can't let our parents suffer." Shin Jinghe put away his phone, his tone indifferent. "You truly do not understand the old man." No sooner had he spoken than the situation in the opposite room changed dramatically. A group of men in police uniforms burst through the door, effortlessly subduing the imposter's family. Shen Yuan supported Su Yang as they were the last to exit the ward. It turned out that this was Shen Yuan's prior preparation. The imposter family was about to be taken in for questioning by the police. If all goes well, for many years to come, they will be toiling away in a labor camp, operating sewing machines while serving their sentences. Chapter 78. There's nothing that my brother cannot satisfy. At this point, the chaos in the adjacent hospital room came to an end, and Wen Yan's anxious heart finally found solace. Moments later, Shen Jingxiu spoke. "Let us go." Just then, Wen Yan's stomach let out a loud grumble, as if declaring its emptiness. She smiled awkwardly and said, "Hee hee, I didn't eat enough for dinner." Shen Jinghe, once again embodying his sharp-tongued persona, retorted, "Ha, glutton." However, scarcely had his words left his lips when his own stomach audibly protested, its rumblings even louder than Wen Yan's. Wen Yan burst into laughter. "Glutton? How can you call me a glutton? If I'm a glutton, then you must be a rice vat, a rice pool, a rice river, a rice sea, a rice galaxy. Why didn't she say rice universe?" Shen Jinghe rolled his eyes dramatically, childish. Yet, to be fair, it was perfectly reasonable for them to feel hungry after only having a few bites before being interrupted at dinner, and then encountering such a tense situation. Thus, when Yen proposed, "Our parents will likely go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. We just need to return home before they do. How about we grab a late-night snack on the way back?" Shen Jinghe grunted in response. "Stubborn Sundra. What about you, big brother?"
Fine.
Hee hee. Big brother is easy to talk to. As they sought a place to eat, Shen Jingxiu drove slowly on the way back. The two of them seemed to lack any particular culinary preferences, so Wen Yan took it upon herself to choose the restaurant. "Look over there, there's a wonton shop." "Big brother, did you see it? There's a parking space right at the entrance. Wontons cook quickly, and we can head home sooner after eating."
All right.
Just as they were about to get out of the car, Wen Yan suddenly asked Shen Jinghe, "Second brother, how about I pack you a portion to eat in the car? It wouldn't be good if you were recognized, right?"
Who cares?
Shen Jinghe opened the door and got out, exclaiming, "Am I not allowed to eat? I'm starving. Anyone who tries to stop me from eating will feel my wrath." The three of them soon entered the wonton shop. To accommodate Shen Jinghe's celebrity status, they specifically chose a table in the far corner. Based on Shen Jinghe's demeanor at the hospital, Wen Yan sensed that he didn't truly harbor such animosity towards his older brother, Shen Jingxiu. It seemed that his nature was merely constraining his true feelings. Thus, Wen Yan resolved to create an opportunity for the two of them. The restaurant had long benches, and Wen Yan boldly occupied an entire bench by herself, half sitting and half draping her coat over the other half. Shen Jinghe immediately perceived her intentions. He frowned but still sat down opposite her. Shen Jingxiu had no objections to sitting shoulder to shoulder with Shen Jinghe, but just as he settled in, his phone rang. "I'll take this call. Wen Yan, please order for me. I'm not picky, I'll eat whatever you choose." "Okay, big brother, go ahead." I didn't expect the icy older brother to be so easy to please. "Hello, miss, we're ready to take your order." Wen Yan waved to summon the waiter. Upon seeing her, the waiter was momentarily stunned. "Hello, you're so beautiful. Are you a celebrity? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." No, Wen Yan quickly waved her hands. "I'm just here for wontons. I'd like 2 bowls of the family special, large size." "And you, second brother?" "I'll have a bowl of fresh meat wontons, large size." "All right, please wait a moment." When the 3 bowls of wontons finally arrived, Shen Jingxiu had yet to return. In fact, Shen Jinghe even swapped his bowl of fresh meat wontons with a family special that was meant for Shen Jingxiu. Wen Yan paused for 2 seconds, somewhat bewildered. "If I may ask, what does this mean? If you prefer the family special, you could have simply ordered it." "The family special has shrimp."
Yes.
"It has shrimp. He doesn't eat shrimp in his wontons." "Are you referring to Big Brother?" "But I saw him eat shrimp last time we had a meal together." "I meant, he doesn't eat shrimp that's wrapped with a meat filling."
Oh.
"You know that? Then you could have mentioned it when ordering." I was afraid the waiter would recognize my voice. After all, this Wen Yan almost recognized me.
Oh, I see.
But I must say, second brother, you're quite considerate of Big Brother, and these things can be expressed openly. Last time in Big Brother's study, I noticed he remembers that you've never liked drinking ice mineral water. Yet you didn't accept the water he offered. If you're feeling shy, I can tell Big Brother later that you specifically swapped for the fresh meat wontons. You dare. Our matters are none of your business. Wen Yan scoffed. "If you don't care, then fine. Stubborn duck." Meanwhile, not far behind them, Shen Jingxiu, who had been listening to their conversation, slowly curved his lips into a smile. After waiting a few seconds, he returned to his seat. As expected, Wen Yan kept quiet, and Shen Jinghe had nothing more to say. Shen Jingxiu was naturally a man of few words. Thankfully, the wontons were indeed delicious. Otherwise, Wen Yan would have felt stifled. Perhaps it was because a weight had finally been lifted from her heart. After returning to the Shen family villa and enjoying a comforting shower, Wen Yan quickly fell asleep. Shen Jingxiu and Shen Jinghe waited until Shen Yuan and Su Yang returned to inquire about the progress of the situation. It was reported that if they were prosecuted for fraud, they could face over 10 years of imprisonment. However, Shen Yuan felt that this punishment was too lenient, especially since Wu Peng and Zhao Jing might be implicated in other crimes as well. Therefore, he planned to continue pursuing the matter. The next day, Wen Yan awoke early and personally went to the kitchen to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Su Yang. To her surprise, Su Yang had caught a severe cold and was bedridden, lacking an appetite. After taking cold medicine, she fell asleep, remaining in a daze throughout the day. Shen Yuan decided not to go to work that day, instructing the household staff to spend half the day clearing out everything from the room of the imposter Shinjiro. Perhaps due to her bad mood, Su Yang's cold persisted, and her fever fluctuated repeatedly, ultimately necessitating a trip to the hospital for intravenous treatment. For several days, Wen Yan remained at the hospital by Su Yang's side. Meanwhile, the film Silent had wrapped up, and Shen Jinghe had finished his current projects. He had grown accustomed to returning to the Shen family villa, especially since Su Yang's physical and mental state was not very good. However, he returned today specifically to find Wen Yan. "Look at this." Once again, Shen Jinghe handed his phone to Wen Yan. She noticed that this guy was genuinely lazy. If there were screenshots of events, he would absolutely not narrate them. So, the journalist we mentioned earlier managed to obtain information about a local unscrupulous factory through Chai Zhaodi, which might be involved in human trafficking, and it is highly likely that it is connected to Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. However, due to the vastness of time and geography, it is exceedingly challenging to conduct a joint investigation. Indeed. Are you suggesting he still intends to leverage public opinion as a means of pressure? Yes, but that approach is rather sluggish. Go and report this information to the old man. He tends to act swiftly when there are leads like this. Why don't you go? A rhetorical question, I presume. Then I shan't go. What are your terms? Feel free to state them. There's nothing I cannot fulfill. If I'm not going, I'm not going. If you wish to go, do so yourself. I need to accompany mother. Farewell. Alas, is it easy for me to facilitate the relationship between them as father and son? If I were to request a sum of 100,000 or more for running errands, he would likely comply, wouldn't he? Woe is me. Goodbye to 100,000. Chapter 79. A Blessing in Disguise. 100,000? That is quite simple, isn't it? Shen Jinghe called after the fleeing Wen Yan. I shall offer you 180,000. Go and relay this news to the old man. Who do you take me for, Shen Jinghe? I possess 180,000. I shall give you 180,001 cent. You go and inform father.
Get lost.
How dare you insult me with a mere cent? Have you lost your mind? It seems she remains blissfully unaware of the power of money. 1,800,000. Huh, do you think I'm without means? Shen Jinghe gritted his teeth. Today, he was resolute in confronting Wen Yan. 18 million. Wen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is Shen Jinghe out of his mind? Has he gone mad? But who would refuse 18 million?
Deal.
Shen Jinghe. Huh. Money is indeed omnipotent. Wen Yan. Not a chance. I was merely jesting. Such ill-gotten gains weigh heavily on my conscience. This is within our home, but in society, do not be such a fool. Others will deride you for being both naive and wealthy.
Farewell.
Shen Jinghe took a deep breath, silently admonishing himself. Stay calm, stay calm. Assaulting someone is against the law. As for Wen Yan, she had long vanished after toying with Shen Jinghe. Even if he wished to retaliate, he could not reach her. Ultimately, Shen Jinghe, with no other recourse, steeled himself and ventured alone to Shen Yuan's study. When he knocked on the door, Shen Yuan was unaware of who stood outside. Upon seeing Shen Jinghe enter, his expression transformed from one of neutrality to surprise. Jinghe? Shen Yuan found himself momentarily unaccustomed to this. After all these years, it was the first time his second son had taken the initiative to knock on his door and appear before him. What brings you here? Not only Shen Yuan but Shen Jinghe himself felt a sense of discomfort. It had been years since they had spoken calmly and earnestly. He was at a loss for how to initiate the conversation. Should he throw his phone at him as he did with Wen Yan? Yet, he was older now. What if he couldn't keep up and ended up losing their chat history? With such thoughts in mind, Shen Jinghe decided it was best to speak himself. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you.
Please sit down and speak.
As they conversed, Shen Yuan even personally walked behind Shen Jinghe to pull out a chair for him. Shen Jinghe felt even more uneasy. No need. I'll leave once I've spoken. Glancing at Shen Yuan, he suddenly noticed that his father had acquired a few strands of white hair at his temples without him realizing it. His hair had been entirely black during his childhood. How swiftly the years have passed. Reminding himself not to dwell on unnecessary thoughts, Shen Jinghe focused on the matter at hand. The situation is as follows, thus I require your assistance. Please consider if it is feasible.
Shen Yuan,
who had no intention of sparing Wu Peng and Zhao Jing, naturally seized this opportunity to uncover any other crimes they might be harboring. No need for further contemplation. Provide me with that journalist's contact information. I will personally reach out to him for details. Very well. Shen Jinghe knew his father would certainly manage this. Judging by his confident demeanor, those fraudsters were bound to face repercussions. That evening, Shen Yuan and Su Yang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Finally, Shen Yuan could no longer contain himself and said to Su Yang, My dear, you will never guess the delightful news that transpired today. Su Yang shook her head. I truly cannot. Might as well tell me directly? Shen Yuan, typically stoic even after achieving billion-dollar projects, now spoke with unmistakable excitement. My dear, today, our son took the initiative to add me on WeChat. He came to my study to see me. After all these years, it's the first time. Do you not think that is a cause for celebration? Really? Su Yang quickly realized Shen Yuan was referring to Shen Jinghe. The moment she heard this good news, her previously despondent demeanor brightened with renewed hope. What did he seek you for? It concerns some leads regarding Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. Did I not previously mention that the three siblings should refrain from interfering in this matter and that I would handle it alone? He came today to report the situation to me. Although he did not come specifically to seek me out, I view this as a promising sign of thawing between us as father and son. At least he is still willing to communicate with me, indicating a level of trust. Indeed, Su Yang sighed. Jinghe has always regarded his father as an omnipotent figure, placing great trust in you. Otherwise, he would not have accepted your choice of Jingxiu all those years ago. Perhaps it's best not to delve into that matter further. As she spoke, Su Yang gently leaned against Shen Yuan's shoulder. Though the situation with Jia Zhiro was heart-wrenching, it was unexpected to witness the three children growing closer as they investigated. However, what astonished me even more was that Jinghe sought you out today. My dear, do you think this qualifies as a blessing in disguise? I suspect it does. In the darkness, Shen Yuan's brow gradually furrowed. To this day, he possesses sufficient financial means. Yet, regarding the matter of Jiro, he remains utterly at a loss. He had believed his daughter was regained, only to discover. But his wife was correct, a blessing in disguise it may be. He will continue searching for the lost child, and the harmonious relationships among the children at home are indeed a matter for celebration. Shen Yuan proactively shifted the topic. The situation regarding Jajiro is known to the third and fourth children as well. We have effectively entrusted the third child to the state. Whether he returns or when he returns is beyond our control. However, Jing Chuan will be back soon. What say you? Does this news bring you some measure of joy? Su Yong chuckled lightly. What joy is there in that little rascal's return? As long as he doesn't cause me trouble, that is sufficient. Nevertheless, it was evident that her tone had brightened. That night, the couple enjoyed a rare and restful sleep. The influence Shen Yuan could wield far surpassed what Xin Jinghe and Wen Yan had anticipated. In the shortest span of time, the Interprovincial Joint Investigation Team secured incriminating evidence against Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. Through the investigations and evidence gathered by various relevant departments, it was revealed that Chai Zhaodi had been sold to a remote mountainous area in H province by a local criminal gang, referred to as Gang A. Although Wu Peng and Zhao Jing did not directly partake in the transaction involving Chai Zhaodi, they acquired her daughter, Ni Yatu, from both Chai Zhaodi and Ni Sanshui. This Ni Yatu is, in fact, the false Shinjiro, one of the many children raised by Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. Due to her striking appearance, she had been assisting them in their fraudulent activities. One fateful day, upon encountering a photograph of Su Yang online, they discerned a striking resemblance between Ni Yatu and Su Yang, coincidentally, just as Su Yang and Shen Yuan had lost a daughter. Thus, they meticulously orchestrated a scheme tailored for the Shen family. Initially, they received a substantial sum of gratitude for returning Shen Jiro home, and subsequently, under the pretense of a failing factory, they secured financial support from Shen Yuan. However, these were merely appetizers. Their ultimate aim was to present the false Shinjiro as the genuine heiress of the Shen family, infiltrating the Shen group and potentially inheriting its shares in the future. Therefore, the charges of fraud were inescapable for Ni Yatu, Wu Peng, and Zhao Jing. Concurrently, the joint investigation team managed to extract confessions from Gang A, which led to the apprehension of Gang B, who subsequently implicated Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. This thorough probe solidified the allegations of human trafficking against Wu Peng, Zhao Jing, and even Ni Yatu. Due to the particularly grievous nature of their crimes, Ni Yatu and the others were sentenced to life imprisonment, with all their assets confiscated and political rights revoked for life. On the day the case was conclusively resolved, Shen Yuan received unexpected news. Ni Yatu in the detention center claimed to know the whereabouts of the real Shinjiro. However, no matter how the police interrogated her, she remained tight-lipped. Her only stipulation was to see Shen Yuan and Su Yang once more. She would divulge the truth only to them. Despite their efforts, the police found themselves at an impasse and had no choice but to notify Shen Yuan. In recent days, Shen Yuan had been working from home, wishing to be by Su Yang's side. With no work commitments, Wen Yan accompanied him to the detention center to meet Ni Yatu. Ni Yatu appeared considerably more haggard than before, her face marred with hostility. Once possessing striking features, she now exuded an unsettling ugliness. A mere glance from Wen Yan made her instinctively aware that no good words would emerge from Ni Yatu's lips. Her gaze is terrifying, as if she hungers for flesh. She hardly seems to possess any genuine knowledge of Jiro's whereabouts. Could it be that my parents fell victim to her deceit? If she truly knew something, she would have revealed it by now. Why does she choose this moment? Shen Yuan and Su Yang simultaneously sensed Wen Yan's thoughts. In truth, they too harbored similar suspicions. Yet, even if there existed just a 1% chance that this was a lead regarding Jiro, they were unwilling to overlook it.
Speak,
Shen Yuan said coldly, fixing his gaze upon Ni Yatu. Disclose everything concerning Jiro. Bound to her chair, Ni Yatu found movement cumbersome. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's command, she suddenly leaned forward. Ha ha, Shen Yuan, is this how you plead? If this is your attitude, I shall remain silent until death. Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes, his voice colder than before. What do you desire? What do I desire? Ha ha ha, it's fortunate that the death penalty no longer exists. Otherwise, you would surely exploit your connections to see me executed. Shen Yuan remained silent. She continued to laugh derisively. Beg me. If you beg, I might reveal your daughter's whereabouts. Otherwise, you shall never find her. Shen Yuan clenched his jaw, veins throbbing at his temples. For the second time, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the wretched individual before him. The first instance had been when his two sons were kidnapped, and their captors sadistically forced him to choose between them. Although Su Yang desperately yearned to learn of their daughter's fate, witnessing her husband's barely contained rage compelled her to intervene. She regarded the deranged con artist across from them with utter disdain. Your demeanor compels me to question the veracity of your words. It seems you are merely venting your frustrations. If this is the case, we need not sit here any longer. Come, dear, let us leave. Su Yang asserted, rising as she grasped Shen Yuan and Wen Yan's hands. They unanimously supported her decision. Just as they were about to exit the interrogation room, and Ayatu could no longer contain herself.
Shen Yuan.
Su Yang, let me tell you, your precious daughter is surely dead. Do you honestly believe that some benevolent soul would rescue her? Even if she survived the river, that illness would have claimed her life. I assure you, her demise was not merely tragic, it was horrific. You think you can escape me? Know this, she shall not have a favorable fate either. I let you relish your fortunes. Is being wealthy truly so remarkable? Your daughter is still dead. I offered myself as your daughter. Yet you turned me away. Your lack of vision is destined to cost you dearly. Wen Yan was uncertain whether Shen Yuan and Su Yang harbored thoughts of violence. Regardless, she could no longer restrain herself and longed to silence Ayatu's incessant rambling. She freed herself from Su Yang's grasp, bent down, removed her shoes, and advanced to deliver a series of fierce slaps across the deranged woman's face, executing her actions with seamless precision. By the time someone entered to intervene, she had already delivered her fair share of punishment. You lunatic! This slap is for the real Jiro. This one is for my father. This one is for my mother. And this final one is for my past self. Go and be tormented by a sewing machine for the rest of your life. Eventually, Wen Yan was pulled away and warned. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, and Ayatu descended into further madness. Wen Yan, do you look down upon me? Do you consider me beneath you? But let me spit. Have you ever pondered how much better you truly are? Do you think your birth is something to be proud of? Do you think you're so competent? You mobilized the entire Shen family to cast me down and imprison me. Go back and examine your past. You are not significantly cleaner than I. Today, the Shen couple can reduce me to this state, but your future will not fare any better. Do you think they treasure you? What do they consider you? Believe me, when the real Shinjiro returns, they will kick you aside without hesitation. Enough. Wen Yan retorted, her disgust palpable. You merely seek to sow discord, but you shall be sorely disappointed. We cannot hear your filthy words, you wretched insect. Come, dear parents, let us depart. Upon exiting the detention center, they collectively breathed in the fresh air outside, unanimously agreeing that the words of the deranged woman were hardly worth their concern. However, that night, when Yen was plagued by a haunting nightmare, she dreamt of that impostor. And Ayatu, alongside the genuine Shinjiro. The two stood in a row, mocking her, deriding her sordid original family's disgrace, and sneering at her for usurping the affections of the Shen family. Ultimately, the dream even conjured the image of the original Wen Yan, the authentic Wen Yan. In her dream, she wept sorrowfully, lamenting her disreputable lineage and mourning the inevitability of her bleak fate. Chapter 81. What of Wen Yan's origins? This dream left Wen Yan feeling profoundly unsettled, to the point that upon awakening, her heart raced and she was drenched in cold sweat. When she reached for her phone, she discovered it was only a little past 6 in the morning, and the world outside was still shrouded in darkness. Yet, sleep eluded her. Since her arrival, she had been preoccupied with tidying up the mess left by her predecessor, neglecting a crucial matter. She remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the original Wen Yan's demise. Despite racking her brain, she could unearth no trace of memory within the remnants of the original's recollections. It seemed she had simply arrived here in a flash. In truth, she felt somewhat wrong herself. All it took was perusing a book, and in the absence of any calamity, her spirit had traversed into this realm. However, she remained in the dark about the fate of the original soul. Reflecting on this, Wen Yan felt an uncanny kinship with the original, bound not only by their shared name, but also by their mutual plight. Rising from her bed, she approached with a heart heavy with mixed emotions, meticulously polishing the belongings left behind by the original in this room. Some decorative items she had previously tucked away due to her disinterest, she now decided to display prominently in honor of the original's memory. When evening fell and Shen Yuan returned from the office, Wen Yan took the initiative to knock on the door of his study. "Dad, I've brought you some ginseng tea." "Just place it on my desk," Shen Yuan replied. He was seldom seen smiling, often appearing serious, yet his tone with Wen Yan was gentle. Did you come to see me for a particular reason? Wen Yan chuckled lightly. It seems there's nothing that escapes your notice, Dad.
Please have a seat. No need to stand.
Wen Yan nodded and then spoke. Dad, it's like this. I suddenly wish to inquire about my origins. In my recollection, I spent my childhood in the company of my grandmother, but she later fell gravely ill, which led to my being sent to an orphanage. I believe I once asked my grandmother about my parents, but she seemed to evade my inquiries. In my youth, I was rather resentful of my biological parents, as other children had theirs by their sides while mine were absent. Now, I seek to understand who they truly were. I wonder what was written in the documents when you adopted me from the orphanage. Could you possibly share that with me? Shen Yuan was taken aback by Wen Yan's request. When he had brought her home, she had never broached the subject of her biological family, and even the mention of her grandmother would bring her to tears. As she matured, she had refrained from revisiting those memories. Contemplating this, Shen Yuan closed his laptop. His voice tinged with concern. Yan, did that con artist's outrageous words yesterday disturb you? He queried. Her hurtful remarks stemmed from a desire for revenge. As she perceives herself as wronged, she seeks to drag us into her suffering. You must understand that her words are not to be trusted. Yes, I know, Dad. She cannot sow discord nor sway me. I am merely curious. She simply yearned to delve deeper into the life of the original Wen Yan. Whether to better navigate her existence in this world or to sever ties with the past, she desired to comprehend that chapter of her life. Noticing that Wen Yan's demeanor was not impulsive, Shen Yuan nodded. Very well, I did indeed review your documents before deciding to adopt you, and, upon meeting you, I resolved to bring you home. Please wait a moment while I search for them. Okay.
Thank you, Dad.
As it was a matter of long-standing records, Shen Yuan rummaged for a while before retrieving a file from the back of the shelf. The file was somewhat yellowed and worn. Wen Yan carefully untied the string and extracted its contents. It was a substantial envelope, yet inside lay only a thin sheet of paper and a photograph of her as a baby. The section for father's name was left blank, while her mother's name was inscribed as Wen Ro, accompanied by a narrative of events unknown to her. According to the records, Wen Yan's mother had perished in a car accident when Wen Yan was merely 2.5 years old, having shielded her child with her own body during the incident, thereby saving Wen Yan's life. Though the words were few, they conveyed the essence of a mother's love. After reading, Wen Yan was deeply moved. So, her mother was named Wen Ro, a truly gentle name. By the way, Dad, is there no photograph of my mother or grandmother? Shen Yuan shook his head.
None.
Your grandmother would not have sent you to the orphanage unless it was absolutely necessary. She later suffered from dementia and a severe kidney ailment. It's said that the apartment you lived in was quite chaotic, with hardly anything of value. Only this photograph from your infancy was preserved, wrapped in a plastic bag by your grandmother, untouched by moisture or mold, and well-maintained. Although it was not her own lived experience, merely hearing these details left Wen Yan feeling a bit distressed. And what of my father? Is he truly a mystery? Unclear. Your biological mother. Shen Yuan hesitated, then continued, was unmarried and pregnant. I've heard that when she insisted on carrying you to term, your grandmother vehemently opposed her, but ultimately could not sway her decision. Such individuals are generally deemed irresponsible. That is the prevailing sentiment I have encountered. However, I cannot definitively say, as I have not witnessed it firsthand. Perhaps your biological father had his own reasons. Wen Yan fell silent for a few moments. If he had his reasons after all these years, he should have sought me out, just as you have tirelessly searched for Zhiro. The orphanage has always existed, and the Shen family remains. If he truly wished to find me, it ought not to be insurmountable. Yet, I have never heard of anyone looking for me all these years. Yan, you will always be our child, Shen Yuan reassured her, lacking expertise in consolation.
Thank you, Dad.
As Wen Yan organized the documents, she silently spoke to the original Wen Yan. See, do not weep for your origins, regardless of your despicable biological father. We were born of our mother. Recognizing her is sufficient. What shame could there be? Our mother was so magnificent. During her lifetime, we were enveloped in love. Though the original Wen Yan might not hear her, Wen Yan wished for her to understand that her biological family was not lacking in merit. She, too, was a cherished little princess, loved by her mother and grandmother. Chapter 82. Wishing you a safe and smooth journey. Shen Yuan, noticing that Wen Yan had fallen silent, assumed she was feeling despondent after learning the truth. He couldn't help but furrow his brow and inquire, do you harbor resentment towards your biological father? Wen Yan was at a loss for words and replied, "It's hard to say. If he truly is as despicable as suggested, it hardly seems worth my emotional investment." She then added, "By the way, Dad, may I take this childhood photograph with me?" "Of course," he responded. "Regardless of your motivations, be it to uncover the truth of the past or to confront him, should you ever wish to seek out your biological father, do not hesitate to inform me. The Shen family will spare no effort to assist you in your search." Wen Yan carefully tucked the photograph away and smiled, saying, "That man may not be deserving of our concern and effort. Rest assured, Dad, I feel quite at ease." "That's wonderful to hear," he replied. "I'll take my leave for now. Do not work too late, and make sure to rest early." With that, Wen Yan briskly exited Shen Yuan's study. Upon opening the door, she found Shen Jingxiu poised to knock. "Elder brother? Are you looking for Dad?"
Yes.
Simultaneously, Shen Yuan's voice resonated. "Is that Jingxiu?"
Come in.
Shen Jingxiu remained in Shen Yuan's study for approximately 10 minutes. As he emerged, Wen Yan was in the living room on the first floor, amusing herself with Shen Pailai,
The cat.
Since Shen Jinghe was away on a business trip and Su Yang also adored cats, Wen Yan had decided to bring Shen Pailai over. Although she had prepared a separate room for him, this little creature preferred to frolic in the living room. As he dashed about, he unexpectedly collided with a long leg, abruptly halting and retreating in alarm. To her surprise, Wen Yan realized that Shen Pailai had bumped into Shen Jingxiu. At that moment of eye contact, Shen Jingxiu spoke first. "Are you free to chat?"
Wen Yan nodded. Yes.
Yet, curiosity stirred within her. Why is my elder brother initiating a conversation with me? Hasn't the matter concerning the false Zhiro concluded? What more is there for us to discuss? Shen Jingxiu affirmed, "Good. Please wait for me a moment while I return this document." All right, she thought. Is this where we will talk? Why isn't he inviting me to his study? Are we conversing in the living room? Sensing her lively thoughts, Shen Jingxiu slightly smirked. It appeared her spirits were brighter than he had anticipated. He turned and strode back upstairs. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Wen Yan received a message from Shen Jingxiu, "Come to the glass flower room." The glass flower room? She was somewhat taken aback, but promptly replied with an affirmative. Soon, Wen Yan entered the flower room, adorned with numerous solar-powered string lights that would illuminate at night after a sunny day. She was genuinely surprised that Shen Jingxiu had chosen this location for their conversation. Elder brother, have you arrived?" The flower room was filled not only with various blossoms, but also with towering plants, making it difficult for Wen Yan to spot Shen Jingxiu at first. It was only when he responded that she discovered him seated before a decorative bench, which was entwined with white roses. At that moment, nestled among the blooms, lay a vintage green handbag. If her memory served her correctly, this was a globally limited edition from the autumn-winter collection, one she had previously seen in the luxury booklet Su Yang had given her. In the booklet, this exquisite, pricey green bag was surrounded by white roses. Yet now, the surrounding flowers had transformed into roses. So, did elder brother summon me to the glass flower room just to recreate this scene? And this bag? It must be a gift for me, right? If not, well, that would be rather awkward.
So, what do you think?
Do you like it? Wen Yan nodded. It's hard not to adore it. Is this truly for me?
Yes.
Her eyes widened in astonishment. Why? As a token of gratitude. Gratitude for what? For the matter concerning the false Zhiro?
You could say that.
So there are other reasons? What might those be? I recall there are other colors of this bag. Why the green? Because of the cake you gifted me. Wen Yan pondered carefully. So, because I gave you a matcha cake, you decided to gift me a green limited edition bag? And for Zhiro's matter, I appreciate your contributions to this family. His words make me feel rather bashful, yet I am genuinely pleased to be recognized. It seems only you know my fondness for sweets. I was quite delighted while enjoying them.
Ha.
Quite the serendipitous coincidence. I initially had no idea of his sweet tooth. There is one more thing I wish to discuss, though it may be somewhat presumptuous. What is it? What troubles you? Earlier, I overheard your conversation outside Dad's study.
Oh, that?
It's nothing. It's simply the truth. Shen Jingxiu nodded. I hope you find happiness. Let's go. We've finished our chat. Wen Yan thought, as expected of my decisive elder brother. I was hoping to linger a bit longer here for a photograph. It would be a shame not to capture such beauty. Shen Jingxiu remarked, I just remembered I have a call to make, so I will take my leave now. All right, goodbye. With the acquisition of such a stunning handbag, Wen Yan's spirit soared. She arranged her new possession in the cloakroom, exclaiming to herself, Look, Wen Yan. We received a beautiful bag today. Isn't it lovely? perhaps due to the frequency of her reflections on her original self that day. Wen Yan dreamt of the former Wen Yan that night. In her dream, two identical figures stood face to face, as though conversing with their reflections. Wen Yan inquired, "Where have you been? Why is there nothing in my memory?" The other Wen Yan replied, "I haven't gone anywhere. I've merely awakened. I realized my world is a book, and in it, I would err gravely by drugging my elder brother, ultimately leading to despair and a return to my original form. Once I awakened, the original Wen Yan ceased to exist. By chance you arrived, inheriting her life and this body. Yet, I must thank you for exposing the false heiress, freeing her from misunderstanding." Wen Yan questioned in confusion, "And what of you? Will you simply vanish?" The other Wen Yan shook her head. "I do not consider this a disappearance. Once free from the grip of the plot, I am liberated. Perhaps at times I am a gust of wind or a drifting cloud, but you remain yourself. I hope you continue to be happy and true to yourself, unaffected by those who do not matter. However, I must offer you a word of advice. Since I could awaken, perhaps other characters might awaken too, though I cannot predict who they may be. Wishing you smooth sailing ahead, Wen Yan."